Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to an NFL football Friday with Wild Card Weekend upon us. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, and Ryan. Bobby Belt will be in 30 minutes here on DFW Sports Station. Are those pieces of chicken with your boiled eggs?
Yeah. I got a drum and a thigh. I need all the teen. Gotta have all the teen. I get some eggs too.
Did you cook that chicken?
Yeah.
Looks pretty good.
It wasn't bad. I mean, let's be fair. Sarah really did it.
Yeah.
She baked it. I'm trying to think. I was just to figure out how to eat this today. She suggested, because we cooked this on like maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. So like today's like the last day I could really eat this. And I was like, yeah,
Not in the Sharif household.
Not the Sharif household.
May get a stomach bug, but
I have a weak stomach right now. Like my stomach, it does not like me. So I was thinking, should I air fry this morning on my way to work and then just leave it out, or just microwave it here? And I'm going to microwave it here.
Yeah, air frying, I don't think it's going to keep it crispy. That air fryer, though, is a damn game changer.
I don't know how it works, but I love it.
I know.
No idea.
It's absolutely incredible. So eggs and chicken to start off the morning.
And I'm without baby wipes today. I'm out of baby wipes, so I'm out here in the wild with no weapon. It's going to be interesting.
The TP is pretty nice in the bathroom, though.
It ain't that nice.
I like
it. Ain't wet.
Oh.
Mike McCarthy joining us at 7:15 this morning to preview the Buccaneers. Is there any way that Coach heard about all the Jerry Jones talk earlier in the week?
100% he heard about it.
Okay, so Mike will be on at 7:15. We'll see if he's a little bit upset with us. Peyton has booked Stephen A. Smith
Hey, ton!
to return to the program today at 8:20.
When he answered, how did he sound? Did he say, is this the guy from 105 The Fan?
No, he said hello. He said hello. I said, hey, this is Stephen
Wait,
A.
did he call you back, or you
No,
called him
so
again?
I called him because I was trying to do the math in my head. I was like, okay, so it's 4:15 my time, 5:15 his time. I was like, there's no way he's like doing some NBA pregame show or anything on ESPN.
Yeah.
So
He could have been recording his Odyssey podcast.
Yeah, he could.
But didn't you call him Wednesday?
I did call him Wednesday. That was he was on the show though. So, but he obviously heard it because yesterday he mentioned us that I had called him. But yeah, it took 2 rings and he answered, said hello. I said, oh, Stephen A., this is Peyton from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. He said, oh, good hearing you, man. And then we just talked and stuff. And he was like, oh yeah, I heard your message and stuff. Tomorrow works fine with me. I was like, okay, let's do it then.
Very nice and pleasant on the phone.
Yes, he said, I'm happy to come on with y'all.
All right. So Stephen A. Smith is going to join us at 8:20. Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show. Choppy has a song. All the guys are talking about this song.
Ooh.
I have not heard it. Bobby's going crazy. The boss wants us to play it 3 or 4 times between today's show and Monday's show. Peyton has heard it. I'm the only one who has not heard it. But RJ's going to get you ready for the Buccaneers alongside Mike McCarthy, Stephen A. Smith, and Nick Eatman. About 15, 20 after every single hour. But last night, oh my Lord, a pair of thrillers for the Metroplex. We're going to go back and forth. There were 4 humongous plays that took place. We're actually going to start off in New York. Stars at Rangers. 1 second left. 1 second left as the Stars are about to get this road win.
To Panarin, 8 seconds toward the net. Blocked. Poked away. Fox working for it. Miller shoots. It's blocked. Miller again. He scored! The Rangers tie it!
That was the call on Rangers TV. Are you kidding me? 0.9 seconds left, and the Rangers are able to tie this up. Meanwhile, we got about 10 seconds left in Los Angeles. Mavs are down 3. Luka has not scored since the midway point of the third quarter. This is 10 seconds left in the fourth.
Doncic will put it in. Hasn't scored since midway through the third. Dinwiddie gives it right back. Schroeder on Doncic. 3-pointer on its way for the top. It's good. Luka Doncic, a clutch 3.
Luka stepping back, top of the circle with about 6 seconds left. We're tied. Both the Mavs and the Stars are going into overtime. For the Stars, a span of seconds between the shutout win and ultimately this.
Takeaways, advantage, and it's poked
You can't even hear the announcer in the Garden. Very good announcer, by the way. His name is escaping me. Rosen? Sam Rosen. I think that's Sam Rosen.
I know Kenny Albert used to do a lot of the Ranger games. I don't know if he's obviously probably still not doing it. Maybe he's on radio or TV.
That wasn't Kenny. There was a still shot taken last night, 0.9 seconds left, and the Dallas Stars lost the game.
Yeah. It's like the other one that was taken in the Tennessee game against the Cowboys where it was just Hendershot, and there was nobody in the picture that said, this is a Dak Prescott interception. And there was literally nobody else in the frame. And I was like, oh.
Meanwhile, back to Los Angeles, overtime, and 77 reigns supreme.
3 to shoot. Doncic trying to get some room. 3-pointer is good. Luka Doncic sticks another one to tie the game.
He ties that. The Mavs go on to win. Luka with his 56 career triple-double. He hit the 3 in overtime with 48 seconds left. Christian Wood added 24 and 14. It's the Mavericks' 4th straight win over the LA Lakers, and they get the W 119-115. Wow, what a night. Double OT for this.
Yeah, and lost in all this is the overtime Spencer Dinwiddie had.
Yes.
That's going to get forgotten. They don't win this game.
Yes.
I mean, obviously without Luka's, making a couple of buckets, a couple of, not last second, but, threes to tie it. Without Spencer Dinwiddie in the overtimes, they don't win this game. Like he was really, really, good offensively.
Yep.
Taking the ball to the hole. So that's going to get lost, but this was a game they had to win. Like, when you're basically in control of the game the entire time, you can't lose.
Well, this had tremendous drama. Westbrook had 28, flagrant on Luka. Of course, you had LeBron out there on the floor. Street clothes, was still in street clothes, and Anthony Davis. No one else in the Lakers starting lineup scored over 11 points. It was LeBron and Toscano, Bryant, Schroeder, and Christie, not Doug Christie. LeBron ends up with 24, 0 of 7 from 3, and the Lakers end up on the losing end. So Luka Doncic comes up huge. He's the first player at age 23 or younger to average 40 over a 10-game span since Michael in 1986. He's also the first player to average 40, 10, and 8 over a 10-game span in NBA history.
Wow.
The numbers.
Yeah.
The numbers that he's just going to put up if he stays healthy. I mean, they're already stupid, but they're going to be, I want to say unattainable. You never know. There's always going to be a next person. League's going the way of offense, but he's just racking the numbers up.
You're right. I mean, the league is going that way where it is the next person, and Brady's numbers, those are unattainable. I think a lot of them.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's ever going to play 21 years in the NFL again.
Yeah, that's a good point because Luka said the other night, he's like, I'm not playing 20 seasons. He was asked about catching LeBron and his numbers, and he's like, not me. I'm not going to be playing 20 seasons. So just get that out of your mind right now. Yeah. I can see Luka enjoying laying back and chilling, enjoying some retirement.
He might be. Let's see. I mean, he'll play. Here's the thing, though. He came in the league at 19. I mean, he's only like the late 30s. Like that's so doable now. It's just does he want to play much past 34, 35?
A crazy night in the Metroplex. Stars get stunned. The Mavs pull one out. They were up 19. Fast start against the Lakers. They had a 19-point lead. They blow it a couple of different times, and Luka ends up clutch with the humongous threes. What a way to start off a Football Friday. We have a site chosen for the AFC Championship. If it's KC and Buffalo, it's not going to be in KC or in Buffalo, and the Rangers' next star is officially available to get signed up. We'll take you inside the possibility, or is it on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys? Sean and RJ just getting started on DFW Sports Station.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Football Friday.
can Xavier Rhodes contribute Monday night? Micah on seeing Tom Brady for a second time. Mike McCarthy on coaching, fixing Dak's interception issue. That's all coming up at 6 o'clock. Mike McCarthy live at 7:15. Stephen A. Smith live at 8:20. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. DFW Sports Station. RJ, we are the home of Rangers baseball, and I don't think this is going to happen, but I want it to. Trevor Bauer becomes a free agent after the Dodgers could not find a trade. You can go and sign Trevor Bauer, a Cy Young winner with a lot of different warts, to $700K right now if he accepted it and if your team wanted to.
If you wanted to go down that road, you absolutely could. There have been instances, and it's very, very odd. A lot of Major League Baseball teams, the Mets, the Yankees, the Padres, the Giants, the Twins, they've already come out and said, we're not touching them.
They said that.
Yeah, the people within the league have been told that. Okay.
Say those teams one
Mets,
more time.
Yankees, Padres, Giants, Twins. They're not going to touch them for no matter what the money is. Which is odd because the Yankees have two guys on their roster who have been suspended by Major League Baseball for domestic violence. Aroldis Chapman fired 8 gunshots in his garage and choked his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Or his wife.
So John Heyman came out and said it would have to be a team on another planet. And I asked Choppy before the show, do we have any other instances of this where guys have gotten in trouble or for worse accusations and crimes and they came back to play?
Okay, Roberto Osuna. This happened in like 2018. Essentially beat up the mother of his 3-year-old. Got a 75-game suspension. Pitched for the Astros.
We hate to rank the horrific crimes. It's just like beating up your girlfriend or your wife, to me, seems in the same category or even possibly worse than what Trevor Bauer was accused of. And there seems to be an unofficial blackballing of him taking place.
Yeah, I think there's confusion. I think the league is thinking that he raped the girl. He didn't. That was consensual. Even she's admitted that. She just said he went too far with the aggression. And there's a lot of photos out there that would kind of
corroborate.
Good word. I'm looking for it. Corroborate that claim. But this is very odd. Like what Aroldis Chapman did, firing 8 gunshots at the garage. And intimidation and choking her up against the wall is like, okay, but he's been allowed to play for, let's see, that happened in 2016. Yeah. Pretty sure Aroldis Chapman has pitched since 2016. Domingo Germán, this happened in 2019. Got suspended for 81 games. He pitched this year. Roberto Osuna, like I said, that happened in 2018. He was on the Astros through the 2020 season. Sam Dyson's a free agent. He hasn't played since his incident, I don't think. But there's tons of guys.
All I'm saying is this. I'm just putting this down in my Nintendo, my PS3, whatever the latest thing is.
I'd be a 5, I think.
DeGrom, Bauer, Evaldi, Perez, Gray. Where's that rotation? Forget the American League. In Major League Baseball. DeGrom, Bauer, Evaldi, Perez, Gray. Now we're talking about something serious.
Yeah,
as being a contender.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's if you have that rotation, because Perez and Gray are really 4 and 5 starters. And Perez might be a 3, but you have those other top 3, and if Evaldi pitches the way that his ability allows him to. Dude, like that's a pretty nasty rotation.
I was told it's probably not going to happen because of Bauer as a clubhouse guy. You got 2 things with him.
God,
He's
who
such
cares? Corey Seager's not a clubhouse guy.
Has that worked out great? I don't know. I mean, did we get our money's worth out of Corey Seager?
He did have a good year.
It's only 1 year.
Yeah. I mean, look, let's offset it. Let's have 2 people that they hate. The other 24 guys on the roster can rally around the fact that they hate Trevor Bauer and Corey Seager.
Okay, who is Brian Reynolds, and why are the Rangers being connected?
Brian Reynolds plays for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and there are a lot of suitors for him. He's a very good player. He plays center field. He can play, basically every outfield position you want him to. He got the ability to hit upwards of 30 home runs. He had 27 last year. He's not going to steal a ton of base. He'll bet you about 260, 270. That's just the way it is now in Major League Baseball. But the Tigers are looking to up their farm system and continue their rebuild. They don't want to pay him when he becomes a free agent. So he's a free agent, or he's on the market for a trade. The Dodgers want him. The Yankees want him. But the Pirates think very highly of him. They have asked reports for the Yankees. They've asked them for among their top 4 prospects. They want some of them. They want like 2 or 3 of their top 4 prospects, which that's not going to happen. And from the Rangers' perspective, they're maybe thinking, and this is according to John Morosi, Pittsburgh's seeking arms, and the Rangers have plenty that could entice them, like Jack Leiter. Rangers will give up Jack Leiter? I don't know. I don't know if I go down that road, or I don't know if I think they would go down that road. But if the Pirates are dead set to getting pitching, the Rangers are the one team, or one of the teams, that has that in their farm system. And if you sign Trevor Bauer, you don't need Jack Leiter in your farm system. You don't. Not right now, you don't.
I mean, this guy looks like he's capable of 25, 27, 28 home run
he's a good
pop.
player.
He's only been around for 4 years.
Mm-hmm. So you got, you have 2 years of team control with him after this. He's a good player. He's a really, really good player. And he's lost in Pittsburgh. And he's a guy that really most people don't know about. Most people don't know about him because he's been stuck in Pittsburgh.
So the Rangers connected to him. I was told that Major League Baseball, someone throughout Major League Baseball pretty high up, doesn't think the Rangers trade for him because Pittsburgh is being very unrealistic.
Yeah, they are.
But talks are always fluid. AFC Championship game site has been set. If it is the Chiefs and the Bills, the neutral site will be the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Taking it to the ATL for the AFC.
I first
worked on that. I worked on that for a while.
You did? All right, very nice. I went and looked as soon as I did this. I was like, wait a second, why Atlanta? Because you know me, like a travel agent.
Yeah.
I was like, I think Indianapolis is the most, right in the middle city. I was right. There's 17 miles. It's 17 miles from the exact middle between Kansas City and Buffalo. Apparently, they asked Indianapolis if they wanted to have it. And Indy said no. Indy said they have a volleyball tournament in town. They don't have enough hotel rooms. I'm like, wait a second. This is the same city that hosts the Super Bowl like every 6 years and hosts the NCAA Final Four like every 5 years. And they don't have enough hotel rooms to host the AFC Championship game and a volleyball tournament? Really? That's what you're telling me? You're telling me they can't do it? I'm not buying that.
Great update. Did you have a different city in mind?
Oh, Indy would have been it. Yeah, Indy would have been it. I wouldn't have guessed Atlanta.
You should be a tour guide for Indianapolis. You want everything to just go there. You're trying to keep their businesses thriving.
It's a good city. I've always enjoyed my time in Indy.
Great update for Peyton Hillis. The former running back, no longer on a ventilator and is recovering after a swimming accident while saving his 2 kids who were caught in a riptide last week. They were talking about like sand, a great amount of sand in his body. His girlfriend has been giving these updates, but Peyton Hillis no longer on a ventilator, so that is fantastic.
Yeah.
And Odell Beckham with a Twitter thread yesterday after the video came out of his airline incident. So I watched another video that was about 5 minutes long. I wanted to you got to get full context for this thing. It seems like my final ruling is the flight attendants overreacted. Okay? I think they overreacted. Fire and rescue were called to get Odell and deal with him. They were like, he's good. He knows where he is. He's not on any crazy drugs that we can tell right now. His pants are on, and we're walking off the plane. Take off. And the flight attendant wouldn't let it go. She was like, you don't know how many times we asked him to take off the seatbelt, to put his seatbelt on. His pants were off. He was in his boxers. And it feels like they forced Fire and Rescue to go back and deal with Odell when they were getting ready to be done with the incident. Odell tweeted, and then I don't know if I have a great defense for him cussing out this elderly gentleman, fat shaming him as well. But here's Odell's side. Can't lie, I was so mad. Bro really said everything but the N-word to me. He had to get it. If him and the other white gentleman wouldn't have looked to me with such an entitled manner, I would have removed myself from the plane. That's the real reason everyone had to get off. So that is Odell's side of things.
Okay.
With the plane.
All right. You know, you're right. The airline, I don't think handled that very well at all. I
still don't know how you get him to put a seatbelt on when he's unconscious. You can't put it on for him.
No, you can't.
Not going to touch him, not going to go in that area. If you are knocked out, gone cold, and you keep trying to wake him up, and he's so out, he can't respond, I can maybe see why they were worried about him. One of the flight attendants said, we were worried about you.
Yeah, I mean,
he was gone.
Yeah, I get that. Like, initially, if you're worried about it, but then when you realize he's just asleep, you let it go. I have no idea if there's some rule or whatever that's like, look, we can't have passengers who are out of it. What if there's an incident? You got to get them off the plane. Okay, fine. It would be the first time you've had a drunk, unconscious passenger or drugged up or whatever he was. You have no idea. It wouldn't be the first time. Like, you deal with it. But Odell went way too far. Like, he went way too, when it comes to the comments. Like, all right. You can't talk to somebody else like that. You want to he called somebody else entitled. I mean, he sounded entitled too.
Mike McCarthy on fixing Dak's interceptions against the Buccaneers, and can Xavier Rhodes beat T.Y. Hilton for this Cowboys secondary against Tom Brady? Inside the Star with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next.
Coming up at 10. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike McCarthy live at 7:15, and Peyton has rebooked Stephen A. Smith for 8:20 this morning. He is absolutely convinced that Mike McCarthy is gone if they lose Monday night. Marcus Spears is beside himself. He thinks Stephen A. has lost his mind. Orlovsky says there's no way he should lose his job. I have more Orlovsky DMs. Has got a little bit. Bobby will be proud. I got a little bit more irritated with him with the messages yesterday. Maybe we'll get into that later on. But let's get you caught up with business. Every player on the Cowboys' 53-man roster practiced yesterday. Kellen Moore, quote, Bobby, we just have to be efficient on first and second down in the run game. It doesn't have to be 20-yard runs. It just has to be efficient and allow the passing game to make completions and find different opportunities.
Okay, well, it's interesting because they say a successful play on first down is 60% of the yards to gain.
Oh, really?
That's 60% of the yards of a first down. 60% of a first down is a successful first down. And does this team average 6 yards a carry?
No, I was going to say, what would 2.9 yards per carry on first down
It
be?
would be an unsuccessful first down.
Oh, okay.
Is that what it is, 2.9?
That's what it is the last 5 weeks of the season when they run the ball, which is second worst in the NFL behind only the Jets.
Do we ask McCarthy about this?
Sure. What do you guys consider a successful first down? I mean, something like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, we'll leave that one to you, Chop. First down runs and second down runs.
Yeah, Sean's already tried to get McCarthy fired, so we don't. You need to ask that part.
All right, what do you think McCarthy's mood? Will we be able to tell that he's a little bit off or irritated this morning?
No, I think he'll come in and give you the happy face, but I also think there's zero chance he hasn't heard. Like, I think he knows what was asked. So he may make a sarcastic jab or something like, well, I mean, we'll see if I'm here on Tuesday. You guys can ask Jerry about that.
Has he been asked by the rest of the media this week about it?
No, I don't think so.
I woke up this morning and I said, I haven't seen any other I haven't seen a follow-up.
No.
Pretty stunning.
I think people think that's a question right now for Jerry. Like, he didn't get hit with it a lot last year until after the San Francisco game, even when Jerry would say something about it.
It's really interesting. He wakes up in the morning and that's the first thing he thinks of. The first thing I think of is, how do I open my right eye? Why is it still closed?
And how to hit the water.
Yeah. Yeah, how to hit the water.
Don't hit the back wall.
Right. The amount of times that she cleans her poor toilet every week because of me. And you're thinking about Mike McCarthy. Okay.
All right, in Dak's lone playoff win, this is from Jory Epstein, he used his legs. The lone playoff win, I was there.
Yeah.
Shout out Brian Martin. If you got any more Dr. Pepper seats, hook me up, Brian.
That's that name from the past.
Yeah.
He hasn't invited me to play golf in a while.
Yeah. In their lone win over the Seahawks, 2018, he used his legs. Ran 6 times for 29 yards and a touchdown on the ground. McCarthy said, I've never told Dak not to run. If anything, I encourage the scramble drill more. Felt like Jerry put an edict out there after Dak got hurt against the Giants. I don't want him running around. Mm-hmm. I don't want him moving around as much. So we always talk about Dak's legs, that little extra threat. And Bobby, it has seemed like he's reached much more of a comfort zone in terms of moving around back there in the pocket or outside the pocket. That's what I felt like over the past month.
Yeah, I honestly think that breaking the thumb against Tampa was something for him where he just kind of said, if I'm going to get hurt, I'm going to get hurt. And so I think he just kind of felt like there's no point in changing my game to protect myself because I don't know that that's going to help. And so I think ever since then you saw him scramble a lot more. He's been better in the running game this year than he was last year for sure. Last year there was just absolutely nothing there.
Mike McCarthy confident that coaching can fix Dak's interception issue.
I have great confidence in how we evaluate our players. The intensity of the grading that the coaches go through Sunday night and Monday morning. I mean, they put a lot of time into it. So Dak in particular, he's being coached, through the things that he needs to continue to build off of, which is the majority of his play. That, and I know we're talking about the negative now, but you definitely have to correct and learn from us. So I think the application of moving forward is really the answer to your question, as opposed to sitting there and just harping on the negative number.
So interception in 7 straight weeks, 11 interceptions in his last 7 games.
But how many does he consider actual interceptions?
Right.
I don't know.
That's the question. Now you got the.
Would you say the number should be 8?
That's just what, when you hear about PFF or Football Outsiders, some of these people who track things like that, they say that 8 of the 15 were interceptable throws. And so it's funny though, on the running front, I just had to look this up. This year was the second highest rush attempts per game of his career.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And he only ran for 182 yards. Now he missed 5 games, but
Right.
still, his rushing totals throughout his career: 282, 357, 305, 277, 93, 146, and 182.
Yeah, those first 2
more
years.
than last year.
Those first 2 years, he was incredibly efficient. He was like 5.5 yards per carry. This year, he was only 4.
Yeah, he was running the good spots. His ability to run, I still think he's at his best in the 2-point conversion. 2-point conversion, I just assume they're just going to have Dak do a delayed
draw.
Yeah, draw up the middle.
Well, Vegas is betting on Dak throwing another one on Monday. 11, this is from Caesars, 11 times more money. 11 has been bet on Dak's over interception total. What do you think the over interception total is? And
I assume, it can't be more than 1.5. I would assume it's a half.
It is a half. Does that feel or seem
Generate.
like easy money?
They're going to throw more than, they're going to throw 1?
Yeah, it seems like easy money, right?
It seems like it's the smart play at this point.
So the 11 times the amount of money has been bet on his over interception total than on his over passing yards, passing touchdowns, and rushing yards combined. All those other 3 categories for Dak: passing yards, passing touchdowns, and rushing yards combined, 11 times more money has been put on him throwing 1 interception or more.
Look, I think 1 interception is a fair number for every quarterback.
I agree. People were tweeting yesterday. Brett Favre was trending, and I was like, "Oh, what group of less fortunate people did he rob now and get away with?"
Man,
it's true. It's true. He's a piece of garbage, in my opinion. But they were like, "Oh, Brett Favre would throw 29 picks, and he's a gunslinger."
Yeah.
And then they're putting up Dak's photo. Ocho Cinco has weighed in. We're gonna get him on the show. He said, "Can someone on TV please have Dak's back? They continue to ask what's wrong with him as if these interceptions are all his fault. Orlovsky, break down film so casual fans can understand it's not solely on him, please." Orlovsky, of course, he responded and said, yeah, they're not all on him, but the majority are. So that was Ocho Cinco asking for someone on TV to have Dak's back.
Poor Ocho. He doesn't understand. He called on the wrong name to think he was going to get integrity and a direct, honest analysis of the film.
Micah Parsons has been in playoff mode. He's like LeBron shutting down social media, right? What does LeBron call it when he gets in the playoff? Dark mode?
Yeah, he's going to dark mode. Absolutely. He's going to read The Godfather every day. He's going to read the entire book every day.
Is that what he said?
No, he watches the movie every day. And he's always on have you ever noticed, he's always on the first page of a book. Go see photos of LeBron.
Oh, he's
What are you, read shaming him?
No, you've seen this meme. He's become even the Godfather thing where he got asked about that from a reporter. What's your favorite scene? He's like, there's so many, I can't name one, right? And then he's like, yeah, but just name one. And he goes, what, you want me to quote the whole movie back to you? And so he claims to do a lot of things I don't know that he actually does.
So Micah said, man, I'm in playoff mode. Blank that list. That list is the players all-pro list that he got left off of in favor of Myles Garrett and Bosa in San Francisco. And Micah says, congrats to those that made it, though. He was asked yesterday how much it helps seeing Tom Brady for a second time.
It really helps just because, you kind of got the look. You kind of already got a base of a team, what they want to do, how they want to attack you. We just got to be prepared for the unexpected, that first 15 when they come out, do some things we haven't seen. But truly, a team sticks to what they're good at and what they're known for. So we've seen it, and hopefully we're able to adjust and our game plan executes.
He was funny yesterday. He was talking about the opportunity to maybe play Tom Brady in his final game. He's like, if we win, we can be known as the team that beat him last. And then he goes, and if if we lose, we'll probably see him again. You know how Tom is. Right?
Who else was interesting yesterday?
Xavier Rhodes is really interesting. Man, if he sticks around past this year, he's going to be a good interview. He'll be if he's here in training camp next year, that'll be one that we enjoy talking to. He was a really, really good quote and said that what he's looking to do really is just come in here and be a big veteran presence for everybody and use his football IQ to help out some of these guys.
Can we get half of what T.Y. has contributed to the offense late in the game at the 11th hour of the season? Can we get a little bit of that, Xavier?
That's a veteran spell. I've been 10 years in. I've seen a lot of things, been in a lot of situations throughout the NFL, throughout my career. Been to the NFC Championship, been throughout the playoffs. I mean, you can name it all. I've probably been through it, and having that experience, I can be able to teach the young guys here what to expect in certain situations and what certain quarterbacks like to throw to, what his favorite routes and favorite players are. I mean, I've been through a lot, so I can definitely teach them about situational ball.
What do you think the plan is for him?
He's going to play. Now, does he... I think it'll be one of those things similar to Mackenzie Alexander, where Mackenzie Alexander was thrown out there, and then after 10 plays, they're like, okay, let's go to Deshaun Wright. We're going to roll with that. But they're going to see that they didn't bring him here just to sit on the bench. And he sounds ready. He said, they said, are you going to be able to play this Sunday? And he was like, or this Monday? And he said, I'm not here like to watch. Like I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this. I'm here for, trying to help this team raise that trophy in February.
I'm down to just throw him out there. Throw him out there over Deshaun Wright.
See if it works.
Trayvon Mullen. Let him get torched until I have to pull him. Throw him out there and let's see. I'll take anything. I'm desperate at this point. With the number 2, number 3 corner situation. Deron Bland, good to go.
Yep. Everybody should be good to go. Tyler Biadasz, full participant, looked fine. So Tyler Biadasz. Badass. I call him Tyler Badass.
Can you interview Biadasz about his last name and Steven and Jerry?
I mean, we've asked him before. Like, ask him about specifically how they pronounce it. Yeah, that's probably more a question when they're not in playoff mode. But yeah. Next like OTAs, I'll ask him.
All right, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. You got something?
No.
Oh. Yeah, the fancy pull-up of the access card. And
I just put it in my pocket.
I thought I saw a deep side. Got your fried chicken platter waiting over there.
This is baked chicken, Sean.
Baked chicken platter.
It's starting. It's planning for Mexico season.
You should Urban Dictionary what baked chicken means.
There's not blue cheese on this.
Whoa! Did you just one-up him with a dirty reference?
No, that's
I have no idea what y'all are talking about.
That's a booger sugar reference.
Oh. I had no idea. I don't know where I was or where I've been. They're changing the playoff rule. There's a new overtime rule for the playoffs, and it's being enacted. It's being put into effect starting this weekend.
Yeah. They will consist. So, like, they've got these new rules, right? They were going to keep the same thing during the regular season that they have kept in recent years in the playoffs. However, you don't end the game with a TD on the first possession anymore.
All right, so I kick off to you. You score a touchdown. It does not end.
Right. That will not happen. Postseason games won't end with a touchdown. If a team scores a touchdown on the first possession, it will line up to kick an extra point or attempt a 2-point conversion, and then they will kick off. And the other team gets a chance to score a touchdown, or tutty, as you would call it.
No, we would not call it that.
No.
If that team scores a touchdown, we'll line up for an extra point or 2-point conversion. It's possible the game can end at that point, because if they kick the extra point, the second team tries to game it in a 2-point conversion, or they miss it. After that, the score remains tied. After the second touchdown, from there, it is a sudden death overtime. So it's not an exact replica of college where everybody gets an equal possessions. You're guaranteed one possession.
I like it.
I like it. It's better.
You talked me into it.
100% chance that I would defer if won the toss. 100% chance I defer. And 100% chance I go for 2 if I score a touchdown instead of tying it.
Here's what I want out of this thing, though, is just if you're going to play a sudden death overtime, don't make it a 10-minute quarter. Make it 15. And if you're going to do one of these, each team gets a possession, then I think it makes more sense to have a 10-minute quarter.
Mavs and Stars involved in absolute thrillers last night. Lamar Jackson gives his own update. Derek Carr says goodbye, and Jalen Hurts says, yeah, I'm hurting. That's all next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan. But first, let me get you on over. What a night. Crazy games for the Metroplex. The Mavericks get huge threes from Luka at the end of regulation. Double overtime against the Lakers. He hits a big one in the overtime period. Spencer Dinwiddie was there for support. Christian Wood had a fantastic stat line, and the Mavs continue to own the Lakers. They get the win in Los Angeles, and then the heartbreaker with the Dallas Stars up one. They're about to win with
They had it won.
They had it won. And the New York Rangers tie it with 0.9 left. They end up winning it in overtime. The Rangers are now 13-2-2 in their last 17 games. I wanted to find the win probability on that. Where's the hockey win probability? They got to have it for every sport, right?
I would think so.
And what would it be? You think it would be like 99 point something?
Oh, at when you're up one with less than a second to go. Yeah, you're in the 99.99s. Yeah, you are. For sure.
So a heartbreaker for the Stars. The Mavs get the W. Russell Westbrook bumping Luka, going back and forth. LeBron did not hit a three-pointer, but Luka and the Mavs get the W. Let's take you around the rest of the NFL. Mike McCarthy at 7:15 today, live. Stephen A. Smith rejoins the show at 8:20. All right. Lamar Jackson providing his own personal update for this weekend. Took to Twitter and said, "My knee remains inflamed and unstable. I appreciate everybody asking me about my injury situation." So this feels like Lamar is definitely out.
Feels like he's definitely out, and this feels like damaged relations. Like when the team
feels like it's personal.
Yeah, the fact that the team isn't able to shoot the media straight about it because they genuinely don't seem to know or either don't want to air out the clear tension that they have.
If John Harbaugh's truly ticked, the way he's answering it to the media makes sense.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I love Lamar. You don't understand how much I love Lamar. At the same time, I can't tell you anything that's happening. I can't give you any update.
Yeah, I mean, just think about like how normal it is for a player to protect their injury status. Like Odell. Like think about how Odell talked about his knee for a month.
Yeah. Made everyone believe he could actually run.
Yeah, and just in general, like whenever teams talk about things, they try to protect certain information about their injuries. Players a lot of times will defer to, well, you know, you got to ask the coach about that or whatever else. And so for Lamar, for there to be all this mystery around it, then Lamar just goes to Twitter for a 2-part tweet to, hey, here it is. I mean, it read like a prepared statement from a PR company or something.
Let me ask you this. If he had signed, what's Deshaun's deal? 240 guaranteed?
Mm-hmm.
If he had signed for $241 million guaranteed over the offseason, would he be playing it up tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
And maybe before.
Yep, he'd be playing.
Yeah.
Does he not have insurance?
I
I'm being
don't know.
serious. That
I
was
have no idea.
you remember everybody was devastated when Willis McGahee messed up his knee in the national title, and then it was found out like, oh, he had bought insurance that covered him in the event. I feel like players who have these sort of
Lloyd's of London,
when they don't have protections like that, I feel like they do insure certain things.
But the thing that makes it so, I mean, this is fascinating. It's fascinating because of the type of player Lamar is. Are the Ravens going to be totally turned off saying you quit on us? Are the Ravens still held hostage because it is a quarterback and their quarterback? What are other teams and executives? How do they value Lamar throughout the rest of the league? And then it can boil down to this. Lamar Jackson, all these Shannon Sharps and everyone's saying, sit out. You should. Roddy White. What was the offer that they gave him? 133?
It's
250 with 133 guaranteed at signing.
It's a little confusing because there were reports about what he was offered, and then there's the Lamar, I think, somebody tweeted at him directly and said, well, you turned this down in recent months, and then he said that offer was never on the table. Nope, not true. And so, I mean, they've been...
But here's what we think we know, and I take the Ravens' side on this. Lamar Jackson is ticked off because they have not offered him the Deshaun deal. That, as we said at the time, is a fluke. That's an aberration. That's a one-off. It would not surprise us if we think it is.
We think it is. The issue is, yeah, it may be a one-off, but if I'm Lamar Jackson, I'm like, that's your problem.
That's the standard.
That standard's been set.
That's the norm.
And that is your problem to deal with.
Market
Now,
guy.
I tried to do that with our negotiations here, bringing up other cities, and they were like, "Well, the cost of living there is more." And I was like, "It ain't 150% more,"
Right?
and it just didn't work.
There's
When
resetting.
RJ and I tried to be on the home of the Seahawks.
Oh, the cost of living in Seattle is 40% more. Yeah, well, is it 150% more?
Yeah.
There's resetting the market and then there's correcting the market though. And Deshaun's deal, I think, is viewed a little more like a slight correction in the market because that's what Gurley was. Gurley, followed by like Zeke, CMC, like those guys kind of corrected the running back market. Whereas I don't think it's like just a continual reset. You saw things flatten out with Gurley's deal.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. And I understand that. But if I'm Lamar, I'm like, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
The market's been set.
It is Lamar's problem if the rest of the league says, no, here's the correction on the market.
Well, it's collusion, and I'll go to court.
It's not collusion, though. But I mean, that's like saying Gurley's deal became collusion. Teams just said, we're not going above that. Like individually said they're not going above it, and it became a correction, and then it became Zeke's problem. If Zeke wanted more than Gurley, that wasn't happening.
It's just it's just a shame for the weekend, though, because Ravens-Bengals now, I don't care, and Dolphins-Bills, I don't care. It's a shame that Lamar and Tua aren't playing. The Bills are favored by 13.5. And
oh, my God. I can't believe it's not to 16 yet.
And the Bengals are, did you get it at a lower number?
10.
Congratulations.
Dude, well, I mean.
Drinks on choppy.
I know, right? Here's the thing.
And the Bengals are favored by 9.5.
Here's the thing. The wild card, since 2012, double-digit, this is from Football 401k, double-digit favorites, home favorites, since in the wild card round since 2012, are 8-0 against the spread, 8-0 straight up, and 5-3 to the over. Since 1989, they're 14-3 against the spread, and they've won 6 straight against the spread, double-digit favorites. They've covered. Like they just cover these games.
Well, that means San Francisco, Buffalo, and Cincinnati are walking to the next round. For all this talk, super wild card weekend. We got a 10-point spread, we got a 13.5-point spread, and we have a 9.5-point spread. Not the most inviting television to kick things off because you got 2 quarterbacks that are out.
And then the other game that's going to be close, you've got 2 quarterbacks you don't want to watch.
Giants-Vikings?
Yeah.
I can watch Kirk.
Can you?
Yeah, he's got Justin Jefferson on the other side.
You can watch Justin Jefferson, not Kirk.
I have to watch Kirk to get to Justin Jefferson.
I mean, really, it's just the 4 or 5 matchups are the only ones really worth watching, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
Jacksonville, and Chargers, and Dallas, Tampa. Those are the games that are worth watching. The others are kind of boring to me.
Jalen Hurts did not throw at practice yesterday as the Eagles got some work in before leaving for their bye week. After practice, he said he's happy. There's no game for the Eagles. It's a good thing there's a bye week. So I'm optimistic that Philly is compromised. Will be a little bit compromised for their first playoff game. I have some hope. I'm no longer buying that it's a total complete Sirianni sell job. He's not playing possum, playing raccoon on us. I think Jalen Hurts, they rushed him back out there. They were desperate to lock that up. And I would think that he's going to be 85%.
He heals faster than you, though.
I know.
He does.
I know Wolverine. Thanks, Logan. Is that his name, Logan?
Yep.
Nice.
Good job. Good job. Pop
Good
culture
what?
Good job.
Oh.
Pop culture reference from Sean.
Yes. Derek Carr with his Dear Abby letter. Another pop culture.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
From 19.
That's your grandmother's pop culture reference.
Does anyone listen?
Ad Landers.
Does anyone listen? Angela Lansbury wrote this for him. Does anyone listening know Dear Abby? But Derek Carr, I'll paraphrase it. I'm just heartbroken. I know I said I'd never play for anyone else but the Raiders.
Cry like him.
But it's just my burning desire to win a championship. And no man can put that out except for God. That's actually his quote.
He's going to go play quarterback for Clemson.
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh my God. If he is not a perfect quarterback for Dabo. So look, Derek Carr's gone. CBS Sports came out with a list of possible teams. Top contenders: Buccaneers, Commanders, Jets, Texans, Titans, long shots: Colts, Giants, Patriots, Saints, Seahawks, Choppy, you have your list?
I think Miami.
Interesting.
Well, they're getting Tom Brady, as Mike Florio has Tom Brady going to 17 different cities. Florio's got Tom going to New Orleans with Sean Payton, and now yesterday he has Tom Brady finally merging up with Stephen Ross and maybe Sean Payton in Miami to be the Dolphins QB.
I mean, I'm not taking Sean Payton over Mike McDaniel at this point. I'm just not. Especially after 1 year, you're going to give up. You didn't have a first-round pick this year. You're going to trade one next year, pay him $20 million, and pay McDaniel's buyout. And McDaniel's a better offensive mind than Sean Payton anyway. If Tua retires, they've got a lot of weapons down there.
That's
like that is a dream scenario.
They got the best receiving situation in the league.
I think you're probably not far off on that one. I think you might be spot on. So if I'm Derek Carr, I'm like, that's the golden ticket, right? That's where I want to go. I think New England is a wild card. Although if I were him, I wonder, he didn't play well in the New England system this year. This was his worst season. And I don't know if I would go to that system if I were him. The Jets are a team that people are talking about.
And by the way, the Patriots are expected to change offensive coaches, according to Tom Curran, after Belichick met with Robert Kraft.
Yeah, if I were him, like my order of preference would be like Miami 1, Miami 2, Miami 3, and then like Jets or New England or Tennessee.
Washington has weapons.
That's where I think Washington makes a ton of sense. And you want to talk about like a quarterback coach combo? Rivera would love him too. Rivera would think he's awesome.
Yes.
And I mean, you get the I mean that's somebody who, if you get Carr with Dotson, McLaurin, like get him an opportunity to throw to guys like that, I think he can play within that system.
I mean, he's had weapons. That's all. I'm here to smear Derek Carr.
Washington's a double-digit win team with Carr though.
He has had weapons and he's played well. The difference is that his defense has allowed 27 points per game in his career. You ain't winning with that.
How many 17-point leads did he lose this year? Because of defense.
4, right?
Yeah, it was a lot.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. We got Bobby Payton and Ryan with Mike McCarthy live at 7:15. Oh yeah. Whales everywhere, baby. Water splashing. This whale thing is really picked up.
It really
Every time we tweet it out, people are sending us Free Willy. We need a bet for Stephen A. Stephen A. called us out again. Orlovsky cried about us on national TV, and we need a bet because Mike McCarthy is not getting fired if they lose on Monday. Stephen A. swears he is, so let's come up with a little show bet and how Orlovsky and I were fighting over Dak Prescott in the DMs yesterday. That's next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Boomerjacks, your official game day headquarters and
Headlines coming up at 7 o'clock. Mike McCarthy at 7:15. Stephen A. Smith at 8:20. Nick Eben at 9:20. DallasCowboys.com. Final hour of the show. So yesterday it happened again. Stephen A., we may as well form a partnership with ESPN or First Take. We may as well do a cross show, like a Barstool type setup with the 4-letter, as every week we're getting mentioned on there. Very nice. We appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're appreciated. See, I got the hoodie today. We're the you're appreciated hoodie.
All right, that may be part of the bet payoff with Stephen A., as he's on with Orlovsky, who we were fighting with. I was fighting with yesterday in the DMs. You're going to hear Orlovsky whine here on the side.
What?
As Stephen A. called us out again.
What did I say? I said he's lying. By the way, 105.3, the flagship station.
I'm texting with him right now because they're all mad at me.
To come
Stop
on
it. All right, that's Orlovsky. I'm texting them right now. They're texting me right now because they're all mad at me. Stephen A. just plowed right through him.
Good.
Didn't even stop down. Play the whole thing.
What did I say? I said he's lying. By the way, 105.3, the flagship station.
I'm texting with him right now because they're all mad at me.
To come on because evidently they need me to come back on to echo what the hell I said.
But
he's lying.
But here's my thing, Stephen A.
Let Mike McCarthy lose this game Monday night.
Oh, we're so mad. We're so mad.
Let him lose.
So mad.
Dan Quinn will be the next head coach. That was the end of Stephen A.'s statement. So again, he twists it like we're sitting there begging and pleading with him to come on. After in the past weeks, he's like, I like those brothers. They're cool. They're good. I'll come back on. If y'all want me to. So we're like, all right, we'll get you on to talk about your
105 the fan.
McCarthy.
105 a fan.
Your McCarthy belief, and they're doing First Take in Tampa, so some good cross promotion for him.
And that's it. That's the deal. See, because Peyton suggested the You're Appreciated hoodie or shirt.
All right,
right?
so
I should crash the set in Tampa and hold up the thing behind him.
Oh, you'll be there. Perfect.
Well, we need to set this up, right? So we need to bet him that McCarthy, if they lose, McCarthy does not get fired.
Right.
He's so adamant. He's tripling down on it. And let's put something up. What could we entice him with?
So look, you got to shoot big. Okay. See, I was very disappointed in Peyton when he said the shirt. That's not big. We got to go bigger
What
than that.
shirt?
The You're Appreciated hoodie
That he has to wear.
He has to
our
wear
hoodie?
it First Take.
Okay.
That's not big enough. Okay.
I mean, millions of people see it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Name.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you know what? They also could see us on First Take. That's what you shoot for. That's the first thing. We get a segment on First Take Friday morning at the Super Bowl Radio Row or Thursday or whatever it is.
I like it.
That is what you start with.
I don't think that's realistic, though.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Negotiating 101.
Yeah.
Or 001 at this company.
Right. Make them come down to you, right? Make them come down.
Aim high.
Yeah.
Aim high.
Never give your real number first.
The second one is
Chubb, you're gonna be our attorney on this, our lead attorney at 8:20.
All right. So the second one is, if not for that, then they have to do an entire segment on First Take where they all have those sticks with our pictures on our faces on them, and they just hold them up in front of the camera like Kornheiser does.
PTI sticks.
The PTI sticks.
That I love.
It can't be the headshots that Ryan did for us. Those are horrible. Those are hideous. All right, we're gonna put our own photos up there that we want.
We're all sitting there wearing hats.
I know
on the cardboard cutouts.
Yeah.
I love that. But what are we gonna provide for him? What happens if McCarthy gets run? What do we do? My suggestion.
I'm lost there. I don't.
What do you do for Stephen A. and I?
We have nothing to offer.
What do you mean you?
I mean, if they get run, I'm not totally confident he's coming back.
So it's
can
you
lose.
and Stephen A. against me and Choppy.
Look, I think that whatever.
Give me the percentage.
How do they lose? Do they lose like they did to Washington?
Okay.
50.
50?
Yeah. If they lose like they did to Washington in the playoffs, 50.
If it's 23-20?
Then probably not. He's
Okay.
probably back.
We simulcast we simulcast the full hour of First Take 9 a.m. We'll just play it. We'll leave the show at 9 a.m.
Yeah,
and we'll just play the final hour, first hour, First
This is
Take.
the benefit for the show, though.
Yes, and so is this.
So is this.
We
yeah.
offer to take him out. He gets to pick the restaurant, and we'll set a tab at $1,000, and he can pick the restaurant. We'll each pay $300 and change a piece, and we'll take him out to. He's not going to go out to dinner with us.
He'll laugh at $1,000 tab.
Yeah. He can't get his Remy.
$1,000.
Does he drink Remy?
I think everybody would drink Remy. It's free.
Well, you got up to $1,000. We'll get Michael and Steven. We'll pay for their dinner because I know Bobby will spend big on it.
I've paid for dinners like that.
Allowed. He doesn't ask for permission. He asks for forgiveness.
I don't even ask for that.
So I
just say that's the way it is.
I don't know what to put on it, but we need some ideas on the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Because I will put up something big that McCarthy does not get fired if they lose.
I agree. I don't think he gets wrong.
And he is adamant that it's going to happen.
They have rotating hosts on First Take. That's what y'all should just shoot for.
Yeah, let us
you guys get to host. You guys are across from him for a whole episode.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen.
Wear a suit. Can I wear a suit with a hoodie under it like Orlovsky?
Yeah.
What did you just say, though? You said it doesn't matter if it could happen. You shoot for the stars. You shoot high.
Got to shoot high.
I don't want to go to Bristol, Connecticut in January. Just let's get our fan cam simulcast on there.
Or is there a guest that he could hook y'all up with?
No.
That you want out there? No.
Dan Orlovsky.
No. All right, let me get to this.
Your tooth doesn't hurt.
So yesterday, Orlovsky put out his quarterback list. I didn't even see them discuss it on their show. Ranking the playoff quarterbacks, he put Dak 12 out of 14. All right, the only guys below Dak, Skyler the Stripper Thompson and Brock Brady Purdy. That's it. Dak was 12. Daniel Jones was above him. Everyone else is above him. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? And he goes, what? What? I don't see the problem. I don't understand the issue. He wrote me, where do you want Dak, 9 or 10? I said, you have him as the third worst quarterback in the playoffs and behind Daniel Jones. You know that's insulting. Did Geno have a better final month than Prescott? See, this is where I'm arguing with everybody. People are taking the overall season. I'm going with the latest stretch, and I'm using that to factor in what I think you're going to do in the first week of the playoffs. I said, did Geno have a better final month? Did Herbert even? You have Lamar above him. He hasn't practiced in a month, and their offense had questions and struggled while he was trying to pass. He said, Lamar isn't ranked. I did this list Monday without knowing injury and planned for him to play or not play. He's not ranked. Well, he's on your list. Geno has had a far better season than Dak. Jones is playing better, dude. That's fact. So he said Daniel Jones right now is playing better. And then I said, you can't have it both ways. You're putting Brady high because of his mystique. Because Tom Brady's a legend. But then you're justifying Daniel Jones because of the present. So you can't have it both ways. Tom hasn't played better than Dak this year. And then Orlovsky said, yes, he has. I didn't put him on there because of the past. So that was my back and forth with Dan Orlovsky.
I mean, I don't think Dak is the 11th or 12th best quarterback in the playoffs. I think he's higher than that. Although he is 11th in QBR and he's 12th in EPA.
Well, I mean,
and those are terrible. And he's below Daniel Jones in both.
Among playoff quarterbacks, he is 6th in ESPN's raw QBR. So you can ask Dan that. Dan, do you believe that your company that signs your checks has an awful metric that doesn't know how to value quarterbacks?
Why is their QBR so different than everyone else's?
I don't know. Ask Dan Orlovsky. He probably can't tell you.
So that was the back and forth.
What a twerp.
Twerp? Huh?
Yeah, he said.
The worst thing he did yesterday is what he did with Peyton. When Stephen A. had that clip, and he goes, "You guys have our numbers. Both y'all come on." Orlovsky writes back, "You guys asked me to come on while I'm walking my kids to school, man." And I was like, "What are you doing? What are you trying to get sympathy? You trying to make us look bad that we're like interrupting your child time in the morning? We've asked you for 4 different times. You got 3 hours with your kids in the morning apparently, and then you had a dentist appointment. So shut up. Just stop." So I didn't like that. I didn't like him trying to smear Pepe publicly.
Do you think he feels gross inside?
No.
About what a fraud he is and what just a liar he is?
I don't think so. And maybe Choppy's right. Maybe he's just being dumb and not being fake. There's a difference.
I think there's plenty of fake people out there. I don't think athletes generally are fake with their takes on players in their sport.
He has very different takes than he did 5 years ago when he first started. That's my issue, is that he's
dumber.
All right, former player Brian Urlacher was on yesterday with the KMC Masterpiece, and they brought up our new co-host, Bobby Belt, with his golf bet with Derek Holland.
Since you're going to be in town for a golf event, we got to ask you a question. We have somebody on the morning show who claims, we think he's trolling, but he claims that he has never golfed in his life and he can go out there and shoot 80 or better on his first attempt. What would your response be to this particular individual?
Put as much money as you can, as much money as he wants to bet him, because he ain't going to do it. It's impossible. Man, I feel like I'm a decent golfer, and sometimes I can't break 80. So get as much money on the table as you can and take that bet.
I think he's already got $500 laid on the table against one of our friends.
Bobby, why would he do that?
Out of him. It'll be over after about 7 holes.
Now, okay. Thank
you
you
what,
for
though,
that.
on the back nine, he's going to be like, I can bring it back. I can do it.
I'm going to birdie an eagle every hole. Don't worry about it.
We're going to play this audio for him because I think he's doing a bit, but he is also maybe the most irresponsibly confident person I've ever met.
Yes,
so
that's true.
Now, you
Sounds
said
like a fun guy.
Yeah,
He is fun.
absolutely.
Damn.
You can see why he would be a good radio host too, right?
Yes, for sure.
So that was Brian Urlacher on with the Masterpiece.
Look, we build them different here in Texas. Brian Urlacher's from New Mexico. That's not really a state known for their elite golfers. So, look, I understand he doesn't understand the born and bred nature of the great state of Texas. But by the way, I'm noticing, I think they took the golf club out of here. I think Basic's tired of me. Oh, it's laying down on the ground. Okay, I was going to say, I set it up over here, and it's just because Basic's getting legitimately annoyed now. Yesterday during Crosstalk, he was very quiet when we were talking about my golfing. He was just doing this. He was shaking his head and looking like kind of irritated every time I'd make a point. And so
I thought you actually were in legit trouble with your wife after the show. You never usually go dark for 3 hours on the text chain or on Twitter, and you said that she was mad over... I don't know. You shamed her with the household duties yesterday, and then I said in Crosstalk that you had upped the bet with Derek to $500, trying to save yourself and your marriage.
Yeah, you snitched.
Did you get in any trouble?
No, I didn't get in trouble. Part of it was there was Cowboys yesterday, and the last couple days, I don't know, I'm falling into your trap. Or not your trap. I need the nap.
Yeah.
I need the afternoon nap. I don't know if it's just I got to catch up.
Yeah.
Because I've been able to run on it fine without taking the nap, but the last couple days I've needed it, and so no, I managed to survive. I talked my way out of another one. I just held up the bank statement, and I was like, "Know your place." Okay.
Okay. So Bobby's now single and divorced. So
how would she survive? Was she going to live in a box?
Well, she does everything apparently.
Was she going to clean the box? The cardboard box?
Have you been married more than 10 years?
No, 10. It's coming up on 10.
Oh, then now's the time.
So what?
She doesn't work. I think the state of Texas is 10 years marriage and or 10 years plus, and then she hasn't worked or the spouse hasn't worked. And you get some spousal maintenance.
And for anybody on the fan text who's going, you misogynist. I'm kidding. All right, just relax.
Are you kidding me? In this state? Your approval rating goes through the roof.
Yeah, right?
877-881-1053.
Kristen, I'm kidding.
You're a hero. Sean Sharif, he's kidding, Kristen. We're just egging him on. Don't get mad at him. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with Mike McCarthy at 7:15 here on DFW Sports Station. All right, let's set you up for the entire NFL weekend. The AFC Championship game has picked their neutral site, and is Trevor Bauer just sitting out there for some team in the AL West, maybe in Arlington, to go out and get them? Headlines next on The Fan.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the G-Bag Nation. Our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Doncic will put it in. Hasn't scored since midway through the third. Dinwiddie gives it right back. Schroeder on Doncic. Three-pointer on its way for the top. It's good. Luka Doncic, a clutch three.
That was the call last night on TNT. Luka hit two humongous threes that tied the game. Final seconds of regulation and the first overtime. Spencer Dinwiddie provided some additional help as the Mavs beat the Lakers in double OT last night in LA, 119-115. Luka with his 56 career triple-double, 35, 14, and 13. Better than LeBron James? Better player than LeBron James?
Currently, yeah. Is that even a debate?
Is he the best player on the floor last night? No doubt, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, currently, I don't think it's a hot take to say that he's better than LeBron right now.
No, I don't think so
Yeah.
either.
Career for sure, absolutely hot take, but right now, no.
Spencer Dinwiddie scored twice in a late 6-0 run to put the Mavs over the top in double OT. Bron went 9 for 28, missed all 7 of his three-point attempts. Christian Wood coming up big in the box score as well.
Boom, baby. Yep. Another giant multi-block performance, too. 24 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 blocks. It's amazing how you can play better when you put your better players on the floor.
Christian Wood going to price himself out of here if the Mavs don't want to go above 2 years?
Do they even want to go above like $2 million or something? The way they've been treating that whole situation. He's been really, really good since he got put into the starting lineup. And
not by choice. They were forced to do it.
No, they had their arm twisted into it. That's the frustrating thing about this, is that they didn't even make the right decision. They were forced into doing it.
Yep. All right. Meanwhile, a heartbreaker. So that was a thriller for the positive. Last night was a thriller for the negative with the heartbreaker on Rangers TV.
Takeaway, Zibanejad is poked away. Scramble on Panarin. Fox scores! An incredible win for the New York Rangers.
Listen to that crowd in the Garden. You could barely hear the announcer as the Rangers tied it with less than a second in regulation, and then they won it. 116 in overtime. So, can we say, does the math add up? The Stars lost this game. They lost a 1-0 lead in the game in a minute 17, right? Scored 116 into the overtime?
Yes.
And 1 second left in regulation.
Yeah. They lost the lead in the overtime in less than a minute and a half.
Told you to watch out for that.
Yeah, you did. You did. You prepared.
If you would just listen.
Should have bet it.
Mike Evans was asked about the Dallas Cowboys defense that he's going to face on Monday night on this radio station.
Well, they're a team that's simple. You know, they're a good team, but they're simple. They don't run anything really exotic or defensively and offensively. You know, they're just a really talented team, and they're just going to play straight up and see if you could beat them.
Okay. I don't think there were some people freaking out about that yesterday. I don't think it's the worst.
No, it's headline porn. No. People quoted it saying the Cowboys are simple. They don't do anything.
Now, I will say it does run a little bit counter to what you hear some people say about the way they rush the passer. Like, other teams have talked about the twists, the stunts they run, talking about how they line up Micah, how they disguise things like that is difficult to read. But, I mean, if he's just talking especially about just the coverage aspect of it and not necessarily things going on with the front seven, then I understand what he's saying. But in general, I think people just hear simple and go, oh, that's offensive. Simple, vanilla, right. You're just criticizing them.
I mean, simple, there's a lot of teams out there that try to be simple. Quarterbacks sometimes like their receivers not to go in motion. So it allows them to see what the defense is doing. Parcells used to talk about it all the time. Like, he was like, this team's, they're not the hardest team to prepare for because they don't move their receivers around very much. Because the quarterback doesn't want them to move the receivers around. Simple's not bad. Simple can be good. Sometimes you overcomplicate things.
Yeah, that's the football you loved about Jason Garrett. Just man up. All your scheming and your trick plays, that's wuss stuff.
Yeah, look, I mean, the toxic masculine way to play football, which is the way I prefer to play it, and do life, is, grip
it and rip it.
I'm better than you. Prove me wrong. And if you have to use, and Lou Holtz has said this before, and I do agree with this on Lou. He goes, the moment.
Did he? How did he say it?
Well, Lou Holtz will say, the moment you use a trick play. The moment you use a trick play, you have told the other team, we can't beat you straight up. I don't think he's wrong.
Mike McCarthy's coming up live in 10 minutes. Stephen A. Smith at 8:20 this morning. Here is the schedule for NFL Super Wild Card Weekend. 3:30 tomorrow. Seahawks at the 49ers. There any way Seattle can be a pain here?
Sure.
I feel like
better quarterback.
Okay.
They're not going to win. And the degenerate will tell you that they're not going to cover. But they've got the better quarterback.
I think Seattle could be that may be my shocking hot take, that Seattle could be a little bit of a pain.
And if you hate first down rush attempts, you should hate San Francisco. They run the ball on first down more than the Cowboys.
Really?
They run the ball on first down like 50-something. No, I'm sorry. 38% of the time. And the Cowboys run at 37%. So it's right there with them.
The night game, Chargers at Jacksonville. The Chargers are favored by 1.5 on the road. Sunday, triple header. Dolphins at Bills without Tua. Buffalo's favored by 13.5. We'll pick all these games at 8 o'clock this morning. 3:30. This will get the biggest rating in the Metroplex by far. Giants at Vikings. Minnesota is favored by 3. 7:15. Ravens at Bengals. As Lamar Jackson tweets out, he's still not feeling right. So it looks like it's going to be Tyler Huntley with the Bengals favored by 9.5. That has the lowest over-under, RJ, of the weekend at 40.5.
Yeah, it's very low. Very, very low.
And then our spread is still 2.5 for Monday night. Over-under is 45.
You know, you think that Giant Viking game is going to get better numbers than the Saturday night Herbert Lawrence game?
Yes. In the Metroplex.
Yeah, okay, I see that. Yeah,
3:30 Fox, Giants, NFC East.
Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
I think on Saturday night, I mean, you're gonna be more in front of your TV Saturday night at 7:00 or 3:30 Sunday. I'll be 3:30 Sunday.
It would probably be 3:30 Sunday. Yeah, it would probably be 3:30.
But you're most excited about Chargers Jacksonville.
Yeah, outside of the Cowboy game on Monday night, Chargers Jacksonville is the one that I'm looking forward to the most. It would have been potentially Ravens Bengals, or it could have been. I mean, I would have been intrigued by Buffalo Miami, especially if the weather was mild for Buffalo this time of year. If it was blowing a gale, I don't think I would have been all that into it.
AFC Championship game, if it's Bills Chiefs, is going to be played in Atlanta at the Mercedes-Benz Dome, and Trevor Bauer is officially available if any team signs him, which some baseball insiders are suggesting will not happen.
No, they're saying it won't happen. That a lot of teams would be on another planet in order to sign him.
John Heyman.
It's going to cost you about $720,000 at minimum if you want to get him. That's what you could sign him for. I bet you somebody had it would have to take a team. Now you've already had a few teams: Mets, Yankees, Padres, Giants, and Minnesota have said that they're not interested. They don't want to go down that road. That's fine. It's their team. I would suspect a team in a media market that is not big, that is not pressured, that is not in your face like us. Those would be the likely teams to take a shot at him. It's really kind of ironic. The Yankees said no, but they didn't say no to Aroldis Chapman, and they haven't said no to Domingo Germán. They're going to say no to Trevor Bauer? Okay. All right.
We're your home of the Rangers. We're your home of the Cowboys. We're your home of the Mike McCarthy Show. Mike going to be mad at us? Let's preview Will Choppy throw me under the bus as we preview the Buccaneers. Mike McCarthy on Sean and RJ next.
Friday morning, audio gold.
RJ, that's a no-brainer where he went. So.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. Friday mornings at 7:15, right here on The Fan.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
This is Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. I'm a Tolo. Call us today for our $50 garage door tune-up special. 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Woo! Here we go. The monster guest list begins now. Stephen A. Smith at 8:20 this morning. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com in the final hour. But it begins with the head coach of America's team, our weekly Friday visit with Mike McCarthy on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning, gentlemen.
Coach, any different feeling going into the playoffs for round one compared to last year? Do you have a different feel about your football team or anything to compare and contrast from last year?
Excellent question. Coming out right out of the gate.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Downhill
from here.
Downhill. No, I think clearly, like anything, I know for my mindset is really just tied into, building off of the things that have happened here, particularly in the last 4 or 5 weeks. I mean, we have more moving parts, as far as getting different guys ready, trying out some, players for the first time the last couple of weeks. So, but I do feel good about having the extra day and getting our personnel groups lined up and ready to go for Monday night. So, that's definitely a little different than last year. But yeah, I think just like everything, your team evolves and grows, and we're 25% of our players are new from last year, so there's definitely some carryover for experience. I think experience in the playoffs is a good thing. I don't think it's absolutely necessary that you have to have it. So that's something you just really focus on with your younger players, your first time players, and but just playing to the leadership of the locker room, and frankly just dialed into the plan, because today's really a Thursday for us on our schedule, so we're just we're hitting into the third down pressures, red zone, street yards, goal line, 4 minute backed up, just really so we're kind of right in the middle of our prep. So, but that's a long damn answer, but yeah, I think they feel the same in the fact that you're in the tournament and you have great excitement and energy to go win a game, especially on the road.
Yeah, I know you all said that you wanted to get tougher after last season. Do you feel after the season that you guys accomplished that?
Tougher? I would say, I think the biggest thing when you look at, when you take a full season and you evaluate it to sit there and say, okay, we need to do these two things. I think it's more variations of that, and I just know, coming out of last year, we wanted to improve our run defense. We wanted to commit more. I know I wanted to commit more to the run game and to our running backs, and so I think we clearly have done that. We've made some personnel adjustments to our defense for run defense and so forth. So, I think we're definitely better this year than we were last year in those areas.
Coach, how do you measure nerves? Like in other sports, beginning of an NBA playoff game, sometimes teams will be cold. Last year, we had heard some players talk about nerves. Is that something you can sense or see or feel throughout the week, or it just kind of happens when that playoff game starts or right before?
There's no issue with us in that particular area. I mean, we have a lot of energy and excitement, and I think, maybe learning from last year, we didn't start as quickly as we'd like. And, I think, a lot of times in our game, especially with the heightened awareness of the playoffs, it can get over-evaluated. So I'm not worried about our guys at all as far as how we come out of the gate.
Mike McCarthy here on The Fan. How much can you take from game one, or is that just so far and long ago that you guys are completely different? Or can you take, I'm not asking you what you took from it, but how much can you take from the opener?
Well, you definitely watch it for the personnel matchups to see how guys played against one another. And, because it definitely, is an experience in the area of fundamentals, techniques, they're different alignments, what they had success doing against you, which, things you had a success doing against them. But just look at the video. I mean, I know when I turned it on last week and it started, prepping for Tampa, our offensive line has, 3 different players playing. We got 3 positions. So yeah, there's definitely changes there, and that's the beauty of the playoffs. You have the whole season to grow, and it's part of your journey. And they're different too. I mean, they came out of camp and they came into our game and played us totally different, particularly their offense, on how we expected them to play. So, they were the top team in the league, 2021, throwing the football, and they came in and just totally committed to the run. So, I mean, those are things you look at, but most importantly, you just watch the course of their season and things that they really do well, and how we feel like they're going to match up against us, and that's going to be a huge part of the game.
Coach, what did they do defensively against you guys, or what have you seen from their defense throughout the season for the way that they set up right now?
I mean, it's an aggressive scheme. Todd's always, this is the way he's always played, and they primarily function in 2 defensive personnel groups, base and nickel, but they have all the different variations of pressure. So he has overload pressure, inside pressure. Gives you the design fronts in the third down. Third downs, this is the highest pressure defensive unit that we've seen all year. So so that identity is still there, and how they're playing, but most importantly, how they're going to match up against us on the outside, and how they're going to play CD and Dalton. So that's what you're really focused on. But schematically, they haven't changed from their philosophy. So that's really been consistent with Todd. Really, the last 2 years, we looked at all of our prep from last year too, and they changed during the course of the year, but their volume has been very, very consistent, and rightfully so. They have a veteran defense. I mean, their linebackers, both linebackers, I don't think they've missed a snap in the last 2 years. So it's a group that's played a lot of football together.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. He's still Tom Brady, even though he screwed me in fantasy this year. So I know that their offense is not the same as it was last year. What have you seen to explain some of their offensive struggles, Coach? I know they were banged up front, like you guys had some questions to start the year, but they still got Evans. They still have Godwin, but it seems like the offense hasn't been as explosive or threatening. What have you seen?
Well, Sean, I think you really already answered. I mean, I think some of their challenges were when they were banged up front, and I think that was really the biggest part of it, because their perimeter production's still there. I think they clearly have played at a high level. I mean, they have 132 completions to their running back. So so that's a component that's increased. So ball distribution to the perimeter is still intact, but they've had some injuries to the offensive line. But we're anticipating them getting Jensen back for this game, and so I think this will be. I think it's probably might be as healthy as they've been all year.
Talking ball with Coach. Look at that.
Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105.3 The Fan. Kellen talked about being more efficient on first and second down running the ball. Now, these are Bobby's stats. They're probably wrong, so take it for what it's worth. But, last month or so, averaging a little bit less than 3 yards a carry on first down runs. At what point does that number change the way you call first downs?
Well, it's really, it's more about normal down and distance, and that's first down and second 1 to 7, second 8 plus, things. Now you're into a different realm of how the defense views you, and it could be 6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus. It really depends on which defense you're playing. So the commitment to the run game is something that you have to have. I mean, it's really the byproduct of making your quarterback successful. So I mean, and the reality of it is we got 2 dynamic running backs that need their opportunities. So it's more about first down and second 1 to 7. And but no, I agree with you. I mean, you definitely 4-yard gain is a win in the run efficiency. But the reality is, if you have 2 runs for 3 yards, you're now 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 is a winnable conversion rate offensively that you should win. If you go back to last week for as poor as a performance we had, but I think we in the first 5 series we had the second from series 2 through 6 we had 5 in a row, 3 and outs, but it was 3rd and 7, 3rd and 6 twice, and 3rd and 5 twice. So those are not horrendous situations to be in. and they're definitely winnable, from an offensive perspective. So you definitely want to get your run game going, and you definitely want to be averaging more than 3 yards a carry. I get your point, but you need to run the football. There's a lot more to running the football than just getting the backs to run. It's your offensive line and ability to get after the defensive front. And this is a talented defensive front, and it's a multiple defensive front that really commits to the box. So they're going to really challenge us as far as running the football and trying to make us one-dimensional.
So success on first downs, like what, 4 or 5 yards then?
Well, first down and second 1 to 7. I mean, you ideally want to be 4 yards or more, but 3 yards is not the end of the day, I guess is the point I'm making.
Mike McCarthy.
2.5 is not where you want to be.
Mike McCarthy on the Diamond Factory.
You win, RJ.
I do.
Choppy, you're just rewriting. You're rewriting football,
man, every day.
Yeah, you got it, RJ. All right, I need to get.
Do you have a notepad? Just take notes. Just take notes.
Yeah. Coach, initial impressions, of Xavier Rhodes, and I mean, how reasonable is it? The expectation of just throwing him out here with a playoff game with so much at stake.
I'll tell you, he's done a great job coming in here and fitting right in. He's got a couple former teammates here, but no, I just think that a number of these guys at the end of the year that we've been able to acquire has been a blessing. So you don't have the time that you'd like to, but he's working hard, and frankly, I think it's part of the conversation we had last week. We're still working through some defensive personnel, exactly how we want to play. So, but yeah, there's definitely a potential opportunity for Xavier.
Coach, the overtime rules change this postseason. Yeah. Do you have to remind the players that it's not sudden death on the first possession?
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll actually cover that in our game management segment Saturday, or it'll be Sunday. But I think we'll be fine as far as the mindset and actually we had a long conversation last night about it. So, but yeah, I'm aware of it. I've been on the other side of that rule, so I think it's a great rule change.
So, we were kind of throwing this around. If a team scores a touchdown the first possession, they kick the extra point, and then the other team goes down, do you think teams will be more likely to go for 2 in the win there?
I mean, from my personal experience, I think there's more information to go for in whether you go for 2 or not. So and I don't think it's just an automatic analytical question. Because if you go by analytics, they would probably tell you to go for 2.
But you liked the other team getting a chance versus no possession.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've had 4 playoff overtime losses, and one of them was we didn't in 2014 we were on the other side of that where the other team got the ball, went down and scored, and the game was over.
Mike McCarthy joins us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, little scenario. Let's play this game. You're up 6 with 2 minutes left, and the other team has the ball. Or you're down 6 with 2 minutes left, and you have the ball. Which situation would you rather be in?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You sure you want to hire him, Coach? Join your staff?
Yeah. Well, I think he's placed in his proper job responsibility right now. We'll just stay pat for the rest of the year. But this is an off-season discussion. We definitely want to be winning by 6 with 2 minutes, which would put us in 4-minute offense to end the game.
There you go. There you go, Choppy. This Mike McCarthy. All right, we were a little bit worried. Thought you may be a little irritated with us, so this went fantastic. This was great as always, Coach. Thank you. Have a good trip, and good luck Monday night.
All right, gentlemen. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Coach. Love you, Coach. Mike McCarthy on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
I'm surprised he was so quick with that.
Well, you got to be disappointed. You probably changed your mind on wanting to retain him or not, since you got to be, give me the football. Let me control. I have all control, and let me have the football, as we were all debating that. But before we get to that scenario, he was happy, pleasant, very nice as always.
Well, 12 games back-to-back years. Not much to be unhappy about.
He didn't follow up, though, with why would I be upset? That's what I thought he would take the bait on.
Oh.
That was my cheese. Why would I be upset? Why would you be worried? And he just let it go. What do you think, Bobby?
I think, like I said, I think he knows exactly what you guys stirred up. I don't think he's unaware of that.
Maybe he heard. Maybe he heard us tell Jerry that McCarthy shouldn't go anywhere. No matter what happens Monday night, we disagree with Stephen A. We're going to prove that in 1 hour. And that we told Jerry we would cancel his Tuesday show if anything happened to Mike. Maybe McCarthy knows all that.
That's the bet. That's the bet.
Maybe he thinks that the reason that he would be mad, the insinuation, is because it sounded like Choppy was hinting at, you do know the overtime rules have changed, right, Coach?
Well, I'll take the blame for that. I told Choppy to ask that first because, first off, I forgot it, which may not be a barometer for anything. But do you know how many times players have said they forgot or did not know the overtime rules?
Oh, yeah. Donovan McNabb famously said, what happens if you're tied at the end of overtime?
Yeah.
What happens then?
So maybe Mike took it as kind of an insult. Like,
no, it was a fair question. It was a fair question the way he asked it. Of course they are. It was fair the way he asked it.
They just went over it last night and they're going to do it again
but
tomorrow.
He had a long pause, almost like he took it to mean like, what, you don't think I would say that I would know that?
Yeah.
And so
God, I love him. It's a shame Bobby's going to have to miss the steak dinner we take him to after the season. It's a shame.
Real shame.
So there's Mike McCarthy, Diamond Factory Hotline. All right, the scenario.
All right.
That's taken over our text chain.
See, and the fan text is killing the question because, let's be fair, they just don't understand. They're not on our level.
Well, I disagreed with you guys.
Again, not on our level.
McCarthy just fired you.
He did.
Off the staff.
So
Keep that in
the
mind.
scenario is, you're up 6.
Because this is going to happen in a lot of these games. One possession, very end.
So let's just take it. Well, we're not going to put Patrick Mahomes on the other side. That's too easy. We'll put
let's say Dak Prescott.
Put Brady. Make it this weekend.
You're up 6.
Yeah, Brady versus Dak.
You're up 6, but you're on defense. Tom Brady has the ball. 2 minutes left, 75 yards to go.
They have 2 timeouts.
And they have 2 timeouts. Or you're down 6.
How much time's left? 2 minutes?
2 minutes. So you're down 6. 75 yards to go. Dak Prescott has the ball. 2 timeouts. Like, do you really?
There's going to be a lot of people who say that they would rather have the ball versus Aaron Rodgers, except for Bobby. I know Aaron Rodgers is done, according to this radio station.
Cooked.
But Josh Allen.
I think he misunderstood the question, though. Because he started talking about, like, 4-minute offenses and stuff. And I think he thought, like, would you rather have the ball up 6 or have the ball down 6?
Right. Instead of 2 minutes
Instead
left.
of 2 minutes left. Yeah, I think he misunderstood the question, which is fine. But like,
I don't think his answer changes.
Coach's answers probably don't change.
That he wants to be up 6.
Yeah, I get that. My issue is, like,
but there's going to be a lot of fans who, we always say, you left too much time.
Yeah, and I think the issue is, like, when you're not on offense, you're not in control. You're at the mercy of how good the other quarterback plays for those 2 minutes.
Right.
And
well, let's set this up for Monday night.
Yeah.
Brady, Dak, both defenses, up 6, down 6, 2 minutes left. What's your answer?
Rather be up 6 against Brady right now.
I agree.
That defense is pretty good. I don't know how Tampa's defense is pretty good. I don't know that I want to try and attack down the field for a touchdown.
If I'm facing Buffalo or Kansas City, I want to be down 6.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. If I'm up 6 against Kansas City, I'd rather be down 10 with the ball against Kansas City than up 6. I think I have a better chance of scoring, getting the onside kick, and then scoring again than I do of stopping Patrick Mahomes from getting a touchdown when I know he has 4 downs to work with in 2 minutes. I've got no chance.
Okay, so what about for Dak Brady? You still want to be down 6?
Just give me the ball.
Okay.
Wow. Let me control it. I can't. What if Tom Brady could throw 2 minutes together? It takes 4 passes and they're in.
That's what he did during this run recently.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's comebacks. They got lucky.
Would Vegas now if you were to see like a live money line bet with 2 minutes left, would Vegas have whoever's leading up regardless?
I'd be willing to bet that if you did the win probability of you up 6 with 2 minutes left and the other quarterback has the ball, that if that's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, you have a negative win probability at that point. I would guess that. I don't have proof on that.
What are the Tolos saying? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
Let's see. Up 6. Don't trust Dak in high pressure situations. Don't give Brady 2 minutes.
We should look at those. We should look at those Dak numbers.
Boy, those are back to back though. Up 6. Don't trust Dak in high pressure situations, and then don't give Brady 2 minutes. Trust Dak. Those are literally back to back on the text line.
Let's see. If you're Georgia, it wouldn't matter. Up 6 by far is the statistical choice. Let's see. Against Tom, I want the ball. I don't want Tom with the ball.
See, there's going to be a lot of fear of that.
We would all take the ball and up 6 with only 2 minutes left. Well, yeah, if you're up 6, you absolutely want the ball.
That's not the question.
That's not the question.
Texters.
Texter.
Texter.
If Brady
In general,
Don't put
though.
that on them. Don't put it on everybody.
Statistically, if there's one who responded, there's probably 10 who think it. So
I think Mike misunderstood the question.
Well, that's your fault.
But he wouldn't change his opinion.
Did he misunderstand it, or did you screw up?
Yes.
We should go back and listen to how Choppy phrased it.
He would not change his answer, though. Even whether he misinterpreted it or not, his answer is the same. He's going to say, I trust my defense to stop them.
I'm a little
want to be winning.
surprised, though, being an offensive guy, that he may not say, I want the ball.
I think any coach anywhere is going to tell you, I want to be winning,
Yeah.
regardless of any scenario.
I
Give me,
agree.
I'm winning.
I agree. This is for, Brandon Staley might not.
Well, Brandon Staley's been like 500 too, so.
Well, I mean, quarterback's a choker. I'm kidding.
Oh, God, yeah. That's your fourth different Herbert opinion this week to attack my Dak one.
Choplovsky.
Yeah. All right, let's pick all the games at 8 and Stephen A. Smith at 8:20. I still cannot believe he did not respond with, why would you be worried at the end of the interview? He knew.
Oh, he knows.
But he was awesome throughout, using our names.
Mm-hmm.
He knows our voices differently, unlike Kevin and Corey. People don't know their different voices.
Oh, and you've said before, that's the way to reel you in. You say the name Sean, they get you.
All right, let's see if RJ screwed it up.
Okay.
Or Mike misunderstood. Peyton got the audio.
Mike McCarthy joins us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, little scenario. Let's play this game. You're up 6 with 2 minutes left, and the other team has the ball.
You did it.
Or you're down 6 with 2 minutes left, and you have the ball. Which situation would you rather be in?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You sure you want to hire him, Coach? Join your staff?
Yeah. Well, I think he's placed in his proper job responsibility right now. We'll just stay pat for the rest of the year. But this is an off-season discussion. No, we definitely want to be winning by 6.
All right. So you did it right. You were good.
Yeah.
And he still thought it was stupid.
He may have misunderstood it or wasn't listening.
Or he thinks
it's dumb.
Or it's a dumb question.
And it might be a dumb question.
Maybe. I think it's interesting.
I think it is too. And if it was a dumb question, Bobby came up with it.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But he then gave you all the credit for, there you go, the research, Chop.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that was my research.
Yep.
So
it was.
Were you satisfied over first down run answer? First, second down run? He really dove into that.
He did. And
they do on first and second down.
Yeah, right.
Halfback dash.
I mean, he's right. I mean, like they've got to get better on first down. You can't be at 2.5. You can't be at 2nd and 7.
No, not consistently like they are. Or 2nd and 9 or whatever they've been doing. I mean, last week, what was it? I can't remember. Something like 11 carries for 17 yards on first down. I mean, it was awful.
All right, let's move on. We have to get Bobby prepared for his trip. He is going out, of course, as our Cowboys insider and co-host of the #1 podcast here at Odyssey. Love of the Star, Brian brought us. He's going to Tampa Bay. We'll be doing the show Monday morning from the hotel in Florida. Choppy is our travel guide.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been to Tampa. I don't know. Where does he need to go? What does he need to eat?
Are you renting a car? You're not renting a car, right?
No.
Good. Don't, because I got stuck on that bridge, and it's a big nightmare one year.
There's a bridge,
so it's
that
like
controls everything,
you
like
go,
rock wall.
If you make the wrong trip, you're stuck on the bridge to St. Pete, and it's like a several mile bridge that you can't get off because you're obviously on a bridge. Breaking news.
Hate when you can't get off. Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. But so I did a Super Bowl there, so a lot of this stuff was already pre-planned. A couple of places. One.
How long ago was this?
09?
Okay. If anyone's been to Tampa in the last 10 years.
Tampa has not changed since 09. That is a retirement community. The only thing that's changed is the 80-year-old population that keeps cycling.
Heaven's waiting room.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Yeah.
We haven't changed either. You still go to McKinney Avenue or you go to West 7th.
No. It changes here all the time.
Now, the bars may change, but the area you still go. You still go to Ybor City in Tampa.
McKinney Avenue's dead. Deep Ellum, you're literally dead. So, no, it
West
rotates.
7th, too,
It changes.
lately.
Well, that's because you can't walk around with alcohol anymore.
I mean, West 7th, though, is
dumbest
getting
thing
more
ever.
similar to Deep Ellum in recent months.
Oh. So, Ybor City is the place. That's one of the places. They have a food tour. You can do this food walking tour. Just walk around Ybor.
They got McDonald's?
They do. See, this would be bad for you. But the place I'm really interested in you going to is the Big Cat Rescue.
The heck is that?
Carol Baskin.
Oh, is that there in Tampa?
I thought it was in Oklahoma.
No, that's Tiger King. This is the lady, the loony lady.
Yeah.
Carol Baskin.
Oh, God. Did you
She's
love
outside
Tiger
Tampa.
King?
Oh, Tiger King was fantastic.
Thank God.
Carol Baskin fed her husband to the Tigers, according to Joe.
You think so?
That's what he said.
Yeah. So that's the place. That's the place for you to go to. You got to go. You got to go to Big Cat Rescue
and score an interview.
You got to troll Carol. You got to find Carol Baskin.
Dude, she'll get you locked up.
I need to just go up there with a microphone and just walk up to her and be like, "Where is your husband, Carol? Carol, where's the body?"
Are you a beach guy? Judging by that skin tone, no.
No.
But they have beaches. I heard Tampa strip clubs are where it's at.
Clubs.
Now,
I
what
don't
is
go to
your
strip clubs?
Okay, so what's your wife's policy on that?
It's not her policy. I've never been to one.
Really?
That's just in general my approach.
Why?
Even before, I've never been interested in it.
He respects women. That's
Would
why.
she? Have you heard him talk about his wife the past 2 days? Would she be cool with it?
No,
Okay,
she would not.
she would not be.
You know who's also never been?
Peyton, you've never
Peyton,
been to a
you never
strip club?
Never been. I know I've been missing out. Apparently.
Baby dolls, Zach Wolchuk night.
By the way,
The two
baby
of
dolls,
you.
the baby dolls reads have really thrown my daughters off in the car. They keep saying they're like, what
They want baby dolls.
They think it's actual, because I keep joking and I keep telling Wolchuk, I'll be like, Wolchuk, I'll meet you at baby dolls. And my girls are like, can we go? Where are the baby dolls?
Go get you some Mons Venus. You'll be fine out there. They'll take care of you.
Dude, you got to take I'm not going to be allowed to go, but I imagine you would be allowed to go. You got to take Peyton and Bobby to the first strip club experience.
Kristen will kill you.
All right, we'll take Peyton.
Yeah.
Peyton, you have to go.
I'm down. Let's go.
That way you can stop obsessing over what's her face?
Isabella.
Here's the thing: if you take him, then you need to ask each dancer what they think of Peyton's facial hair.
First off, Choppy don't talk to any dancers in these places.
But for this bit, he does
I
need to.
rebuff with great prejudice.
He does.
Ma'am, not interested, please.
Yeah.
Over here. Get away. Get away. I'm just here to have some drinks.
Yeah.
Not interested.
But Sarah, cool?
Yeah, she'll go.
Yeah.
She'll go. She'll get you all the girls you want.
I don't think he needs Sarah's help to get the girls.
No, he doesn't.
At it for a dance.
He doesn't. But that's more her being there is more for me.
How much money do you think I'll need first time?
Oh, how many dances do you want?
Yeah.
10.
10?
Well, 20 times 10.
Yeah.
And then drinks.
And then drinks.
RJ has the drinks. You'll hold it down.
You're on your own there, man.
He won't even thank Bobby for a hash brown. You think he's gonna? He just grabs in that bag. Not a thank you. He's entitled to it. You think he's gonna buy you a drink at a strip club?
All right.
You kidding me? So 10 dances is a lot. Let's start off with 5.
Okay.
10's quite a bit.
Okay, let's go with
Hornball.
Let's go with $200, and you go about 50, 70 for how much are drinks at a strip? How much are they?
Hell, I know. At this point, I mean, they're probably like $10, $12.
Yeah, so let's go about $50, $70 for drinks, and then you get 5 lap dances. One song though, it's gonna last $20. I think it's still 20.
It's been a while. It's been a couple years.
Been a while.
It's been a couple years.
Boy, has anybody discussed the shortening of popular music lately? Like the fact that pop songs are now 2.5 minutes. Do you think that's a subtle the bigwig strip club CEOs are twisting the arm of the music industry?
That's what it is. The strip club.
It's shrinkflation. That's what it is.
Yes. So they got a direct line to Capitol Records.
Why have Why have you never been?
Most of my friends are taken, so I mean, I think that starts with that, and then
okay.
Yeah,
You never wanted to go out there and support Wolchuk one night?
Go by yourself.
Well, I'm working the morning and stuff. I don't have time to go out there and stuff.
Yeah, they open at 11 o'clock. Go get lunch.
Yeah, Choppy used to be like, you want to get lunch at the lodge?
So I knew I know a guy who worked in radio in, I think he was in Birmingham or something. Back when the Divinal song, the
Paul Feinbaum
myself. I don't want anybody else when I think about you.
I think about you.
Yeah, and so that song was they had like some music rep come into town at the station, and they became the first station to play the song because the rep took them to a local strip club, put the song on, and had the dancer go. And they were like, "Yep, we'll play it. We'll play that song on the air."
My mom. Oh God.
Oh, was your mom texting?
Yes.
When was her last lap dance?
Need to text your brother's friend for Tampa info, and then she wrote, strip clubs are depressing. Mom, you've never been in a strip club.
That you know of.
Me and your mom, one and the same.
100% chance your mom's been to a strip club.
There's 0% chance. Just like your mother's never been in one, right? No way.
I don't know. My mom was in a band.
I had a
so
girl.
she might have been.
What was the name of the band?
I have no idea.
I had a girl invite me to her birthday party to strip club. I still didn't go.
Were you single?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you not go? Just to go in.
Because it seems like a racket and a scam to me.
Of course it is.
Hey, baby dolls.
It's the one place I'm going to be good with my money. You know what? Not baby doll. You know what I'm saying? Like in general, like it seems like it's going to prey on my dumbness.
Okay.
Yeah. I can see
all right. Now
Prey
I'm just
your
waiting for my
dumbness.
mom to give me the past history.
Man,
there.
what if your mom and dad used to frequent strip clubs?
There's no freaking way.
In the 70s.
There's no way. All right, so I don't even. Oh, Tampa. Place to eat? Anything? Total suggestions?
Ybor City, you just go down there and basically that's where you go. That's where you set up shop. Boy, people are saying the cost of dances are up to like $40 now.
Whoa, $40?
Inflation is real.
Literally.
Yeah.
John Ramsey. Happy birthday, John. One of our top Tolos. Got screwed one time on a 3-song dance. You know, that doesn't sound like the worst thing. A 3-song. Yeah, that's what happens, right? So, like, you don't realize when the song cuts off, it flows into the next one. These days, you're out $80 just like that.
Yep. Wow.
Just like that.
$40.
$40 for 2 minutes? Are songs 2 minutes?
Nah, they're a little bit longer than that, but yeah, Bobby's right. They are definitely cutting down. The good news is that the dancers still dance to Def Leppard and Motley Crue half the time.
Like I mean, just go open a go look at. I bet if we looked at the average run time of the number one song in 1995, it's a good minute longer than the number one songs that are out today. Your boy Morgan Wallen. What's his
His songs are a little short.
Like he's got one now that's like 2:29 or something.
You know what we should. Not we. I'm out. Bobby's out. You know what you should do? Anytime. This is my new thing. If Amanda ever lets me go, and sometimes when we're out late and other people in the group are like, "Let's go to the strip club," she's been like, "Okay, let's go." So if that ever happens again, my policy is going to be, come back to me when American Pie plays. I'll do one. That's it. I have
when American Pie plays the club.
I'll only get a lap dance to American Pie.
Oh, because it's like 13 minutes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I have a song limit. I want to list the 5 longest songs in existence.
The Low Spark of High Heeled Boys would be one of them.
And I'll say, when this song comes on, come back to me, and I guarantee I'll pay you for a lap dance. It's got to be 3 minutes or longer.
The Low Spark of High Heeled Boys, that song's 11 minutes and 41 seconds. It's a 1970s rock song. That used to be one they'd put on when a DJ had to go to the bathroom.
Give me a Queen song. I think Queen has a really long one. That's legendary.
Well, Bohemian Rhapsody, but I don't think they're playing that in the strip.
Easy go, easy go. There you go.
Bobby told Melissa coming in saying you got to go to eat at Burns or the Columbia in Ybor.
Oh, true. Okay.
And then go to Hyde Park.
Do they have chicken tenders?
I'm sure they have chicken tenders. You 10-year-old.
By the way, I'm kidding. I'm kidding about the chicken tenders. I would not eat. I can eat. It's just got to be very basic.
My mom said your dad took me when we were dating.
I told you. I told you.
The block/downtown Baltimore.
Oh,
let's go.
I told you.
All right, Mom.
Yes. In Baltimore.
God, good luck getting that visual out of your head.
She didn't perform, jackass. She went and sat down and watched. She wasn't on the pole.
Hey, ask her if it was full nude. Ask her.
Speaking of songs, everyone has been hyping this up to me. I'm the only one who hasn't heard it. Spittle says play it 4 times. We can play it as often as we want. This is RJ Choppy's prep song to get you and the football team ready for Tampa Bay. And this song, if it's the song you're doing this to, I don't know how this song is even on the radio. Like, this is really, 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 really filthy. It's a filthy song, but
it is. It's a very filthy song.
It's a very filthy song, but apparently RJ Choppy killed it for Monday night.
That's all right. Number 4's all right with me. Yeah.
He can sling it, he can fling it, they might catch it and yak it. Or we can hand the ball to Zeke and let him run up inside it. They can bat it, they can pick it, or they outright gonna miss it. And every time he throws it long, you know that Noah will miss it. He is number 4, D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K-A-K-A-K-A-K. D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. One thing about us, we're the saddest alive. We haven't won a single thing with all these players alive. We can't let Brady have all day. It's Micah Parsons' time. They better win this game or Mike is on the firing line.
Oh!
I'm like, Jerry, you so stupid. They can't fire this guy. So let's just pass it on their ass and wear them down on a drive. Tom's ex-chick wants him to quit, but then she didn't survive. Every snap we bring the pressure, cause that's what we apply. Pressure applied. We're gonna beat you this time, whether it's Micah sacking Brady or it's Dak dropping dimes. We can sling it, we can fling it, they might catch it or yak it, or we can hand the ball to Zeke and let him run up inside it. They can bat it, they can pick it, or they outright gonna miss it. And every time he throws it long, you know that Noah will miss it. He is number 4, D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. One take.
Wonderful job, Chop.
Thank you.
Your best ever.
I thought it was. I've been working on that song for like 6 weeks.
Wow.
One take Jake, too. Just walked in there, knocked it out.
We are going to play that 4 times. Is this the song that Broadus tried to read the lyrics to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which was in and of itself a great bit, too. I
Okay,
thought.
what was the setup for that real quick?
It was Chiafalo just wanted him, like, printed off the lyrics, adjusted them to make them clean for radio, and then made Broadus read them dry.
I know.
Hey, now.
One thing about me, I'm the baddest alive. He know the prettiest chick didn't come until I arrived. I don't let these chicks get to me. I freak they man if they try. I got a princess face, a killer body, and a samurai mind. They can't be Nikki. They're so stupid. I just laugh when they try. A thong bikini on my body. I think I'll go for a dive. His ex-chick went up against me, but she didn't survive. On applications I write pressure, because that's what I apply.
Pressure applied.
Who produced all this?
Me.
Well done.
Thank you.
Peyton got Stephen A. Smith for 820. Bobby produced the song Choppy, executing to perfection.
Thank you.
That is a way to head into the 8 o'clock hour. Let's pick all the games this weekend, and Stephen A. live at 820. Glad you're joining us right here. It's a Football Friday continuing on The Fan. But my Lord.
The Fan.
Stephen A. Smith makes his return to the morning show at 8:20. You can fist pump, I guess, right now after that RJ song.
Damn right.
Positive reviews, good responses.
Oh, yeah. People were saying I killed it. I appreciate the kind words. I hit, 1 out of 10.
You wrote all those lyrics?
Every last one.
That's a 10. It's a 10, Chop.
Yeah?
Yep.
1 out of 10. No, like 1 out of every 10 I get.
Oh, well,
I do.
You went full Cooper Rush on that one, though. That's a 10.
The Arizona Cardinals have requested permission to interview Brian Flores for their vacant head coaching position.
They still have to get permission from Miami for that? Or
Well,
where is it?
he's
Where
in
is he? Where is he?
Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah, because he's on staff. What is he doing there?
Secondary coach, coaching.
I thought you didn't have to even ask permission when it was one of those like kind of elevations, like
Right.
a position coach like
Shouldn't
that.
have to.
I guess it's just more like you're informing them you're going to interview him rather than
Was he
asking
under
permission.
contract?
Yeah, but if it's a like position coach, like, and if it's a promotion, I don't think you have to request permission.
All right, Stephen A is coming up at 8:20. You're not going to want to miss that. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a Football Friday. Let's pick the rest of these games. All right, we're going to have Monday to do the dark roast. Replay RJ's song, of course. We'll play it at the end of Crosstalk and actually pick Cowboys versus Tampa Bay. But let's get to the schedule. And, of course, it begins tomorrow, 3:30 our time. Seahawks at 49ers. Everyone's picking the 49ers.
Yeah, and that's to be expected. They're the better team. They're a really good team. And Seattle is, I think, let's see, outside of the Giants, or is Seattle the biggest overachiever that made the postseason?
Ooh, probably the Giants and then
Yeah.
Seattle.
Still the Giants, but man, you want to talk about if you've got a particular rooting interest, if you're a Cowboys fan outside of your own game, this is the one. You get Seattle to knock off San Francisco, you get the 49ers out, you guarantee you're not going to have to play the Eagles next round.
Yes.
You will either go to Minnesota where you've already whooped up on them, or you'll have a home game.
Yeah, Seattle's the team I'm rooting for the most the entire weekend.
Wait, the NFL, they don't reseed, do they?
They don't reseed, but if you knock out 2 and 3, then
I still think you're bracketed.
No. If they're the lowest, if Seattle's the lowest, number 1 gets the lowest seed.
The Seahawks are the team I'm rooting for the most. It's not even close. For all you Geno Smith lovers, Dan Orlovsky, to go ahead and close out the regular season. I mean, they started slipping up, right? Wait, did they face Denver at the end of the season? I always go to the schedule and mess it up in terms of is it the very beginning or the very
San Francisco?
end.
They were at the very beginning. They played
Seattle.
Denver. Oh, Seattle.
Yes, Seattle. The Seahawks finished 9-8, second in the NFC West. Passing yards per game tied for 11th with Geno. Rushing yards 18th in the league. They scored 24 a game, 9th highest. Points against, they gave up 24 a game. That was 25th in the league, so not good. Not good. But I just have a feeling this thing could maybe play out a little bit closer. They lost 3 of their final 5. They won their final 2. They beat the Jets 23-6, and then that crazy game that they needed against the Rams. They only won by 3. That's not the best feeling going in, but I'm rooting for Seattle. We're all going to pick San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm going to pick him as well, and this is going to be a sloppy one.
Weather?
99% chance of rain, thunder, wind, 21-mile-an-hour winds, 57 degrees on Saturday.
Is that actually better for San Fran?
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, I think so, especially because San Francisco, like, you just look at the way their defense is. They were number 1 in total defense, number 1 in scoring defense, number 1 in turnover margin, 2nd in rush defense. Like, this plays out perfect for them.
Yeah, and on Sunday, I mean, rain all day too. 89% chance of rain, 54. Like, either it's going to rain. They couldn't get helped either way.
All right, anything else to add on this one?
No, you look at there's starting to be a little susceptibility. If you want some positivity, but in a sloppy game like this, it'll be hard. San Francisco the last 2 weeks has started giving up big passing plays, which is, if you want to hold on to some vulnerability for San Francisco, it would be there.
How's DK been this year? Has he got his new contract? We're waiting for him to kind of be the next Megatron.
He's just been kind of mid.
90 catches, 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns.
That ain't mid.
It's mid when you consider like 11 yards per reception when he's been Mr. Downfield target most of his career.
Now, obviously, Geno not as downfieldy as Russ was. Russ loved to throw that deep ball.
Let Russ cook, man.
Yeah, just let him cook.
All right, the game of the day Saturday is at 7:15 NBC. Chargers at Jacksonville.
Oh, boy. This is me and Mike Bassick are forever in love with this game.
God, I'm praying for the Chargers to shut up, you Jags fans.
T-Law, walking on sunshine.
Was that what's this exercise?
Yeah,
machine?
that's his little dance.
What was that thing? It was a Nordic track or something like that. God.
All right, Chargers at Jags, and Jacksonville is the underdog by 1.5 in this game. So the Chargers are favored by 1.5.
Yeah, this is a tough game for me because I love Brandon Staley. I want him to succeed. I also love Trevor Lawrence. I think Jacksonville takes this one. That home crowd was nuts last week. Nuts against Tennessee. And it'll be a night game. The amount of jean shorts that are going to be in that stadium, loud. You don't get crowds that have those kind of jean shorts and tank tops.
You know,
and American flag tank tops.
And that mascot.
Whatever that is.
That's like the furry version of Gardner Minshew, like the animal version.
Yeah.
That's literally him. So look, the Chargers quietly won 4 of their last 5. The problem is they basically scored 20 a game. That's why I said I'd take Dak over Herbert this weekend. They beat Miami 23-17. They beat Tennessee 17-14. They beat Indianapolis 20-3. They finally scored 30 against the Rams, and then they lost to the Broncos 31-28. So their offense isn't humming. Staley took some criticism for playing Mike Williams, getting him banged up in that final game. So they've won 4 or 5, but it hasn't been that impressive offensively. I think this is a 3-point, 6-point game at most. I think this thing's a coin flip.
Yeah, and both teams have come in really hot. You know, like Jacksonville's been, winning 5 of the last 7. So they both come in pretty hot. I'll just side with Jacksonville in this one. I don't really have a great take on why. I'll take the home team.
And Jacksonville's won 5 in a row, starting with the week before us. Scored 36 against the Titans, 40 against us, then 19 against the Jets, 31 against the Texans, and they got that fumble recovery to beat the Titans.
And they whooped up on the Chargers in week 3 really bad. Oh. They beat them 38-10 in week 3.
Ugh.
And so it's funny, actually, against the Chargers, that was one of only 4 games this year, just 4. That was one of only 4 games where the Jaguars didn't turn the ball over.
One of only 4?
Mm-hmm.
My head is telling me Jacksonville. My heart is telling me Chargers. I'm going to pick the Chargers to win.
I'm going to pick the Jaguars. But is there are there 2 teams with a worse home field advantage than these ones matched up?
That's why I'm
the
a little
Chargers
bit
and the Jaguars.
Surprised that RJ is talking about the electricity of Jacksonville.
I mean, it was pretty nuts on the Tennessee game.
Let me ask you a question. Where were you watching it?
Where was I watching?
Yeah.
What was that last? I was at home.
Okay.
I think it was at home.
Was Club Chop taking place?
I was a little early. It's a little early for Club Chop.
Okay. Because I'm gonna bet that you were maybe drinking something brown.
Yep.
And
no, on the weekends.
I'm questioning what your sobriety level was to think Jacksonville was bumping and rocking.
Yeah, I was not sober, but I wasn't drunk. It wasn't brown.
That was a later game.
It was a night game.
Yeah.
It was Saturday night.
So what? That's too early for Club Chop?
Well, Club Chop didn't really go until about 9, after 9. At the start of the game, it was like, 7 o'clock, 7:30.
Right.
So you have Chargers, and then who did you take?
Jacksonville.
Okay, so Chop and I with Jacksonville.
Oh, you write this down. You're charting.
Yes.
Yeah. Got to keep score. Everything's competitive. All right, so those are the games that are taking place on Saturday. Now let's move on to Sunday. Dolphins-Bills.
What a game. This
Buffalo covers the only questions, 13.5. RJ with his degenerate picks coming up at 9 o'clock. Anything else to add to this one?
I'm kind of liking the Mike McDaniel meltdown a little bit. I don't have a problem with Mike McDaniel, but I have a problem with the Mike McDaniel homers. in a lot of respects. Just, yeah, I mean, everybody. And I still, every time I see Mike McDaniel, there's two things I think of. One, the reference that I've been making all week where when he was asked about Tom Brady this offseason, he went, Tom Brady? The Buccaneers quarterback? Tom Brady? Like, where he sounds like one of the Hardley boys from South Park. So there's that. And then I also think of the fact that when he was in Indy for the Combine, and I walked into a bar and he was sitting there and he was literally swinging his legs because he's so short in the little bar stool. But another great note here, Jordan Poyer. When the Bills safety plays, they are 12-0 this year. They have not lost a single game when he plays. When he doesn't, they're 1-3.
And when his wife tweets about coming to Dallas, what's the record then? All right, game of the day. Giants at Vikings. The Fraud Bowl. What did we call this earlier in the season? This is the Fraudulent Bowl.
It is a fraud bowl. That's what it is.
So Minnesota is favored by 3, and the over-under is 48. What happens? And what did Brian Daboll say about playoff experience?
He said playoff experience it doesn't matter, and it's like one of the first things I've ever agreed with him on. Because he's a meathead, but he's a fake meathead.
So this was the 27-24 game, right? They lost on a bomb from Greg Joseph.
Yep, it was a 61-yard field goal as time expired.
It was in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
This time, and what time of the game? What time is the game? No, that matters for Kirk.
It does matter for Kirk.
His circadian sleep rhythm is off.
The game is 3:30 p.m.
Oh, Giants win.
In Minnesota. What's Minnesota's time zone?
Central.
Eastern. Or Minnesota, Central, yeah.
Okay, so it's 4:30 there.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be 4:30 there. 3:30 for us.
No, we're the same time zone as Minnesota.
Are they Eastern or Central?
Central.
Okay, sorry, Central. 3:30.
So the Vikings lose. Giants win.
Vikings
Kirk
lose.
can only win at noon.
Oh, I thought it was like night.
Night and standalone. Like if he's standalone, standalone game, he loses.
Any standalone game, he loses. He loses at night.
This is the game that's gonna torment me the most because yesterday when I was fighting with Orlovsky, I sent the screenshot to my New York Giant buddies, and they're like, "Dan's right. Daniel Jones is better than Dak.
Dan's right.
Daniel Jones is playing better. You're a Dak homer." And I'm like, I'm not a Dak homer. I'm just not a moron. You're not going to tell me Daniel Jones is better than Dak Prescott. So if the Giants freaking win, I got to hear Corey Majors talk about Dabes for an entire week. You're picking.
I'll take the Giants.
But more because of the time.
More because of the Minnesota's a better team. They've got better weapons and they have a better quarterback. But I don't trust Kirk Cousins to save my life.
Robert?
Giants. And it's not because of the start time or Cousins or anything else. It's just like their luck has to run out at some point. So I'm going to say it happens to. And I know Giants have been lucky too, but the amount of times the Vikings should have lost this season is unreal and unsustainable. So I'm just going to say it finally runs out on them here in the playoffs.
I'll differ again. Vikings win. End this garbage. They won by 3, yes, barely at home, but they're at home again. And I trust Minnesota to just score more points. So Minnesota beats the Giants. And then Ravens at Bengals. No one is taking Baltimore.
No. What do you think is what's a bigger lock? Bengals over the Ravens without Lamar or Bills over the
Just straight up?
Just straight up. Bigger lock. It's got to be Buffalo, right?
What do we know about Skylar Thompson? Besides, he's got a...
He was picked 10 slots ahead of...
sounds like he dances at that Baltimore club that your mom went to.
What, Choppy?
That he was picked like 10 spots ahead of Brock Purdy.
There was that too. Yeah. The bigger lock to me would be Buffalo. Now, if Lamar was playing, the bigger lock would be Cincinnati.
It's the Ravens defense.
Stop it. Man, I'll tell you.
It's the Ravens defense that makes Buffalo the bigger lock.
I can't imagine like anything worse than being a player from Miami having to play in Buffalo in the middle of January.
Look at Dan Marino against the Jim Kelly
Good
teams.
gosh.
So there it is. Around the NFL with the selections, Stephen A. Smith guarantees Mike McCarthy is gone if the Cowboys lose Monday night. Let's battle it out. He's not going to nice us down this time. He's not going to sit there and charm us this time. Stephen A. live on Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you healthy, boys and girls.
105.3, the flagship station.
I'm
for the
texting
Dallas
with them right now
Cowboys,
because they're
has
all mad
called
at
me
me.
to come on because evidently they need me to come back on to echo what the hell I said.
But here's
He's
my-
lying.
But here's my thing, Stephen A.
Let Mike McCarthy lose this game Monday night.
I gotta say, he does back up his word. He said over the past few weeks, I'll come back on. We'll go ahead and pick the Tampa game. First take will be in Tampa with Michael Irvin on Monday. And Peyton hit him up. And here he is back on the show, Stephen A. Smith on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Stephen A. How are you?
Did you miss me? What's going on, fellas?
No, you do.
How y'all doing?
You work this reverse psychology.
Yep.
You made our own listeners turn on us, saying, "Why are you so nice? You're supposed to shred him." And you came on, and you were all sweet and charming, and you totally disarmed us.
Hey, listen, first of all, I'm a nice guy. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. Keep that to yourself. I'm a very nice guy. That's number one. Number two, listen, your listeners, y'all can try to shed me all y'all want to. Y'all know y'all nervous. You're nervous, ain't you? You know what you've been watching better than me. You know it. You're nervous as hell. And this is the thing that made me laugh, right? So I'm listening to the interview with Jerry talking to y'all, right? And I'm cracking up laughing because I'm like, what? Listen, you got to ask the question. You guys do such a great job. You got to ask the question, and I get that. But you know good and damn well he's lying. Let McCarthy lose this game. You let Mike McCarthy. That's why y'all ask that question, because y'all know what I know. He better not lose this game. He better not lose this game. Not the way Tampa has looked all year. Not the way they've struggled offensively, how anemic they've been. Not with the stationary target that is the great GOAT 45-year-old quarterback that is Tom Brady. I mean, please. They got loads of pressure. Y'all know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. But Jerry's got to say the right things, and that's what he did. That's why he's Jerry Jones. But he's nervous too, y'all. Y'all saw his face. Y'all saw his face Sunday night after y'all got smacked around by the Commanders. Y'all saw it. That's why y'all had him on that show asking him those questions, because y'all saw what I saw. So the fans can say whatever they want. They can sit up there and say, go ahead, Stephen A., go ahead, Stephen A., but damn it, they nervous too. And by the way, not only am I coming with Michael Irvin, I'm coming with Troy Aikman too, and I'm coming with those videos of those Cowboys fans crying last year when San Francisco beat them. I'm coming armed and ready. I can't wait, y'all. Monday in Tampa. Y'all going to be there? Or y'all going to be there?
No, we're going to Arizona for the Super Bowl.
I'll be there.
Really?
Bobby will be there. Yeah, we won't. We're not.
Let me tell you why you ain't gonna be there. Let me tell you why you ain't gonna be there. Because you nervous too. You nervous too.
Look, we're definitely there's definitely a feeling of nerves in the city. There's no doubt. There's a feeling of nerves. But look, Jerry held on to Garrett way too long, in my opinion. Back-to-back 12-win seasons. I mean, you're so adamant about this. It sounds like you're almost like reporting it versus just giving an opinion.
In all seriousness, fair is fair. I'm not reporting it.
Okay.
If I was reporting it, I would tell you so.
Okay.
In all seriousness, I'm not. If I was reporting it, I would say sources said blah blah blah. That's not what I'm saying. That's just an opinion. That's all it is. But here's where I truly feel that opinion. Jason Garrett was a Cowboy, man. He was a player. He was a quarterback for the Cowboys, albeit primarily a backup. The guy was an assistant coach. He was the head coach in waiting. If I remember correctly, he damn near was getting paid as much as Wade Phillips was when he was a coordinator as the head coach in waiting. That was a different relationship. He might like Mike McCarthy, okay, and I get that. But McCarthy was in Green Bay all of those years. He won a Super Bowl. He was taking them to the players. He was beating up on the Cowboys from time to time. That ain't the same kind of relationship that existed with Jason Garrett and Jerry Jones. So I don't want to hear that either. This is different. That man got to produce. And, oh, by the way, Jerry was considerably younger than my Libra brother. He was my Libra brother. He was considerably younger than. He's 80 now, y'all. Clock's ticking. Yeah. I haven't said that. Jerry said that.
True.
Time's running out. And if you can't get it done, well, guess what? Dan Quinn got him to a Super Bowl, got a team to a Super Bowl before. Yeah, he blew a 25-point lead in the second half against Tom Brady, but he's gone to the Super Bowl before. He's shown that he could be a head coach. He definitely, not the last few weeks, but for the most part, got the defense looking better. He's a viable head coaching candidate in the eyes of the league, so other teams are going to interview him and what have you. This is why he stayed. So he's a prime candidate for the job. Sean Payton, maybe you could convince him not to take the job in L.A. with the Chargers if Brandon Staley wets the bed. Maybe you can convince him to come to Dallas. I don't know. But I do know this. After the way the playoffs ended last year, with y'all not being able to get off a damn play in the last 13 seconds, and a week later, watch the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes march the team downfield and put them in field goal range to push the game into overtime in the same 13 or 14 seconds. With that fallback and the way the penalties plagued y'all last year, to come into this year, to end the season losing to a third-string quarterback with your starters on the field, and then you go into Tampa with the way Todd Bowles and this team has looked throughout the season, and you gonna lose to them? Oh, hell no. I can't believe that Mike McCarthy will keep his job if they lose this game.
Stephen A. Smith, join us here, 105 through the Fan. You seem very confident. You care to make it interesting?
What do you mean interesting? What are you implying?
I'm implying. I think you know what I'm implying. I'm implying a little bit of a friendly wager between the.
Oh, okay. I'm listening. Give it to me.
Okay.
Let me see if I'm interested in this.
All right. Let's do this. Okay. So you believe that Mike McCarthy will be fired if they lose. If Mike McCarthy is in fact fired, Sean and I and Bobby will treat you to any
and Michael
Urban to any dinner you want in Phoenix at the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But if he's not fired,
any dinner you want, price will not be an issue. Unless
it's an issue. Price won't be an issue unless it's an issue.
First of all, you don't have to worry about the money. I want to. It's not even about the money. It's the fact that faces and voices of Dallas would have to humble themselves to treat me to dinner. That's good enough for me. So go ahead.
All right, we know Mike ain't paying.
We know.
I'm gonna figure out a way to take his money.
All right,
Just
now
leave it up to me.
If Mike McCarthy loses and he's not fired, then I think it's only fair that Sean and I and Bobby get to come on First Take for a couple of minutes at the Super Bowl.
No, you know what? I got to think about that. I don't know if y'all would be worthy to come on.
Oh, damn!
If he wins and they get to the Super Bowl, well, you know what? Then that's a different animal.
Okay.
All right, that's a different animal. Now, even though I'm the executive producer of the show now,
Whoa.
I still I was named executive producer of First Take this season, guys. But in all seriousness, I would tell you that I would have to talk to the bosses about that because I don't have carte blanche the way people think. Okay, I do have bosses. But if they make it to the Super Bowl, I have to say I would have to humble myself to all of Dallas. I would have to humble myself to all of Dallas. I would have to try to capitulate to most requests that are being made. But let me just say this. I'm really not concerned about that at all. I'm not concerned about that.
Sounds like a
I'm
deal.
not concerned about having to lose that bet. Because listen, there's no way y'all are going to the Super Bowl because you just don't have it. You just don't have it. But you should win this Tampa Bay game. You're the better team. I just think that if you're going to lose to Sam Howell, going up against Tom Brady, knowing the pressure that is on y'all, and y'all have crumbled beneath the pressure on many, many occasions in recent history. And I just suspect it's going to happen again.
So you don't think it's anything Tampa does? You expect the Cowboys to lose because of the Cowboys?
Oh, absolutely. Did I stutter? I'm sorry. Did I give you the impression that Tampa was going to be the better team? No. I'm expecting an implosion. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting an implosion. I'm expecting them to fold beneath the bright lights and the pressure. That's what I'm expecting. If the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were better, I would give y'all a better chance. It's the fact that Tampa Bay is not that great this year, and people are not expecting much of them. We clearly know the Dallas Cowboys are the better team. They're favored to win this game, and I'm looking at it from that perspective, and I'm saying this is exactly the kind of game they'll fold. This is exactly the kind of circumstances that they will fold under. It's what they do. And I anticipate that will happen again. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I'm not in any way saying that the Dallas Cowboys are inferior to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And, oh, by the way, for the state of Texas, I got news for you. It's not like I'm in the strongest position in the world. I went the Cinderella route with TCU, for crying out loud, because I got tired of picking the SEC. And look how that turned out with one of the most embarrassing picks of my career. All of that is true. But when everything else fails, those Dallas Cowboys never let me down. Just be patient. Somehow, some way, they'll find a way. And I've said it on many occasions, and I want you to know that, because I tried to tell everybody last year, they were raving about the Cowboys en route to a 12-win season, who went on the air and said they wouldn't even win a playoff game. Weeks in advance. That's what I said. This year, I kind of suspected they would win a playoff game until I learned they would be going up against Tom Brady. And that's when everything changed. And I said, this falls right in line. This is beautiful. And that's what I anticipate, my man. It's coming. Just wait. Just wait.
Stephen A., your boy Dan Orlovsky.
He's overtaken you as the number one villain in Dallas, by the way.
He put Dak.
Is he?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He put Dak 12 out of 14 among quarterbacks of the postseason. Now, come on. That's disrespectful, right? Is he trolling us? Is he just trolling us here?
Okay. Well, let's analyze that. Let's pause for a second here. Let's think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we got Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
We've got Dak Prescott. We got Daniel Jones. I wouldn't put Daniel Jones ahead of Dak Prescott.
Thank you.
Then we got Kirk Cousins. I wouldn't put this year I would put him ahead of Dak Prescott, because he's had a better year as far as I'm concerned, even though I'm no fan of Kirk Cousins and Dallas blitzed them 40-3. Okay. But we can't just put Dak ahead of him right now, not with the way Dak's been playing as of late. Okay. So we go to
you want us to give you his list?
Please go ahead.
Okay.
He had obviously the only two behind him were Skylar Thompson and Brock Purdy. Everybody else is ahead of him.
Yeah, so he had, in order, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Tom Brady, Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence, Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins ahead of Dak.
No, I would not put Daniel Jones nor Geno Smith ahead of Dak Prescott, even though Geno Smith statistically is throwing for over 4,000 yards and he's had a breakout season. I wouldn't put him ahead of Dak Prescott. I wouldn't put Daniel Jones ahead of Dak Prescott. But I got to admit, based on the way Dak has looked with these interceptions, y'all are not in a strong position to be arguing on behalf of Dak Prescott.
True.
You do understand that. You're not in that position. Dak's got to step up. And see, to me, it's like this. In all seriousness, man, I got a lot of respect for Dak Prescott, and I'm happy that he got his money. He's the face of the franchise, even though I think Micah Parsons is your best player. I'm of the mindset where Dak Prescott, one of the things that throws me off about people, I'm mindful of those guys, y'all, that always say the right things. You know, they're the quintessential leader at the microphone. But on the field, they leave something out there. Derek Carr is a perfect example. After John Gruden got let go last year by the Raiders because of his whole brouhaha, Derek Carr was the perfect face for the franchise.
Yeah.
Said all the right things, the right temperament, galvanized the troops under Bisaccia. I mean, did a good job quarterbacking the team, got them to the playoffs before they lost to Cincinnati. We saw all of this, right? But the reality is that when he decided that he was going to give his goodbyes to the Raiders faithful Raider Nation yesterday, I mean, everybody acted like it was a big deal. You've been there 9 years, man. You ain't win one playoff game. Let's pump the brakes and put stuff in its proper perspective. You all right? You a decent player, but you know we ain't throwing funerals and writing epitaphs because, oh my God, Derek Carr is gone. That's just a fact. Because what have you really done? Dak Prescott better be careful because he's getting to that point. We have to look at him and we have to say, we know that he's better. He's had some moments. He's won a playoff game, etc. But the fact of the matter is, you're the face. You're one of the preeminent faces for America's team. Franchise worth $7-8 billion. You got the most popular owner in the sport, if not the sports world. You play at $1 billion playpen, one of the greatest stadiums ever built. We'll be talking about that the way we talk about Roman Coliseum when we're all long and gone. All of this stuff is going on. The stars on the helmet, the best cheerleaders on the planet, and all of this other stuff. But you going home every year. You ain't even making it to a conference championship game. At some point in time, we're going to look at Dak Prescott that way if he ain't careful. Particularly if he continue to play the way he's been playing with these damn interceptions. You got to cut down on those mistakes. See, Micah Parsons, we know he's going to show up. Let's not act like we don't know what. I don't give a damn that he ain't had sacks the last couple of games. Or this is Micah Parsons we talk about. That brother going to show up. Trayvon Diggs, I believe in that brother. He going to show up. Hell, DeMarcus Lawrence got to up his game, but I believe in him. I believe whether it's Ezekiel Elliott or Tony Pollard, one of them going to show up. CeeDee Lamb ain't a scrub. What you going to do, Dak Prescott? You the face of the fan. What you going to do? At some point in time, we got to stop getting caught up. Because first of all, I've said this about him. And it's not an insult. It's just reality. He is one press conference I never listen to. I don't give a damn what Dak Prescott has to say. Give me Dak Prescott from 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago. Yo, y'all, he says the same stuff. He ain't saying nothing compelling, nothing interesting, nothing controversial, nothing earth-shattering, nothing that makes you raise your eyebrow and say, whoa, okay, what's he saying here? Nothing intriguing, nothing. The dude is the safest interview on the planet. He going to say all the right things. Okay, fine. So what you going to do? You got to win, man. You got to win because you're talented enough to win. We understand you've been through a lot. We respect the hell out of you. I respect him as a man. I respect his talent. I respect his leadership capabilities. But you got to perform. And your performance is the one thing that has been lacking. He is on the verge of being Derek Carr, a really good quarterback who's flagrantly not great, devoid of the resume that even tinkers on greatness. That's Dak Prescott until further notice.
Last one for you here, Stephen A. We're all terrified of losing Luka Doncic in this city because Mark Cuban just has not done enough to put a good supporting cast around him. How mad should we be here in Dallas at Mark Cuban for what he's built around Luka?
I wouldn't say mad. What I would say is you have a right to get mad eventually. You don't have to be there yet. I would remind y'all were just in the Western Conference Finals. That's more than you had done since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. And so when you take that into consideration, respect that. You have a superstar in Luka Doncic. He didn't just fall in your lap. You had to do a swap with Atlanta in order to get him. You pulled that off from an organizational perspective. Respect that. You have Jason Kidd, who I think is a phenomenal basketball coach. Nico Harrison, I think, had a lot of potential as an executive, connections, et cetera, et cetera. All right. And I was a fan of Rick Carlisle, and I've known Rick Carlisle personally for over 20 years. He's a friend. I would tell you this. What you have is unacceptable if you stand pat. Now, I'm going to break news here because people in Dallas have never heard me say this before. You got a phenomenal fan base. You got a phenomenal city. I actually love Dallas, Texas. I've actually thought about relocating to Dallas.
Whoa! A cowboy hat.
I have. No, that'll never happen. That'll never happen. I'll be. But you see, people try to act like they hate me, but they really love me. They love me in Dallas. They try to act like they don't, but they love me. It's all right. Booze are a form of love, y'all. Trust me on this. Booze are a form of love. But here's the deal. Great city, great fan base. The fact of the matter is, I love me some Mark Cuban as well. He's got to do better. There is no excuse not to have more talent on your squad in that city. I'm talking about that you've acquired in free agency. Christian Wood is a good pickup. He's not a scrub. Spencer Dinwiddie is not a scrub. Good game last night from him, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And Luka is just a superstar. But the reality of the situation is he's a one-man wrecking crew. They got to do better, man. And if you were in Utah or someplace like that, I get it because cats ain't trying to come there. But you think about that city, the appeal and the allure of the city of Dallas, Texas. You combine that with there being no state income tax in the state of Texas. Trust me, players know about this stuff, all right? And then the fact that you got Luka Doncic. There is absolutely positively no excuse for this roster not to be buffered. Mark Cuban is a relatable individual, very brilliant, very smart, connected. A lot of guys get along with him. He's at a lot of the games. Guess what? When you going to cultivate these relationships and make sure it manufactures into you buffering that roster? Because this is not good enough to win a championship. And we all know this. And so I definitely think that you're right in bringing that up. I would say to you, appreciate the fact that y'all are fresh off a Western Conference Finals appearance. Appreciate the fact that you got a star in Luka Doncic, or a superstar in Luka Doncic, and a phenomenal coach in Jason Kidd that should be there for years to come. But you got to give Jason Kidd more to work with, because this ain't enough. And I'm looking at Nico Harrison and I'm looking at Mark Cuban to pull that off, because they have to. It's a fair question. And I have no problem with y'all bringing that up, because it's the right thing to do. You got a star like Luka Doncic, he got to get more help.
The Tolos are hating that they're all loving his Dak, his Dak opinion. You're a man of your word. First take in Tampa. Come up with another pinky intro that blew up the internet.
You liked it?
It was good. That was good. That was good. Pick out your restaurant, and we'll pick out our segment.
But you do it. Here's all I'm asking y'all to do. Just tell the Cowboy fans, don't be scared. I'll be in Dallas. I'll be in Tampa. Y'all can come to Tampa. Don't be scared. Show up. See, the Tampa faithful go show up. We going to have a packed house, okay? I mean, me and the playmaker and the crew, we going to have a packed house. But see, I want Cowboy fans there. Don't hide. Don't hide now. Y'all been chirping and talking all of this time. Don't hide now. Come on to Tampa at the convention center. It's free. You could get in. I mean, and where your Dallas Cowboys paraphernalia? I want to know where your jerseys and all that. I want to know who you are. I don't want you hiding. All of y'all that were crying, all of y'all that were depressed last year, that's been chirping this year. We're going to win the Super Bowl this year. We're going to win the Super Bowl. Show up. Show up. I dare you, because I got something for them. I can't wait for them to come. I really, really can't. I got something for them. I am waiting, fellas. I am waiting.
Thank you for the time, as always. We'll see you on TV in 15 minutes. Appreciate it, Stephen A.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, fellas. Take care.
Stephen A. Smith, Diamond Factory Hotline. Sean and RJ continuing right here on The Fan. But first, let me get you set up with
reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Do we have a deal?
I think we do. I think that was as good of a deal as we were going to get.
I think he kind of agreed. I have a little bit of confidence in a dinner taking place.
Yeah, look.
I'm more worried about Mike and arranging the dinner with Mike than Stephen A. Even though we took Mike out to dinner, I just feel like Michael could have like 40 different things going on at the Super Bowl.
He does.
But we need Mike to get Stephen A. for the dinner. He ain't going to put us on First Take.
That's not. Although he committed with the Super Bowl.
If they make the Super Bowl, I think we'll get a couple of minutes. We'll get one of those short 2-minute end of hour segments. They'll throw us on there.
You guys got to go to the fan workshop.
The merchandise
store.
store.
The merchandise.
Yeah, the merch store.
Get a year appreciated to put on there.
You'll get the SNL wave at the end of the show. Like you'll just be, that's all they'll get.
Yeah.
Stand you up on set and like, we've got 105.3 The Fan out here with us today.
Yeah.
Say hi. All right, and that's all for First Take.
But dinner might take place.
Yeah.
Could we expense that?
We could at least
Michael and Stephen A. Smith dinner for what they've done for the station?
We can at least write it off. Our taxes. We may not be able to expense it. We could definitely write it off.
Yeah. So, man, the Tolos, for the second straight time, are hating themselves for liking him. And, of course, you know the fan text, which you said is normally anti-Dak. Love that little pep talker speech he gave to number 4. Or was he giving a pep talk to the team, Bobby? What did they say?
Yeah. No, that was the fan text loved his little speech there for about 3 minutes talking about Dak needing to step up. And, you have people go, man, I hate this. Y'all are making me like him. Somebody else said, is this like low-key Stephen A's trying to give a pep talk? Like he's trying to give a speech to get the Cowboys invested and ready. So, I mean, pretty much unanimous positive feedback. As was the case with you guys the first time around. They've all had they've all been charmed. They've fallen for it.
He disagreed with Orlovsky having Daniel Jones and Geno Smith above Dak Prescott in the QB playoff rankings. You could tell he's friends with Cupin. He said, remember West Finals, which is true. He said, remember they worked to get Luka. He didn't just fall in their lap. They had to execute the trade, but he also said unacceptable with what Luka has surrounding him. And I'm sure they're going to talk about the game last night. Mavs Stars, 2 thrillers for Metroplex teams. The Stars lose an impossible game. With 1 second left, the Rangers tie it up, and then they win it in overtime, and then Luka, scoreless midway through the third quarter, hits a 3 to tie it with 10 seconds left. Double overtime. He hits another big 3. Dinwiddie, Stephen A. gave him props, and the Mavs beat the Lakers again. Okay. And he also is not backing down. He says Mike McCarthy will be gone if the Cowboys lose this game. And it sounds like, of course, he's picking Tampa Bay.
It does sound like he's picking Tampa Bay.
Did we got that out of him?
No, actually, he didn't pick Tampa Bay. He just picked. He has so much faith that Dallas is going to find a way to blow it.
He picks the Cowboys to lose.
He picks the Cowboys to lose. I think there's a big difference in that.
Yeah, he's picking them to go full like Cheddar Bob. And
what do you
just,
mean? There's
shoot
a big
themselves
difference
in the thigh.
He's not picking Tampa to win. He's picking the Cowboys to lose. There's a big difference.
I mean, you're still eliminated.
Right. But like,
yeah, everyone thinks the Cowboys are the better team, but is Tom Brady's mystique and then the Cowboys choker label going to win out?
Yeah, well, it's the choker label that he is betting on is going to win out. Yeah, I don't know how much mystique there is. The old joke, Mystique and Aura are dancing in a club somewhere.
What was that line he gave us about enemies or form or something? Atolo picked that out. Love this line that he gave us. A form of love. What did he say?
Booze are a form of love.
Booze are a form of love,
as they're taking first take to Tampa. Maybe we can get Bobby out there holding up a Tolo sign in the back. You go out there at first take set in the background. There you go.
There you go.
Or just like hold up like a big picture of a whale with like a fan logo in it.
And just have a big size that says 105 the fan. Can we bring that?
105 the fan.
Can we bring that?
Hold on, let me grab that.
Yeah. Can we bring that sign?
I thought you were
to
pointing to me.
Phoenix?
I thought you wanted me there.
No, yeah.
No.
You're not that thing.
I can hold this.
Okay, go ahead. Hold that in back. Ryan, how can we set that up? So
Turn around.
Choppy be Stephen A. Choppy be Stephen A. and Bobby.
Yeah, Choppy, stand over there.
You're gonna go in front of him?
Yeah, and so I'm gonna stand behind him and I'm just gonna be like this.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be going like, "You're appreciated," and I'll just start making whale noises. I'll go.
And RJ right now is doing a Stephen A. impersonation. Yeah, you be in the crowd and just go. There it is, y'all. That's why you got to tune in. You never know what the hell is going to take place. Turn it on, leave it on. Nick Eatman previews the Bucks and the trip to Tampa at 9:20. But RJ Choppy says this NFL weekend, the games before the Cowboys, going to be the easiest 5-way that you've ever had.
Yeah.
Next on The Fan. But first, big weekend coming up. I got plans. I'm going to be out and about tonight. How about tomorrow? Enjoying the playoff games. What about on Sunday? It's a big weekend.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. What a week. What a day. Mike McCarthy and Stephen A. Smith right here on the show with excellent interviews, in our opinion. Whale time, baby. We need that in the fan shop. We got to get the whale logo. That's our new logo. The show of whales. All the big dogs, all the whales. I love the Tolos. They just send us that whale emoji that's out there. Nick Eatman coming up at 9:20. Crosstalk led by Mikey Bassett. Mike should be happy. We asked Stephen A. Smith a Luka/Mavs question, and Stephen A. went into great depth. So there it is. Now,
as whales tend to do, they go to great depths. You know?
do.
Yeah.
Go.
But they also come to the surface, too.
They do. Does Nick Eatman get the whale sounder?
If you notice, he has not throughout the show, so take that as a hint.
Man.
Take that as a hint.
By the way, speaking of whales, did you see the video of the killer whales hunting a shark, a great white?
No.
Holy cow. They stalked him for like an hour.
And got him?
And got him.
No, I want to see that.
It's on, I think it was on Nat Geo as well. I'll find it.
All right.
Probably on Bro Bible. That's where that's Shop's favorite site.
I like Bro Bible too. It's better than Barstool.
Barstool. Well, yeah, current Barstool. Barstool 3 years ago was great.
Yeah, right now. Like for prep.
Sure.
For prep. All right. We're about to get to some degenerate selections, but first, was yesterday your most hope that you've ever had that Texas is going to legalize gambling?
It is.
Mr. BetQL.
Hashtag legalize it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the hashtag?
It's for hashtag for another thing.
Oh.
The House Speaker.
You and Chopper just degenerate individuals compared to me.
Yeah.
My mom is like so much more proud of me for not knowing these terms.
All right. House Speaker of Texas. Speaker of the Texas House, Dade Phelan.
Speaker of the Texas House.
Yes. Who is a Republican. I think, political sides matter in this, right? When it comes to legalizing gambling.
Does he have a Corvette?
I don't know. It's a good reference, though. Good reference.
It's a Prince reference, right?
Prince.
He said in an interview with reporters, I have constituents who are in full favor of legalizing gambling in Texas. He is saying he wants destination-style casinos, high quality, improve the lifestyle. He doesn't want to see slot machines in convenience stores, which is cool. I get it. But think of you get yourself a Hard Rock casino or something like that in a destination type situation on a lake somewhere, right there overlooking the water, and you've got yourself gambling in Texas.
All right.
And oh baby, I think this is as close as we've ever gotten, as if we've ever come. And there's speculation that we might get it as early as 2024. Woo!
I got some bet online numbers.
Ooh.
Dallas Cowboys exact Super Bowl odds. All right, so if you think they're getting to the Super Bowl, they don't have to win it. Just to get there, 19-1 if they face the Chiefs. 22-1 if they face the Bills. 38-1 if they face Cincy. 80-1 if they face the Chargers. And if it's the Cowboys in Jacksonville, the Mike Bassett Bowl, 140-1 just for the matchup.
Those sound like decent odds for the First Take segment. That's what I hear.
Are they talking about us on First Take?
No, remember he said if they make the Super Bowl, y'all will get the segment.
We will.
Yeah.
We will get the segment. You are now.
You guys are going to stiff arm.
You're now in this.
I know how this works.
You are now in this. Raiders starting quarterback week 1, if not Derek Carr, who wrote a goodbye letter yesterday.
Oh.
Jarrett Stidham.
Jared Stidham is 6 on the list.
Yeah, they're not going to go into the season with Stidham. Stidham, he knows the system.
McDaniel loves him.
He knows the system, and McDaniels love him. But
he's 1 for 2. He was lights out against San Fran, then a stinker.
I would say the favorite is Jimmy Garoppolo.
Garoppolo is 2nd. Brady's 1st. Who's Anthony Richardson?
Oh,
Florida quarterback.
Where's he?
Florida.
Oh, at
He's
Florida.
coming in the draft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they're doing draftable players. He's 3rd. Derek Carr's next team.
Favorite is going to be the Jets.
It is the Jets. Well done.
Man.
Then the Colts, Panthers, Buccaneers, Saints, and Bobby.
Commanders?
Commanders are 9-1 for Derek Carr. What will happen first by week 1 of the regular season? Brady retires, Belichick retires, Brady signs with the Patriots? Which one's most likely?
Brady retires, Belichick retires, or Brady signs with the Patriots. Brady retires.
Brady retires.
Yeah.
Yes. Belichick's status, this is before he announced the other day. Coach of the Patriots was already the heavy favorite. And then I got next Broncos full-time coach. Who's the favorite?
Harbaugh.
He's second.
Quinn.
Dan Quinn is the favorite. Even money. Harbaugh's 5-1. Let's see.
That's a flip because Harbaugh had been the favorite.
All right. Wild card odds. How many wild card teams win wild card weekend? I can't keep track of who the wild card is now. Who's the wild card teams?
It's the
Miami?
Cowboys, Giants, Seahawks, and then Dolphins, Ravens, Chargers.
The over-under's 2.5. Will a wild card team make the Super Bowl? Heavy favorite is no. Will a wild card team win the Super Bowl? Obviously, heavy favorite is no. Biggest winning margin in any wild card game. The over-under is 23. We have 3 games this weekend that are double-digit spreads. So, will the biggest one be over 23?
Yes.
Most points scored by any team this weekend. Over-under is 41.5. Will any game go to overtime? New overtime rules.
Yes. Both teams get a possession to start.
Both teams play hard.
And then it's sudden death after that.
Will any team get shut out this weekend?
Oh.
No.
No is
No.
minus 5,000. Will any non-quarterback throw a touchdown pass? Will any team score a defensive or special teams touchdown?
Oh, no, Bobby's Lamar playing. He's not a quarterback. He's throwing a touchdown.
Yeah, I don't know. It just depends.
Will there be a walk-off win? Will there be more close games or blowouts?
What's the definition of that?
Games decided by 10 or more or 3 points or less.
More decided by 10 or more, I bet.
That's the favorite. Highest scoring game will be?
Highest scoring game.
Chargers, Jaguars.
They're second. Thanks for the Rod Marinelli sound.
Highest scoring. Ugh.
Cowboys, Buccaneers?
Nope.
No.
I think I know.
Go ahead.
Giants, Vikings.
Giants, Vikings. Well done, Pepe.
The Giants have scored like 27 points once.
Highest scoring team will be?
Buffalo.
It is Buffalo. Buffalo and then San Francisco. Lowest scoring game.
It's got to be Ravens.
Yeah. Well,
Bengals.
yeah, Ravens, Bengals.
It is Ravens, Bengals with Lamar probably out. Lowest scoring team.
Ravens.
Dolphins.
Miami.
It is Miami. Choppy heating up. Wild card leader in passing yards, Burrow, Cousins, Allen, Herbert, Tom, Dak. Receiving yards leader, Justin Jefferson. Wild card leader in rushing yards, Saquon, then Dalvin Cook. So those are just some odds to get you caught up. RJ Choppy. Were you hot again last week?
Last week, the NFL, yes. In the college, no.
All right. Easiest 5-way that RJ says you'll ever score right now.
All right, I've got a few things I'm going to do with this. Regular 3 games in the NFL. I got a college hoop selection for you tonight. Maybe 2 of them.
Is it Niagara again?
It is. How'd you know?
Is it?
Did you look at my paper?
No, you just threw it out randomly last week.
And I got a 5-team teaser for you, a 5-way. 5 ways to tease you. All right, let's get the Niagara one out of the way. Niagara, Siena, over 129. It's tonight. Also, I like to tease Purdue down. Take the 4 points, tease them down to 11.5, and pair it with that. And then you'll be Purdue minus 11.5 against Nebraska.
What's your Niagara hook?
They've been playing on the computer likes them.
Okay.
The computer likes them. All right. 3 NFL selections. I already got them at 10, but right now they're at 13, 13.5, depending on where you can find them. Take Buffalo. Cincinnati minus 9.5.
So still take Buffalo.
They could make that 17, and I would still take Buffalo.
Ooh. You end up singing for a segment when you do that.
Yeah. Cincinnati minus 9.5. Also San Fran. The computer likes San Fran minus the 9.5 points. But keep an eye on the weather before you go and bet that one. Just keep an eye on the weather. Here's the 5-team teaser. Now, again, you could do this. You could tease them down, 6 to 7 points. Cincy, tease them down to 2.5. You tease the under up to 47.5. the Giants to +10, Buffalo to -6, and San Fran to -2.5. That'll get you 3-1 odds on that 5-way. That's a pretty good number there. I think those are all very easily winnable. The only one I would be concerned with would be the Giants +10, but I don't see Minnesota beating them by more than 10 points.
They don't beat anybody by more than 10 points.
At RJ Choppy, he will tweet out the degenerate selections. Final more odds coming in. Will Aaron Rodgers announce his retirement before week 1 next year? What's the favorite?
Retirement? No.
No is the favorite. Next team, if not Green Bay. Say it, Choppy.
San Fran. Raiders.
Raiders are the slight favorite over Colts, Jets, Titans. Remember that Nashville Aaron Rodgers rumor? Will the Bears trade the first overall pick?
Yes.
Slight favorite, yes.
Slight?
-180. Well, you got to get the compensation, too. Someone's got to call with something.
I know. If I'm the Bears, though, like, even, let's just say I want, like, another 1, a 1 and a 2 for it or whatever. I have to get out of that pick. I'm getting out of that pick. I'll eventually take anything to get out of that pick. Because the Texans in the next pick are going to take a quarterback. So if you don't drop too far, you probably still get the player you want.
Something's burning.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too.
Or I'm having a stroke.
Yeah.
But I mean, wasn't that happening like Monday and we
Did you have broccoli last night?
Who?
You have broccoli?
No. First pick overall favorite.
Bryce Young.
It is Bryce Young. Then
CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud's third.
Will Anderson.
And then Super Bowl early spread.
AFC -3.5.
Dead on. The matchup that Vegas thinks happens is
Kansas City, Philly. I'm sorry, Kansas City, San Fran.
Kansas City, San Fran. RJ Choppy. Next is Kansas City, Philly. Then San Fran, Buffalo. Philly, Buffalo. San Fran, Cincinnati. Eagles, Cincinnati. And then Cowboys, Chiefs. 19-1. If you think it's going to happen.
That's the one the NFL wants, right?
Which one?
Cowboys, Chiefs.
I think Cowboys, Bengals could potentially be it.
No.
I think there's like you talk about
Cincinnati and then Cincinnati there again.
Cincinnati and Kansas City are like the same market, and I think there's some Chiefs fatigue. Like Burrow, Chase. Like I think that's an easier sell.
What's wrong with you? Oh, you got your hands up. What are you stretching?
Oh, no, I'm just stretching back here.
Oh, yeah.
I've been up for like 6 hours, It's
Whoa.
Yeah. It's only been 5.5 for us.
Wow. I think someone's a little tick. Maybe no degenerate right there. But something's definitely burning. Okay. I heard that G-Bag was maybe talking a little bit of smack yesterday. A little bit of smack about the morning show. Let's hear what they had to say.
The truckwreck.com fan text is alleging that the morning show has labeled you one-trick pony on the grill.
That's a Sean Sharif thing, yeah.
One-dimensional.
Well,
he's in a bad place.
Gavin kicked his ass.
Yeah, he's in a bad place. He thinks you're a wings only kind of guy. Wings only kind of guy. He knows.
Sean's the guy that threw the whole pig on the. Yeah. It didn't cover up the head.
Sean,
he just like
that was crazy.
He kind of lets you see. But Sean will try some stuff. I'll give him some credit. In defense of my guy Sean, he's a pit boss over there.
He's good. Yeah, he's really definitely good. You know, he's just trying to make himself look better by insulting me, and it's like, listen, we can both be pretty good at this, bro.
No, you've come in and told us about some of the stuff you're grilling up there. I kind of like the fact that Sean, like, you send a picture of what you're cooking to Sean, he'll be honest, like, bro, that looks drier than hell. You know, I mean, he'll say stuff like, "Oh man, how long you could tell he's interested," and other times it's like, bro,
dismisses
that thing looks like a doorstop. Stop sending me those pictures.
Well, you hear him interact with his brother and his dad, and they're constantly on each other's ass.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. You know, some dads are like, I don't want to offend you. It's like, oh, yeah, looks good. Yeah. Other dads are like, on you.
I know. I've realized that. I think that means that Sean kind of likes you because he does that with me too now. Okay. Like when he's kind of no, he really hates you. Deep down, he might. But he told me that the other day.
Did he really?
Yeah, he says he's just not a big fan of yours.
Good,
because I'm going to text him right now and tell him to go bleep himself.
Yeah, throw one in for me too.
That wasn't bad at all.
Why didn't you didn't even cover up the head
of the pig?
Yeah.
I did eventually cover it.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't.
Should do that. I'm sorry. We're talking about
number
cooking.
4. Number 4 over here. I'm gonna take this. That's what Bobby wants in his household. I'm gonna take an opportunity to compliment not just G-Bag but everybody. I'm gonna be turn the music off for a second. Don't even look at me, Choppy.
Yeah, I need a clean cut of this.
I don't like getting all mushy.
I'm gonna eye roll.
For the first time in a long time, we got something very special here in the building. Chemistry, talent, effort. Shut up. It's just special. And the Super Bowl week is going to show it. Brought us Call Me the other day, and we're talking about how everything is so good and positive and for momentum, and the other show's crushing it in ratings. And I was like, have you been to a Super Bowl with us? And he's like, no. And I said, you're going to feel like you're part of the biggest gang on Radio Row, the way we travel around in a packed, all the dinners, all the drinking, popping on the shows. We're going to be the loudest. We're going to be the largest. And props to Spittle, Purdy, Tim Collins. For the first time in a long time, we got it. We got something good going. So that's my cheesiness. Let's go to commercial break. Nikki next. Hit it.
Let's get you over to the all new. I got to follow that up now.
Crosstalk coming up at 9:40. How crazy could that get? I love Bassick is over in the production room, and I'm like, oh, they must have an interview. No, he's making Joey play him, Stephen A. Smith, with us, talking about the Mavs and Luka. He don't care about the McCarthy fire. He don't care about the Dak pep talk. He wanted to hear the Mavs/Luka question. As he called me yesterday, he goes, I know, as soon as I sent the whale text to the station, Stephen A's coming on, boom, Mike called me. And he's like, can you ask about Luka? Can you ask about Cuban? So Bobby made Mike's Friday.
Yeah, I do like that he had to go in the studio and Joseph, pull up the interview for like he doesn't have a phone with the app like the rest of us. Rewind it.
Oh, there's some all-time it's nothing crazy, but there's some diva moves that have been pulled by people here in this building that thought that they were absolute rock stars, making people go. Peyton, have we big dogged you? Do you know of any big dog stories? Ryan, have we big dogged you in any way? Go get this, go get that. I think we've never done that.
No, we haven't done that. We definitely haven't. Now, maybe to Peyton, but no.
No,
I can't think of it.
Have I ever done that on the weekend to you?
No. Well, maybe I've had to go get your food and stuff. But
Whoa!
But no, generally it was
Like
I ordered food for everybody and he had to go downstairs.
That
to get
offsets it.
Yeah.
That offsets it. He always brings in breakfast for everyone, as Bassick is finding out right now. Okay, let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Nick.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing well. I think we've had a good show.
Big show. Wales.
Except for Choppy's scenario that Mike McCarthy crapped all over.
Yeah, I don't think he understood the question. I'm gonna ask it to Nick in a very profound, normal way. Here we go. All right, you have a scenario to choose from.
Monday night.
Yeah, so let's use this game for example. You're up 6. Brady gets the ball, 2 timeouts, 2 minutes to go. He's at his own 25-yard line. The other scenario is you're down 6. Dak has the ball. Same situation, 2 timeouts, 2 minutes to go, his own 25-yard line.
I love that question, guys. That's a great question.
Oh, nice.
He poo-pooed on it. He said, "Give me he absolutely want the lead." But then again, you're putting yourself in a position where, like,
and why have we had RJ been setting this up the whole morning? It's Bobby's question.
Because
it is my question.
Because I'm a radio speaking professional.
That's true. We have him read my roasts.
Bobby's a writer.
Bobby's a writer. Bobby's behind the scenes.
So
I'm R.L. Stein.
You rapping, RJ. You just rap and let.
There we go.
Oh, that was gold. That was good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, the question
that was
stands.
Terribly awesome.
It was terribly awesome. So,
It really
which
was.
scenario? Because
that's a great one, but I'll take the lead. I know that as tough as that is, I'll take the lead, and it's also because of just look at the last month or two. Like Tom Brady has shown, that's what he's done. I mean, that's what he's done for 2 decades, but. Even this year, that's what he's done, and Dak has proven that he can do that. But he's also he's not playing his best. We all know that. So I think what the Cowboys are doing best would probably be get after the quarterback, and I just would say, hey, pin it back, let your best player go against their best player, and I think I would just take my chances. I mean, I would be, there would be no fingernails at all, but I think that's the best you can hope for.
Dan Orlovsky said that Dak was the 12th out of 14 quarterbacks heading into these playoffs. The only guys he had behind him, Skylar Thompson and Brock Purdy. Let's just minimize. Let's separate it to the NFC. What's your NFC QB list of the guys you want playing for you heading in till we get to Dak?
Yeah. I would say, man, in the NFC?
Yep. I'll say it. I don't know. Say Dak. Say Dak first.
It's probably Dak.
It is.
It probably is. It is. I mean, because I value the experience factor too. I mean, I do think that things are different in the playoffs. I've seen it. I remember my very first time to be on the field of a playoff game, and in Minnesota. I mean, I just it feels different. It really does. And so I think you have to factor that in. And Dak's first game. Just go back to Dak's rookie year. He was playing great, rookie of the year. his first game against Green Bay, I mean, you know, they got down, and he was a part of that. Now, he also was a part of bringing him back. He settled in, and he played really well, and they had a good chance to win that game. And I think that factors in. So as great as some of these guys are, they're also playing their first game. And so that's why I would throw Dak in there. I mean, yeah, Hurts has been great. Hurts has a chance to win the MVP. That was proven by the fact that they lost when he was out, and now he came back. They won, whatever, you know, the circumstances were. So I think Hurts is right there. But I also think Dak, too, and I give Dak credit because he's played more. He's won some games. I mean, there's only 37 – there's 37 wins in the NFC for playoffs among the quarterbacks. I mean, Brady's got 35 of them, and then Dak and Cousins each have one. So, I mean, it's probably Brady, but I'll take Dak as well.
All right, I want to talk to you about the nerves. We asked, because last year, and you're in the locker room, you're at the stadium, you've been with them for over 20 years. Last year, we heard some players admit to being nervous before the 49er game. We asked McCarthy about it this morning. He quickly dismissed it, saying nerves are not an issue for this team. When can you feel it? Did you feel it last year? Can you not see it? Just talk about identifying it if you can.
I didn't hear that part of McCarthy saying that, but, you know, I don't really love the fact that he said that because he's the one that saw it off his team, you know, right on the sideline. He told us that. He saw that from his team. You could have asked him on the Friday before the game, and he probably would have dismissed it. So I just don't know how are you going to just dismiss it again and say, you know, because the pressure is even more now because every time this team goes to the playoffs, they've got to win 3 or 4 games or it's a failure. You know, I mean, that's just the way that this whole thing has been built, fair or not fair, but that's the way it's been built. So I think there's more pressure. So I don't know how you can just dismiss it and say that's not an issue. You're only going up against the greatest quarterback to ever play.
Right.
It's Monday Night Football, the biggest stage. This is the team that kicked your ass in week 1. So now you're going to go face them again. Are you better? I don't know. But you're not playing very good. I mean, you just bookend a really good season with a couple of crap games. So now, I mean, how are you bouncing back? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how nerves can't be an issue. I mean, I'm not going to play. I'm kind of nervous about it. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would be. I think it has to. But then again, nerves can be healthy too, you know? I mean, and so I think that maybe it's a different term, you know, anxious, excited, whatever you want to say it. But I can tell you the blood's going to be pumping there on both sidelines when that thing kicks off.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here on Sean and RJ. Nick, how do you feel about the prospects of Xavier Rhodes walking in from off the street and playing meaningful snaps in a playoff game?
Well, I would be a little bit more nervous about it if he was off the street. I mean, the fact that, you know, you're playing and you're on practice squad, and I mean, he said the other day he was at the game with DeMar Hamlin, you know, was injured. So, I mean, he's been playing, been practicing, and he's seen some stuff. So I feel a little bit better about that. But no, I mean, you know, the Bills also let him go. I mean, these teams are decided to let him go. So he's probably, you know, his best football is probably behind him. But, you know, as Toby Keith said, I'm not asking you for you to be, you know, great the whole time, just once. You know, I need to be great once as I ever was. I'm not as great as I once was, but I am great once. And I think they're going to need it against Mike Evans and Godwin Monday night.
With that very impressive display of being up to date on the times, can you tell Bobby where to go in Tampa? Where's Tampa on the Nick Eatman media list?
It's not up there high. It's not high on the list because of, you know, it's got some flaws to the game. For me. Now, again, I'm not the night scene guy, and I'm not worried about how many songs and all that kind of stuff. You know, yeah, I'm not worried about that. Yeah, that was a different time. But
well done.
You know, it's Bobby and I will probably be in the same place we were in Nashville.
Hospitality suite.
Was that Nashville?
That was Washington.
Watching the Titans. That's right. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, to me, you just kind of, I'm not like. There's other people in the media. There's some like for instance, like Christy Scales, sideline reporter.
Yeah.
Man, she's got this thing mapped out. Every time she goes on a trip, she's got like a partners in crime. They go and they search the whole city and all that. They're really doing some like touristy things. For me, I just let the kind of road trip take me how it takes me, and sometimes it's not even out of the hotel, and sometimes it's in places I didn't even know existed. But hey, we'll see what happens in Tampa.
Mike McCarthy, Stephen A. Smith, and with the way he tolos and the way he's been dropping it this week, Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Safe trip. We'll talk to you on Monday. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Okay, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, bringing it strong.
The whale status achieved for Nick Eatman.
For this week. Stephen A. got the whale, and apparently Peyton said he had to recap his appearance with us on First Take an hour ago.
Mike McCarthy is going to be held accountable. I was just on the flagship station,
well,
105.3 in Dallas, Swagoo, just a few minutes ago, promoting the arrival in Tampa and letting those Cowboy fans know, place going to be packed. Place going to be packed. It's going to be, we're going to pack the house on Monday. Tampa Bay fans are going to show up. I want the Dallas Cowboy fans to show up, and I want them showing up in the jerseys. I want them showing in the caps. I want them showing everything. Don't hide.
There's Stephen A. recapping the appearance. Let's see if he remembers he's supposed to lead crosstalk.
Oh, yeah.
The weekly Friday question of Mike Bassick. They have Jerry Jones today at 10:30. KMC Cross. How crazy is this going to get to wrap up the week after this?
But let's get you over to
Collection offers thoughtfully curated, customizable engagement rings. Schedule your personal consultation with our jewelry specialist. When you purchase an engagement ring through us, you will receive up to a $6,000 rebate for your wedding at a Walters Wedding Estates venue with 15 plus DFW locations. Your wedding journey begins here. We take the stress out of purchasing a ring and wedding planning with an all-inclusive experience. Learn more online at lillianmcollection.com.
In Texas, the future belongs to everyone. So we created the SUVs of the future for everyone. No matter what your lifestyle looks like, there's a Ford SUV for you. You can gear up for adventure in a Ford Bronco or Explorer. Stay in control of your busy schedule with a Ford Escape or Edge. Or fit the whole family comfortably in a Ford Expedition. Head to your Best in Texas Ford dealer to find the Ford SUV that fits all of your needs. Plus, earn yourself a great deal when you stop by today.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. It's not complicated.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
3, 2, 1. This is your radio home for the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan.
3 to shoot. Doncic trying to get some room. 3-pointer is good. Luka Doncic sticks another one to tie the game.
Eat some poop, Mike.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
I didn't say that live.
You didn't want that one?
No, I didn't want the poop thing in there.
Because I heard you said you wanted a Luka highlight there, and I'm like, I'm happy to talk about last night.
You were doing two things at once today. You heard that? You were just talking to Bobby. I told Kevin, watch, he's going to be late. Not going to realize it's his crosstalk.
He was on it.
Improvement.
No, I was ready to go. I got crosstalk topics.
Did you stay up for both double OT?
Oh, yes. I was getting frustrated. I felt like this. I didn't want to blame the refs because they were horrible on both sides. I feel like Stan Van Gundy, I know Mark Cuban tweeted about it, but I think Stan Van Gundy did his best job without destroying those refs going, it's a horribly refereed game on both ways, because I get where at the end of the first overtime, or maybe it was the end of regulation, where Tim Hardaway Jr., I think you would call that a foul most times, and I get the ref was like, I'm just not going to do it, but it was just so inconsistent. Sometimes you'd go to the basket, barely get touched, or like and one. The next time they would knock you on your butt, and they'd be like, yeah, we're just playing basketball. We're just going to let everything go. No fouls tonight.
Will he get fined for this? Stan Van is absolutely right. Worst officiated game. Luka gets no respect. Unreal.
Yes.
That's a fine.
Yes. Once he threw in officiating, yes. If he put Stan Van Gundy is right tonight, Luka gets no respect, no fine.
Well done, Hagelin. It might have gone over everyone else's head.
Yeah. All right, so.
Bobby, what did Kevin just say?
I didn't hear it.
See?
It didn't go over my head. I didn't hear it.
We are on. You already coming here at 6. Can you at least be here till 10?
I got distracted by a notification. What was your joke, Peggy? What
was the notification?
It was a Twitter notification.
Yeah, what was it?
It was somebody retweeting something you said.
It was at least about you, I guess.
All right, that's fine.
So after the game last night, I decided to run a poll just because Christian Wood is just doing everything you'd ask for.
14 boards, 13 boards?
I think 14 boards, 24 points, and 5 block shots. I mean, that would be a dream come true if Porzingis did that, right? I mean, if Porzingis was averaging 20 and 10 and getting along with the main guy, right, and getting yelled at by Luka, right? He made a crappy pass on a backdoor cut, and Luka showed bad body language and screamed something, and Christian Wood's like, hey, it's my fault. Let's keep playing, right? Porzingis at that point goes, I don't want to ever play for the Mavericks again. And so...
You want the exact numbers? Kevin O'Connor in mid-December, since he was named a starter.
Okay.
Averaging 20 points on 65% from 2, 38.5% from 3, with 9 boards and 2.5 blocks since being named a starter.
And you can offer him 4 years and $77 million right now. And I think he would say yes. That's the max you can offer.
I do too.
Oh, they always say yes to that first max deal, right?
Well, it's not a real max. So if he goes to free agency, he can get 4 for 120.
He's been in the league.
This is an extension max. This is where people don't read. I found out on Twitter, which I don't read every article either. Sometimes I'll like an article, but usually I try not to comment on an article if I haven't read it. But one of the Mavs fans commented last night when I was like, here's the article, because people are like, how do we know the Mavs haven't offered that? I'm like, well, I went and found Tim McMahon's article on it and said, here's the blurb on, they've offered him a 2-year max extension, which is $36 million, $18 million a year, which is not a max contract. That's just what you can offer in an extension right now. Well, then I have a Mavs fan comment on, you should never max out him for what he's only done for half a season. But he's thinking I'm giving him 2 years and $80 million. And I'm like, read the article. It gives you the actual numbers on the extension. 2 for 36 is what the Mavs are willing to do. They can go up to 4 for 77. Under $20 million for a dude who's going to get you 20 and 10 with flaws is almost impossible to get in the NBA for under $20 million. That's usually a $30 million player, even with flaws. If you're unflawed, it's $50 million a year. Because that's what Luka's about to get as this contract keeps progressing. So I asked my Twitter poll, which I don't know if you guys voted or not.
I did.
Will Mark Cuban... do you trust Mark Cuban will sign Christian Wood to an extension? 712 votes so far. If you don't know where it's at right now, what would you guess the Mavs fans voted on? Do you trust Mark Cuban to give Christian Wood the extension? 4 years.
43 yes, 57 no.
All right.
70% no.
Oh, wow.
I know what it is because I voted, so I can't guess.
Oh, man. 66.
And I'm going to vote no now just to make my answer seem more correct.
All right.
66 no.
All right.
And whatever
95% no.
What? Corey's the closest.
This city
What?
Yeah.
This city is so jaded right now on our teams.
80% no.
Except full stars.
That he's going to just let
That's
Christian
a good
Wood.
point.
He's
Except
going to
for
let
last
Christian Wood
night.
hit free
What the hell?
agency.
I'm not sure if you're versed in math, but I do believe I was closest.
What did you say?
Okay.
66.
Oh, 14%.
Yeah.
But
wasn't he closest? He said 70%.
You said yes, though.
No,
he said no.
He said no.
So stick it.
I'm very concerned
right.
about
He
your
gave you a
math
middle
challenge
knuckle.
with Jerry Jones based off of just this.
Let's be perfectly honest here. I wasn't really listening. So I don't really know what he said.
I have an argument that they shouldn't
But last
resign
night,
him,
if
though.
Christian Wood's not in the game, let's just say Dwight Powell's in the game, which that's what they wanted for most of the season until the Maxi Kleber injury. LeBron James just reverse layups the ball in and the game's over, but Christian Wood blocked that shot. I'm not saying he's the best defensive player, but he's the step back threes that we just heard the highlight of, as important as Christian Wood defending the rim.
But I have
night.
an argument that they shouldn't re-sign him.
Okay.
Even though I'm pro Christian Wood. The most important thing, well, there's two things. One, having the asset, which you lost Brunson for nothing. But if Jason Kidd really doesn't like him still,
right,
then you probably shouldn't re-sign him.
What do you do?
Well, I'm still re-signing him to have the asset. But fundamentally, right, like if we sit in the room and my head coach, the basketball genius, the guy who helped us, got us to the Western Conference Finals, Luka willed him, or Brunson did too. And he's like, we know you're only playing him and he's producing because you're forced to. That's not the right decision-making process. You know what I mean? Like, let's keep him for the asset, but our head coach doesn't really like him, and you don't sign that guy up for 4 years, big time money.
Would you
That's
flip
my argument
him?
against.
But that's like mid-level exception at this point in the NBA. I mean, I hate saying
I'm
that.
just giving you devil's advocate.
No, and I hear you.
And he would
I'm just
accept
saying,
that? Is that the most they can offer
the
him?
most they can offer him today is 4 for 77. At the end of the year, they can't offer him 4 for about like 120.
Now tell me why, if you're Christian Wood's agent today, you don't take the Mavs phone calls. That's what I'm not taking the Mavs phone calls unless I've already run through a quarter of the league, which he has, and one of those 7 teams, along with the others, isn't signing you up for more money.
So my argument for that would be, if I was the agent and I was talking to Christian Wood, I was like, look, you have worked a long time to catch on, not with a team, with a winning team that you can do the same thing at. This winning team that you can still display your 20-10 skill level wants to lock you up. Like, let's do that. I understand the pitfalls that come with it, but if this team doesn't like you, you're going to be relegated back to potentially garbage basketball, which is what he said he wanted to get out of in his last couple of situations.
If your head coach is, costing you talent because of his own personal distaste, I think you need a different head coach.
Whoa.
Give me talent over coaches.
Wait,
Yeah.
would you keep Christian Wood over Jason Kidd?
If he's costing you talent in general because of petty crap that he showed in 2 other stops, yeah.
Like, Mike, you hear the things that are being said about him behind the scenes. Has he all of a sudden flipped the professional switch that they love him? He has been with 7 different teams.
Right.
Like, this is complicated, I think.
I do think it's complicated. I think the 7 is a little bit overblown for a non-drafted player. I think when you're non-drafted, you can flip around your first 3 years based off of, we have literally nothing invested in you. And so
Get 10-day
I do
or
think
whatever.
the Detroit Pistons decided to let him go after him showing about 15 games of really great play, and then COVID hit.
Yeah.
And then
Houston. And he played
Houston.
no game. Yeah. Sorry.
So
go ahead.
so I'm just saying, and then Houston decided, look, we like Seguin. We just drafted the kid from Auburn. Like, we're not going to keep Christian Wood, and he might not be the best fit for our young guys in like leadership situations.
And he didn't start 1 game in his first 3 seasons. He was playing like 15 games a year.
Yeah. But I think that Mark Cuban is this is my opinion based off what people have told me. I don't think Mark Cuban's as liquid as we would hope for him to be. I'm not saying he doesn't have billions of dollars as assets.
I hear you.
I think real estate-wise, he's invested a lot. If you see that he's getting sued, and I don't know by how much, but by people who invested in that, is it Voyeur or something?
I think
Or
so.
The NFT
crypto,
thing.
yeah.
The crypto thing. He's in
Not
bad-
your invested
Where's the
voyeur.
drum,
That's-
Peyton? Yeah, where's the drum, Peyton? Come on,
I
it's a chance.
I wonder if he just doesn't have enough money
Kenny.
to pay the luxury tax.
If I'm Christian Wood, I'll say, you want me to resign? I'm going to sit in my chair, and you're going to have Jason Kidd come in here and apologize.
Oh, my God.
And Jason Kidd has to sit there and...
Does he have to do what happens after that?
So
You gotta get down on your knees and get that butt right there in the face.
Let me tie this up. Let me take wild card weekend. I think Lamar Jackson would play if he had a 4-year, $200 million extension.
I agree.
If he'd already signed
see
it.
that for
I think
sure.
he'd be like, no, I'm playing. You guys have sacrificed for
Yeah.
me. I'm going to sacrifice for you even though I'm not at 100%. So why would Christian Wood come playoff time if his ankle's bugging him or knees bugging him? I'm going to go out there and look possibly bad against the Memphis Grizzlies to then cost me money. And so Mark Cuban's gone through this before. When guys are on 1-year contracts, they don't commit to the organization as much as you would like them to. Why not, instead of apologizing, go, Christian, you have done everything we've asked of you. You've worked your butt off to do this. You are contributing. And because of that, we want to offer you the 4-year max extension that we can right now at $77 million. If he says no at that point, you know you have to trade him.
I know you guys got Jerry Jones, but you got to throw it to RJ's Cowboy Bucks song for commercial.
All right, Cowboys Bucks song for RJ's commercial.
All right.
That's all right. Number 4's all right with me.
You know this song, Kev?
This is super
Yeah. Hey, hey, hey.
He can sling it, he can fling it, they might catch it and yak it. Or we can hand the ball to Zeke and let him run up inside it. They can bat it, they can pick it, or they outright gonna miss it. And every time he throws it long, you know that Noah will miss it. He is number 4, D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. D, AK, number 4, D, AK. One thing about us, we're the saddest alive. We haven't won a single thing with all these players alive. We can't let Brady have all day. It's Micah Parsons' time. They better win this game or Mike is on the firing line. I'm like, Jerry, you so stupid. They can't fire this guy. So let's just pass it on their ass and wear them down on a drive. Tom's ex-chick wants him to quit, but then she didn't survive. Every snap we bring the pressure, cause that's what we apply. Pressure applied. We're gonna beat you this time, whether it's Micah sacking Brady or it's Dak dropping dimes. We can sling it, we can fling it, they might catch it or yak it, or we can hand the ball to Zeke and let him run up inside it. They can bat it, they can pick it, or they outright gonna miss it. And every time he throws it long, you know that Noah will miss it. He is number 4, D, AK, number 4, D, AK, D, AK, number 4, D, AK.
Yeah, Choppy.
Good
job. Awesome.
Dude, that was great.
Oh,
Coming up
thank you.
next, I asked Jerry Jones about that bum Tom Brady he gets to face.
He brings the energy to your hump. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday if you want to send those in. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30, but I want to start with this. Let's talk some NFL playoffs. The playoffs are starting tomorrow. What is the Super Bowl you most want to see? 877-881-1053.
I bet you guys say Cowboys.
I bet you're right. However,
how would I not want to see that, Mike?
I
Come on.
also,
how do you not want to see that?
I also have a non-Cowboys option.
Okay.
So I've put together a Cowboys option and a non-Cowboys option in anticipation of that. So you would be rooting for Mahomes over Lawrence, right?
Yes, I'd love to see Kansas City be in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I guess I want Dallas.
That's the spirit.
That'd be
It's going to be a
solid.
hell of a day, Corey.
I like it. I guess I want Dallas. I appreciate that, Mike. That's really...
It's a step in the right direction from where we've been, though, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I want to see
sure
Cowboys against whoever the worst team is, Kevin.
What? He's the opposite of you.
I'll take that. No. I'll
You're
take
like
that.
the opposite
Yeah.
of Superman.
Usually I want all the best. Usually
Cowboys,
I want
Dolphins.
all the best. And
Yeah.
Let's do
I'm
it.
kind of in that mode. Like, if that happens. But the non-Cowboys related one, all right, I kind of do want to see Geno Smith ride that train all the way through. And people be like, how? Because Brock Purdy's already throwing a huge monkey wrench in the world of scouting next year. How did we miss on this guy?
Sure.
And everybody's going, well, I mean, obviously it's Shanahan, not Brock Purdy. And that's where the world is right now.
Yeah.
So I want to see the whole world go, how did we screw up so bad on Geno Smith?
Right.
But Reggie knew. Like, everybody will be like, how did Reggie know?
If I was a scout, I would at least say, hey, if it takes 10 years, I'm all right with that. I'll take the loss after 10 years. You're like, now he's good.
But I want to see him lose to the Bengals. Like, I do want to see Joe Burrow get his championship and say, hey, look, I'm here.
So you're going to hate me, Kevin, because you know.
You're going to say effing Tom Brady.
I am.
And
I think that if it's not the Cowboys,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm just rooting really hard for.
I know that you are.
I do think Tom Brady versus Patrick Mahomes one more time would be pretty stinking awesome.
I'm going to tell you, I will become a humongous Chiefs fan if that is the way that plays out. Is a lot of votes for Cowboys Bills, which was the one that I said as well. I think it would be super cool to see the Cowboys Bills link up again in the Super Bowl. That is my preferred matchup. Now, if you go away from the Cowboys, from the 817 49ers Bills, from 469 49ers Bills as well, from the 214 Bengals versus the Bucks, because they want to see Brady versus Burrow. The one that I had includes one of those teams is the 49ers against the Bengals. Those are the two hottest teams in the NFL. They have won a combined 18 games in a row.
Wow.
And so if they both blitz
18 in a row?
18 in a row. So San Fran's at 10, Cincinnati's at 8. If they both blitz through their playoffs, they'll be up to 24 consecutive wins between them. I think that would be in a row.
Wow.
That would be a hell of a matchup.
I just want to ask you guys this question because I know Kevin was a bad enough Cowboys fan to root for this a few years ago. I
Sure.
can't remember if you were.
Nope.
All right.
I admit it.
Tom Brady beats the Cowboys. Are you rooting for
Yes.
the Eagles?
Yes.
What's wrong with you?
I hate
There's
Can't do
not
it.
Tom Brady's
Brady.
not our rival. Tampa's not our rival. Like, it just makes
Kevin-
it worse. Here's the things that I would like. I would
Okay.
like for the Cowboys to win it all.
All right.
That would be my number one. My number two is for the Eagles to lose. That's That's all. That's pretty much that. It's like for the Mavericks to win the championship or for the Lakers to lose. My season's somewhat satisfied in those two scenarios.
I will 100% concede. I am sure I am in the vast minority of this. I just hate Tom Brady too much to root for him. I can't do it.
You know how I feel about Dave.
Yes.
Right? Like I've talked about Dave. Nobody they were like, Dave's can't do anything.
No, you're
and
right.
Then here we are with Dave. So
you called that.
You
part.
would presume that I would say, hey, I want Dave's to make it to the Super Bowl if the Cowboys don't.
I would presume.
But I can't stand this division. The teams, their logos, the stupid colors they wear. I can't stand them so much that I can't even root for them if the Cowboys were to lose. So no, Kevin, I can't believe you hate one man so much.
Yes, you can. You know me. You can absolutely believe that. I know what you're saying for radio purposes, but from personal life purposes, you know that.
I do. I am caught up in this, Mike, with the I'm where you have to be if Trevor Lawrence gets to play Mahomes, where your emotions have got. Both of those guys could end up playing Mahomes, right? If all goes right.
Yes, most likely. If
Herbert
the Jags win.
Herbert and Lawrence could end up playing Mahomes.
Well, I mean, they play each other.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. One of the two.
Buffalo's going to win, and most likely Cincinnati's going to win.
Yeah.
They both get to face backup quarterbacks.
I would be stunned if either one of those games went opposite ways. So you're right. Probably whoever wins, most likely.
His emotions have got to be all over the place if any of those three are together.
I think I understand the hierarchy of Mike Bassick rooting. It goes Mahomes, Lawrence, then Cowboys, because people were asking if it's the Jags versus the Cowboys, who's Mike rooting for? I feel like we tried this exercise for a second, and Mike said, don't ask me that question. And so I made my own assumptions off of that. I think that's your hierarchy.
I think it would be great for the city, and it would just excite the living daylights out of my 14-year-old son if the Cowboys won.
I just would like to start reading some things from the fan text.
They're going to be
from
mean.
the 806. I'm so disappointed in Kevin. The Eagles is disgusting. From the 903, get Kevin off the air. From the
Hold on, are we sure that was related to that one?
No,
opinion?
not at all. Not at all. From the 325, never, ever, ever.
Yeah.
That's two evers. From the 817. Come on, man. Michael Irvin's last game was in Philly on his back, and they booed him.
They actually cheered him. They were hoping he was paralyzed.
Don't forget that Kevin also said that he didn't think Michael Irvin belonged in the Hall of Fame.
Like if DeMar Hamlin, just so you know who you're rooting for, if DeMar Hamlin
that was before we even got on radio,
played for the Dallas Cowboys, and that was Cowboys at Philadelphia,
they would have cheered.
There would have been 20
to
to 40,000 people in that stadium hoping he was dead. That's Philadelphia.
Yeah, that is.
They would have been like, "Oh, I hope they don't resuscitate him." And that's who you root for.
Okay, you know
over
what?
Tom Brady.
When you phrase it
From
like
the 210, not even shocked.
I'm going to have to really think this over. No, they're right. I said on these airwaves, I would always root against Tom Brady. People were mad then. It's good to see all these years removed. People are no less mad than they were before.
Kevin, I do commend you for sticking to your guns. Like, you're that committed for your hatred against Tom Brady.
And it's not like people are thinking about rooting at a different complexes.
Right.
I'm not like, pumping my fist or anything. I'm the meme where I say, I hope both teams lose, but I realize that is not feasible.
From the 214, Kevin probably gets excited when the Astros win, too.
Hell no.
I actually was really happy.
See, how is that any different? How is that any different?
He's my friend. We're teammates. He saved my career. How about that? If somebody saved your career and brought you back from not being able to play baseball, wouldn't you go, kind of like that guy?
The guy. I couldn't root for his team.
From the 408, wherever that is. Kevin, I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Nobody knew the Astros were cheating in 2017. We found out they were cheating in 2019.
Kevin is just jealous that Brady is better than Montana.
My ass. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You're taking an early break because people are on you?
No,
we have to break
it's a
early.
Friday, Mike. Okay, I don't know if you did know that.
I know it.
Coming up
I
next,
know everything.
Carlos Correa, this English soccer club, and anyone trying to stop sports gambling in Texas. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Home plate umpire Corey Blazer. Here's a fly ball into right. Back at the wall. This game is over. Correa ends it.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember what we talked about yesterday, man? What happens right before we go on mic? That was Mike Bassick. I don't think it came across the airways. He is singing his version of that Chili Pepper song as loud as possible.
Yep.
I don't know if you...
I believe that song, Kevin, is Stream of Thought too. So
okay,
I think I'm right about that one. It could be the Zephyr song too, but one of those is Stream of Thought. So the way Mike was doing it's the way it was intended.
It's about right.
Yeah. Kind of like Yo Ledbetter.
877-881-1053. It's time for some Forgiveness Friday, where I hope I'm able to avoid as much of this as possible. But we started with that Carlos Correa clip, because when he got back to Minnesota, he said, Minnesota is where my heart is. I always wanted to be in Minnesota. I'm happy to be a Twin, which is patently
facts.
That is not a fact. That is patently untrue.
That's Joey's
Nonfiction?
facts.
Yes, that's not nonfiction.
Yeah.
God, has Mike corrupted you that much already?
Yes.
He opted out of 2 years and $70+ million, which is more money than he's making per year now on his new contract. And he signed with 2 other teams. He committed to 2 other teams. This is, I can't think of a bigger lie in the last few years in sports.
Okay, thank you.
Because Corey's like, I got like 8 for you.
No, yeah, but I just think in the world of sports and interview, now I get he can't say, I really didn't want to be here. I wanted to be in San Francisco and I wanted to be in New York. But at the same time, he could say, man, I'm really happy to be back in Minnesota. I didn't see it playing out this way, but everything works out for a reason, and I can't wait to be here for the next 6 years, this and that. But I don't think you can say all the lies that he told in that press conference. I guess you can, because nobody in the Minnesota media wanted to go, well, wait a second here.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of an old like Roddy Piper thing that he said. He goes, I've never heard so many lies since I was telling them. And I wonder if he's sitting there going, oh my God, are they going to buy this crap? It's
Roddy Piper's dead. He's not sitting there doing anything.
Okay, but like
Forgiveness Friday, Kevin.
Back in the day, I know that he is dead.
When they ran out of bubble gum.
By the way,
is there any possibility they buried him in that white shirt and the kilt?
I could see that. He really is Scottish. Or he has Scottish ancestry. By the way, speaking of wrestling, Forgiveness Friday to everyone who said that the WWE was sold to the Saudi Arabian contingent without doing any fact checking and seeing that every single story came off of the same tweet.
Well, what happened was the Saudi Arabian contingent, is that the right word?
Sure.
They got the medicals back. And
So after they get sold to Comcast and it fails, they'll go back to Saudi Arabia and be like, this is where our heart was.
This is where our heart was all along.
And they absolutely could be sold to the contingent from Saudi Arabia. I wanted to throw this out there, and I don't know how you guys feel about this. I know a political thing is going to come up. This is not political, okay? Is the Texas legislature has opened up for the 2023 session. One of the things on the docket,
budget surplus.
I have lots of thoughts about that are probably best for off air. Is one of them is about Texas sports betting.
Yes.
And the Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick has said he doesn't see any movement on expanding gambling. And I've heard multiple experts about the legislature be like, I don't think it's going to happen. But
whose pockets are lined?
I mean, I think the subsidies you get from Oklahoma and Louisiana, as you brought up years ago, are no doubt massive. Is Rick Perry, who when he was the governor here, he was against sports gambling. It's just wrong. Don't do it. Now he signed a contract to endorse sports gambling, and he's pitching it here. So
the fridge.
That is not
Rick Perry.
That is not the same person. Do you want to give forgiveness to anyone who's stopping sports gambling here in Texas? Let it happen. It's time.
I just don't want it to corrupt our state, Kevin, for the morality purposes.
Okay,
we're probably better off without it.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the homelessness in Vegas because of all the?
Is that related to gambling?
Crippling economy.
And also, I'm pretty sure like upwards of 30 states now allow some semblance
How are those states
of sports
doing?
gambling.
Are they Texas? Hell no, they're not.
No, they're not Texas. I don't know what their budget surplus is. But you could increase your budget surplus. I just think it's the time. Like I get there was a time when you were like, oh heavens, gambling will get corrupted by the mafia. Like I get that there was a time when we all clutched our pearls about this and everything like that. But I think that time is come and gone, and you can accept that it's time to make money off of this with sports gambling.
Corey, I thought you were against gambling.
Right. Isn't that what I just said? I didn't want it here.
I think he means for betting with Bassett.
Oh, yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
It's
I'm taking a break this week. I can't do it. I can't put myself in position for this.
You're a responsible gambler. You weren't a few years ago and you got lucky. But I
was so nervous for that game. Joey, do you know that story?
I do not.
It got to the NFC Championship, right?
No. It was like the divisional round.
I owed $300 and something to Mike, and I would have owed him over $600.
He did double or nothing. And then in my mind, I was like, if he loses this, is he going to double or nothing again and end up potentially in the thousands? It was the most nervous I've ever been for a game that did not impact me whatsoever. It wasn't the Cowboys or anything like that.
The Packers covered pretty significantly.
But Corey was right.
Yeah.
And he got it down to 0 and didn't owe any money. Now, that being said, I do think, like right now, being serious here, Corey's being responsible right now. He's like, screw it. I don't want to be down more than what I'm already down, so I quit. I do think in this way, I do think gambling should be legal here, just like it is in what you said, 30 states.
Yes.
At the same time, I do think there'll be a lot of people that fall into, unfortunately, an addiction and lose it all. But it doesn't seem like we care about that with alcohol. It seems like at this point, and I know that there's no, to me, at least going to UTA and the class I took, there's no real addiction to weed. Like you're not going to go through.
It's a mental addiction more than a physical addiction.
It's more like I like the way I feel, not like I'm going to, my body's going to shut down because I don't have weed today.
No, I'm inclined to agree with you about that. I would be all about like, hey, we can set this up, but you also have to set aside whatever the amount of money you think it is to build like a center or create programs for people with betting problems. Like, I think that is a simple thing that we could figure out together. We could cooperate together and get that going.
Yeah. More centers for all the sinners who are out there gambling.
Opie World asked, would you rather have, I'm just changing what he said here, but would you rather have weed be legal or gambling be legal?
I mean, personally, just for my lifestyle, gambling, but I also think weed is another taxable outlet that if you want to legalize it and tax it, I think that is a no-brainer.
We have so much surplus once we
don't need money.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's a different conversation that I do want to talk about at some point.
Don't
Probably
worry, I'm going to
not
ask
on
Jerry
air.
Jones that.
I need forgiveness. I do need forgiveness. I started a fight with Adrian this morning.
Is it still about that one thing?
This is about something different. I left a pan in the sink on Monday just to see, because I've been doing a lot of chores lately. Guess what? This morning, the pan was still there. And then when I said nobody in the house helps me out with the chores, she realizes that when I say nobody, I mean her. And so it started a fight in our house this morning where she did wash the pan. So it did get washed. I didn't.
It was washed begrudgingly.
But it was also thrown down on the oven and said, now you can put it up.
Did she give you the middle finger?
No. But she did leave and go to the gym immediately. So there was
the gym is a good outlet for when you're angry. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir, and happy playoffs.
Well, thank you for wishing me the good morning. And let's talk about happy playoffs if we get us some wins here. And the first one starts with Tampa.
Now, and I know we're all excited for the playoffs. I was curious, and I feel like we might have talked about this before, it's a clean slate for all the teams who made it into the tournament. But how much does the lack of success the last 26 postseasons weigh on you and the fans as well? Because I know you hear that.
Yeah. Well, first of all, at the end of the day, we want to do well during the season. And we really do. I have a problem dismissing the season as being meaningful and success in the season. I take a lot of pride in winning a football game and know what goes into it, and know that our fans, a lot of people have gone to major interest levels for us to put a regular season game on. So I put a lot of emphasis on regular season. But when we get to the postseason, then there's nothing wrong with putting all your energy and attention to the postseason. And if you want to carry that one step farther, direct it right on into Tampa Bay this weekend. And so I get excited about my town against your town. I get excited going into Washington or going into New York. I can get excited about that, just like I could get excited back when I was in high school and we were playing Little Rock. I went to school at North Little Rock. And, boy, that was a big deal to play that game. And I just zeroed my life at the time around getting to play in that game. Well, that's the way I feel about all of these games. So it's not a year-round, well, let's see what we do at the post. On the other hand, we all know the ultimate success is the Super Bowl. We know how hard they are to get, and the way to get there is by having success in the postseason. Starts against Tampa.
Now, speaking of our town versus their town, y'all will be traveling to their town despite having a significantly better record. What are your general thoughts about having to play a road game despite having a better record than the team you're playing?
Well, I like to think there is a home field advantage, and I think it probably there is, just to have that momentum. Michael Irvin used to say, I can hear them, each individual talking in the stands when I'm running down the field. So I think there's some advantage to that, but there's also a motivation in knowing that those stands have 80,000, 70,000, 65, whatever's in it. But there's roughly 20 to 30 million people watching these Cowboys play. And so I can easily see how a player can rise above, if you will, the influence of support right there in a stand and rise above it and get their mindset that there's 30 million people watching this game. And I know there's a few of them out there, Cowboy fans.
Jerry, I know this game is in a lot of these games where contributors have to show up. You have to have those other guys that do show up. But how big do the stars of this team have to show up on Monday night?
Well, I think as it turns out, the stars are address what I'm fixing to say. How big it is how healthy we are. No matter, and everyone is a star. Some are just bigger than others. But somebody that's going to do 30 plays for us, 45 plays for us out there, and take that critical role of whatever the position is, that's a star. And I'm not trying to diminish Dak Prescott or diminish Parsons or anyone like that, or Pollard, but still, they're all stars. We all got to have them play their absolute best when they get out there. But again, make no mistake about it, for them to be out there, for them to go down that field in a playoff game, you've got to be reminded that 75,000 young men played college football this year. 75,000. and there will be 400 of them taken in the draft. 2 years later, there won't be but about 100, 125 of them playing in the NFL. So out of 75,000, just think of how rare those guys are to get to go down that field in that playoff game against Tampa.
Can you give us a picture of like what Troy Aikman was like the week of playoff games? Did he change or ramp things up as the stakes got higher from your memory?
Oh, I think that I always remember an intense Troy at all times around the football field, around the team. Very intense. And I can remember a intense but personable, if you will, Michael Irvin. And they made quite a pair as you look for body language or as you look for temperament getting ready to play an important game. But again, I only go to a playoff game or only go to a championship game when I think about literally focusing in on it, because there was so much more for those seasons to be there, so much more that went into it. I think I'm going to paraphrase Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells, when he retired, said, if I could start every season at playoff time, I'd never retire. If I could start at playoff time. It's just so hard to get around to it when I look down the road and all you have to do is to get ready for that playoff time. And I remember when he said that, I said, but aren't we glad that hard road to get to playoff time? Aren't we glad we get to be involved in this business? Aren't we glad we get to be involved in sport and be involved in football? And let me tell you something, that feels good in May too, and that feels good in April. So where am I going here? To me, it's just an elevation of something that's a privilege to get to be a part of.
Jerry, yesterday we decided we're most concerned about Chris Godwin taking over this game on Monday night. Talk about him.
Well, in what way are you concerned about it? Let me get further.
Okay, because we're worried about your cornerback situation opposite of Diggs.
Well, I think that the pluses that we have is we've played a lot of players this year. And you can call them young players, but we've played players that have gotten some valuable experience. And we've just got to get them in the right spot. And that to me is our challenge. We've got to get him out there and him and others at the right time when you've got Brady at quarterback. And we've got to have the right plan to put him up there. But I know what Chris Godwin is, and the coaches know what he is as far as his capabilities are concerned. And if he's in the right spot, Chris Godwin can be a real difference maker. He can create a turnover.
So when it comes to, you just mentioned Tom Brady, 45 years old, hasn't had the best season, has had to pass the ball most in NFL history in a season. What are your thoughts going against Tom Brady in the playoffs?
Well, I just think that it's not too big for him, and I'm saying that tongue in cheek. But that's important. The situation with all that's at stake, and he's in a series, and he's in the middle of a possession. And basically, it's just not too big for him. And man, that's I don't care whether it's football or business or what. You get somebody that they don't shake in their boots when they get down to a live or die situation. That guy's formidable competition in anything. And so confidence is what I think of him. I see a lot of confidence.
Jerry, I mean, it's interesting that you're talking about that, and you brought up Bill Parcells moments ago, because one of the things when I started working at the Cowboys website, I remember Parcells was saying, look, I want my guys to be the best at their position on that day. Do you think Dak has to be better than Tom Brady on Monday for the Cowboys to win?
Well, they don't play against each other. They do play against each other as a team. But the guys that are playing against Tom are the pass rush. And the guys that are playing against Tom are their battle to have the pass rush be effective against him, or the coverage out there. Now, they're against Tom. and that's something that I'm sure they dream about. I mean, just to have on their mind constantly at this time, and that's everybody's job to think like that. If they'll do that, then over on the other side of the ball, Tyron Smith and Tyler Smith and those guys need to be thinking about who they're in front of. You've heard me say a lot of times now, this thing doesn't go too far past the guy in front of you. And you can talk about all the crowd, you can talk about all the television numbers, you can talk about all the influence out here. What you better be talking about is what you're doing today, Friday, to put in yourself so that it will come out. If you don't put it in there, it will not come out Monday. But if it's in there today, Friday, and Saturday, then it will come out on Monday. And so work today so that it will come out on Monday. And part of what might come out Monday is what we did if we don't look out against Washington, or what might come out Monday is what we didn't do against Washington, and it's helping motivate us on Monday what we did Sunday before.
Now, when you brought up Tyler Smith and Tyron Smith and the offensive line in general, I'm kind of curious your thoughts. The running game has struggled the last 4 games, which coincides with the absence of Terrence Steele. How much has that injury hurt the running game, you feel?
Well, I think Terrence is having a outstanding career above expectation, and which says a lot, because that's it's pretty important. I mean, it's pretty impressive to be starting right tackle in the NFL. And so, first of all, he's playing to a high level. Anytime you got a player like that, you're going to miss him when he's not out there. Now, we were fortunate to have Tyron Smith available to be out there. And Tyron Smith has had some really, really outstanding plays. He's ahead of things regarding his pass protection, and he's really working and getting into our run blocking. And I look for him to continually to improve as, if you will, the proverbial rust or whatever you want to call it, as he gets back into where he was at the start of the season, which I think that he could be out there Monday night.
Do you feel like he has to improve from the Washington game Monday night for this thing to be successful?
No, I think that we all as a team, not just him, when you say he has to improve, can we win out there without everybody doing their best? It's as we get in the playoffs, unlikely. But I think that if you plays at the level that he's very capable of playing right now, take some of the things he didn't do as well last Sunday out, but put some of the things he did well last Sunday and get more of those in, and yeah, that'll win it.
Jerry, Tony Pollard said, I think it was in The Athletic, he said, when you make a plays in the playoff, they stick with you forever. They stick with everybody forever. And I think Kevin around here, Rangers World Series loss.
Yeah.
Dez caught it, the Romo snap. Yeah. There are a lot of things. There are also some good things. Dirk winning the title and everything. There's some good moments. But Jerry, for you, when you think of your history of the Cowboys, what is that playoff moment that's burned in your memory the most?
Well, I think that I would describe it like this. You can have a really impressive 2-yard run, as we all know, if you're a running back. And it can be very impressive. Something happens to that 2-yard run when it gets in a championship game, or it gets down where if you don't win, you go home and you're through for the year. That 2-yard run, every one of them is accentuated, just not exaggerated, but they become more. Zeke jumps up in there and he powers through there, and then he's got his feet still under him, but his head looks like he's down, and then doggone, he spins. That 2-yard run doing that compared to doing that opening day just gets bigger. And it feels bigger, and it is bigger because everything is on the line at that point for that game, and so that play has been really not exaggerated, but just sticks in your mind more. I can remember my college days, and I remember specific plays, and they were not necessarily a 98-yard run. They might have been a 2.5-yard run, or they might have been a key staying with the block one step longer. And those stick out as much or more than the 90-yard run in another situation.
Talk with Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were talking about this just a little bit ago. Is the 2023 Texas legislative session said they were going to talk about sports gambling in Texas. I personally support it, but nobody cares what I think. What are your thoughts about the legalization potential of sports gambling in the state of Texas?
Well, I think it's a really thing that needs to be addressed at this time. And one of the reasons why I think it does is because it's happening at this time. There's a huge amount of gaming going on in and around sports at this time. And so to have all of the benefits or all of the control over it, it needs to be basically recognized and parameters put on it and discipline put in it. And then also the benefits that go or can go in Texas could adhere to the right kind of people. Lower some property tax, certainly help educate our great state's children. All of those things can be enhanced by something that is presently going on in a big way. And we should be getting the benefit of it as citizens of Texas. Other states are. Other states surrounding us are. So it's a time, I think, for us to set the rules up and execute on it and get the benefits of it.
When you took the Cowboys over, the NFL looked very different in a lot of different ways, actually. But right now, scheduling looks pretty different. And Kevin brought up that you're playing on the road, even though you had a better record, but you're playing on Monday night during the playoffs. And that just seems, I couldn't have even thought of that whenever I was a kid, that Monday night would get a playoff, that kind of stage. Did you visualize anything like that when you bought into this league back then?
Specifically not, but generally I saw all kinds of ways, imaginative ways, that football could have a wider visibility. Later I've said this, I think, but we're at the time of the year when we apex our interest, and it's the fourth quarter of the year and the first part of the first quarter, and that's really the ideal time to get the decision makers in the country in front of the screens. That's time to get their attention. That's better than other times of the year. It's a more prosperous time of the year because people do a lot more financial decisions. It's Christmas time. It's that time. Number two, the game allows you to have unintrusive stops that you can give a little message about a service or a product. But more importantly, what I didn't see was how it could become a part of culture and become a part of society. Whoever thought that football could play the role that it plays with its visibility, and it does that because, frankly, tongue-in-cheek, but not tongue-in-cheek, year-round football is a soap opera all the time. And it has it has some of the faults of having that kind of visibility, but it has all the pluses. In other words, people are talking about this game directly or indirectly year-round, and that's a huge thing. I probably did not see the extent that it's the case today.
Now, you talked a lot about how healthy or how much healthier this team is getting going into Monday night's playoff game. I think we're all excited about that. I was curious, is there any internal reasons or any team reasons that will prevent Sam Williams from playing Monday after an arrest warrant was issued for his reckless driving? Is that something that would impact his game status on Monday from y'all's end?
Not as I sit here today, and I don't put that question in it that I know anything. As I see it today, nothing at all will do that. And as far as his availability is concerned, and again, I want to emphasize our availability and the time that our young players, he's a case in point, have gotten to spend on the field this year. That'll all really be a big asset for us when we line up Monday night. And we're in as good a shape as we were last year relative to availability and relative to playing young players or players that needed more play time. We're probably better off than we were this time last year. So when I look at the pluses, the condition of this team, the physical condition, the experience that the young players have on this team, all of that, we are really in great shape going into the playoffs.
And Jerry, last question before we let you go. You talked about it a little bit with Sean and RJ on Tuesday, and Bobby, the physicality of the playoffs and being able to do things that you want to do physically on the field. Is it important for the Cowboys to go in kind of with a bully mindset on Monday night against Tampa Bay?
Well, it's been known forever that if two players have to hit, the one going the fastest wins. So that's called cranking it up. That's intensity. And this game was designed to have the team that is trying the hardest have an edge, or trying to build the most, be the smartest relative to angles, relative to just own your game. And so if you get two teams, and believe you me, Tampa's going to be thinking that way too. Mm-hmm. You get two teams doing that, and it's more physical. It's just more physical, and playoffs are more physical.
Well, we appreciate the time as always, and best of luck going into Monday night. Obviously, a lot of anxious Cowboys fans are ready to go.
Enjoyed our visit, guys, very much.
There you go, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, if you have any specific reactions, we can dive back into that from the interview. Plus, my question, which playoff QB is under the most pressure this postseason? All of that next right here on The Fan.
by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Asking the questions that matter, like yesterday when I asked who scares you from the Milwaukee Bucks, which, not a particularly relevant question. Yeah. Look, lots of people.
The station tweeted that out as our premier segment yesterday, by the way.
Did it just say Bucks? Did it say Milwaukee Bucks?
That's why I confused Jerry. He's like, I think it's Giannis.
We're aware and monitoring the situation of the Dallas Zoo being closed because of a missing leopard. And also, I know lots of people have lots of thoughts about what Jerry Jones said about Chris Godwin forcing a turnover. I heard it, too.
Watching all these defensive stats for Chris Godwin for Tampa Bay.
He has 9 fumbles in his career. Okay. So maybe Jerry was saying he'll get you a turnover, like he'll turn it over.
I like it.
He also has 9 tackles in his career.
He does?
8 solo, 1 combo tackle. So
you hate Tom Brady. He had to tackle somebody.
He has a lot of turnovers. Tom Brady has a lot of turnovers. I got what you're saying.
I think it's whenever the ball is fumbled, then Chris Godwin has gotten tackles on those plays. So, yeah, man, maybe he is a defensive player that we just didn't know about.
From the 682, I had a phone call during Jerry. Can you update me on what he said about gambling? No, you should have listened. No, I'm just kidding. He said he's in favor of it. It took him a minute to get there, and I know that's what kind of agitates people, but essentially he said he's in favor.
Well, and somebody tweeted me, T. Jetman, and said, you guys should have asked if Jerry, if it's passed, would he invest and or build his own casino, like a Cowboys casino? There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Oh,
he's probably already got the piece of land on in Frisco that he's like, yeah, Universal's never getting their hands on this one.
I'm with you.
Our dude perfect.
Yeah, our dude perfect.
So my question for y'all to go along with all of this is, which playoff quarterback is under the most pressure this postseason? I actually rank them.
You don't get to give your list.
Okay. I was going to say, I want to know from y'all, but I ranked them from least to most and wanted to get y'all's breakdown of that.
From the 682, Hurts is under the most pressure, in my opinion. He's got to deal with the Kevin-led fan base if he fails.
No!
Because Kevin was like, he said he would root for the Eagles.
I think it's Trent Dilfer after what he did for Tampa Bay. Can he finally repeat?
I see what you're doing, Mike.
As the Tampa Bay Bucks quarterback this week.
Would you like us to just discuss which quarterback is under the most pressure in the playoffs, or would you like me to go through my list so people can be angry about this?
I'm going to guess your list.
Okay.
Number 1, and I agree with you, and I don't even know what number 1 is right now.
Dak.
Josh Allen.
That is correct. I think as much as around here we talk about Dak Prescott and everything, I hear you. But this was the year Josh Allen was the favorite to win the MVP. The Buffalo Bills were the favorite to win the Super Bowl. And this is a weird way of saying it, but given everything that happened with DeMar Hamlin, now you have a whole new sector of fans who probably didn't give a crap about the Buffalo Bills before. They're all for you. All of the support is behind the Buffalo Bills. I think Josh Allen is the guy because he also does not want to get left behind in the Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes discussion.
Yeah, and he was built up as, before the season started by most NFL fans, as he's going to win the MVP, and if he doesn't win the MVP, he'll finish second or third, and he's going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he won't finish in the top 3 now.
And I think if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, people will start, I'm not saying giving up on him. He'll still be considered a top 5 quarterback, but they'll start giving up on comparing him to, right now, Patrick Mahomes in this generation. I think they will start looking. It matters because he obviously plays Joe Burrow pretty much in the second round. I think that's pretty defined as they get practice games this weekend, both teams. So it'll be interesting to see Josh Allen, but I think he could take a big hit in the NFL fandom world if he doesn't win it all this year.
Do you think that he carries the weight of the failures of those 4 Super Bowl teams that currently Dak Prescott and even Tony Romo carried, of the successes of those Super Bowl team, the Cowboys Super Bowl team?
I do. All right, now this is going to sound weird. DeMarcus Lawrence was talking about the history with Tom Brady, and he's like, it doesn't matter. And I can see that. But all the expectations matter when you're talking with those older players. You know what I'm saying? is I don't think that would be the first thing that came up if he was talking with Thurman Thomas. But
Right.
he knows when he's talking to Thurman Thomas is that dude was elite and they couldn't get the job done.
I'm sorry, I think I missaid that question too. I do appreciate that you're thinking it from his perspective.
I think when Kevin gets excited about something, he pounds the table. Have you ever noticed that he
That's
pounded
fair.
the table 17 times there?
he's a
So he
pounder.
wanted to tell you something.
He's always been a pounder.
Oh my gosh.
Kevin, I kind of also meant like from the national and even their own fan base perspective as well.
Yes.
As opposed to just him individually, like him carrying it on his own. But when people talk about Josh Allen in Buffalo, did they talk about him like, hey, you know, we have to get over the hump now because we couldn't do it back then?
Yes.
Okay.
And look, you don't have to think that's fair. It's the same thing with Dak. It's the same thing with any storied franchise. If the Buffalo Bills make it to the Super Bowl and lose, do you think that people are going to be like, man, Buffalo lost in the Super Bowl? That's wild. Or do you think they're going to say, this is the 5th time that Buffalo has lost in the Super Bowl? Like, it's going to be that second one. I'm not saying that you should be lumped in with all that baggage, but that's what happens. That's why Dak gets compared with Aikman, Staubach. That's why it happened with Romo, is like, and Meredith and everything. Those are the expectations, and that is unfortunate. Now, number 2 on my list, he ain't going to play. He told us yesterday, essentially, in his post, hey, y'all, I'm not going to play. I would have said it would have been Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson would have been my second on there because he has been knocking on the playoff door. He already has an MVP, but people have him slotted as he's a divisional round guy, right? Like, you can win your MVP, you can do fine or do well in the regular season. You're a divisional guy. That's all you'll ever be. There are some people who think that same thing about Dak. I would have had Lamar Jackson at number 2.
But since he's not playing,
I think it's Dak Prescott. I really do.
Do you think how much do you think it affects Lamar Jackson not playing now? Like, where does his status float?
So,
I mean, we did talk about this a little bit yesterday, but I mean, even within his own fan base, they've got to be like, they have to understand the situation he's in. This team kind of did treat him dirty, but at the same time, they're also like, hey, this is business, and they're doing what business allows you to do. Mike?
Well, I think talking about Lamar, I know he's not playing, so it kind of changes. But I just think that I'm with you guys. He's going to be on another team. So because he's not going to play on Sunday and they're going to lose probably by 7 or more points, is that there's not really pressure on him because he's like, look, I've proved myself enough to some team. Somebody's going to give me $45 million a year on, let's say, about a 5-year contract to play. So I think that there's not a lot for him to prove there. Is that he needed to prove that I deserve $45 million a year, and somebody's going to do it. Now, that being said, for Dak,
by the way.
I do think it's not going to change anything, but I do think if Dak loses Monday night, the only way where it would be like maybe Dak would get a pass is, let's just say they lose 31-30.
Sure.
And so he puts up 30 points, and they were mostly offensive points. They weren't defensive points. I would say that takes a little bit of pressure off him. If the Cowboys lose, let's just say 20-17 or 27-21, I think at that point, the Cowboys won't do this, but I think a real organization that really cared would start thinking about him as being Derek Carr and going, you know what? It's just not good enough.
For sure, yeah.
It's just not good enough. He's fine. We can play 500 or a little bit better with this guy, Andy Dalton style in Cincinnati. But you can't win with him. And ultimately, if your goal is going to be winning an NFC championship or winning a Super Bowl, I think if Dak loses on Monday night, I think we need to strongly consider and start having topics on, even though Jerry would never do it, that the Cowboys have to look for a new quarterback.
Man, I see the pressure. I don't know about looking for it and I agree they won't, but that like their idea and mindset is kind of similar to McCarthy. You just finally got to this point where there's some stability in the way that you win. Why would I want to change that? If I can get there and stay there a little more, maybe I get lucky one year. Maybe we get the right pick one year and it puts us over the top. But I do see that the pressure's there because the Cowboys are in the spotlight all the time. And that position, Dak Prescott, and are you deserving of this contract? All the things culminate each year in the playoffs in this way for Dak.
I'm flipping through it right now because it just got released in the last couple minutes. I do want to get back.
Leopard?
No, not the. I'm unaware.
Where's the leopard? Leopard got released. We know.
I do not have an update for the leopard situation. I was going to say my update was going to be for the Associated Press, the All-Pro roster, and so this is like the real deal All-Pro.
Leopard doesn't change his stripes.
I don't know if that is right. Is right at right guard, first team right guard is Zach Martin for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, the other first team player that they have is, it's not Dak, it is Micah Parsons as an edge rusher. And it kind of gives you some insight into how the awards will go because he's behind Nick Bosa, the presumptive defensive player of the year, and the quarterback is Patrick Mahomes, your presumptive MVP of the season. But I will also tell you CeeDee Lamb, second team All-Pro at wide receiver. So that puts him in position to be noted as one of the best 6 wide receivers in the league this year.
Did you say you didn't know who's in front of him?
Who's that?
In front of CD?
No, yeah, I know who's in front.
Is it Jefferson?
Diggs and Brown complete the rest of the second team. And then for the first team, it is Jefferson, Hill, and Devontae.
Yep.
That sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I just today was like, man, I have as much respect as I've had for Devontae Adams his whole career. I don't think it's been enough.
Yeah.
And I saw a video with him that was like, yeah, that's that dude. All right, so we got to Josh Allen and Dak.
Okay, so I think it goes Josh Allen, Dak. This might surprise some people. I think Patrick Mahomes is next on the list. I think Patrick Mahomes is operating on a different level of pressure. I don't think Patrick Mahomes is like, nobody's going to question if he's great or anything like that. I think Patrick Mahomes is in a competition among history to be one of the best 5 of all time. That's why I have him third on the list, which, it might seem too high, but I think Patrick Mahomes is like, I already lost that game to Brady. I need to start stacking. And now he's going to have a second MVP, get to win another Super Bowl, and he's making his move for top 5 already.
I feel like you're not as solid on that point because you weren't pounding the table on that
Okay.
one. So you like it, but you don't love it. I got you.
That is fair.
I'm with you, though, on that, too, because I do think he's this generation's quarterback, as it was Manning and Brady for the last 20 years, and obviously more Brady than Manning because of the championships. And I do think Patrick Mahomes is the one person out of all these quarterbacks in the playoffs that has a chance to become the greatest second or third greatest quarterback of all time.
Yes.
And so that is where if he gets this MVP, which I think he will, and he wins the Super Bowl this year, and so he's won 40% of the Super Bowls that he could possibly win and been in 60% of the Super Bowls he could possibly be in, and 2 MVPs in 5 years, you start going, whoa, he could challenge Tom Brady or Joe Montana.
Okay, so it is that line of logic why I go to Joe Burrow next, because I think Joe Burrow wants to challenge and say, you are not automatically the quarterback of this generation.
He's the Manning, Brady, and you want that, right?
For sure.
You want where there's 2 guys in a generation.
Exactly.
And to your point, the first guy is if Josh Allen goes ahead and wins Super Bowl MVP in the Super Bowl, now we start pushing him into, is he better than Patrick Mahomes? Is he going to have a better 5-year run than Patrick Mahomes?
Because on the surface, I don't think if Mahomes or Burrow don't make it to the Super Bowl, I don't think anyone's going to be like, well, they're not that great, But I'm saying they're competing for top generational spot. Then we move from there. So my top 5 would have been most pressure quarterbacks in the postseason, or most pressure on them. It would have been Josh Allen, Lamar. I know he's not playing now. Dak, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow. I think that is the prime pressure spots. All right. From there, I went Jalen Hurts and Kirk Cousins. I don't think the pressure is on Hurts to the degree that some do. I know they're the number 1 seed. They're there early. And and this is just reinforcement for Jalen Hurts. Like, if he makes it to the Super Bowl, that's reinforcement for him to say, I told you I was the dude. But if he doesn't, he's going to finish second for MVP, I assume, and he's still got time. Kirk Cousins, he's kind of stuck in that nether region of nobody thinks you're that great, but nobody thinks you're bad.
Where if Dak loses in the first round on Monday, Dak goes into the Kirk Cousins category of fine. He can make the playoffs, and that's all he'll ever do for you. And I think with Jalen Hurts is This year, not much pressure. He does need to win that first game. After a bye, I think that's important.
I agree.
But if he loses to San Francisco,
you're fine.
I think Philadelphia goes, all right, next year you got to take us to the Super Bowl, right? And there's going to be more pressure on him next year.
Now, my list from there, I went Herbert, Purdy, and Geno, 8, 9, and 10. Now, Purdy might seem higher than you would guess. Don't forget, he's trying to keep his starting job. So I think there is a level of pressure on him where they might just have a quarterback competition nonetheless going into next season. And so the last four, I have Daniel Jones, Skylar Thompson, Trevor Lawrence, and Tom Brady. The reason why I have Trevor Lawrence so low is Daniel Jones and Skylar Thompson, to an extent, might still be trying to show their teams what they can do. Daniel Jones might already be locked in. Skylar Thompson's not supposed to be the dude. So there's a tiny bit of pressure just in terms of his own personal career growth. And then Trevor Lawrence, I think you're gold. You made it to the playoffs. You can lose 85-0, and I still think you're fine. And then Tom Brady, he might view it differently. I view it as he has the least pressure on him.
I know we have a clock here, Kevin, but I wanted to respond to somebody who texted in and said, "You're kidding me. CeeDee Lamb being a top 6 receiver is a joke." Top 5 in receptions, number 6 in yards, number 6 in touchdowns, number 4 in 20-plus yard catches, and number 4 in targets. He's a top 6 receiver, whether you like it or not. He's actually a top 5 receiver in a lot of respects.
That's what it sounds like. And guess what? Everyone who covers football agrees. Well, okay, not everyone. The people who voted on this list.
Trevor Lawrence, number 1.
Yes.
There you go, Mike.
You would not have voted him over Patrick Mahomes. You would have voted him second.
I'd have voted Patrick Mahomes 1, and then I would have voted Joe Burrow number 2, which I understand would have upset people, but that's what I would.
So the All-Pros for the Cowboys, first team right guard, Zach Martin, first team edge rusher, Micah Parsons, and then second team wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb. Those are the All-Pros as we see it right now. And I was slipping through the list. I did not see Kevontae Turpin on there since we talked about the Pro Bowl and then the Players All-Pro. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get those fiery opinions continuing to come on in, and we'll get to some of your shout-outs. I know we've been dragging on that. It's Masterpiece Theater. Have you ever walked out of a movie, and if so, which one? We will talk about that in depth. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the news on the other side, Zach Martin, Micah Parsons, first team AP All-Pro, and CeeDee Lamb, second team All-Pro, which is apparently making a lot of people mad. I did not anticipate that, yet here we are.
Yeah, man, I think people are so jaded on the Cowboys that they don't want to see when they have good things. And I'm very concerned about this. CeeDee Lamb had he had a better year than Amari Cooper ever had here.
Yep.
And people are still opining. Is it opining or just pining? They're just pining for Amari Cooper to be back here when CeeDee Lamb had a better year than he ever had.
I think when it comes to Cowboy fans that maybe aren't following the league, I understand if you think Cooper Kupp is better. He can't be a guy this year. He got hurt.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams went to a team that couldn't get him the ball as much as Aaron Rodgers got him the ball. So if you want to say he's not a top 6 receiver in the league and you want to rank Devontae Adams higher than him.
Devontae Adams is on the list.
Yep.
Yeah. Or if you want to rate Cooper
Kupp, yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Or if you want to say DeAndre Hopkins is better, I understand that, but they can't be on the first team or second team All-Pro list. I understand Devontae Adams can, but like Hopkins and Kupp can't. Or, maybe name another guy that got hurt this year that I'm forgetting that was really good. You have to just go off of the 2022 season. And in the 2022 season, statistically, CeeDee Lamb is right on that borderline of second team All-Pro.
Yeah.
And he made it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm a Cowboys fan, I'd just be like, that's really cool that our guy who was a first round pick, who we were worried about coming into this season, if he would live up to that status, looks like he's living up to that status.
I don't think it helps when, I don't think Jerry said this directly this morning, but it felt like in a roundabout way when we talked about how important the playoffs were. He was like, but let's not discount how important the regular season was. I saw on the fan text, a lot of people have interpreted that as he either doesn't care about playoff wins or he's trying to cushion us for the impending disappointment. You know what I'm saying? And so that doesn't help. The Washington game doesn't help. A lot of people think they're going to lose Monday night. It's a jaded fan base, and I understand why. So I wanted to try to have a little bit of fun with some Masterpiece Theater.
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
So we brought this up.
Mike's here too.
On the show. Yeah, we need to get Waddle back in. I'm sure we can make that happen.
He's playing in the playoffs.
That's a different Waddle. I also want to throw out a couple shout outs from the 214. Shout out to my wife, Audrey. We are expecting our first child, James Tyler Jr., next month. Shout out to y'all and congratulations. And then this one, shout out to their 8-year-old stepson, Michael. He went through mouth surgery yesterday like a boss and came home so effed up he couldn't use a TV remote. Woke up this morning, said he feels fantastic. That is outstanding news there as well. So we brought this topic up for about 1 or 2 minutes and got 60 kajillion things responded on it. And so wanted to do...
Kajillion's
is that
real.
not an accurate number?
Real.
Well, who knows? Maybe Chris Godwin will get you a turnover. Is the question that we will go for the whole segment here is, have you ever walked out of a movie? And if so, which movie? So I'm going to kick this off, if you don't mind, please. I've never walked out of a movie. Some might say it's because I'm cheap. Some might say, which is fair, some might say it's because I love movies and try to find something that I could. But the closest I ever came is when I was a kid, 1994. It's a motion picture called Cabin Boy. It's the worst piece of trash I've ever seen in my life, and I hated it beyond belief. It has Chris Elliott in it, and I like him. I hated the movie. Hated it! However, I was also not in a position to leave the movie theater. You know, like when you're a kid, you're there with whoever, your parents or whoever took you to the movie. And so I was not in a position where I could walk out of the movie. Otherwise, I believe I would have walked out of that movie. So Cabin Boy, that movie sucks. I'm pretty sure it's like that and House of a Thousand Corpses, Freddy Got Fingered. These are like some of the worst movies I've ever seen. Those are all real movies and they suck. And I remember when I saw House of a Thousand Corpses.
That's Gavin Dawson's favorite movie ever is Freddy Got Fingered.
His favorite movie for real?
That's what he says.
Oh my goodness.
Daddy, would you like some sausage?
You can ask him in
Daddy, would you like some sausages?
Talk. It's his favorite movie.
Well, you know what? Then I'll pivot to, I still hate that movie.
You remember what happened in that movie with the horse?
No, nobody remembers. Well, Gavin Dawson remembers what happened in that movie.
He saw a horse and they were saying, hey, we're going to stud you out. And so they have to do some things to, you saw it in Yellowstone, Kevin. They got to do some things to stud out a horse.
Country music concert?
No.
Okay. Well, Yellowstone likes their concerts. I remember House of a Thousand Corpses. I hated that whole movie. And then at the end, it goes, the end, question mark?
Yes,
and there was like a
please.
whole bunch of Rob Zombie, White Zombie fans are like, yeah. And so I did the Happy Gilmore line or Billy Madison line when I walked out. I was like, well, that was a nice piece of S.
Mm-hmm.
And some metalheads definitely were angry looking at me. That movie sucked.
You guys remember the guy named Nick Nepich up here?
Nepich, yeah.
He's a good guy.
He was. Or he still is.
Yeah, he still is.
I think the other day he tweeted that.
Yeah, I have his tweet. Now, this would be a movie you might walk out on because he ruined it. It says here, The Passion of Christ is beginning their filming of a sequel.
What?
And Nick Nepich ruined it for us because he says, don't mean to give the spoilers away, but Jesus comes back to life.
What?
But then what? Like, that's the next part is what I want to know. What happens
Holy moly.
Should you read the book first?
Yes.
Is this one of those where the book's better than the movie?
I feel like it would be blasphemous if I did not say that. So yes, I will agree. In this one rare instance, the book is better than the movie. From the 214, I walked out on Blood Rain in 2005. I don't even know what that movie is. So thank you I will look it up now. From the 210, I've only walked out of 2 movies that I paid to see. Both were dates in high school. The Crying Game. I don't know if y'all have seen The Crying Game. I could see how it could be tough to get some romantic situations going after the reveal towards the end of that movie.
What happened in the movie? I've never seen it.
Well, you've seen Ace.
I don't watch all movies.
Okay, you've seen Ace Ventura, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember the song that they play when the Einhorn reveal takes place? It's The Crying Game. So,
are you serious?
That is I know that movie's like 30 years old. I'm trying not to spoil it. That is essentially the reveal from the Crying Game and Class Action starring Mary Elizabeth Master Antonio.
Your gun is digging into my hip.
Yeah, that's not. From the 817, I walked out of Fantastic Four in 2015. Words cannot describe how disgraceful that movie was. Absolute horse poop. That was their radio-friendly thing that they said, and I appreciate that.
I don't think I've ever walked out of a movie before.
I appreciate that.
I'm trying to think of all the movies I've been to, Kevin.
Man, I fall asleep at a lot of movies now.
I did fall asleep to the, I think, was it Roth Superman? Is it what we decided the other day? Ralph.
Yeah.
Brandon Routh or whatever.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Wreck-It Ralph. I fell asleep during his because that was boring. I also fell asleep during, what was that Ben Affleck movie where he was driving fast in a car and got into a wreck or something, excessive damages or something like that.
It's not Batman. I mean, I know he is in some of those movies.
But that's just because I was tired, not because I thought the movie stunk. But I want to have to go find out what movie that was.
There's some movies I have been lucky about. Like, I just turned Black Adam off halfway through because I was like,
is it not
really
good?
It sucks.
That's with The Rock?
Yeah, and I like The Rock a lot. Just that movie was stupid.
Some of All Fears.
Okay. Oh, was that a Tom Clancy?
Yeah, I was just tired that day.
I'm so glad I didn't see this in the movie theater, is Master and Commander, because I could have watched that movie for 2 hours.
Or 2 days.
I could have left the theater, run a marathon, gone to visit Paris, come back, and then that movie would still have like 4 hours left in it. That movie sucks. Luckily, I just saw it, I think, at my house or something. And so you're like, all right, well.
I remember Mike, my roommate, turned it on. He was
Adrian?
like, no, his name was Brian. He turned this movie on, and we were sitting there. I remember falling asleep and then waking up what seemed like 2 hours later.
Was everything okay?
They were still on their boat looking at the ocean. And I was like, that's
all
happening.
that happens in that
and
movie.
so I
There's
went
a
back to
tiger
sleep.
and an orangutan.
That's a different movie. You're talking about The Life of Pi?
I went back
At least
to
with the
sleep,
tiger part.
and when I woke up, the movie was still on. And I was like, what is going on
Now,
here?
Yeah, because conventional wisdom will tell you that movie is 2 hours and 18 minutes. That movie is at least 6 hours long. At least 6 hours long. That movie sucks.
I am so picky about movies now. I just don't have much interest at all in going to the movie theater. Yet I like going to the movie theater. I've always liked
love
going.
Top Gun.
Yeah,
The
Top
Top
Gun
Gun
was great.
sequel.
I just the stuff they show now when you're watching a Maverick game or whatever, and you're watching commercials, you're just like, I don't know, nothing like this is going to be the best movie, and somebody's sacrificing somebody right now. Like nobody's sacrificing anybody. I'm like, I have no interest in seeing this movie, and there's a plane going sideways, and I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care. There's another one that it looks like it's a home movie where somebody's mom doesn't come home after vacation, and I'm just like, do they make anything?
Is that like Paranormal Activity vein? Or
I don't know. Do they make anything that you guys get interested in the last 6 months? Has there been anything that you've been like, I want to go see that in the movie theater?
Man, because how long did Top Gun come out? Because I was pretty stoked about that.
I didn't even go see that in the theater. I watched that at home.
Besides Top Gun, because I agree with you that we wanted to go see that in the theater.
Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Is that out yet? I will totally go and see that. It's a Winnie the Pooh horror movie, but that speaks to like my sensibilities of what I will watch. I will also watch Cocaine Bear. So like, I might not be the right person to ask that question to because I have more lenient.
There are a lot of the Marvel stuff. I like taking my kids to Spider-Man.
I know I keep
into
falling
the Spider-Verse
asleep in
stuff.
those.
My kids love those, so I'm at a point now where any movie I go to see, I want to take my kids with me. But no, I'm not in, hey, Adrian, let's go see X movie because we have to go see that.
Yeah, like the last Thor. We saw the last Thor, and it was fine. And that's kind of the thing that beat me down about Black Adam is I was like, okay, so this movie is the same as all of the rest of them. I just don't know or particularly care about this character.
Is it like watching 1883 reminds me of Tombstone? And 1883 is amazing. But I guess maybe 20 years ago, they'd have to make that a movie. They wouldn't make that a television series.
The rise of streaming has allowed for that.
Because like Shawshank Redemption, they're not making any movies like that anymore. Like there's just nothing being made like that anymore in the theaters. I guess they look at it and producers and people that are making these things go, we can make this 10 hours and really give it the detail we want to give it. It just has to be a 10-part series on a streaming network. So why put it in a movie theater for an hour 45 minutes when we can really detail it? And even I think Star Wars took a little bit of hit on the ones that came out in the movie theaters because if you're a Star Wars fan, you're like, oh, it's all right. It doesn't remind me back in the 80s.
There's
and
oversaturation.
You want the details. Like the Obi-Wan Kenobi one that just came out was unbelievable because of all the detail they could put in more like 6 or 8 episodes. So I don't know. Movies don't interest me anymore.
I did see Amsterdam in the theater recently, and I was like, I could have done without that. But I'm interested in seeing Babylon, like the Brad Pitt movie.
That's long.
But here's the thing: I could just go stare at Margot Robbie a lot, you know, and that's where I'm okay with that. So.
From the 214, only movie I ever walked out of was Striptease. I couldn't stand the bad acting and overall negativity of that film. Plus, if you got the parts that you were there to see, maybe. From the 817, I walked out of Boogie Nights. From the 682, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. Somebody mentions Shallow Hal. Oh, man. From the 469, walked out on the Blair Witch Project. Overhyped trash movie. All right. I could see how that movie does not translate now. But at the time, like I remember when I saw it, I really liked it because you legit like thought that maybe they just found those videos and those kids got murdered by the witch or whatever. And like, which sounds preposterous now. I get it. But it was like early in the internet and we were really dumb. And I actually really like that movie. But everyone who thinks it's stupid, I get it.
In the 469, I walked out on the Titanic, mad because Rose goes to her lover in heaven and not her husband, who she built her whole life with. And she killed her lover. Don't forget about that.
Are we sure he's going to?
Didn't James Cameron say, look, no, they couldn't fit on there?
You know what's the weird thing? James
Because
Cameron.
I wrote it that way.
Cameron says a lot of things that don't make sense because he said people need to get back to the movies and stop streaming because he said, I'm tired of people sitting on their ass. And I'm like, well, how do you think it works at a theater? Like that you go there and you just stand the whole time? Plus, you make movies that are 3 hours long. Like, what are you even talking about?
Show him at his arena.
He has an arena?
No, it's not Cameron Indoor Stadium if that is the direction that you're going. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Most famous Duke alum.
Right here on 105.3 The
He
Fan.
doesn't lose to North Carolina every time.
Okay, Mike, I know what happened. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider. Shut your mouth. With our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, as we shift up the schedule right here on The Fan.
If you don't want to take L's.
It's the masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're pumped about the All-Pro list, and Corey has a factoid. I don't know if you already know this. I just heard it from Corey about 15 seconds ago about what incredible things Micah is doing.
Yeah, Mickey, and I'm sure you know this. He
knows all Cowboys.
He does know all Cowboys things. The first to get the first team All-Pro in his first 2 seasons as a defensive player for the Cowboys in the history of the franchise.
Ever.
Yeah. The only other person to do that also would be Bullet Bob Hayes. So
also excellent.
So he's not the first.
Well,
he's the first defensive player.
Oh, defensive player.
Yeah, because Bob Hayes was not a defensive player in my recollection.
No, I don't think they made him do that.
Man, how cool
he
would
could
that
have,
been?
though.
Yeah, he could have.
That track down speed.
Could have ran down anybody from behind, right?
Well,
that's pretty cool.
That is.
So does this award trump the NFLPA?
I wish they had announced it today. I wish they would have waited till Tuesday. And
Me
then,
too.
So
And
he
let
would
him seethe?
Yes.
Just keep that feeling.
I know different people are motivated different ways, but I like the idea when Mike is like, I'm in playoff mode, but F that BS. And I'm like, okay, he's angry about this. I like it.
Well, yesterday, I think he had calmed down and he was like, well, yeah, what it is what it is. He goes, whatever, and just kind of left it at that. He didn't want to bite on it.
So, Mickey, speaking of bites, what would you do if you were walking in your neighborhood and you saw a leopard?
A clouded leopard, by the way.
So Mickey's in on this story.
What's a clouded leopard?
I saw it pop up.
They hide up in the sky so you can't see them.
That feels unlikely.
Yeah. And I did read where the clouded leopard has 2-inch canine teeth.
Okay.
I'd be going the other way quickly. Or I don't know. Can leopards climb up trees? Well, I can't climb a tree, so
they love trees.
That's where they take their meat.
But you heard Mickey's self-awareness, right? And he goes, can leopards climb up trees? And he goes, well, I can't climb a tree, so what difference does that make?
Jump on top of a car?
Yeah. I bet they can jump on top of a car.
I think you're not supposed to show your back to them because then they're like, attack.
Like, don't be
So you're
scared.
supposed to,
Try that one,
So you're
right?
supposed to walk backwards.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now. What do I do if I see a leopard? I'll let y'all know in the future.
Okay, we will circle back. I actually
Make loud noises by clapping your hands, shouting, and wave your arms. Very similar to what I was told by the city of Plano if I saw a bobcat in my backyard.
Oh, okay.
What about coyotes?
Oh, just punch them in the face with a rock like I did that one coyote when it tried to attack that rabbit in my backyard.
Tough guy.
Yep.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think Corey's telling the truth on that story because then he said the coyote just walked off like nothing had happened to him. So he didn't say he knocked a coyote out. He said it just walked away.
It ran off.
Yeah.
It was
Did
a
you
little
have a pet rabbit?
No, it was just I
Oh,
just
you were
moved into the
saving
neighborhood.
wildlife in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I was just moved into the neighborhood. We had lots of rabbits, and I bent down to say hi to the little rabbit, and I heard this coyote attack, and I hit him in the face with a rock.
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah,
Not for the coyote.
Yeah,
but-
because he was hungry.
Now, Xavier Rhodes says he's ready to go against the Bucs if needed and that he feels great. Is that something you anticipate?
I don't know that I anticipate. I think Mike McCarthy kind of qualified it today when he said this will be a big day for him, meaning they're going to be in pads today. So this will be their one padded practice they're allowed this week. I mean, he said that, yesterday somebody asked him if he's good. He goes, yeah, I'm good. And he goes, if I wasn't good, I wouldn't be here, meaning I'm ready to play. So we'll see where that one goes. I think he's only been in 2 games this year. But if he was there, or, on the 53 or practice squad, he was practicing. So with 10 years of experience, I'd have to seriously consider that if I didn't like my other alternatives. And I, to me, if Mackenzie Alexander is healthy, then putting him in the slot and Deron Bland outside would be probably, from what I've seen so far, the best alternative. And if they ever go 2 receivers, just put Bland at cornerback, right?
Yeah.
I would think, but I think they pretty much go 3 all the time. And the other thing that surprised me was Fournette. While he hasn't had the big year rushing, I think it was like 600 and some yards, he's caught 73 passes.
And that's
so
how
somebody's got to
you.
cover him,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Can the running backs run? Can the linebackers run with him, or does that got to take up J-Ron Curse, getting him off the tight end and saying, how do we cover this guy, or does the safety have to come down in the box, which takes away from double teaming him? So there are some matchup problems, and I wonder how other teams have tried to compensate for the fact that he's going to throw some dump passes to him.
Use that as part of their running game, just
well,
in a
it's
different
a good
manner.
thing, yeah, a good thing Van Der Esch is back, so
Yeah.
that helps out.
Now, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, my question might not be important enough, but since you said he's back, any concern about, well, probably not, but the bad news on the injury front is Tyler Coyle. He's outright. I know he was a candidate for elevation and could have contributed on special teams. Is he done for then?
Well, if it's a sprained MCL,
yeah,
that's usually a couple weeks.
Okay.
So, but he hasn't. I mean, he hasn't been like a regular elevation. I think last week was his first.
Yes,
right?
correct.
So well, one of the reasons they elevated him because they wanted to give him a look in the slot as the backup slot corner.
Okay.
And I think he didn't do so well on that one crossing pattern. I forget if it was McLaurin coming out of the slot. He didn't really react to what the receiver was doing. So, I think that was just let's see what our other alternatives are if somebody else gets hurt. So, but he would have, majority of his snaps would have been on special teams.
Mickey, yesterday it sounded like a lot of the players, while they were talking, it was a breath of fresh air is what I kept seeing come out of that conversations with like Ezekiel Elliott and everything. Does it feel like they've flipped a switch from what the regular season was to playoff football?
Well, you better understand the importance of it.
Yeah.
Right? The magnitude of win or go home. It's not like, well, okay, but we can do something next week. There might not be a next week. I think, Jerry probably emphasized that to you guys, the heightened, presence that you have to have. You got to do more work maybe this week, more film work. This game's going to speed up from what it is in the regular season. So. I think there's enough veterans on this team for them to know, and then to impart that information to the younger guys. I think Micah Parsons said it. He said, I didn't realize. I'm paraphrasing, but it, in so many words, he was saying, it didn't hit me to realize that when you lose this game, everything stops immediately, right? That you got to put in more film work, you got to put in more study work. And so what the deal is just more preparation, right? And then understand, the ramifications of winning and losing are significantly different than a 17-game season. And so it seems like they, got a taste of that last year, the younger guys, and they should have a better outlook on, what happens if you don't win. And I think Jerry talked about it, and McCarthy talked about it too, is that it's in the preparation. You got to be prepared. Darren Woodson talked about it with us Wednesday night on Crosstalk, right? About how, you got to do extra because this game is, every game is so important once you get to this point, and you can't leave anything unturned. So, it's the preparation more so than getting all geeked up when it's game day, but you want to get geeked up on game day because you got confidence that I got this down.
Yeah, Kevin, you always say that about when the show starts. It's like taking a test. I've already studied for the test enough. There's nothing else I can do at this point. Now let's just go ahead and take it.
Absolutely.
Right. And so, I think that's a pretty good analogy, except for me in college and French class.
Oh.
I studied and studied and studied. It was the last 3-hour course I had to
Why
take,
French?
right?
Yeah.
I have no idea. It was like one of the biggest mistakes in my life, right? And I was terrible at it, just awful. And I studied for that final and studied for it. And I got in there, and I might as well not studied because I just didn't have a clue.
Did you become a better kisser?
I don't know if that was the chapter I missed that day. Maybe.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what I missed. So I go to cover the Olympics, and one of the press conference they were having ended up being in French, and I got in there late, so all the little translator headsets were gone.
Oh, my God.
And all I was thinking was somewhere Miss Peterson, who was my high school French teacher, is laughing right now because I got no idea what they're saying.
Amazing.
That is an amazing story. Thank you very much, Mickey, for that. We will catch up with you
I don't know if that
again.
has anything to do with this game, but
That's okay.
That was awesome.
we got Monday, right?
That is right. And we will get your prediction on Monday then. We'll catch up with you then, good sir.
All right. Sounds good.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola.
Fridays are
Tongue
for
does
fun.
that.
I just wanted to ask when she laughed, would she just laugh or was she like, ha, 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 ha? We're the KNC Masterpiece. That's right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming
she
up
used her
next,
tongue.
is there a Cowboys flaw you think is overblown? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world
zone.
Are you kidding me? There's a flaw?
If you have to go off the conceit that others think there is a flaw with this Cowboys team.
I mean, even when the quarterback is out, they go 4-1, and they were undefeated with the starting quarterback.
They don't have the black unis yet, so that's their flaw.
Okay.
Stupid.
What?
Don't you change the Cowboys. That's the only thing they got going for them is tradition.
What? That's the only thing they have going for them?
Yeah.
Man, yesterday on Twitter, somebody got really mad and they were like, well, they're wearing different pants this time anyway. So all that talk about a uniform curse is nonsense. And I was like, I don't know if you heard the segment or not where we were like kind of openly talking about how it's nonsense.
Do you miss the seafoam green pants?
No.
What?
Aren't those still kind of the weird color with the white jerseys?
Yeah, but I think with like the blue jerseys, they go with the more silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, but that's what they're wearing, right? There's the blue jerseys with the dark silver. Okay.
I think they're going white pants this time, right? And that's the change up.
And I can't wait. No,
my
Kevin,
God.
there's no flaws with this team. You know that.
And here's the other thing. I don't
nobody
give a
has an
damn
accident.
what your uniform looks like. I really don't. Like, I don't care about who is announcing the game, and I don't care about what your uniform looks like. I just don't.
Here's okay.
And Kevin's a big fashion guy.
He is. If there's anybody on this
Yes.
station,
Yes.
maybe in the city that
Yes.
knows fashion,
High fashion.
I do know he likes a Han Solo hoodie.
Oh
Yes.
my God. Flaws that are overblown.
It's cold outside.
I think this is going to be extremely controversial. Jerry Jones being the reason for all the Cowboys' problems. I don't think he has as much to do with the team. I mean, you heard him this morning.
Yeah.
I don't think he has as much to do with the team as he has a lot to do with their business.
And for people who missed this morning, I think the implication that a lot of us got is some people thought he was saying that Chris Godwin was the cornerback opposite Trayvon Diggs. Like, I think that is what a lot of people, and maybe myself, took away from that.
I think a lot of people will blame Jerry for like culture, which I also don't. If you want Jerry Jones to come down on the head coach and the team and everything, then I totally understand that. I do think it's the coach's part to have a lot to do with the culture. I think Jerry Jones backed off a lot with what Mike McCarthy is doing. And he's like, hey, yeah, go ahead and do it. Mike, you did point out the practice that they did. Was it 2 years ago where he was like, we'll have the practice on TV. But I'm not showing anything. And you were like, Jerry's never going to let that happen again. And I don't think it did since then. But I don't think that Jerry really is the lightning rod for all the problems that do persist with the Cowboys right now. Because I don't think he has, aside from business, being the figurehead, being the one that stamps something whenever it comes across his desk, I don't think he's the one. Now, maybe he laid the foundation for a lot of it, but I don't think right now he's making all those real decisions.
Is it, okay, first of all, I agree with you on that for sure. Is it just more fun for folks to beat up on Jerry Jones as opposed to like, it just feels like you don't get as much traction, like let's just say nationally. If you're like, let me tell you something about Will McClay. Like that just doesn't feel like that gets a traction, or even Steven.
90% of the audience watching a national show
has
no clue
yeah.
who Will McClay is.
Right.
Yeah.
They'd be like, is he the safety they had years ago? I thought he was off the team.
Yeah.
In any of those situations, Mike, you're probably right that most of the people on those national shows don't know who he is also. So, like, there's a probability
I'm sure
of that.
LaShawn McCoy does. He usually has really solid points.
So
I think he's being sarcastic.
Yeah, he's definitely being sarcastic. So that's what my flaw, not the flaw on the field, but organizationally, I think my flaw that gets overblown is that Jerry's the reason of their demise this whole time.
Okay. I think that is an interesting point. For me, it's the Cowboys wide receiver options. Sometimes you get a discussion like Dak has literally nobody to throw to. I think we all understand what feels like maybe a regression as the season's gone along from Noah Brown.
I like this. I like what you're saying here.
Or Michael Gallup hasn't recovered from surgery as quick. But people act like Dak has nobody to throw the ball to. Like, whether you like it or don't like it, CeeDee Lamb, second team All-Pro. Like, the people who cover the NFL and watch more football or as much football as anybody else is like, CeeDee Lamb this season, one of the best 6 receivers in the NFL.
Can I play a quick game with you on your point? Seahawks 49ers, do they have better weapons than the Cowboys?
I mean,
I lean to the 49ers because they have McCaffrey and Debo.
I say Seahawks no.
Right. They don't have Tony Pollard. You know, I mean,
and I know people shout out DK Metcalf. I get that.
Yeah, and Metcalf's, he's good.
Yeah.
But he's not, honestly, I think CeeDee Lamb is better now.
Yes. No, he is better now. It's just the expectations of, like, if you're telling me who has the most optimum ceiling, that could be a different conversation. Just here and now, people act like this is a JV offensive weapon team, and I think that's preposterous.
Giants, Vikings. Corey, you can answer that. I'm just going over the NFC playoff teams. Who has better weapons than Dak Prescott overall? Where are you taking the tight ends, the receivers?
The Vikings do.
The Vikings do.
The Giants do not.
All right.
I don't think the Giants do. I think the Giants hinge a lot on Wink Martindale's defense.
Bucks and Vikings.
I think, man, I'd love to have Chris Godwin any day. I'd love to have Mike Evans. Ooh. But I don't think I'd love to have Fournette
Bucks
over the
Eagles.
over
If I said
Pollard.
Vikings, I'm sorry. Eagles.
Yeah.
Man, I'd love to have the Eagles receivers. I'm not a huge. Listen, I know Miles Sanders turned in some good touchdowns this year. He finally did it.
So in those cases, I agree. The Eagles have better weapons than the Cowboys. Their quarterback's making $3 million. I mean, we're paying. I know that the cap number's different than the real number, but we are now paying the quarterback $40 million more per year than Jalen Hurts. It makes it a little bit tougher to do what they did in the offseason, where, hey, we're going to go trade and go get A.J. Brown, and we're going to do this and do that. Well, when you pay a quarterback $43 million, at some point he has to prove, like the way that you see some other quarterbacks, if you're going to make that much money, and no fault of Dak Prescott's own, but if you're going to make that much money, you have to turn players that are average into good, players that are below average into average. That's now what you're getting paid to do.
So I do want to go to, I think Tony Pollard being a weapon is a great deal.
I agree.
He's not opposite CeeDee Lamb, right? So he's in the offense, but not opposite. I agree that the trio, actually the quadplex of tight ends that you have now, pretty awesome to have that.
Wow.
I did see this stat, and I wanted to bring this up because I think it's worth the conversation. Noah Brown finished 117th in separation this year out of 121 receivers.
Ooh.
Michael Gallup finished 116th. And to add to that, they finished 103rd and 112th, respectively, in catch percentage.
Sure.
They didn't have good seasons.
No, I agree.
And so I agree with you in that I think it's overblown because there are weapons on this offense.
Yeah.
They didn't have the seasons they needed to have this year.
No, I think they're average, right? I think what we're saying is they're average, right, Corey?
Right.
Across the board.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, if I'm Will McClay and Stephen Jones this year, and Stephen told us in training camp they needed another receiver.
Yeah.
So I think there is a reality that they have to do that. But I do agree that it's not that bad. But those numbers are pretty interesting.
Yeah, and I think I agree. So that's below average. I think you have a +1 and a plus running attack. Yeah. And so, like, that's where I think it's average, but it's just the way people describe it. If you think they're not that great, totally get it. But it's the way people are like, well, what's Dak supposed to do?
Right, it's like he has Lamar Jackson's team.
I'm like, what are you even talking about?
This isn't answering your question perfectly, but I did hear Greg Jennings say this today, and it goes to flaws. And maybe we're putting everything on Dak, win or lose, and that's how just the way life is in the NFL. The quarterback's going to get the praise or the blame. But he said this game on Monday night is really Tony Pollard's game to carry the Dallas Cowboys, that he has to take the pressure off of Dak, and he's good enough to carry the ball for over 80 yards to impact the game in other ways. That Greg Jennings was saying if the Cowboys are going to beat Tampa Bay, he feels like Tony Pollard's the guy who really has to have that outstanding game. So I wanted y'all's thoughts on maybe the flaw is, if I'm trying to answer the flaw, is that we put too much on Dak on this game where it really has to be Tony Pollard controls the game.
And we talk about what's on the line for Dak in terms of like status and legacy, right? But what's on the line maybe more than anybody in terms of money? It's Tony Pollard. Like, Whether you think he's showcasing himself for why the Cowboys can move on from Zeke or why they don't need to draft a back or whatever the hell you feel about that, or you think Tony Pollard is showcasing himself for the rest of the league to say, I can be a big money back in a big money situation.
Great, do it.
I think Tony Pollard, there's nothing I would love more in the world than Tony Pollard to go somewhere else on a 6-year, $90 million contract because he dominated in the postseason. I'd be like, great. Thank you for your service. Thank you for getting us to where we need to be in terms of playoff success.
No, you wouldn't.
For
you would
sure.
spend the next 10 years going, I would have loved for Jerry to run it back. Just like you do with the Mavericks and Mark Cuban.
No, I still think, my unpopular opinion is, I think Mark Cuban was right to dismantle that team. I just think, I don't know, most of what he's done since then perplexes me. This is a big money game for Tony Pollard.
You're completely right, man. This is his opportunity. Hopefully the Cowboys are planning that way too. Like, he's running motivated.
Yeah.
You know, what are the 3 great motivators for athletes, Mike? Do you remember?
Fun babies.
That's one of them.
I'm so proud of you.
It's amazing that's the one you remember first.
Contract
season.
And revenge.
Nice, Mike. Corey's 3 motivators for athletes.
Are your babies fun babies? Because fun babies makes it sound like they got a person pregnant they weren't planning on.
That is
pregnant.
what he means.
I think one of them was unplanned. So yes.
Me too.
So Lucy was an unplanned pregnancy. Kevin's was too.
Yeah.
Noah.
Kevin's
son.
No, not Noah.
Oh, okay.
Brandon.
All right. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Noah was.
You're not allowed to say that.
I forgot you have 2 kids.
Yes. Sometimes I do as well. The other overblown thing that I wanted to throw out in terms of Cowboys problems, I feel like we talk about this all the time. The idea that Dak is a bad quarterback. Like, stop it. He's not. That doesn't mean he's great.
Is he elite?
No, he's not elite. I feel like that has been decided. Like, again, the playoffs can change anything. I understand that. But in this moment, it is decided that Dak is not elite.
This is just
and he's not bad. It's done.
I will say this. We'll see how it plays out, Corey, on Monday night. But if he has an average game and the Cowboys lose,
he's going to get crushed.
I'm going to put him in the Andy Dalton category in Cincinnati. That's who he is. He's a guy that can win you 10 games. Andy Dalton consistently won 10 games and made the playoffs and lost in the first round every time. Because when you got there, like, he's not better than Manning or Brady or whoever. I'll be like, if he loses to an 8-9 team in this situation and doesn't, he can lose if it's 30 points. But if he does a 20-point game in this situation and you lose 27-20 or 24-21 or something, I'm going to be like, look, he is what he is. He is Andy Dalton in Cincinnati.
I mean, why don't you go take it a step further? He's Tony Romo.
Yeah.
I mean, like, essentially, that's that same category where he got this, and that's about it. And enigmatically, everything else is to blame around him, or he is the only thing to blame. Tony Romo was the same way. I mean, Kevin was very adamant that Tony Romo was not elite. He was good.
And he wasn't.
And people really lost their minds.
And he had a chance to prove wrong. He had a few good teams, and he couldn't do it. He had the 14 team and the 7 team that looked good enough to win it all, and they didn't make it very far in the playoffs. And this is Dak's only 7th year, but I think at some point you have to start going, look, it is what it is. Now, that being said, is it fair? No, it's not fair because it's one game. If he wins this one game, then it's another win on his resume in the playoffs. But if he loses this game, you're just like, dude, you were supposed to be better than San Francisco. You had home field advantage and you look like doo-doo. And then you go to this game and you can't beat the 8-9 Tampa Bay Bucks. What the crap?
And I absolutely believe a team can win a Super Bowl with Dak Prescott as the quarterback. I just don't think he is an elite quarterback. But also the people who are like, he's trash. He's not. Like, have you seen the rest of the NFL?
He's a solid, good quarterback.
What do we even
seen the rest of the NFL?
Have you seen Zach Wilson play football? Come on.
We also have Cooper Rush, though. So,
Daniel Jones or Taylor Heineke.
He's right there, nipping at his heels.
No, he's not. Stop that, because you're going to make the rest of this day more difficult than it needs to be.
Leopards and Jaguars are different.
Thanks, Mike.
That's a great point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we jump into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We will get to Mike Likes It. Plus, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. I got some wild card prop bets for you. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial.
It's back here on 105.3 The Fan as we jump into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We got Mike Likes It coming up in a few minutes. Plus, we want to get some of your shout outs. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
I'll be seeing you and Alan in 2 hours, baby.
Woo! Dallas Card Show. I'm excited.
I'll have the T-Laws.
Yeah, you're looking to make some cash along the way. We've talked about the all-pro team. Zach Martin and Micah Parsons make first team. Micah Parsons, the first defensive player in Cowboys history to make first team all-pro in his first 2 seasons, and just the second Cowboy ever, along with Bullet Bob Hayes, to accomplish that. CeeDee Lamb is a second team all-pro wide receiver. Justin Jefferson and Travis Kelce were unanimous AP all-pro first-team selections, and then the Chiefs and the 49ers, I believe, led the way with 4 all-pro selections, first-team all-pro selections. All right, let's go from that to potential good news for Mike as he gets ready for the Jags-Chargers game. Mike Williams, they said questionable. The thought was he might get a walkthrough. He's out.
He's
for
out?
that game.
I thought I heard yesterday he was in.
They've downgraded him to out.
See you later, Willie. He's actually a good player. I actually just want it to be a good game. I do care. I want Trevor Lawrence to win, but it's not going to hurt me. It's not like last night when the Mavs were blowing a 17-point lead. I'm like, Maffers.
Yep.
Tim Hardaway, Joey Gallo Jr., please stop missing your shot that's wide open. You were making them earlier. But I just will be like, good deal. They made the play. It kind of goes to your pressure thing. After a while, I might go, hey, T-Law, what the crap, man?
Yes, but now it's probably not that time. And also, the Cardinals have requested an interview with Brian Flores for their head coaching vacancy. All right, let's go from that to, I do have some good news. Now, obviously, this all started playing out last week, is the saga of Peyton Hillis, the former NFL running back and Madden cover athlete. His girlfriend says that he still has a ways ahead of him, but he has been taken off the ventilator after he reportedly rescued family members during a swimming accident. So he is on the road to recovery, still a long road ahead, but that seems like pretty good news for him.
Dude, he ran off into the ocean to save his kids.
That's great.
That's heroic.
It is.
I'm happy to hear that he's okay. And now I hope that nobody ever makes fun of the fact that he was on the cover Madden from there on, because like a heroic move like that's awesome. Dude.
No, I definitely get what you're saying there. All right, now speaking of heroic things, we were all super pumped about the first responders and how they helped Damar Hamlin, everything like that. We talked about this last weekend, the touchdown celebration with the faux CPR.
Right.
Madden 23 in the next update is going to remove the CPR touchdown celebration because that was one of the touchdown celebrations, and they're going to remove it from the game. And I think that makes sense. I'm sure some people will be like, that's dumb, we're soft, blah, 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 blah. But I get why they're taking it out of the game.
I mean, even think about, remember the NFL told the players they couldn't do the throat cut thing anymore. Was that very quickly after Ray Lewis's situation?
I don't
recall.
Am I wrong about that? I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember.
But the league's been making adjustments like that this entire time. I'm interested. That's interesting that the game would do that. I wonder if the league would say, hey, not cool anymore. Let's go ahead and find other ways to celebrate.
Good question. Lamar Jackson, we talked about him earlier. He put out a statement yesterday saying his knee remains inflamed and unstable. Good news, I guess, for Baltimore is Tyler Huntley resumed throwing yesterday, and so it looks like he is at least on schedule to be able to go at quarterback for them. Let's go from that to salary cap. Care about the salary cap, right?
I know Mark Cuban does.
Is it going up?
Okay, this is
now we can spend more money and we don't have to worry about what Dak makes.
Well, man, I have a hard bit of information that people need to understand. Is you haven't even seen the start of that contract yet in terms of impact on the salary cap.
Talking about?
Yeah.
Hold on. So this is really legitimately their window?
Yeah.
when's the window start where they shouldn't be
next year?
So they spent money on the Anthony Bars and some additional players. This,
you know what his cap hit was this year? $20 million.
Man, how many people out there think that's too much?
Well, fair enough, but you know his cap hit is next year?
$45 million.
$49 million.
That's more than what I said.
The year after that, it's $52 million. The year after that, his contract's over, and you still take a $25 million salary cap hit. So if people don't like Dak Prescott, just know that those 2 extra years for $25 million are laying the groundwork for his next extension, and they're going to flip some switches on the contract that will make sure he's not going anywhere. If that's like what you have in your mind, it's not going to happen.
Kevin, I want to bring up something the fan text just texted. This goes back to the CPR celebration. Why get rid of it when it literally saves your life?
Yeah, whereas the throat slashing, like that's not gonna, it's like, oh, he slashed my throat, so I live.
Maybe we make sure if the players are going to do it, that they're doing it right, correctly, so that people are like, that's the way you do it right there. See, there you can learn how to save a life.
Sometimes
it's
I think
important skill to have,
Sometimes I think decisions just get made because they're like, hey, will somebody get mad if we don't do this? Yes. Will anybody be mad if we just go ahead and do it? No. And they're like, all right, let's go ahead and do that.
So the salary cap's about to be...
Okay, so what I was going to tell you is the rollover numbers for the salary cap. All right, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is the Cowboys are, I think, 12th or 13th on the list of most salary cap space to roll over. The bad news is that's $4 million. So everyone who's like, no, we got $20 million after Amari, we got this, we got that. No. Cowboys have approximately $3.9 million to roll over in salary cap space. There's a big jump from first to second. No team in the league has more than $10.7 million, except for the Browns, who have $27.6 million to roll over into next year's cap. So if you were hoping that the Cowboys would roll over all the salary cap money, they have $3.9 million, and that is what they will add to their salary cap next year.
So we're gonna be fine?
If you think this team manages the cap well, which I do not.
We'll just pull some switches and levers.
Yeah, because that's what we always do when we lose every negotiation that we're in.
We'll add 10 more years to Tyron's contract.
Golly, I'm not going to rule anything out. All right.
Joey gave us the fist pump.
No, Joey I've got some wild card bets for you.
What quarter will Tyron Smith get?
No, these are not about Tyron Smith, for the love of freaking goodness. How many wild card teams will win this weekend in wild card weekend?
6.
That will not happen.
6 games.
What was the question?
How many wild card teams will win in wild card weekend?
They're all playing in wild card weekend, so they're all wild card teams.
No,
Kevin.
Yep, that's what I feel like.
No.
I feel like we're redefining this.
Inaccurate.
It's like round 1 of the NCAA tournament when there's only 4 games.
Yes, they stopped doing that though, because remember they tried that BS and they're like, oh, now they made it to the second and the third round. You're like, no, they didn't. Your wild card teams are
3.
Okay.
Oh.
Which 3?
I say 0.
You son of a gun.
All right. No, you know what? I'll go with 1. I think Chargers. But I don't.
Even that, I was really hoping you were going to say the Cowboys.
I don't think.
Nope.
Ravens are starting Brent Huntley. Can't play in the NFL. Tyler Huntley, whatever his name is. And then Skylar Diggins is the other quarterback.
It's Thompson.
I think it's going to be the Cowboys and the Giants.
Oh.
And the Chargers.
Oh. Now that's interesting. The over-under.
No, Mike, I don't want to bet.
The over-under is 2.5. So
right.
Corey would take the over, and Mike thinks there's money to be made on the under right
there. The over-under is
really
2.5. You want to?
That's really tough.
You want to just, instead of betting games, you just want to bet the 2.5?
Mike, I'm done betting for the year.
Come on.
Oh, I thought you just said for the week.
The year.
Okay.
We're less than an hour away from betting with Bassick, where you're sitting out. That's okay. Derek Collins texting me bets.
Yeah,
Yes,
I really need
some
Derek
wild
to take
bets.
over my monies. Just be like, here. He can have the $250 that I owe. or whatever it is.
Are you willing to take on his gambling losses?
So now he has more money that he could get from Mike.
I feel like there's 3 teams that don't have a chance.
Yes.
Baltimore, Miami, and I feel like Seattle just doesn't have a
agree.
chance. So there's 3 possible wins.
And it's 2.5 seems high in the
Yeah,
over-under.
like if you're betting, I'm betting this. I bet you get better odds to bet no. Like sometimes those aren't even odds on the 2.5 number.
We'll
never know though because there's no gambling in Texas.
For now. Will a wild card team, I don't know what the future holds, will a wild card team make it to the Super Bowl? If you think the answer is yes, it's 4-1 on your money.
How could the Cowboys not? After riding the momentum of beating Tampa Bay and Tom Brady, how do they not make the Super Bowl?
I like where Mike's going with this. Mike, say more things about that.
You got a 3-time Super Bowl championship general manager
on the field.
You have a Super Bowl championship head coach.
Yep. Coaching.
Dan Quinn is an assistant on your team and has already won an NFC championship.
Yeah, as an assistant.
What happened after that?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Kellen Moore beat Oklahoma in a major bowl.
Yeah.
And he learned everything from Scott Linehan, and I bet Scott Linehan won something in his life besides money.
Yeah. I like where you're going with all this.
Jason Garrett
He has not
also
named a single
mentored
player yet.
some of the coaching staff.
Did he?
And he won a Super Bowl as a backup quarterback in 1995.
Okay, well, 4-1 on your money if you think that is going to happen at a wild card
Dak
team.
took his team to #1 in the country for a whole week in his life.
Do you think that was amazing?
I want you to think about this for a second.
Okay.
Dan Quinn could have 2 Super Bowls if it wasn't for the offense.
Oh my God! And he's going against Tom Brady.
He had a Super Bowl
Last
as
time
the
he
defensive
coached
coordinator.
against Tom Brady.
But then what happened in the second one with Seattle?
They forgot how to call plays.
They forgot how to call plays
how
because
time
the offense said, "Hey, let's
Yeah.
throw it instead of walking it into the end zone."
Oh my God! Who beat Dan Quinn in both those games? Who is it, Kevin?
It's Tom
Say
Brady.
it.
Don't know.
Say his name.
I don't know.
Say my name. Say my name.
Will there be more close
Not my name.
games
Tom Brady's name.
decided by 3 points or less, or more blowouts decided by 10 points or more?
Close games.
Blowouts.
Last
Sounds
year
like
was
we
all,
need to bet. We're
last
not
year
on
was
the
all
same
close.
page.
It was all close games. Maybe that's the difference this year. But last year wasn't it just like the whole first round was just tight games, and then the next round was like, all right, whatever.
We're on different cycles, and I'm going to talk about that, and Mike likes it.
Oh my God.
Mike likes it next.
Just need to create a commercial break.
Nope.
What is the most points scored by any team during wild card weekend?
Oh man, what do you like saying? You like talking about burgers when instead of points?
41 points.
By
Tampa.
What?
What? Don't say that. You just made me be you.
Why would you say that?
They're not going to score 41. 30, yes, but not 41.
41 by Buffalo.
Okay.
I think Buffalo could put up 41.
Dude, we're maybe going to put out Xavier Rhodes out there. When was the last time he played football?
Listen,
screw it.
Mike, he said
we have nobody. We have 4 guys we've tried. Dan Quinn tried 4 different guys. They're all so pathetic. We brought in Xavier Rhodes, and they're like, just play him. Who gives a crap?
Roads will be closed.
He can't be worse.
Oh, look at that. All right, what do you say then? What's the most points by any team this weekend?
I'm going to say I like his number at 41. I don't think it'll be Tampa though. I think it has a chance to be Buffalo.
Okay. Now, Corey, Mike cheated off of you, but he was wise to do so. The over-under is 41.5. So excellently done.
Back on the same side.
Right there. I thought you will any team score a defensive or special teams touchdown this weekend?
Oh, yeah. Turpentine's been saving it since preseason. Remember how many we thought he was going to get after that preseason game? It's his time now. He only does it when it's non-regular season.
I'm not sure if Buffalo's returned one at all this year.
Yeah, they did. They just did.
When?
It happened twice in the last game.
The Patriots.
I wasn't really paying attention to that.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know y'all weren't. Is the favorite for that. If you think it's not going to happen.
Defensive I think special teams touchdowns are very tough.
They
I
have
think
it combined
defensive
together. So if you think there's no defensive or special teams touchdown, 4-1 on your money.
Is Dak Prescott playing?
Yes.
Okay.
Was that the end of
What
your
does that
question?
have to do with the special teams?
I thought you said or defensive
Is
touchdown.
Chris Godwin on special teams?
You said they're separate?
Yes.
4-1 is special teams?
No, they're together, Mike.
They're together. I know. Well, he just confused me. And so, yes, Dak Prescott is playing. There's a 50% chance he throws a pick six on Monday.
I knew that was where you were going with that.
I'm not making that up either. I guarantee Dak Prescott throws an interception on Monday night. And then
well, hold on.
aren't they getting returned for touchdowns? What did the Jaguars do with one of the interceptions?
Yes.
What did Philadelphia do with one of the interceptions?
I know, Mike.
So there's a good chance he throws a pick six. That's just one out of the 12 quarterbacks. Skylar Diggs is probably going to throw a bad one. And then Brett Hundley or whatever his first name wants to be.
Tyler.
What's more likely to happen Monday? Dak throws a touchdown or an interception?
Touchdown.
Well, touchdown's more likely.
Are y'all sure?
I would say there's a
Yes.
90% chance he throws a touchdown in the game. And there's literally, I will say there's a 50% chance he throws an interception, a 33% chance it's an interception for a touchdown.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Are you thinking about not being sure now, though?
No.
All right.
I understand why the question exists, though.
So if
I
we
do.
come in here on Tuesday and he has one interception
man.
versus one no touchdown.
I don't know if y'all play poker or not. If we come in on Tuesday and any of that's happened, I'm going to be on tilt all day. And if you want to buy my broken headphones at the next Peace-a-thon, it could probably happen.
All right.
That was his New Year's resolution last year.
Was not to break any more headphones?
No, the poker part.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously? Good night. By the way, one more quick note for you.
Texas Hold'em?
Daniel Carlson set the new NFL record with 11 field goals of 50 yards or longer this year. So good job to the Raiders kicker. Now it's time, I guess.
You ready?
Mike likes it. I'm not ready.
It's Friday, bro.
I'm ready for so many things right now. One of them being leopard talk. All right. So I teased it
We
by
say what we
screaming out
want.
leopards and jaguars. I wondered how related they were. They are in the same family, but there are differences between leopards and jaguars. See how I'm combining football, my T-Law love, and my Jaguar team with the leopard that is on the loose and ready to demolish the city of Dallas? So,
Is that what we're saying?
I just wanted to know more about this leopard. Well, so I had to look up this clouded leopard.
Okay.
Also called, I'm going to mess this up, Neophilius nubulosa.
Okay.
Nubulosa. That's like its scientific name, but it likes going by either the clouded leopard
Cumulonimbus.
or the mainland clouded leopard. That's the one on the loose and now living in Dallas as a free animal.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, I do have some audio of what it sounds like.
So that is your jaguar.
Hey, Joe.
I don't know this. Do you think that a leopard and a jaguar can mate, or do you think that they are so opposed to each other that they're like, we're not mating with each other? Do you think they could make a cat?
I guess not. 'Cause
Two
they're
cats getting
different.
together.
Well, different cats make different cats.
Yeah.
Like, so cats in,
Like a liger?
like neighborhood cats. Like, you'll see a black cat and a white cat, and they'll make a cat.
Black and white cat, yeah.
So I'm just wondering if you're in the same leopard family, can you, or, same like cat family, because leopards and jaguars are in the same family. They just have a few differences. Would they make babies?
Would that cat be in a cradle, is what Mike's asking.
I don't. I'm going to say no, I guess. I
Next,
don't know.
Next Mike likes it question.
Have you ever
Kevin,
tried to mate animals,
stick
Kevin?
with me here.
No. One time a pig and an elephant.
How come so many animals have litters, but we are animals and we don't make litters that much?
What do you consider a
We have
litter?
More than two babies.
All right. So how many triplets are made per year?
Like people, but we call them, oh, they had triplets. We don't say,
They don't say you had a litter of
they had a
babies.
litter of babies. I feel like a litter has to be 3 or more, right? But it does say that these clouded leopards have litters. And usually it's 1 to 5, most likely being 3. But then it made me think, gosh, it seems like when you see people selling dogs or cats on the street,
right?
that they're like, our cat or dog had a litter of babies, had a litter of dogs, had a litter of cats, and we don't want these 5 dogs. Maybe we're just keeping 1 or 2 of the puppies or kittens. But
is that what the no littering sign means?
I don't believe that is what that means. It doesn't mean that you can't sell your dog right there. I don't think that's what that means.
All right. Do you want to know if this leopard's in heat or not right now?
No, I don't. That does sound like a leopard in heat, maybe.
The clouded leopard is usually ready to reproduce, get it on. December through March. So, yes, this leopard is looking for another mate right now. That's a lot like possibly.
Me.
What?
Just look at my babies.
Are you saying you're in heat December through March?
What happened last year this time? Mike brought it up.
All right.
My New Year's resolution was to be in heat.
Would you like to know how this leopard reproduces?
I mean,
absolutely.
Does it matter what I say?
Stroke it.
The male grasps the female by the neck, who responds with
really doing this?
This is the leopard. First of all, they're usually in Asia, but now they're not anymore. They're in Dallas. So I think we need to know about this new animal that is out in the wild in our neighborhood, probably, hopefully, going to make more litters of leopards.
So why? Leopards. So then the leopards can be running wild across the city? Is that your game plan?
You're okay during the daytime because you like to hunt at night. Now, they do like, once they kill their prey, they do like taking it up into a tree to eat it, and then they like taking a nap up in the tree to digest it. So if you are looking for this leopard, there's a good chance.
Is this what you've been doing throughout the show, is researching leopard stuff?
Yes, and then I had to get to leopards and jaguars, and they're not related. They are in the same family, but they're not like the same. And then I was just looking at on Wikipedia, their reproduction and life cycle, and it says occasionally he also bites her during courtship and is very aggressive during the S encounters.
Uh-oh.
Females can bear 1 litter each year. The male is not involved in raising the cubs.
Is that efficient or inefficient?
Sad.
Oh, this is deadbeat.
Yeah. You have to pay like child support, or how does that work? They have to bring by some meat every now and again and be like, sorry.
From the 469, Mike is super insightful. Corey and Kevin just aren't listening to Mike. I want to make it very clear what side I'm on there. In this.
Jaguars are bigger than leopards, by the way.
I love Mike-like science segments. Those are my favorite segments.
Then I want to make it clear, I do not support this
Remember
segment.
when we learned about helium?
Yeah.
Okay, that actually was a really
How much better are we now that we know about that?
Do you want to know if you will be hunted by this leopard or not?
I guess so, Mike.
When hunting, the clouded leopard stalks its prey or waits for the prey to approach. So if you feel like you're being stalked at all, it could be the leopard.
Really?
Hopefully you kind of are ready, though, because you don't want to, it's kind of waiting for you to get into its area where it's like, you have entered the kill zone. And so if you're in Dallas right now, I don't know how far they've traveled.
Yeah, don't leave your home.
Are you about to insinuate that all of Dallas is a kill zone? Is that what's about to happen?
No.
That's what I took.
Just where the leopard is, Kevin.
Uh-huh.
What are you trying to do here, man? You
So
can't cover that much ground.
It usually retreats into trees to digest and rest. Its prey includes both words I can't pronounce.
So you're lucky in a field, and you're lucky like on the highway because there aren't a lot of trees.
Yeah.
Now,
leopard
usually
will not get me on the highway.
They kill the southern pig-tailed macaque.
Yep.
The Indian hog deer.
At McAfee.
The Bengal slow loris. The porcupine. We do have porcupines here.
How are you going to kill a porcupine?
Flip it. It doesn't have needles on the bottom, on the belly.
You just it walks up with its paw and just goes underneath and flips it over?
I don't know, but we need to find these things out now that they have migrated to Dallas.
Who is we? Are you leading this science team?
Maybe I am.
Okay, Mike.
I'm married a professional scientist, which then makes me a professional scientist.
That is not how. No.
It's like the government.
Ask
that is
Instagram.
not correct.
That's how people teach hitting and pitching. And then they become psychologists. They either read a book or they marry into it.
From the 214, if you're in Dallas, you're in the danger zone. So if you're on 35 or 75 or 635,
what do you think's going to happen?
You're on the highway
is
to
going
the
to come
danger
attack
zone.
your car?
That was a good joke, and Kevin.
Highway to the danger zone, Top Gun, and
He's
the zoo.
got me agitated.
The zoo is next to the highway, which means don't hit the leopard as much as like you might want to.
What? Who wants to hit the leopard?
Because you think it's dangerous. And
Because
you're in a kill
you're
box.
like, we need to kill this leopard because it likes killing things.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
but don't do it.
Where do you think honest question?
Okay.
Where do you think the leopard is right now? They can't find it.
I think it's like right near the zoo.
You're probably right.
Like,
it's probably near something that it knows, but it's in a place they're not looking.
Do
Like
you
a
think
tree.
that this zoo leopard knows what it's doing right now?
No, I saw Madagascar.
It could be hanging out by the giraffe there, Kevin. Remember what the giraffe has on its neck?
Yes.
Tongue. It has the tongue.
It doesn't have a
sticking out.
tongue on its neck, I promise.
So I just wonder this, though. The leopard
you,
that is
Joey.
now out there that sees like a dog in a backyard or a cat in a backyard, I wonder if it's like, I don't do that. I don't hunt. They just give me food. Who's going to give me food?
So you think it's ill-equipped to handle the
I-
outside world?
I wonder if it's ill-equipped. By the way, this leopard, if it lives in Dallas, I don't know how old this leopard is that escaped, but they can live up to about 11 years old. So it's not a long-living leopard. It does
Okay.
say like jaguars. This is why I'm a jaguar fan.
Mm-hmm.
When in captivity, jaguars can live up to 18 to 20 years, but in the wild, usually 14 to 15 years.
Oh.
Do you know why?
Because they don't get killed by other animals?
Somewhat. But what do you think can kill like a jaguar in the wild as they get older?
A lion?
Not lightning.
A boa constrictor?
Because they're playing lightning.
Boa constrictor?
Saturday. No, it's because they get too old. They're hunting, right? You get worse at hunting as you get older.
Oh, so they just die.
And so, so usually kind of a starvation type of thing will usually happen at kind of 14 or 15 in the wild.
need to
Where
save the
if they're
leopards.
in a zoo, you're giving them food. They're not having to hunt for food.
It's our next
Other
mission.
jaguars are like, this is my territory, old man.
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, I'm just going to go lay over here and die because I can't obviously compete with these young guys. They're not Tom Brady's.
I am so concerned at the follow-up questions about this. From the 561, do you think this leopard can cover Godwin on Monday night? From the 469,
that's good.
Hey, Mike, my wife loves to dress with leopard color. What should I do? And the questions go on and on and on. And Mike likes science is the greatest thing that has ever graced this earth ever.
Well, male leopards like biting during that, but
Do
I
you
don't
know if
recommend
all
that.
leopards can hear?
I think so.
Okay.
I think if they can't, they're in big trouble out in the
So
wild.
they can hear Mike talking about him right
No,
now.
I had heard rumors
All right.
that there might be like deaf
Let's
leopards.
change the subject because I got way more to talk about in one whole minute here. Charmed is
That's
on.
your own fault.
I wasn't listening.
Okay, back to you. Talk about Charmed.
That's even funnier that he
Maybe
didn't
I
hear
should
it.
do a whole segment on Charmed.
The deaf leopard joke he didn't hear. That's hilarious.
Hot for teacher.
So you're not going to talk about Charmed, or
You know what? Charmed deserves its own Mike
my
likes it.
God.
So-
All right.
So I did leopard talk. I think it's very relevant that now leopards are in the wild in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Charmed will have to hold for another day.
From the 469.
And I think you've now know that you could be hunted. They're skinnier, by the way.
People are excited that you did this. Hey, listen, you jerk, Kevin.
Yeah.
Now we know what to do because of Mike. I'm
Thank you,
worried
Mike.
for anybody else in Dallas who wasn't listening.
This
just
leopard
then.
likes dense forest. So if you live in a dense forest around here, watch out. It probably found its habitat.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think we need to start raising awareness for the
I
leopards.
swear to God.
And how to save
that
them when they
better
get
not
old.
be the topic.
And
Let's
Kyle,
irritate Kevin.
Kyle Yeoman's joining us
Thank
next.
God.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of feedback from that last segment. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And we bring on our friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
Good. Taking a look at this Cowboys team one last time before heading into Monday night. So I feel like this week has gone by super slow because of the anticipation, but glad to be on with you guys.
Yeah, the fact that it rolls into a Monday game makes it feel even longer too, for sure. I know y'all at the Star up there in Frisco, and I'm not sure how fast a leopard can move. Are you concerned about the leopard making its way to Frisco and being in the danger zone?
I think I'm okay. I think right now you're mostly dodging the Universal Studio news up here, so I think it's more so about the new theme park that's coming to town as opposed to the leopard that's coming to town.
Right.
So
yeah.
I feel pretty good about it at the moment.
All right. Well, if you stay safe, we'll be keeping an eye out for how everything's going for you. Kevin, you have anything to say about the leopard?
Not about leopards. No, I do not.
All right. Well, thanks, Kyle, again for being on with us, even though Kevin doesn't want to discuss the leopard conversation anymore. So I'm kind of like with this team, the Buccaneers, you've been kind of keying in on what they're doing. Where can Cowboys fans right now find the hope that they can not replicate what happened in the first game offensively?
Yeah, I think the first part is this is a different offense from week one to the wild card round, mostly because they've at least figured out their identity. I mean, through the offseason, when you lose Amari Cooper, you lose Lyle Collins, you have to shuffle some things around on the offensive line right at the tail end of training camp because of the injury to Tyron Smith. You didn't really know who you were as an offense. You kind of had to find that identity, and I really think it took the 4 games or the 4 wins, 5 games for Cooper Rush to really find that identity. I think this is a completely different ball club. And if they're going to win against Tampa Bay on Monday night, they're going to need the production that they saw through the winning ways of this Cowboys team, not necessarily what they saw last week against Washington. So I think the secondary for Tampa Bay is susceptible. I think you can complete some stuff over the top, whether that's to CeeDee Lamb or T.Y. Hilton. Maybe this is a game where Michael Gallup can get going a little bit because I feel like the matchup is there. Even with the lack of separation that these wide receivers have been getting lately, that's where I feel more confident in this week than I have really over the last couple.
Along the lines of that, since Tampa plays so much cover 3, would that optimize the potential for CeeDee Lamb finding space, especially in the inside?
I definitely think so, because you go back to week 1, they hadn't really figured out where to use CeeDee Lamb yet. They had put him in the slot, kind of like how they did last year throughout the first 2 years of his career, which is great. CeeDee Lamb is fantastic out of the slot, but it's really where he gets going in space that hurts opponents. And they figured that out about midway through the year, and you've seen his production explode on the back half to the tune of getting into that all-pro conversation, or at least second-team all-pro honoree today. But I think the biggest thing is you get him the football and you give him some blockers either out in front of him via the screenplay, or maybe it's over the middle of the field and you kind of have a designed rub route. There's a couple different ways to get him the football. And anytime Tampa Bay goes out into that cover 3, it's going to be an opportunity for CeeDee Lamb to see a target, and I think that's where Dallas can have success.
If you were to pick one of the players, Kyle, on this team, offensively, defensively, and you can maybe even try and find different identities for each, who would be the offensive identity? Because is it wrong for me to feel like Pollard is?
No, that was my first thought, because outside of CeeDee Lamb, and he's probably been the most productive consistently, but I think that's where your changeup comes, and that's Tony Pollard, because he can explode either the passing game or the running game, whereas CeeDee Lamb, he's of course only limited to the passing game. I think if Pollard can get going and it opens things up on the outside, you go outside the tackles, which is, by the way, right where Tampa Bay is going to try and attack you. I think a lot of this game is going to be played outside the hash marks. So if that's the case, that's where Tony Pollard comes into the fold. Zeke is that up-the-middle guy. We've pounded that into the ground as much as they've pounded Zeke into the middle of the offensive line this season. He's the go-to, the meat grinder in the middle, whereas Tony Pollard's the speed guy that's going to put a foot in the ground and get upfield as soon as he gets to the numbers. That's where that matchup, I think, goes. And then on the defensive side of the football, I really think it relies around Trayvon Diggs. And I know that's kind of a lame answer, maybe even a cliche answer, but if he can shut down Mike Evans like he has, I mean, he's given up 4 receptions on 11 targets. He's had an interception. He did allow a touchdown in week 1 deep in the red zone to Mike. But for the most part, he's limited what Mike Evans can do. And if he can do that, it opens up a realm of possibilities for the rest of that secondary. Because then instead of having a guy like Mike Evans run free, and then it opens up things for Chris Godwin and Julio Jones and then Leonard Fournette out of the backfield, you can have Deron Bland and Nashawn Wright and even some of those safeties come over and help and kind of even out the responsibilities off of the secondary to really take the pressure off of the front seven to make sure that they can get home as well.
Kyle, does that mean you think the Cowboys will play more man-to-man coverage in the secondary than zone coverage?
I think you've got a good shot to see both, but if I had to pick one, I would pick man-to-man because that's where I think if you're going to match up Trayvon Diggs and he's going to follow Mike Evans, which is possible, he's followed some receivers throughout the season, but if he follows Mike Evans, you would want to go man-to-man, which is possibility. Maybe you see Chris Godwin on Deron Bland, and that's going to be a huge test for this rookie to step up. He's made some plays. He's also given up some plays. So I would anticipate a lot of man from Dan Quinn, but he's never been one to just go straight forward. You're not going to see 90-10. It's going to be probably a 65-35 split.
You were talking earlier when you mentioned offensive identity, and we were talking about Tony Pollard and everything like that. We have been trying to figure out more about the cause and effect. And to me, at least, and I could be off, the cause of the struggles with the running game at least seems to lie in line with the loss of Terrence Steele. Is that the way you view it, or maybe not so much?
I think you're spot on because they used to really run behind Zach Martin and Terrence Steele. I mean, that was a duo that could get to the second level. They could get to the outside. And ever since you put in a Tyron Smith, who just plain and simple, the footwork isn't there from the right side as much as it was from the left-hand side. And then if you put Jason Peters in there, he just can't get out to the outside the way that he used to be able to. I mean, he's really struggled even from the left side of getting out to the edge and getting out to the numbers to try and pave the way. Terrence Steele could do that. And I think you compound the loss of Terrence Steele with the loss of Tyler Biadasz these last couple, at least in the last game. I think it played a factor because while those guys, and I said this on our show earlier, but while those two guys, Terrence Steele, Tyler Biadasz, aren't the anchors of your offensive line because that will always be Zach Martin, they're the glue to your offensive line because they allow for Connor McGovern and Tyler Smith to do their job the right way. Of course, Zach Martin feels exceptionally comfortable with Terrence Steele to his right, Tyler Biadasz to his left, so he's even more comfortable. So whenever you don't have the glue holding this offensive line together, which was Biadasz, and, of course, Terrence Steele, you're going to have some shuffle up front. You're going to have some miscommunication or even just plain and simple mistakes. So I think the loss of both of those guys was big, and it's good that at least they have Tyler Biadasz back in the fold.
Now, you had an opportunity to sit down with DeMarcus Lawrence, who was on with G-Bag Weekly, and also Ferguson, and that's two different perspectives on going into this playoffs because Tank's been here before. This is Ferguson's first opportunity. What did you glean from those two on what they're about to embark on?
Yeah, it was really fun because D-Law and I have gotten along since I was even doing freelance stuff over here initially, and he brought just the vet mentality. I asked him, what are you telling these guys across the hall? He said, you only get one moment. You only get one shot at this because you never know when the next moment will come. This is the only time you're going to get a chance at it. That's been the message from these veterans to the guys who either haven't been there or haven't been a part of a playoff run in Dallas, like the Jason Peters and the T.Y. Hiltons of the world, kind of taking their unique experience, kind of adding that in. And then another thing that I asked was who has grown the most on the defensive side of the football from week 1 to now. And I was kind of shocked by his answer because I thought it would be maybe a Micah Parsons or a Dorrance Armstrong or somebody that he plays directly with. His two names that he gave were Damone Clark and Deron Bland. And I looked at him and I said, you realize those are two rookies, right? You just said that those are two rookies that have really stepped up and played key roles. And he said, yes, and they're going to have to play a key role in this one, because even with Leighton Vander Esch being back in the fold, expect a lot of Damone Clark. And then Deron Bland, even, like I said a moment ago, he may be matched up specifically with Chris Godwin. So I really liked what D-Law had to say about the whole mindset around it. And then Jake Ferguson, like you said, completely opposite scenario, where this is his first run of it in terms of the playoffs. He said that really from that Giants game forward, he has a whole new mentality. He at first was, okay, I got to make it and I got to play better. Now he says, I deserve to be on this field. I feel confident enough to where I belong, and I look like I belong on film finally. So he thinks the second time around against Tampa Bay, he's going to have a completely different mindset. Plus, he said he can feel the intensity in the building, which is a good thing. I mean, you want it to ramp up whenever it comes to playoff time, and if the players are feeling it, then hopefully it continues to grow and it's infectious throughout that locker room.
You mind giving our Tolos out there a place where they can check those interviews out?
Yeah, so some of it will be on the Mike McCarthy show coming up on CBS 11 and TXA 21, I believe, throughout the weekend. You'll have to check your local listings for that. And then the other parts of it we're going to take on Cowboys pregame live, which gets underway at 5:30 on Monday night from the Star.
Gotcha.
Woo! Yeah. All right. And then you think we're going to win, right?
I do. I actually do. And I've gone back and forth about it throughout the week, but I think the matchups are still there for Dallas, and I expect a rebound. I don't think you're going to see the same type of team that played last week against Washington.
All right. Excellent.
If you see a leopard out there,
be careful.
Kyle, just let Mike know. Mike's our local leopard expert that we found out today. So
don't turn your back on this leopard.
Yeah.
When you get in the kill zone, you turn your back, you're in trouble, and you're going to be up in a tree getting eaten.
See, but I thought they labeled it a non-dangerous cat. Is this still a dangerous cat?
Well, of course that's what they told you, right?
Yeah.
Like, you believe everything the zoo tells you? Come on.
They've obviously migrated to Dallas from Asia, China area. And so they kill. They're cats. They got to eat.
But they called it a code blue. Code blue sounds like it's not that serious. Instead of it should be like a code red or a code black, right? I mean, it should be something more intense to kind of get the attention of everybody.
I hear what you're saying, but isn't code blue in the hospital when somebody's dying?
Oh my gosh, what are you doing right now?
I'm just asking.
I don't know.
I think it might be.
The Cowboys want to go to Tampa with the code blue, that's for sure.
Code blue's like patented by Jerry Jones or something.
Man, thank you very much,
Thanks,
Kyle, for football info and shenanigans.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
It's their mating season, Kyle.
Oh my gosh. There you go. Kyle Yeomans
Very
from
aggressive.
DallasCowboys.com. I'm just glad he didn't sign off by going, isn't it that for all of us? Like, I was really afraid.
Will he ever come back on the show after
No
that?
chance.
No chance?
No chance.
December through March.
Yeah.
We mate during all times.
Mhm.
I guess in April, there's like had enough.
Peyton doesn't. He couldn't even get that gal to kiss him at the New Year's Eve.
So
Oh,
he's
we're not.
He's not a leopard.
That's
just
true.
a cougar hunter.
Oh my God. Was doing what on New Year's Eve?
Don't you remember that? The bet where you can get $150 if he. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were out. We'll have to fill you in on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll try to talk a little stars, betting with Bassick, and Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio, and good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the Kane's New Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Dallas re-enters Gurianov. Down the left wing, feeds it. Now it's loose in front. Sagan scores!
We need to turn this off, Joey.
The man who drew the penalty.
Yeah, go ahead and bring that down. Kevin, this is very important news from Fox 4 News.
Is this important news?
The Tarrant County Sheriff's Office is working to catch a loose bull in Fort Worth.
What is happening in this Metroplex? Seriously. We
cows-
can't handle the animals?
Our cows in heat.
Get out.
I don't know.
Crews are on a scene near John T. White Road and Morrison Drive to wrangle the bull. No details have been released on how the bull got loose. Obviously, the leopard let him out. Right?
People aren't going to be
Okay.
shocked that a bull's
What?
running around, though.
I guess a leopard is fast. It didn't run all
The
the way
sheriff's office
to
said the bull will be returned to its owner after it is caught.
Bulls
so there
are
you go.
fast.
Okay, good for that. Also, the other reason to turn off that cut is that is not the relevant cut from that game, and you know it,
could be.
Positive Joey. No, because for 59 minutes and 59 seconds, it looked, well, I know they didn't score until the second period, but still, they were going to win this game. The New York Rangers, for the second time in the history of their hockey franchise, scored a goal in the literal last second of the game.
Go Rangers.
No to the New York Rangers. Yes to the Texas Rangers. And then they scored in overtime and we lost. Ottinger
So the Stars
was
lose in overtime, but the Mavs win in overtime. This is wild.
in double overtime. Yeah. Ottinger was 1 second away from getting a shutout, and they were 1 second away from getting 2 points. Instead, they get 1 point.
That's that moment right there, Kevin, where it's like, oh my gosh, everything just kind of falls apart that quickly for you. Yeah, that's.
And I know their head coach is going to coach the Central Division in the All-Star game. I don't know if they're going to change that after this, or maybe they're not as frustrated as I am. But
Mike's opening the blinds just in case.
do you think you're going to see a leopard on the highway?
Or a bull?
The bull is in Fort Worth.
Well, you don't know how fast a bull can
Obviously,
get to Dallas.
the animals in our Metroplex are figuring out a way to get free.
Well, and somebody did point out, and Kevin, I asked you this earlier. It is Friday the 13th.
By the way, there is a major wreck on 75 South, just a mile outside of downtown. So what's that exit right there?
Haskell.
Haskell. It's literally right at Haskell. So 75 South, you're screwed.
So you say it's Friday the 13th. Somebody asked if someone's playing legit Jumanji.
Mm-hmm.
These are the theories. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a second. But you want to do a little betting with Bassick?
I do. Now,
Okay.
Corey, you've given up?
I'm taking a break from betting. Things just hasn't gone my way.
Derek
I can't
has
rely on it.
texted me, and I should have taken his bet when he said it. He took the Bengals -9 earlier today. It is now down to 8.5, so I have to give it to him at 8.5. So as we do this segment, that's kind of where the lines we use the lines in because they can move on Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Cowboys line could be different come Monday. Right now, the Cowboys are favored by 2.5. Bengals are favored by 8.5. So Derek for $100 because he's down $350.
Golly, I'm down 20.
Oh.
Because of that stupid safety.
You should quit. You should just give me $20.
I just saw a post. Louisiana's first 12 months of sports betting produced $26.5 million in tax revenue.
I don't know what those kickbacks look like. I would love to see that.
So you're saying the people are winning when they're betting?
No,
I don't.
It does not sound like it. Sounds like they are definitely losing.
Betting is a bad idea. Just
Yes.
listen to that. In 12 months, what was it again?
26.5 million.
And who got that?
The state of Louisiana,
Yeah.
which I'm sure it's going to be funneled into the right places.
Just to say, betting is not winning. You usually lose. We're having fun with friends doing this, but just know if betting becomes legal, it's usually a losing proposition no matter how much you think you know.
I will take the
Cowboys.
San Francisco 49ers -9.5. Now that is a big number to lay in a playoff game, but I will take San Francisco -9.5.
All right. Good for you. Corey, since you won't bet me,
Mhm.
I guess I can't bet you.
Yeah, don't bet me, please.
All All right. So I'm not taking the Bengals, obviously, because they have been bet. Just for $20 other, Kevin. I like so many games. I think Buffalo's going to win by 40. I don't think they're going to win by 40, but I think they're going to win by 20 or more. I just think that Skyler or whatever his name is, and I don't care to because he's going to be out of the NFL after this game.
Oh, man, what did he do wrong?
Played football, unfortunately. It's kind of like the guy who makes hats for a living now. What's his name?
Ben DiNucci?
Ben DiNucci, the hat maker. Unfortunately, he had to play football. That was the worst thing that ever happened to his career is he had to actually play football because at that point we're like, oh no, he can't do it. And so sometimes when you're a third string quarterback, the best thing to ever happen to you is to never have to play because then you never prove you can't. But I'm pretty sure Skyler's going to prove that he can't play in this league. So what the heck? You get the Dolphins plus 13.5.
Okay. All right. And that is where we stand with Betting with Bassick. And now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Oh, this should be good.
Howdy, fellas.
Hey Joey. Scotty.
Hello, Joseph.
I don't know how we're going to top Mike Likes It today, but we're going to do our best.
Gosh.
We are going to do our best. This one's not really a nominee.
Where do we send our show into the Marconi place?
Get the awards ready. Start engraving. But I pulled this one for Mike.
877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in that. But what I would prefer is if you answered the question, who do you fear from the Milwaukee Bucks?
Is that really what you prefer?
This is a real segment?
Yes.
Is that
Be honest.
Excuse me.
Did you say the Milwaukee Bucks?
The Tampa Bay Bucks. Damn it.
Chris
The
Middleton.
Tampa Bay
What
Bucks.
the hell are we doing?
I've never been so confused in my life.
So for people that might have not been listening yesterday, Corey and I might have been goofing off a little bit and wanting to have more fun. And Kevin wants to get it right back on the train. Or right back on the
tracks.
The rails? The tracks.
Yeah.
Trains are on tracks.
Uh-huh.
Right back on those tracks. Tracks are for kids. Is listen to
addicts.
him try to get it back on the tracks. I want to hear it again.
Play it again.
Okay.
Hear it again.
Hold on.
Get it back on.
Okay, here we go.
The real question at noon we want to
Set
know.
that up like you were reading his mind.
Here we go.
Is if you answered the question, who do you fear from the Milwaukee Bucks?
Is that really what you prefer?
This is a real segment?
Yes.
Is that
Be honest.
Excuse me.
The Milwaukee Bucks?
Tampa Bay Bucks. Damn it. That is a Tampa Bay
What the hell are we doing?
Excuse me.
We're talking about what we want.
Like how Mike was like immediately Giannis, of course.
I mean, I think
Take
Mike
it over.
asked a very fair follow-up question. Is this a real segment? It's a very fair question. It was not. I apologize for screwing that up.
That's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, Mike was very excited last week about not being a lot of the nominees, but we got plenty of Mike today, including this one. I actually teamed up with him for this one.
I start work at 2, and I know I'm going to have a good day because of this segment.
Awesome.
Coming up
The
next.
police came and shined a light on me and said,
Stroke it.
Oh my God,
Thank you.
Joey.
Thank you, Joey.
Coming
My
up
guy.
next.
Me and Joey.
How we survived another week without cancellation boggles the mind.
It's a song. It's a popular song.
I still can't believe you. Have you heard that song yet? Like, have you on your ride home? Or
I have
anything?
not.
Spotify it.
Well,
Look up on YouTube. Play it on your TV. And
This is one of the lines in the song.
What time of the day do you like to make love?
Mm-hmm.
Have you given any thought to that?
I mean,
tell you
sure.
what,
Is there a specific time?
What about the leopard? What time of day?
Night. Well, they're active at night, so I'm gonna assume everything happens at night for them.
Mm-hmm.
Not for me.
No.
My wife likes sleeping. I be sleeping. That's her song.
So about 6:30, like right after dinner, or what?
That's what time you're at?
I think I gotta get the kids down. They gotta go to sleep.
Next.
We're gonna move on to this was crosstalk the other day.
We know you make love. You have a baby.
And Gavin had a good story about him and his brother when they were young.
That's probably 5 feet long.
Okay.
He's got one end in each hand, and he's dangling it down. I'm on the floor loading other stuffed animals like our little Garfield.
I remember when he said that.
It's at that point when Kevin couldn't stop laughing, and Dawson was like, "I'll have to go back and hear what I said at some point," because he had no clue. I don't think I realized that at that point, man. That was amazing.
Yeah, good one from Gavin. This is just really aggressive from Mike, the way he delivered this.
Mike, have you ever seen the way he uses Gatorade bottles? And I don't know if it's that way
He
anymore.
squeeze it as hard as he can to suck it all out in one gulp. It's you.
Yeah.
With water.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know you did that with Gatorade too, but Gatorade bottles are harder to squeeze, I think.
But they have those little ridges in there that it feels like it's there for your hands to squeeze. Well, son of a... You idiots all looked at me the same way.
Because you did it right in front of your mouth.
I think gripping
man.
can kind of play to this one. So fire this one off.
But yeah, he's always been kind of.
I thought in San Francisco,
awesome.
kind of obviously adults are playing in the NFL,
Sure.
and I still think they're kind of kids, or you want to call them young men. I understand in college, but like didn't he start rubbing kind of the professional player?
What? The wrong way.
It's the way. It's the hard grind work ethic that he like demanded of them. He was very demanding, and they didn't love it.
Harbaugh, Michigan.
He's like, I want your blood on me, and he smeared it on his face. Why?
You said that was in Stanford?
At Stanford, yeah.
Palo Alto?
Sure. Some West Coast school. Kevin, are you okay?
Yeah. No, I'm good.
I just want to point something out. We're giving Kevin a hard time today. He does some phenomenal work.
Thanks,
building
guys.
this show, making sure we do keep it on the tracks.
I'm hanging out with Kevin all day today.
Trying to
That's true.
Trying to wrangle.
That
us
actually
in.
is true.
It's almost an impossible feat trying to keep it all. That's why he was working so hard to make sure Joey was on his side. He was like, "Look, I need somebody."
Well, that ship has sailed.
But
Joey's chosen his side. He's chosen poorly, but he's
Ever
chosen.
since Snap, I chose.
Yeah, he's chosen.
That was the moment. So I just wanted to make sure, Kevin,
That's
that you
fine.
get your flowers today.
No,
all right?
I'm good.
We love you, Kevin.
I'm good. Thank you.
This one is from Wednesday, and
I saw that show.
We were talking about American Gladiator, and which which show would be best, and so Mike had a great comment on we should bring on Sandler for some pretty good reasons.
Yeah, I feel like he has the unrelenting
everybody gets to
competitive
pick
drive.
up one ringer. Think about how hard it is to hit him with that tennis ball thing versus us.
You make a lot of sense. From these,
they get to shoot. They get to shoot. I feel so bad that I had stepped on that one, dude. Because that was.
But you can hear Corey's what at the end.
From these,
they get to shoot. They get to shoot it. What?
Height.
That was tremendous.
Is it a full 6 inches?
I'm 6'1" in real life, 6'3" on my baseball card.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
How tall is Jared?
5'7".
I have no clue.
I'm guessing 5'7" would be my guess.
I'll give him a 5'8".
Just about my shoulder.
Okay.
That's how I measure people.
Okay.
I have one more for you guys, and this is another Mike one, of course, and he was really praising JJ Barea here.
But I do think it's part of his game. It's like his JJ Barea. JJ Barea had a great flop, and I think Dwight Powell's like, if I put my face in there, my face will get hit, and I know how to kind of pop it back where it doesn't really get hurt bad. I think that's true. I do think that's part of the way that Dwight Powell plays defense. He's like throws his face in there, then pops it back. Oh, it hit me in the face. I'm going to die. And then he gets a flop, call for him, and then we move on.
Do you know how to throw it back, Mike?
Your head?
No. The dance. Have you ever seen the throw it back?
I don't know.
I don't know
We
either.
watched a video of you doing the Bobby Brown dance, and I've always wondered if Mike would ever do the...
I'm not even sure what the Bobby Brown dance was.
Or was it New Edition? It's in the video that Carter put out on Twitter for the year-end video. And you were remember he was doing the dance
Yes.
and trying to keep up with it and everything?
Yes.
I wonder if Mike
every
would do the
little
same
step
thing.
I take.
Yeah.
That's a great video.
Google throwing it back and see if you can
Throwing
if you
it
can
back
do that.
dance.
Yeah, go see if you can do that.
All right, let me take off.
Would y'all like to see that
Nophelius
Twolos?
Nubulius.
Yeah, I feel like I would. I know you asked the Twolos and not me.
I'm asking you too.
Yeah.
You want to see Mike throw it back?
Yes, I do. I definitely
Joey?
do.
Oh, why not?
Carter's shaking his head no back there.
There's a lot of good nominees. I'm going to go with Gavin talking about the snakes and his little brother, but it sounds like something different.
I second that.
Yes.
Oh, wow. You're voting for that too?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not too late, Joey. It is not too late.
I'm voting for Milwaukee.
Yeah, I'm voting for our Milwaukee Bucks segment yesterday.
Oh, it's 2-2.
Out of
What are we
nowhere.
gonna do?
Okay, you know what?
In the city of DFW.
Get serious here. Who's the best player on the Bucks? Milwaukee.
Than the
Play-
Bucks segment.
Play both of them again,
Okay.
please, and then we will allow the Tolos and the Twolos to decide while Mike learns his dance.
Fair enough.
All
We'll
right.
start off with the Bucks.
877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in that. But what I would prefer is if you answered the question, who do you fear from the Milwaukee Bucks?
Is that really what you prefer?
This is a real segment?
Excuse me.
Did you say the Milwaukee Bucks?
The Tampa Bay Bucks.
He's so excited.
The
Chris Middleton.
Tampa
We did it.
Bay
What
Bucks.
the hell are we doing?
That is pretty good.
He's
Hold-
tempted to throw it back
It's just
on.
like two things. You can't really do this for a long time, can you?
All right. One more. We got to decide here. Here's Gavin.
That's probably 5 feet long.
Okay.
He's got one end in each hand, and he's dangling it down. I'm on the floor loading other stuffed animals like our little Garfield.
That was the point where he realized something's wrong. They're all smiling at me.
877-881-1053. Make your decisions, Tolos and Twolos. We will take the votes. Mike's still learning the dance.
I threw it back. I think I learned it.
That's pretty good. Coming up next, all of that plus we chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat.
By Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, we know the loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Unfortunately, it appears as though my flub proclaiming who do you fear the most on the Milwaukee Bucks has been named the Masterpiece of the Week.
You won.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
They lost last night, so Giannis sat out.
So that
I
segment
think
was
that was
not
your
for
question.
nothing.
You knew that Giannis was sitting out of back-to-back last night, so you're wondering who Miami Heat feared the most with Giannis taking a night off?
Mm-hmm. Or it was just a mistake, and I'm an idiot. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing okay. There's things we could talk about, but I know it's going to be animal talk,
It needs
so
to
let's
be
just
about
jump right into it.
Leopard/Bull Watch 2023. That's
Not
what
about
we-
the Stars giving up a goal in the last second.
What do you guys
of the
prefer
game.
discussing?
That was ridiculous. I can't believe the Stars lost. We were talking, what's the scariest animal to get out on the loose from the zoo? I think we agreed that the gorilla might be number one.
Hippo.
Gorilla be easy.
The gorilla would be easy.
Yeah, gorilla
Have
is
you
what
seen Planet of the Apes?
Gorilla is what
good
you
point.
call
Those
a
are
real
Planet
alpha.
Caesar.
Okay, so the gorilla is going to walk up to a parking lot and just be like, "Hey, what's up? I'm an alpha," and everybody's going to surround it, and then somebody's going to tranquilize it, right? Because he doesn't recognize predators. The cat, he's somewhere in the middle. He's got to be sneaky and then attack. So he's going to hide. He can come out anywhere. Yeah, if you were in the ocean, similar situation with a shark. Has no natural predator, not worried, just cruises right out in front of you.
You
And then you punch
does
in the nose.
Does the tiger hide, or is a tiger more ape-like, or gorilla-like?
The lion, of course, is a true alpha, and that one will chill right next to your bus as it's cruising by. It's just like, "What's up, food? Yeah, I'm not hungry right now."
But a true alpha knows when it's time to concede for the betterment of the team.
Tiger, I'm not that familiar with, Mike. I'd have to, but they are more reclusive, right? They're coming in more like a smaller cat and then bailing for some
because
reason.
they're individuals.
Maybe they're on their own. Yeah,
Like
they don't have it.
lions
Nobody
are-
has their back. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so they have to watch out because they're doing this all by themselves.
But it seems like this leopard is like the versatility, right, Dawson? Because there's like an aerial attack situation where they're jumping out of trees and killing you.
That's terrifying.
And
In the
apparently
night.
they're strong enough to drag you back into a tree, Mike.
Yes, and they're such
Yeah.
great climbers. They can, like, you see a big long tree, they can vertically go down that tree slowly, head first.
Oh my
Like,
God.
that's how well they can
What?
climb and hold
Yeah.
on to
Damn
trees.
spider
Well, if
cat.
that's the case, if I'm part of that team over there, I'm in the chase vehicle, like command center, mapping out strategy,
Tom, you
maybe
get out there.
Yeah, this is an episode of Star Trek where the dude's in the red.
You're in the
go
red
down,
shirt,
they beam those guys down.
The idea, man.
Oh, look out. they just, those guys die. Somebody else is going down on that one. It's not me. I'm going to be in the command vehicle. I'm not going to let this thing jump from a tree and grab me and drag me up into a tree. No.
That's a fair point.
That ain't happening.
Who are we sacrificing? Who's our fan station sacrifice to go
I mean,
out
right
there?
now I'm sacrificing Joey,
Yes.
but I
He's
told
the
you.
newest.
Dawson would say Carter, I think. Is
And
what
they're
he-
in,
Oh, but you introduced him at the beginning of the show.
He's our favorite ginger. Yesterday was National Kissing Ginger Day. He got so much action.
He appreciates
Gavin,
it,
December through March is this leopard's breeding season, and they're more aggressive during breeding season.
Okay. Oh yes, they're very
Why are you
aggressive.
excited about that?
He's not going to hurt anybody. These things weigh like maximum 50 pounds. He might hurt
really?
somebody. I don't think he's going to kill anybody. I think this is more like a fun treasure hunt to try to get the leopard than
Dawson's
than a
excited
lethal
because he's
animal.
got this real hunting
Do they
vibe
have-
going on right now. He's going for
he's
Sasquatch
going for-
this week.
Does the zoo have
Yeah.
video
Big
on
fan.
how
I believe
this
you not,
leopard
he
got
is.
out?
Yeah, going on a Bigfoot hunt this weekend. So I'm pretty fired up. I'm in this mode a little bit.
Did you decide what you're hunting with? Is this like bow and arrows or what's the deal?
Well, I have a variety of firearms. that I'll be
This is
taking
a
with me.
Sasquatch deal we're doing this weekend?
And then I've converted some garden equipment into like pole weapons just in case.
It's like a Southerners version of LARPing, I think. It's like Dawson and his boys.
My friends wanted to do it. They have a sweet lake house. I was like, shoot, yeah, I'll go Bigfoot hunting with you guys.
Meet
Let's
up
do
at the
this.
local Denny's, kiss the ring,
What's the strategy there? Like, do you have any place where you start hunting, or is there just?
They got it all sorted.
Okay.
Yeah, they're actually down there right now setting it all up.
Is it possible you don't want to tip your strategy just in case? Like that's what
That he's listening? That Bigfoot's like listening to the show?
He's like,
How long can Bigfoot live? Because he's been around forever, right? He was already.
He's got
old.
family.
Oh, are you sure?
No. Is any of this sure?
Yeah, there's Bigfoot litters, Mike. We learned about this.
Bigfoot litters.
Why are you looking at me?
The hell you say, Mike? They're not real.
So the Bigfoot's not real, but this leopard who's on
It's
the
real.
prowl banging every animal in sight is real.
Man, that would be pretty sweet if this would mate with your house cat, and
I
you'd
was-
get a half clouded leopard.
I was
half
wondering
tabby.
if leopards and jaguars mate in the wild. Was one of my questions during my
If
class.
they're desperate, yeah, I think maybe.
Just like in real
Yeah,
life.
like, right around that's it.
1:35 with the bars closed.
As humans, we have types. A leopard
yeah,
just sees
it's
another
2
leopard and
a.m.
goes, "That's a leopard. I'm banging
Last
it."
call.
It's 2 a.m.
Yeah, I
around the
know.
watering hole, you know. Yes, oh, man, that looks good.
I wonder what the sound is the leopard
I
puts
can,
out.
I can carry this back into the tree. Yeah, all right, let's go.
Leopards don't have a type. Does it just need to be like, it looks like me, let's go to town?
My favorite part.
And how do they know?
What you
They don't-
just
they
said
don't-
is
they don't
your
have mirrors.
hands every
How do they know
time.
it looks like them?
That's true.
You see Mike's
They don't have a
Reflection in
mirror.
the water.
Like a
Reflection in
leopard
the water.
doesn't
I've
know what
never
it
thought
looks
of
like.
that. How does a leopard know what a leopard looks like?
Now, these are the questions I imagine y'all be diving into. What else you got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for
Obviously,
asking.
yeah.
It's a huge Friday, and Stephen Jones is going to join us coming up here about 3 o'clock at 5:20. What you drinking and what you thinking? So start your day drinking now. If you do, set an alarm. Time can fly. You might miss it.
Yeah.
5:20. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'll be listening to you, going to the Dallas Card Show with my T-Laws in my pocket.
I will be there as well.
T-laws.
If you have time in your interview, we just ask him his thoughts about Chris Godwin with no context, just so we can see what he has to say.
Okay. Can we get your thoughts on Chris Godwin?
Yeah, you might not want to replay
Excellent.
his answer on
His
we're
dad
concerned
thinks
about Chris
he's a
Godwin.
safety, right?
Yes,
Maybe.
he does.
For us, maybe.
Roll home.
Former special teams ace for the Cowboys.
That's right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Good point.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
Say Leopard Watch 23, Kevin.
Listen.
Stream the studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan on a Football Friday, a meatball sub wild card weekend football Friday as we are off and running here in the G-Bag Nation. New Love of the Star podcast is dropped today with Broadus and Bobby Belt. You can check that out on the Odyssey app.
Thank you for that.
Let's talk football. Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy have already been on the station today. General at your service. There is Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Everybody good?
Fantastic.
Sprightly, baby.
Wolchuk just told me he wasn't wearing any panties. Right before the microphone's turned on.
He's going out tonight, too.
Very
Isn't that what
bold.
he said? Yeah.
That's the facts. It's one of his bros' birthday parties tonight, so why would he be wearing any undies?
Looking sharp over there.
Thank you very much.
Got a nice outfit.
Yeah,
got
well,
a
my
nice
sister
outfit on.
got me this for Hanukkah, so I decided I'd
Happy
bring it out.
Gucci or something?
I doubt that.
Old Navy?
It is definitely not a name
Louis
brand.
Vuitton? No.
No
UPS
way.
driver?
It's probably from UPS.
Eddie Bauer.
Well, 469 says
Bauer.
Dawson believes in
No,
Bigfoot.
no.
Explains a lot. No, I don't believe in Bigfoot. I'm going on a Bigfoot hunt to be a good friend.
He's going on.
And who knows? Maybe we will find something interesting. Gavin's definitely getting killed via animal encounter. That's terrible advice, says the 254. I don't think I had any terrible advice. I tell you what, though, it could happen, though, because if something like a clouded leopard is out, I want in on the chase. Okay?
Right.
If it's going to attack anybody, might be a cool life experience.
For sure.
You know, to have a cat run at you and take a couple of swipes. The TV cameras are there. You're going viral. You know, you got your weapon of choice, some sort of a pole weapon or tranquilizer gun or something like that. So if they need any help, you know, I'm sure you guys can handle this over the next 5 hours. I'd be happy to go lead that charge. Brian's going to be in a vehicle somewhere.
Yeah, chase vehicle.
He's got comms handled.
Yeah.
You know,
Communications director.
10-4.
Yeah.
Man, I'll take a blow dart and get after it with you.
Yeah, you
I got my Crocs and everything. I'm ready to go.
That thing will knock you down, and you'll never get the blow dart off.
See,
my back.
It's just a fun
it's on
adventure.
me.
Yeah, I want a new
Right.
experience in life.
Yeah.
And chances are we're going to be all right. When I was a kid, I'll never forget this. We lived in this neighborhood at the edge of the city limits where behind our house was like a 400-acre field and then mountains, right? Like Mount St. Helens was out there up in Washington State. And there used to be these trails that we'd cut through the fields. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun. We'd get into all sorts of chaos out there. Sometimes we'd find old cow carcasses and just like pick across the bones and the skulls and stuff. I mean, it was a really cool place to grow up. Well, one time there was an actual cougar out there, a mountain lion. And they
I'm glad you specified.
Yeah. And
I was really interested when you said that.
I saw Broadus perk up for a second.
Like, what? What do we got going on here? All right, I'm out of the chase vehicle.
So we couldn't play for like 3 days. We couldn't play outside for like 3 days. And they ended up trapping it. And when they caught it, there was a big, obviously commotion in the neighborhood, and everybody was going out there, and we're all like surrounding this mountain lion cage, and it's in there like looking all like hissing at us and stuff. And wow, and that memory is very much burned into my mind. But that's what you got to do. You know, this is a nocturnal creature. You get some. You're accumulating cages right now. Maybe you head by the Tractor Supply store or something like that for some good traps.
You're taking this thing head on.
Oh yeah, you're taking him alive tonight. Probably with an assortment of traps. He's going to get hungry. Might take a couple of nights before the nerves calm down and he gets out and wants to adventure a little bit. But they'll get him.
But yours was a wild cougar.
Oh yes,
right?
absolutely.
Not like escape from the zoo. Kind of.
Yeah, this was.
Oh, they're all wild cougars, especially if you go to Plano shops at Legacy area.
Yeah.
They have one out in Wiley at their Big Cat rescue. That was pretty cool. Yeah, they have like a couple of tigers and a bunch of lions and stuff.
Man, get a
couple
cougar in the wild.
But yeah, salute to the Mavericks as we're off and running here on a Football Friday. We're going to talk a lot of football with you, but man, that was incredible. I slept horrible. I did because it was so adrenalizing and it was so late, and I couldn't get into a good sleep all night.
It's tossing and turning.
But yeah, Luka 30-point triple-double, 53 minutes. Spencer Dinwiddie had the juice. Couple of huge dunks, man. And Christian Wood made multiple blocks down the
Rim
stretch.
protection, man.
Five blocks?
5 blocks again?
5 blocks.
Wait, he denied LeBron that would ended the game.
Heck
He
yes.
forced LeBron to come to the other side of the basket, and
He
blocked
got
him there.
He got kneed in the ribs, shook that off. He sprained an ankle, shook that off, blocked Russell Westbrook off the glass. I don't know. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the Mavs coaches. Like, are they saying like, look at Christian Wood coming around? Like, that was grit and heart and sacrifice and determination for your teammates. And obviously he is an offensive matchup nightmare. Are we watching like Christian Wood become the gritty type of contributor that the Mavericks coaching staff needs? I hope so.
Gosh, you and me both, man. I think there's an argument to be made for it. And what he did for you last night, there's just things that he's able to do that most guys can't do. I mean, just the stat line that he put up last night, 24 points, 14 boards, 6 assists. And obviously some threes made in that game, but then you have the 5 blocks. Like, you don't have anybody this season that's put up a total like that. And then it's only the 6th time in the history of the sport where a player has matched all of those numbers. He's a unique talent. To allow that to walk out the door would be insane, but maybe he is starting to, and it would make sense. We've seen Jason Kidd kind of turn this Mavericks team around from a little bit more of a gritty team last year. Took a little while, but things start to come around. Maybe you start to see it here with Christian Wood, and he's obviously loving playing with Luka, and it's like, man, this could start to be a fun couple of months now.
You mentioned love playing with Luka. I think that is extremely important. Right before the end of the first half, Luka's cutting to the basket, and Christian Wood has a terrible pass that sails out of bounds for a turnover, and you can see the frustration, and Luka yells something, and it is not nice towards Christian Wood, but he's talked about that, and it's been written about by Brad Townsend and Callie Kaplan and Tim Cato and those that cover this team on a regular basis. This kind of stuff doesn't phase Christian Wood. It did a Kristaps Porzingis. Not every player is wired to play with a Luka Doncic because they take that criticism on the floor to heart. They don't just shake it off and just move on to the next play. Christian Wood is wired that way. And since he's been inserted into the starting lineup, he's averaging 20 points on 65% from 2, just under 39% from 3, 9 boards, 2.5 blocks. He's been playing fantastic basketball.
Jason Kidd's a guy who was credited with helping Giannis transform into a killer. He has transformed Luka now into a pretty good defensive player and the MVP frontrunner. Why not? Why not have the ability to impact Christian Wood? Now, we'll see. And obviously, it is a contract year, and the tag on Christian Wood is he'll play hard for the contract. But I'm willing to risk that. And even when he was in Houston, he was still producing quite a bit. You have the carrot out there. He's always said he wants to be part of a championship team. He wants to be on a winning team, and you have to be open-minded that right now he is showing up anxious and urgently trying to satisfy what the coaches are asking. And if that's the case, that's a guy I want to bet on. Because you don't have any other options for talent. You don't have much talent at all lined up and ready to come in.
Yeah, man, that's the thing that I just think of talent, and you don't have enough of it. And Christian Wood is very unique from a talent standpoint. And so that's a guy that you gotta figure it out, man. You got to be able to figure this thing out. Unless he goes off the deep end, there's still plenty of season to be played. But it seems like you're starting to trend in a direction where, gosh, dude, this guy's doing a lot of the things you want him to do.
Yeah. 214 says, but seriously, who would want to play with someone like that? I think you're referring to Luka. He's not the worst. But I think most stars are pretty dang demanding.
Well, I mean, if you listened to Wednesday's show with Kevin Gray and Nate Newton and Darren Woodson, on the Cowboys break, but they were talking about that 90s team, the dynasty, and how much crap they just gave each other on the sidelines.
Yeah.
They would just come up and just yell at each other and rip each other over not doing this, not doing that, and then you'd get into the locker room and hey, where are we going tonight? You just move on. That's what elite teams do. They hold each other accountable. That's what great Hall of Fame type players do. I don't think Luka is. That's what Michael Jordan did. If you watch The Last Dance, Michael Jordan wasn't an easy player to play with. But when you are one of the best in the sport, that's kind of your expectation. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, Michael even had some emotional moments during that. That's right, where he's like, man, I wasn't the easiest guy to play with, but you got to play with me. And there was a standard that you had to hit of competitive fire in order to, belong in my roster. That's a really good point. They visit the Trailblazers tomorrow and Sunday. It's a double weekend back-to-back thing going on. And these teams usually play exciting games against each other because they both can struggle on defense for extended stretches, and they have incredible offensive firepower. So hopefully the Mavs can win both of those and come on back with some momentum. Football Friday, though. How you guys feeling about the Cowboys game? Official predictions obviously coming on Monday, and who knows what can develop over the weekend. We could still have some injury news as well with over 72 hours until kickoff. How you feeling?
Man, it just all comes down to me. I feel like anybody picking the Cowboys to lose, it's not much of the Buccaneers as the reason why. It's I don't trust the Cowboys. It's really what it comes down to. How much do you trust the Cowboys? They are the better football team. Vegas is telling you that. Eye test tells you that. Everything tells you that. You're playing a team right now who's under 500. You're playing a team right now who's like negative 45 point differential. Like we're talking about not a good football team.
And the computers say the three is low. Like the simulations, like, hey, we're simulating this 50,000 times. They're saying the Cowboys should win by 6.
Okay, see, so it's like, how much do you trust the team? And for a good stretch of the season, I felt like, man, it feels like a trustworthy team. But then the last month took place, and then especially the last week took place. And then you have all of the unfortunate stuff that has taken place over the last 20 plus years. And you're like, how can I trust them? Especially when it is still Brady. Say what you want about his team and the year they've had and all these things. It is still Brady at home in the playoffs. And then it's the Cowboys in the playoffs. And it's like two different sides of the coin. One guy is just Terminator in the playoffs, and the Cowboys are always find a way to botch it. Find a way.
No doubt. 972 says, I'm making a trip to Choctaw to bet and watch the Cowboys game Monday night. Looking forward to their sports betting parlor. What do you guys think of the money line? I think if I was going to bet Cowboys, that's the only way I'd bet it. I don't want the Cowboys to win, but it's by a field goal late, and I'm out of the money.
Sure.
So I'll bite that, probably 25 or 30% out of the payout in order to just play it straight up.
I think as a lifelong Cowboy fan, I think we're just kind of now wired to expect the worst, and we just haven't had experience with prosperity in the postseason. I mean, Brian, you've used the line numerous times when we've been on the postgame show. This team hates prosperity, and it certainly feels that way. The way that they ended the season last week, and you have so many question marks. And again, you're playing against a Tom Brady who, if he wins on Monday night, he's going to pass the Dallas Cowboys, the entire franchise, for playoff wins. Tom Brady by himself is going to pass the Dallas Cowboys for wins in the playoffs. That is shocking.
There was a time where it wasn't like that.
No,
way back
it's
in the
crazy,
day.
man.
I can honestly say I was at the game the last time the Cowboys won a road playoff game. I was in the stadium, and that was in 1992. I was there at Candlestick Park. Me and John Dorsey had told that story, and it's amazing that this franchise went from being a team that was consistently winning the division, consistently winning playoff games, consistently hosting championship games, to just now it's, and I get it. I understand why the fan base is what it is, because you get beat down. You don't want to be disappointed again. You don't want to, you want to have hope and feel like, but then you're like, the Buccaneers are 8-9, but they got Brady, and we still can't beat them. I get what the fan base.
I want to pick them on Monday, but I'd be lying to myself.
I want to look at this game like we looked at the Niners last year, and I picked the Cowboys to beat the Niners.
I did too.
And then they lost to the Niners, and we said, how could you lose to San Francisco? Well, turned out San Francisco was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And they beat Green Bay, and they nearly end up in the Super Bowl. And I think that's going to be what happens with Tampa getting healthy, really at the worst possible time for the Cowboys. Congrats to Zach Martin, now a 6-time All-Pro first-teamer, 8 overall. Micah Parsons, repeat All-Pro. And CeeDee Lamb, second teamer. So congrats to him. Justin Jefferson and Travis Kelce, unanimous selection. Sauce Gardner, the first rookie to be recognized at the cornerback position in 41 years. So that's cool. The AP All-Pros are out. Biotish and LVE practicing again today?
All good.
Awesome. Chargers wide receiver Mike Williams has a non-surgical fracture in his back, expected to sideline him 2 to 3 weeks. So the coach is getting crushed for playing him in a meaningless game. So barring a Super Bowl run for the Chargers, which would be shocking. Williams' season is likely over. All right. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30, Best Audio. NFL Survivor is coming up next. Which one of these teams is the most likely winner? We will make our selections and try to avoid a bet payoff. It's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway.
We're going to make some G-Bag Survivor picks, but I got about 8 minutes to roll these games out here for you before we get to the G-Bag of the day. Let's talk about these playoff matchups and some of the storylines that sit inside of them. Segments brought to you by Soda. That is state-of-the-art. What other game are you most interested in watching? And what team do you think is most likely to get the dub in advance this weekend? Maybe you can help us out on the truckwreck.com fan text. Niners are favored by 9.5 hosting Seattle. San Francisco 7-1 against the spread as a home fave this season with 5 straight covers. They're kicking the damn door in when it comes to covers at home, and that's where the Niners are. Plus, they beat the Seahawks in 2 previous games this year by a combined 28 points. Key for Seattle, Brian, obviously has to be tackling whenever you're playing the 49ers, right?
No, absolutely. I went back and watched the Buccaneers try and play them. And, the offensive line does a great job of handling your front, and then they get that running game up on your linebackers. I'm not going to say it's creative. It's just good, solid football. They get off the ball together, shoulder to shoulder, and just get pushed. And then they got guys like McCaffrey. They got these weapons, these receivers that are almost like running backs with the ball in their hand. They could beat you a lot of different ways just with how that physicality that they play.
I think Pete Carroll's going to dial something up, though. After seeing him twice, I think you're looking at blitzes and press man, and we're going to throw the sink at Brock Purdy. He has been annihilating zone coverages, so I think they're going to get aggressive and go after him.
Yeah, how about that Niners defense against Geno Smith? They've held him to 50 yards less than he typically averages per game at 217.5 yards in the 2 games that he's played against the Niners. So that secondary has been really good against the 2 receivers and Geno Smith. So that's going to hurt. They need Kenneth Walker to get going if they're going to have a chance to win.
That'd be fun. I'm not going to rule it out. I'll go 27-24 Niners. It's a divisional game. In the 3rd time they've seen him, Seattle's going to figure some things out, and I'm still not sold on Brock Purdy as a rookie quarterback. Chargers a 2.5-point favorite against the Jags. A lot of people are waiting for one of these 2 guys to step up and say, I can be the guy to lead my team in the big moments. Both teams playing well down the stretch. I don't know who to pick. It's going to be a close one. I don't trust the Chargers at all. I think Herbert has a lot of growing up to do on the job and experience to get, and the Jags just aren't ready. But I could still see him winning a wild card game. How about you guys?
Yeah. This one should be a fun one because it's 2 decent teams. The Chargers defensively, I am interested because their defense has taken a turn for the better over the latter half of the season. And Brandon Staley, and that's his calling card, is defense. And the Chargers are starting to play some legit defense. So how does this Jaguars offense that has been pretty solid? They didn't look great versus Tennessee last week, but they did just enough. I'm excited to see Trevor Lawrence versus what seems to be a pretty legit Charger defense right now. And then it's just 2 supreme talents at quarterback, young, early in their career, going head-to-head. Herbert versus Lawrence. That's going to be fun.
Jags spanked the Chargers week 3 when these 2 teams met. I think the Chargers do get revenge in this game, and Keenan Allen's been a monster beast for them on 3rd downs. He's got 10 of 13 targets for 7 first-down conversions.
They're going to need all of him because no Mike Williams is a blow.
No, big-time blow.
Yeah, but Jacksonville they're doing a great job on offense. Doug Peterson, the quarterback there, I think they were 6th in the league in total offense. And they're 4th in creating turnovers in the league, too. So there you go.
That's a winning formula.
Give me that.
Buffalo, a 13-point favorite. I just can't imagine Miami doing anything, especially with Raheem Mostert out.
Hey, it's our guy Jeff Wilson. Go Mean Green.
Is that okay? All right. Tear him up.
That's a big loss for them.
But take a listen to this stat. Since 2014, underdogs are 8-2 against the spread when they're playing a division opponent. The underdog 8-2 against the spread. I do think it's going to go 8-3. I think the Bills are going to beat them so bad it's going to be like 40-10, something like that.
Yeah, because in those, like, they don't account for Skylar Thompson in those 8-2 or whatever divisional. Like Skylar Thompson, the difference between the Dolphins' offense with and without Tua is insane. They are basically going from the 3rd highest expected points added per play this season to 31st. Like, that's the difference.
Wow.
But with Tua, they're 3rd. Without Tua, they're 2nd.
So you totally throw out that stat. It doesn't matter.
The 8-2, right?
Yeah.
100%. I would say. I think this is going to be a shellacking.
Yeah. Buffalo is giving up 18 points a game this year. They're not going to give up 6 in this one.
Okay, Giants at Vikings. That's a 3-point spread. New York, a league best 13-4 against the spread this year, including 7-1 on the road. So that's fascinating right there. Plus, the Minnesota offensive line is banged up a bit. So Giants looking to run the ball, and if they have success, I could see them making that happen, Wolchuk.
I'm calling the upset here.
All right.
Giants knock off the Vikings. Here is a fun nugget, and this is probably my favorite stat of all these games. The Giants use play action at the fifth highest rate in the NFL. Daniel Jones, third highest completion rate on those plays in the league. The Vikings defense has allowed the second highest yards per attempt on play action in the league.
Oh, we're going over the top.
Along with the fifth highest completion rate. So I get it. They don't have a ton of weapons, but Daniel Jones is using that to his advantage on play action. They're going to suck in trying to stop Saquon Barkley. He's going to find a way to hit him over the top with anybody, whether it's Darius Slayton, you name the guy, Richie James, they'll find a way to get this win.
Yeah, how do the Vikings block Dexter Lawrence inside there? Leonard Williams is playing really well, and Ojulari is doing really well off the edge. I think the Vikings are going to have a hard time just controlling this front for the Giants.
And then we get to Ravens-Bengals, Cincinnati 9.5-point fave. No Lamar Jackson. They just beat them handily in Week 18. And Bengals looking for a playoff win in back-to-back years for the first time in franchise history. So it's fun. I know a lot of people are, sort of keeping an eye on that with the LSU ties from around here and all that. And that's going to be my pick. I would maybe consider the 49ers, but and obviously the Bills. But I'm going to hang on to those teams for another week or two, and I'm going to take the Bengals.
Sweet, man. I'm excited about that.
I'm simpatico with you, Gavin. I'm also going to rock with the Bengals because I'm a Joe Burrow guy, and I was going to ask, are we resetting every round? Because if the answer is no, then the Bengals were clearly going to be my pick because I kind of want to save the Bills in my back pocket.
Yeah, I don't think we should reset until it's possible that nobody has teams left.
Okay.
Yeah. Once nobody has teams left, then we should reset. That's not about right.
Yeah. I'm going to take Buffalo.
Okay.
I'm going to just take Buffalo.
Safest bet.
Smash the Dolphins and go from there.
I'm in agreement with Broadus. I'm rocking with Buffalo. It's a no-brainer.
2 Buffaloes and 2 Cincinnatis.
Got to mark that down on our
Yes,
sheet.
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mark that down. Let's because next week we're going to have big payoffs. If either one of those teams lose, you will get 2 bet payoffs next Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. And we go huge. We go massive. Stephen Jones is coming up at 3 o'clock. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day, the best audio curated by Lucius.
What's up, folks?
Hey.
Happy Friday.
How you doing? Yeah.
Good.
Happy Friday and everything and
Yeah.
everybody's. When we last left off, it was a lady singing a song in a church. The spirit hit her. She just came over with Jesus, just jumped all over her. She started to testify about her life.
Nothing I did, nothing I tried, nothing I smoked, nothing I snorted, nothing I drank, no man I did, no one did me, nothing did me any good. Oh Lord, even that the food I put in my mouth wouldn't help me, Lord. Oh, the food.
Man, that's like in high school and people would always be bragging about how hard they partied. Man, I started out with 6 beers and then I had a pint. None of it helped me like the Lord, though.
Let me get my love.
Made out with 2 chicks.
It's such a great song, man. And that was off the top, don't you think, Lucius?
Yeah.
That was
she was freestyling.
100%.
Yeah, she was 100% freestyling. The spirit overcame her, you know what I mean?
Gosh, that was brilliant.
All right, so curse of Kevin Harlan strikes again. Stroke last night on Kyrie Irving. He was at the line. I'll give you some context, though, so I'll let you know it's a curse because this happened before I played it here on G-Bag of the Day. Here's Kevin Harlan jinxing Steph Curry.
Steph Curry is at the line. He has not missed this year.
Kevin.
Why?
Kevin.
Why? So why?
Of course, he missed it right there.
Why?
Here he is, striking again. Kyrie Irving at the line.
Here is Irving at the line. He has only missed 11 free throws in 118 taken.
Are you serious? Are you serious right now?
I mean, you've got to throw that stat out while he's at the line. Why can't you say it after his second free throw? 91% free throw shooter.
The Harlan curse continues, people.
Man, Harlan loves it. He's eating that up. It seems like he was maybe he caught a cross-continental flight and was there at Staples Center last night, maybe doing his own private play-by-play for the Mavs because they had a serious curse going on there late. That was brutal. Almost gave the game away.
Jeez.
And what's Luka doing? Okay. Like Stan, I think, called him out. Like, bro, you have two better free throw shooters on the court with you right now. Why are you stepping up to take the 2 techs or 2 flagrants or whatever?
That's just alpha mentality right there, huh?
Yeah.
It's just I'm the
I
guy.
want the ball in my hands.
My ball. It's my team.
We lose, it's on me.
My bucket.
Don't worry about me. I've only played an hour in this game. You know, I'm not tired at all, or anything like that. Yeah.
I don't trust you, Spencer.
Yeah.
Spencer was in his bag though.
He played great.
He
late.
did play well.
Yeah.
What's up with all those turnovers, though? God.
Hey, they won the game, right?
We would have been asleep a lot earlier if
I
they'd
know.
gone to Dinwiddie. Dude, when they acquired him, he was sold as a lightning quick guard who can get to the rim before you know
Looked
it.
it like it last
I
night,
don't know
huh?
if I'd seen it really until last night. He hit another gear twice, at least.
I bet I'm over here jamming this Alexander O'Neal while y'all talking. There's been a lot of hogs being caught in Texas lately.
Yeah.
My son shot one. He goes hunting with his grandpa a lot. I think they're going to go back another weekend now.
Right on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
Anyway, there's
doing the Lord's work out there.
Daddy has his family in the car, and there's a big elk in the middle of the road. And he starts taunting the elk instead of trying to like get by him or slow down or something. He starts taunting the elk. The elk pops his tires. The whole family is just devastated.
Watch out, buddy. Want to fight?
Might.
Get a little elf.
You want to go, bud?
Uh-oh. Whole family just disappointed. Dad, oh God!
Man, I got to admit this real quick since you brought up a flat tire story. I was dropping off Abby last week, and we had a flat tire situation. Okay,
You make her change it?
so I pull off. I get the front one off. I'm like, good, I still got it, right? But then I'm like, man, maybe we should take the second one, right? So we put one of those little jack things on the one we'd taken, not one of the jacks, but one of the holder deals. I don't know what those are called, but
Stands.
So yeah, we take one of the stands there, and then we take the jack and move it over to the other side. Well, the one that we'd already jacked up got too low. So as we're jacking up the other side, the whole side of the car is now coming up, and it's basically like on the right back tire and that little stand we had there. And I'm trying to wrestle the tire off, and I nearly pulled the car like over on top of me, which would have smushed me on the car next to it.
Oh, no.
So in shame, I actually had to stop what I was doing and call the damn tow truck.
Oh, crap.
Tow truck driver comes out there.
Car's wobbling.
Yeah, he's like, oh, it's all right, man. It happens all the time. You know, it's kind of tricky to do 2 tires.
I've seen this before.
Tolo, dude, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
Love
Don't worry about it, buddy.
Yeah.
I know exactly what to say to keep
All
your
kind of
manhood
idiots do
intact.
this.
I did the 2 for 1. Backfire.
Let's go to Newark, New Jersey, the Brick City, Dirty Jers. We got an Uber Eats driver dropping off some food. The Ring camera catches him, and he starts talking to the Ring camera. So entertaining.
What's up, yo? Food outside, you already know, que lo que. De nada, you feel me? Happy holidays, Bernice, Navina, shimmy. I'm gonna take a picture of your shit, you feel me? So nobody come take it. I know we live in Newark and how dirty motherfuckers can be.
Oh.
Happy holidays, for me. We out of here. And I'm gonna close your gate for you. You feel me? I'm gonna close your gate. I'm gonna close your gate. I know you watching me right now, so I'm gonna close it. But if you wasn't watching me, I wouldn't have closed it. I'm not gonna lie.
Does the light come on or something when they're watching you? That's
I
kind of
don't
creepy
know.
when they're watching you.
Yeah, I mean, I figure every time there's a Ring camera up there, they're watching me.
Yeah.
I figure I'm being watched at all times anyway.
There you
Probably
go.
are.
Yeah, at all times.
Yeah, you see those murder investigation stories, and then like
they go into like a network of video from around the neighborhood that it happened, and they'll like track every vehicle and every dude. Like, you got to be super sophisticated if you want to get around without being
Especially
noticed.
nowadays. Now imagine how many like murders went unsolved back in the day, like the 40s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
You could get away with murder.
Yeah, without
you
this
really
tech.
could rob a bank and just dip. I live in Wyoming now.
Yeah.
And I robbed a bank in Florida. I'm rich.
Yeah, you know, these days Siri's going to tell on you.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Sure will.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We're going to vote here? What do you say?
If you want to. I mean, what? I got another one.
Okay. Hit me.
It's not one. It's just something I'm going to play.
Okay.
Sweet. Watch me vote on it.
There's a kid, he's teaching his dog a lesson. He's got the dog in a little kennel now, this little cage or whatnot. But earlier, the dog had pooed in his bed. So he's going to tell this dog, teach a dog a lesson here.
Don't ever poop in my bed again. You hear me? Don't ever poop in my bed again. You hear me?
Don't ever poop in my bed again.
I love that video.
The little dog was sitting there. You know, you yell at the dog was like, oh, God, this is awkward. Yeah, he was sitting there looking like that.
He was in his crate, too.
Yeah, he was. It was hilarious.
I love that.
469 says, who has 2 spare tires, Gavin? I don't know, nobody, probably. I have 0, so we're going to take them up to the tire store. You know, I want to get the second one off because it was matching. It was almost as bald. Is it the lady singer, a lady singing at the church who overshared? She did. A curse of Kevin Harlan got Kyrie Irving last night. A lot of hogs out there. Elk in the middle of the road as well. You got Newark, New Jersey. Uber Eats driver dropping off the food. Spoke to the ring cam. We're teaching a dog a lesson. That's pretty funny, too. I'm going to go with Kevin Harlan, man. He's having way too much fun with that thing. How about you, Chiafalo?
El Champion.
It's 1-1, Lucius.
Yes, I'm going to go with the champion as well.
2-1, Wolchuk.
Ooh, don't ever poop in my bed again.
2-1, Brian.
Kevin Harlan?
2-2. We're going to need a vote off here at G-Bag Nation. So jump on there. Follow us when you get there. We'll follow you right back. But I'm going to create an Insta poll. So during the break, you can vote in a 5-minute poll. We're coming back with Krusty's Corner. And what is the subject matter like that today, sir?
Yeah, it's Friday. It's the sports mix. I got some questions for you next.
All righty. Thank you. But before we get there, I would love to chat with you about my friends at Men's Tea.
Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties on a Football Friday. Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Got the sports mix that we do every Friday. If you're new to the airwaves, questions I come up with, generally about the games that the Cowboys are going to play over the weekend, and this one being a big playoff game on Monday. I thought I'd try and get my guys to not ride the fence, but give me some good answers for these questions I have for them. And I'll start with Eric Chiafalo on this one.
Sweet.
Other than Tom Brady, Bucs player you're most concerned about?
His name is, well, I'm going to go with Mike Evans. I think Vita Vea and the big men in the middle of that defense are going to do some suffocating of your run. It's going to make some things challenging, but I think Mike Evans is the guy that is, unless Diggs is going to be traveling with him, which we don't know that at this point. If Diggs is on him, I'm less concerned about Mike Evans, but if Mike Evans is going to see any corner not named Diggs, I think you're going to see him and Brady connect deep down the right side of the field on at least one occasion, if not more. And those are the back-breaking things. Chris Godwin's going to hurt you up and down the field a little bit, 8-9 yards at a time. But the guy who kills you is the guy in Mike Evans who catches 40-yard touchdown passes. And the Cowboys have been very susceptible to that with much worse quarterbacks and receivers over the last 6 weeks.
How about you, Zachary?
I would probably go with that man, Vita Vea, in the middle.
Okay.
I think he's probably going to make or break this football game. How healthy is he with that calf? If he's not healthy and he's not able to go, or he's not at full speed, or if he's limited, I think the Cowboys' ability to run the football will be impacted drastically, and they should be able to run it much better. And that will go a long way in winning this game. I think they might be bleeped in the secondary, whether it's Mike Evans, whether it's Julio Jones, who is able to beat them deep. I think you can name a receiver that has a chance to beat them deep. But Vita Vea is clearly their best defensive player, and he can wreck that game.
Gavin?
I'm going to go with the little burner there. Maybe an unsung guy. Cowboys are going to do everything they can to match up with the big names at wide receiver. Look for Scotty Miller going down the field.
Scotty Scooty Miller?
Ooh. 2 catches, 1hundred yards, 2 touchdowns.
That would sting. Didn't he make an appearance in that Packer?
He did, that NFC Championship game.
Sure did. I was going to think something different. I think you guys got some great names. Antoine Winfield kind of scares me a little bit for this team.
Giving him some respect. I love it, Brian.
I was trying to find a DB that had big takeaway numbers this year, Brian. Is he their most dangerous guy?
Well, he's the guy that intercepted Dak in week 1 when they played.
Yeah.
And he's always going to be around the ball. He's always going to create turnovers. He's one of those. His dad was a heck of a player out of Ohio State with the Vikings for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Same kind of guy, toughness, tackles. I just kind of feel like there's a lot of Vita Vea, the receivers. And you could say Leonard Fournette would be one that you just worry about them getting run. How about White running the ball? How about White at linebacker? I mean, they've got some guys that you absolutely have to be concerned about. All right, Zach.
By the way, it is Kevin Harlan getting the G-Bag of the day with Dub.
Oh, there we go.
Let's go.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Thank you. I love Kevin Harlan. Okay, here we go. Zachary. Let's go. Cowboys defensive player that makes the biggest difference in this game. Leighton Vander Esch, Diggs, or Parsons?
Ooh.
Cowboys defensive player that makes the biggest difference in this game. Vander Esch, Diggs, or Parsons?
Give me Micah Parsons. The Cowboys are going to win. It's got to be Micah. He's your best defensive player, and you're going to need him to play huge in this game. He's going to have to get after Tom Brady consistently. He's going to have to pressure him. He's going to need to fly around. He's going to have to be a force. I think that Vander Esch could be a great answer here because he should help you in the run game, and he's also clearly your best coverage linebacker, and Brady is throwing it underneath quite a bit. So Vander Esch is going to be busy all night long. But I think in a game like this, against that quarterback, it's going to have to be Micah Parsons.
Gavin?
Sacks cause punts, pressures get picks, and when the pressures get picks, It's the corner who looks like the guy that's had the biggest impact. So I'm going to go with Trayvon Diggs.
How about you, Chief?
Certainly respect all of that. I will go with Micah Parsons. He's the best player on the field at all times, and even when he's not doing anything, the offense is so concerned about him that what other guys are doing, it's really being allowed for with the just presence of Micah Parsons. He's a disruptor at all times, and he's the guy.
I like the answer of Diggs. I like what Van Der Esch potentially is going to be able to do, running sideline to sideline. They're going to have to play like that. I agree with Parsons because I kind of feel like, though, that Donovan Smith, the left tackle, has not played very well all season for the Buccaneers. And it finally, I don't know if the Bucs are going to let Parsons just scream off the edge, but to me, that's the one matchup right there where I think Parsons can consistently win down after down after down. So I think he's going to make an impact in this game. I mean, if he can hit Brady in the back, even if the ball comes out, but just keep hitting Brady in this game. We'll see if Craig Wolderstead will call roughing the passer here. Brady usually gets the benefit of the doubt. But I think at the end of the day, Parsons against Donovan Smith, that's the matchup I'm really keeping an eye on.
And God help them if they're going to run out their third-string center.
Yeah.
I'll go and say, hey, Micah, let's go ahead and we'll move you around a little bit.
Exactly, move you around for sure. Gavin.
Yeah.
Most rushing yards in this game, Ezekiel Elliott or Leonard Fournette?
Oh, geez. Well, let me go with Leonard Fournette. It won't be a lot, maybe it'll be like 65-40, Leonard Fournette.
How about you, Chief?
Let's see here. I think this is going to be a big Tony Pollard game. I think Zeke's.
No, I asked you between the two.
No, right.
I see what you're doing. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I think that Zeke will be used in the short yardage kind of things that he flourishes more at, but I think that it is going to be Tony Pollard time. It's going to be a focal point. It was one of the huge things after last year's playoff game. No Tony Pollard, very little CeeDee Lamb. I think you're going to get the opposite of that. Get the ball into the best player's hands. So I think Leonard Fournette will do better than Zeke because it's going to be Pollard that's running the show.
Yeah, it was a big thing for me yesterday. I said, look, Tuesday morning, we wake up, Cowboys lose. How much did CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard touch the football? I think it'll be Fournette. Zeke just hasn't gotten massive yardage totals all year long. I think he can be effective in this game, but I think Fournette more likely will have more yards.
Zeke's prop bet right now, 47.5 yards.
Do they have one for Fournette?
I'm about to find it.
Yeah. To me, I kind of feel like that, to me, Fournette, and I like what you guys are saying here. I just feel like that Zeke, that week one matchup, he kind of had it going against a healthy, Tampa Bay defense. They figured some things out. He was averaging a little over 5 yards a shot running the ball. The thing I worry about is if all of a sudden Fournette, they start handing him the ball. We'll see with him and White. They're in a split back situation too, that they've got two backs that are playing the same way. That's why I think that Fournette in this one will probably have. Hopefully Pollard will have more than everybody when it's all said and done.
Boy, we need a couple house calls.
Yeah.
He's overdue for one.
For sure.
Well, they have Fournette at 35.5. So Zeke's prop is 12 yards higher than Fournette's.
Wow.
So
Fournette has like 600 yards on the year. And White's taking over.
They've just been so bad at running the football.
Those numbers they have for running the ball are just awful. All right, how about this one, Zach? More likely, Michael Gallup deep shot for big play or Deron Bland for an interception?
Deron Bland for an interception. That's definitely more likely, in my opinion. Bland's been getting them, man. Bland's been playing really, really well. Now we'll see how ready to rock he is with that chest. They didn't seem overly concerned with it, but Michael Gallup hasn't been what he was with those deep shots. I think you're more likely going to get one for T.Y. Hilton than Michael Gallup. I'll take Deron Bland to make a big play in this game.
What's a deep shot like? Longer than 20 yards?
Yeah, like a home run ball, like over 40, like a big home run play.
And he's had none of those all year. No, so I'm going to Deron Bland. Pains me to say it. I can't wait for Michael Gallup's redemption in 2023.
I think you're going to be having to look a lot at Michael Gallup because Tampa's going to do a hell of a lot to take CeeDee Lamb out of this game. And so, and I don't see Tom Brady doing much in the way of mistakes, especially to rookies. So I'll take Gallup in this scenario. Not confidently, by the way.
I think I'm going to go with Gallup. I think this is going to be one of those games where we're all kind of, I know me personally, been throwing a lot of dirt on Michael Gallup. I think it's one of these games where we at the end of it, if they win it, it's going to be because a guy like Michael Gallup made one of those
Hope so.
big plays where all of a sudden he gets both feet down and bounce, and it's a 45, 50-yard pass, or maybe even a bigger play than that. But I'm going to go with a deep shot with Michael Gallup here. But I like Bland. I really, really do. I think he's going to play well in this game, but give me the deep shot to Michael Gallup. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
We'll see what Stephen Jones has to say coming up next. He'll join us here on The Fan. You want to head to Twin Peaks to watch all the games this week.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Alrighty, it is our number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen Jones has requested that we float the sked for him. He said, hey, I'm running 30 minutes behind. Can I join you then? We said, heck yeah, Stephen, you can get whatever the hell you want, okay? We didn't tell that to Stephen, told it to his secretary. But yeah, so Stephen's coming on here in 30 minutes. Coming up in 20 minutes, what Troy Aikman said about Dak Prescott. Very interesting. We'll have to get Steve's thoughts on that. But right now, it's time for the NFL news of the day. Here's your hosts, Wolchuk and Chiafalo.
Thank you very much. The big breaking news here that has just come out is Sean McVay is returning to the Rams. As Ian Rappaport, among others, I know Diana Rossini's been on this as well, but Ian Rappaport said Sean McVay intends to return as the team's coach after taking a few days to consider his future, per himself and Mike Garafolo, and he is now sorting out his potential staff changes for 2023. Fellas, is this shocking to you?
I'm a little bit surprised. I don't view the Rams, and I know Walchuk we don't see eye to eye on this. The Rams, to me, were like, that's not a good job. Like, if it was going to be a head coach vacancy, I'd be like, I wouldn't
for
want
the
that
future,
job.
not good. But for next year, with McVay coming back, I don't think they're going to be terrible.
And if they strike gold with some health, especially on that offensive line and with Matthew Stafford, there's no question. Hey, Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, Sean McVay, like they could still do some things. But if I was a head coach, I wouldn't have wanted to be there.
I don't disagree with that.
When you look at some of the broadcast openings, last year was the year to be the guy that bailed from the sideline and get into whatever studio or booth you wanted to. Seems like now when you look across each network, they're kind of, not that they wouldn't have made room in some way for a guy like McVay, but I am still surprised. I thought this was kind of, he told his coaches like, hey, go take whatever job you need. I'm going to think about this.
Sure. Yeah, he probably did that in hoping that some of these guys that would go ahead and leave and he wouldn't have to fire. That maybe they have an opportunity to, that they want to pursue another angle. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, and now he's having to come back. He's going to have to make some staff changes. We'll see what happens with Raheem Morris there as defensive coordinator. That's going to be a situation that's kind of, going to be interesting for sure. The thing about it is when you talk about, Brady, is Brady still in play for that Fox gig, you think?
Hasn't he said he doesn't really want it that much?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying.
There's been reports about that.
Well, could that have been what McVay was considering? That maybe
definitely could have been.
That Fox was like thinking, well, Brady ain't going to do this. He's going to play till he's 55.
Maybe they like what Burkhardt and Olsen have done, though. And they're thinking,
I kind of like those dudes.
We'll just rock with them until Brady makes up his mind.
I am surprised, but I will no longer be surprised when he pulls this next year. He's either some sort of a drama queen where he wants people to show him how much they want him to come back, or he's leveraging, I'll leave if you don't spend this money. But there's clearly a motivation for him to pretend like he's going to retire and then come back. Maybe he's really considering that he's done. But you've done this 2 years in a row now. Shame on me. I'm not going to be surprised again. I'm just curious what he's trying to leverage by scaring the Rams into his retirement.
Well, he's gotten everything he basically wants, unless he doesn't agree with the way that Les Snead runs the personnel department.
Maybe they're saying we need to go back and start drafting. We can't keep going for it. And Sean's like, fine, then I'm not coming back. If you want to keep the credit card, you got me.
Right.
But I'm not coming back for a slow rebuild out of this. I know we got to go there eventually. And if you choose now, then I'm done.
Right. He's probably looking at his roster and saying, man, who is going to play? They had a lot of injuries and stuff like that, but they're backups. They get to go out and get Baker Mayfield to even be competitive.
They need a good second and third day of the draft. They need to find some cheap veteran help, but they're still going to have the 8 to 10 stars that you need to make a run if they can build out the working class of the roster.
Yeah, they're top heavy, but if they can stay healthy, they still have a really good football team. But that'll be the key for them.
I think it's just high volatility with a team like that.
Absolutely.
High ceiling,
it was proven this year.
Extremely low floor.
No question. Cowboys injury report is out. Again, you had Tyler Biadasz and Leighton Vander Esch full participants in practice.
There you go.
Trayvon Mullen, though, did not practice due to illness, and Tank and Tyron were both limited in practice. Tyron Smith limited both days with a knee issue. I don't think that's anything necessarily serious, but worth noting there moving forward. How about this? We talked about the Derek Carr news. Report is the Raiders are going to cut Derek Carr if he's not traded by February 15th. Anytime you see a story like this leaked,
they're owed money. He's owed a lot of money.
And
That's
also,
why they're trying to do this.
Also makes me wonder if they've kind of been out there and chatting with some people, and maybe the return for a Derek Carr isn't quite what they were hoping. Because the second you start to hear like a team's going to cut a player, if you're a team that wanted to trade for him, unless you just want to avoid a bidding war on the open market, it's like, why wouldn't I just wait for him to get cut?
Yeah. Yeah, and unless you're absolutely loaded like San Francisco, Derek Carr is not going to be a winning quarterback for you. You want somebody respectable while you're looking for your long-term quarterback, right? Is that what Derek Carr is to you right now? Or is he a guy that you want to bring in and build around and try to win a Super Bowl with here in a couple of years? I think he's below that line of someone I want to build around. I'm looking at him as just like a bridge. So I don't want to give up draft capital and then pay him $25 million a year. Yeah. I'll draft a guy.
Yeah,
I'm not giving up a one for Derek Carr.
Yeah, he's a team that's like, hey, I'm really trying to just get in the playoffs. He's a guy that if you have enough talent, he can get you there, but bridge for sure. He's not like, I'm not bringing Derek Carr and thinking, man, okay, this is our quarterback now for the next half decade. Let's go do something special. Absolutely not.
No.
Dear God, no.
Arizona, man, that more bad Kyler Murray news. We had another veteran that said, well, they might have absolutely created a monster with the Kyler Murray extension. Our buddy Mike Silver did a whole story on this, and one of the quotes from the article, after quarterback Kyler Murray fought for and received a massive contract extension of his own last July, quote, it was like they created a monster, end quote, according to one Cardinals veteran he spoke to last Sunday. Once they paid, the veteran said, Murray felt less compulsion to study his game plan or to fulfill the expectations of the franchise quarterback position that he had in the past, and the Cardinals' collapse felt predictable.
Yeah, a lot of stuff went wrong with that Cardinals team this year. It's tough to put it on him, but that's Kyler Murray's reputation now, and I don't think he's going to be the kind of guy that wants to fight to get rid of that. I think he's going to be like, fine, if that's what you think of me, great. Still a good player. Sean Payton still likes him, but it was a really bad year in Arizona for a lot of reasons, and I think while he deserves his fair share of the blame, this is going to be a scapegoat.
Yeah, I think so too. It's kind of like, Michael Bidwell is just sitting there now and just kind of watching things burn around him. But I mean, if he can figure out, if they go get a Sean Payton, maybe that's something that, a Kyler Murray would like be okay with. Here's a creative guy and all that. It got skins on the wall and, would care about, we'll see. Sean's a little bit different cat. We all know that, but maybe they need to do something there. They need to get that thing righted quickly if they can.
Cardinals have also requested to interview Brian Flores, former Dolphins head coach, for their head coaching job. See, Brian Flores has an opportunity to get that Cardinals gig.
I'll tell you what, they've gone now. They've gone Bruce Arians. Well, they've kind of gone offense, defense, right? Is that how they're kind of working right when they're talking about Flores? You got an offensive coach, and it's weird how that dynamic kind of switches back and forth.
Yeah.
You got to find a guy that Kyler Murray is totally going to vibe with.
That's the whole deal.
You got
right
3
there.
years on this contract. Go find a guy that he's tickled to be with. Go find a head coach that plays Call of Duty and can talk to him about the latest loadouts when he shows up. Like, you got to get him engaged and excited and energized.
If not, no-nonsense guy.
If not, you're going to be moving on from him in maybe 2 years.
Sure. Chiefs have also had their offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, interview with the Colts. So the Colts have talked to Eric Bieniemy. We'll see how that happens. And this was a great story. So you had Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, put out there on Twitter leading up to the Bengals finale that, hey, if somebody, dear Bengals players, if you love me the way I love you guys, when you score tomorrow, someone has to flip a coin as their celebration and call tails. So Joe Mixon scores. What does he do? He pulls out a coin, he flips it, he calls tails. Well, he got fined by the National Football League because the coin was a prop. Chad Johnson put out on Twitter today, on my flight headed to Cincinnati, and that makes me happy. I have my checkbook so I can reimburse Joe Mixon on whatever fine amount was handed down from the league office.
I love Chad Johnson, man. He's the best.
Just an absolute stud.
Makes a ton of sense. He's the guy that's always tipping like $1,000 on a $20 meal.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
He
and he lives in the McDonald's drive-through line and still looks unbelievable. Just genetically different.
You're about to smash some Mickey D's too, aren't you?
I'm thinking about it. It looks like Bobby Belt brought up a bunch of sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits from McDonald's today. And so this has been sitting out, since about 6 a.m., I would imagine.
Ooh.
So, but you know how McDonald's is, right? These things, like, if we came in here a year
Shelf
from
life,
now,
maybe.
if we open it up, it would
Yeah.
look exactly the same.
Yep.
So, I don't know. I'm debating. We'll report back.
Okay. I do think
Got
it's
any
time
orange
to.
juice in there?
Ooh, is there?
No, why do you need
Soy
a
sauce?
laxative? You a little backed up right now?
That and
Brian?
a beach towel.
I got good news for you here. I think it's time we put some respect on Brock Purdy's name. I'm going to give you some historical marks for
Okay.
Brock Purdy.
He's going to lay an egg this weekend. Watch.
Brock Purdy,
Be awesome.
NFL ranking since his first career start in Week 14. Team points per game, first in the NFL. Passing touchdowns, 11, tied for first in the NFL. Yards per attempt, first in the NFL with 8.9. Passer rating, 119. That's first. He leads that in the NFL. Highest passer rating in his first 5 career starts since 1950. Second all time to just Kurt Warner, who, he only led the Rams to the Super Bowl.
Man,
and
he's
won
about to win the
MVP.
Dak Prescott Award.
He might be. He might be. Highest team points per game in first 5 career starts since 1950. Brock Purdy, behind only Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, Kurt Warner. This dude has been pretty freaking impressive.
Pretty impressive. Yeah,
It was a trade.
He's
the
the most.
The McCaffrey trade was huge for that team.
Oh, the McCaffrey trade. They've been undefeated since the McCaffrey trade.
The McCaffrey trade makes him a different team. I mean, they run the ball, but to run the ball, throw the ball.
But
the way they use all their personnel, it's a dream.
He's
It's
been
a personal guy dream to
There's
watch
no
them
question.
play.
There's
Yeah.
no question, but he's executed the offense. He's gotten the ball out on time, and he's been accurate. And we've seen with quarterbacks in the past, that offense is not the easiest offense to run.
We're about to play in a rainstorm, I think, coming up here. We got bad field conditions coming up.
Good thing they run it well.
Yeah. It's going to be a
Hey,
slog
but
fest out there in
That's the great equalizer.
Santa Clara. Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's one of the ones I'm most intrigued by because I'm just curious. How does this Purdy situation go? Is he going to
Pretty
be
good
Teflon?
right now, yeah.
Yeah, it's been really good. But then the playoffs happen, and do things change a little bit, or is he just kind of above that? That's just a huge question. I'm really looking
and yes,
forward to.
Raider Joe texted in, and Raider Joe, if you had a good defense, maybe you'd have been able to beat Brock Purdy because he did throw some very interceptable balls in that football game. But I was blown away when I saw all those stats of just how darn impressive he's been throughout his first 5 career starts.
No question about it. He's been very, very good, and kudos to him and Kyle Shanahan. The Niners, they got some stuff rocking right now, but it's just playoffs with a rookie quarterback.
Hey,
you just wait for that
absolutely.
moment. You wait for that moment.
Can you get anything for Trey Lance?
I think you could get something, but you're not getting a 1.
You are selling him at his lowest possible value.
If you feel like that Brock Purdy's your guy, now you don't have an opportunity to do anything. Garoppolo's gone, right? The way he restructured his contract, you can't trade him or anything like that, right?
Right.
Am I about right? Okay. So to me, you maybe want to keep Trey Lance. I don't know. I don't know. That seems like to me here you have this second, third overall pick that time you draft that guy.
Yeah, well they traded up to get him.
Traded up to get.
You could go absolutely crazy with him if you could ever get that going.
You absolutely could.
Yeah,
He's
it's
off
worth
a
a
major
shot.
injury now.
It has more value to you than it will on the market.
For
you
sure.
know that's
Yeah.
why
You trade Brock Purdy then.
maybe
I'm
keeping Brock Purdy. That dude might be your future.
That's my stable.
Unless
I got upside and stable.
Unless Brady wants to come. If he wants to come home.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
You could have Brock Purdy for
Okay.
Brady.
Could you get more for Brock Purdy right now than you could Trey Lance?
Yes. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
You won that one, Brian.
Because you're selling high on Purdy at the
Congratulations.
moment. You'd be selling way low on Lance.
I'm just asking.
All fair questions. All fair questions. I am getting a lot of return on the fan text here that is saying I should go ahead and eat this McDonald's sausage egg and
you
cheese
get sick?
biscuit.
You should eat it while we enjoy the RJ Choppy song.
Yeah, we're about to play the Choppy song. My wife texted me and said, "Don't eat that boo boo. I am watching." So she is watching right now on
Please,
on YouTube.
honey, please, can Eric eat it? Please, please, please.
And a big hi to Maya and Julesy, who I believe are watching right now as
Maya.
well.
What's
Very
up,
excited
Maya?
seeing Wolchuk and Broadus and Dawson. This is very cool. Hi, Maya. Hi, Julesy. But for the moment, the greatest moment of the week right here, Sean and RJ this morning. Written by RJ Choppy, performed by RJ Choppy, produced by Bobby Belt. Here it is, the Cowboys playoff Tampa Bay song.
Dak's alright, number 4's alright with me. Yeah. Hey, hey, hey. He can sling it, he can fling it, they might catch it and yak it. Or we can hand the ball to Zeke and let him run up inside it. They can bat it, they can pick it, or they outright gonna miss it. And every time he throws it long, you know that Noah will miss it. He is number 4, D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K-A-K-A-K-A-K. D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. One thing about us, we're the saddest alive. We haven't won a single thing with all these players alive. We can't let Brady have all day. It's Micah Parsons' time. They better win this game or Mike is on the firing line. I'm like, Jerry, you so stupid. They can't fire this guy. So let's just pass it on their ass and wear them down on a drive. Tom's ex-chick wants him to quit, but then she didn't survive. Every snap we bring the pressure, cause that's what we applied. Pressure applied. We're gonna beat you this time, whether it's Micah sacking Brady or it's Dak dropping dimes. We can sling it, we can fling it, they might catch it or yak it, or we can hand the ball to Zeke and let him run up inside it. They can bat it, they can pick it, or they outright gonna miss it. And every time he throws it long, you know that Noah will miss it. He is number 4, D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K-A-K-A-K-A-K. D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. One take.
One take.
He's claiming he's alleging one take. I don't know if I believe him, but
That's
was
his
fantastic.
best song ever, man.
I think it might be. That goes down in the history books right there.
Fantastic.
Is that assist to Bobby Belt?
Yeah.
There sounded like there was some a new like vein of talent coming through in some of that the lyrics.
Yeah.
The production, I guess.
What do they say about high tides bring
raise all ships, raise all ships, something like that.
about that.
Well, thank you guys. That was some fun NFL news and a song from Chopster. We are standing by for Stephen Jones, anticipating him at 3:30. What Troy said about Dak is next here in the G-Bag Nation.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Stephen Jones set to join you here on the Fan segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333, or go online to truckwreck.com. That is truckwreck.com. As Stephen Jones joins us now here on the Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing good. I think you're breaking up just a little bit, but this should be good. Have we found something? Have we found something at cornerback that can be a solution here so far?
Yeah, I think we feel real good about our corner situation. Obviously, the last couple of weeks we've been looking at some different combinations, but feel real good about the week of practice we're having. Got great energy, great focus on the task at hand, and feel good we'll have a great situation, our cornerback situation as we move into the game.
Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, out there at right tackle, Tyron now in his fourth game, can he take it up a notch out there at right tackle, and do you expect that at this point? Yeah, I think we're he can hear us really good. We just can't hear him. So maybe we will ring him back here and get Stephen Jones. I'm interested to know what the solution is going to be at left corner.
Yeah.
Is it Rhodes that's come in and impressed them?
I think that's it. They've thrown a lot at this cornerback spot to try and kind of make it work. And so, yeah, Rhodes a veteran guy that, you got to like his length, the toughness. There's some things about him. Is the speed still there as a player? But yeah, here's a guy that, he's been through the wars, and, in playoff time, coaches like guys that they can put out there and they can feel confident with.
He was never fast to begin with, was he?
He was, yeah, it was never one of those things. It was more of a guy that was like when you played him in the press man stuff, how physical that he was. Was a good tackler and all that. So, yeah, it wasn't the quickest guy, but, man, the toughness was always there.
And with Tyron Smith, at right tackle, game 2 of 3 was the best one he's played, right? Yeah. Do you like his matchup in this game, that he could have some more success and get the run game going?
Yeah, that's the thing about it is, if you ask me, we were talking about guys that could potentially, if you want to have big games. I mentioned the defensive players with Van Der Esch and those guys. It was, on the offensive side, who would you want to have that big game? To me, I'd love to see the Hall of Fame Tyron Smith get back out there and play.
That would be amazing.
That would be something you'd like.
And he even, spoke about it, that he's struggling a little bit on that right side.
Yeah.
All righty, so maybe Stephen can join us a little bit later on, or maybe he'll give us a call back here in just a couple of minutes. Whatever the case, we always look forward to whenever we can chat with Stephen Jones here on a Football Friday. 903 says take the AirPods off. Is that an issue with the connection sometimes? Are people struggling with those AirPods?
We had it with him before.
Maybe you want a Samsung product?
Yeah, we had it before. Remember he had the AirPods on before, and then he disconnected
that's right.
them. And
that's a good callback.
Yeah.
Okay, the betting trends here in Cowboys Buccaneers that you need to know, and then I think we're going to get into what Troy said about Dak here. Cowboys are 2.5-point favorites. The money's coming in on Tampa at about 56%. Tampa, league worst, 4-12-1 against the spread this season. People continuing to bet on them, thinking they're going to be good, but they're worse than what the public has believed them to be. It is the second worst regular season against the spread mark of any playoff team in the Super Bowl era. How about that for some chicken soup for your soul? Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Oh, that's exciting.
However good you think Tampa is, they have well underperformed expectations throughout the year.
Yeah, right? They're not very good.
This
is awesome. We got this, huh? We're going to go in there and kick their ass.
The stat I mentioned to Chief earlier, the FPI, which is ESPN simulation computer, football power index or whatever, has the Cowboys winning 70% of the time by an average of 6.5 points.
You like that, don't you?
I love that, man. That's really encouraging. I need all this positivity I can get right here because Brady just has me shaking in my boots right now. Home playoff Brady as a dog. It's just it's really, really a nightmare for me.
Yeah,
the Cowboys are the better team.
That computer one-on-one against Vita Vea ought to be really good. That's a good matchup I'm looking forward to.
Well, that computer is
computer one-on-one.
The
computer's a trash can full of dirt.
The computer having to cover your receivers over there. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I don't know.
If the Cowboys play their best game, they win this game and they win it relatively.
They win it by double
comfortably.
digits.
Yeah, the computer's good for taking out bias and what you think, especially when it comes to all-time greats who might have lost it.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Which Cowboy team do you think you're going to get? The one that played at Minnesota or the one that played against the Commanders?
That's the problem. I think you're getting something closer to Commanders than Minnesota.
Oh, I don't
That's
think
where
there's
I'm at.
any way you get what showed up against the Commanders. They've never done that where they put up back-to-back stinkers. If you honestly think you're going to get what showed up against the Commanders, you don't watch this football team consistently.
Well, I would challenge you right back on that, Zach, because this team is really good against the NFL at large. We're going to win 70% of the games.
Yeah.
The 30% of those games are against very physical teams on grass.
Name me one time when they've put up back-to-back stinkers that was that bad.
I don't know. Their schedule's been
right,
crap.
because it hasn't
How often
happened.
do they have back-to-back difficult games?
It just hasn't happened. Well, that wasn't a difficult game, right? Now you're in the playoffs.
Could happen.
So now you should play up to your competition. You shouldn't play down to your competition. This is the postseason. It's win or go home.
So you think it's more likely that they win 40-3?
No, I don't think it's more likely that it's the team in Minnesota that shows up. I just don't think that there's any way they play as badly as they did against Washington.
Agree.
I think if you're expecting a Washington dud lay an egg, then you're a fool.
I don't think it's going to be that bad.
I think that they are going to show up and play well, but that still might end up being an L at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's not going to be that bad, but I would set the line at we're struggling to get to third and manageable. We're struggling to get to double-digit points at halftime. And that's the kind of game that I expect. Zach, you thought they were going to blow out multiple teams and have been off all year, says the 940.
Who?
I don't know. I think with your
that with facts.
Wolchuk was actually picking against the Cowboys.
I picked them to beat. I didn't think they were going to beat the Packers. I was one of the few that was saying that I was nervous about that game.
Yeah, and Wolchuk was picking against the Cowboys, I think, for a lot of the year anyway, to be wrong, right? You were doing a kind of
reverse psychology
because
there.
you had been wrong the first 5 weeks of the season, something like that. But to be honest, these betting numbers are so staggering. The data is so good. It really makes me want to reconsider how sure I am that Tampa is going to win.
You are the authority on Vegas lines. And
not me. These are the BetQL guys here.
Yeah, but everybody here. Not me so much. I sit there. To me, I look at this and I go, this is where Gavin Dawson would say Vegas is making a mistake.
Yeah.
You don't feel that way, do you?
I don't think Vegas is making a mistake because of the regular season records.
Sure.
They're sort of getting the Cowboys, fans to, I think, bet on them thinking this number is low, because we're so much better than Tampa.
Right.
So I think the number is more about getting action than what they really think the final score is going to be. But to that point, the computer simulations, which Vegas use a lot, are heavily favoring the Cowboys
that's what
right
I'm
now.
asking. So, and I think yesterday you said that you feel better about Cowboys beating Tampa than you did San Francisco last year at this time?
Yes. Yeah.
I felt like that last year was a pretty even game. I just felt like you had the better quarterback.
Me too. That was the only thing I felt.
That's why I picked the Cowboys.
And now it's the opposite. Now it's like, I know you got the better team, but it's Brady.
Yeah, and the key component here is the physicality of the opposing teams, how much they can get in Dak's face and how much they can slow down your run game. The Cowboys haven't been able to counter that for 2 years. I don't know why that would start happening. Okay, we do have 3 facts though here that are pretty tough to get past if you believe in the Cowboys. What do you say about this one? Cowboys 0-7 versus Tom. They've lost to the Bucs to open the season each of the past 2 years, and the Cowboys have lost 8 straight playoff games on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a lot of momentum. They say never bet against a streak. This is 3 streaks.
Pretty good 3 streaks right there. So I
love a good streak.
To me, the
The
thing
rare triple
is
streak.
the hopium is you pressure Tom Brady, and the Cowboys did rank second in both pass rush win rate and sack rate, and they finished first in pressure percentage. The Buccaneers ranked 24th in block win rate this season at just 55%. Their blocks against pass rush are a coin flip. But Tom Brady still managed to get sacked the absolute least in the NFL this season. Okay, I've been teasing this Troy Aikman thing. I got to get to this because he went on his weekly radio show, as he's apt to do.
Oh.
What did he say about Dak?
Is it good?
I see a quarterback who's not playing with a great deal of confidence, and I think that would be a bit of concern going into this game. Can he get that back? I think the key to it will be, how does he start the game? He said last week the game never slowed down for Dak, and that was a surprise to him. He said he always had faith, no matter how the first quarter went in big games, that the game would eventually slow down. Maybe we can get an opportunity to touch on this one a little bit later on, because Stephen Jones is now back with you here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Stephen. How the heck are you?
I'm a lot better. Hopefully you can hear me better.
Yes, sir. We got you. Okay, so I was wondering, specifically who is it at that other corner spot? Did Rhodes make a big impact on the coaches here this week that gives you confidence?
Yeah, that's obviously that's a little competitive right now as we head into the weekend, but we've got guys that we feel good about out there, and obviously we brought Rhodes in here, who's played in big games, and along with our other guys, and some at the end of the day, some game planning we're going to do that we think will be just fine.
How are you feeling about that offensive line with Biotish getting back for this game and in the play of Tyron Smith over there on the right side?
Well, I think it's huge that we're getting Biotish back. He's the quarterback. He kind of heads up, making the calls there at the center position. And then I do think Tyron's just going to continue to play better in terms of manning that right tackle spot, and just feel good that, we really are having a really good week of practice. I think everybody's focused on the task at hand. We put everything in the rearview mirror, and the energy levels are really good. The competitive levels are really good. And we all know we got a big challenge here in front of us. There's nothing like playoff football in terms of knowing that you better be playing at your best. And, just feel like, through practice today that we're getting the things done that we need to get done to have success.
Now that it's do or die time, would you like to see Dak run the ball a little bit more?
Well, I think Dak knows when it's time for him to run, and when it's time for him to take a slide. He's a savvy guy. He's good at what he does, and feels really good about where he is right now, and feel good about our situation.
Stephen, Troy Aikman had said it looked to him like Dak was not playing with confidence against Washington. Would you agree with that, and is that a concern to you?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's lack of confidence. I just think we didn't execute, and that's the bottom line. And I think Dak, I've never seen Dak not have confidence. He's a guy who feels good about his game, and feels good about the task at hand. And I wouldn't necessarily. Of course, Troy knows a lot more in his little finger about quarterbacks than I do, but. At the same time, I just feel Dak's one of those guys who's always confident in what he's doing and what he needs to get done. And I feel like this week's no different than in the past. And certainly, since he's come back from his injury, he's playing at one of the highest levels, in the NFL before the Washington game. So feel very comfortable with where he is and what he's going to do for us.
Stephen, you've been in the league since 1989. Where do you have Tom Brady on your all-time list as ranked quarterbacks?
How you don't have him 1, 1, and 1, and 1, and 1, and 1, and 1, I don't know. What else do you need to do? His skins on the wall are there. The rings are there. His success, his execution, being in the big games, he's won a lot of them. He's gotten his team there to even more. And, the guy's, the GOAT. I mean, he is the greatest of all time. We certainly have a challenge. We know he'll be playing at his highest level in terms of, what he's able to do in terms of his preparation and doing what he needs to do to lead his team. So we've got a huge challenge in front of us, and certainly we're going to be playing probably the best ever to play the game.
Does it make you sick to know he's standing on that other sideline?
Well, we've got to go play somebody, and there's a lot of great players, a lot of great teams. We're not just playing Tom Brady; we're playing the Buccaneers. Certainly, he has big influence on his team, but there's a lot of great football teams in these playoffs here, and it's certainly this is what our focus is playing the Buccaneers, playing Tom Brady. Nothing but the utmost respect for what he's done, what he's accomplished, and knowing that he will have himself prepared and his team prepared to give us everything and more in terms of what we want.
Steven, mission number one is the task at hand, beat Tampa Bay and then worry about the next round. But I was wondering your thoughts on the Monday night Super Wild Card Weekend game and potentially that being a competitive disadvantage for that team having to play in the divisional round with a day of less preparation, where in the postseason maybe you want more of an even playing field, try and keep everything fair.
Hey, we just have to we have to tackle what's in front of us. Right now we've got the Buccaneers in front of us on Monday night. That's all we're focused on. And, once if we can go take care of business, then great. We'll worry about what's next then. But right now our 110% focus is on playing the Buccaneers in Tampa Bay on Monday night. That's all we can focus on.
Steven, the big national topic, we'll let you shut it down or feed it if you want, but is there anything in the game that could happen that would change Mike McCarthy's job security?
Yeah, I've got no interest. We're totally focused on the Buccaneers, 110%. I know everybody on our team is. I know our coaching staff is. I know our organization is. That's what we're focused on.
That's terrific. And Steven, thanks for calling back in, man. It was great to catch up with you and give him hell down there. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Y'all have a great weekend.
You too. Yes, sir. Stephen Jones with you on 105.3 The Fan. Said it's competitive at left corner, so didn't reveal who it's going to be. But really, to me, the interesting part was the end of that answer where he said they're going to do some things schematically to minimize the damage. They're going to give that corner more help than we've seen down the stretch, and they're going to tempt Tampa to beat them 5 yards at a time in the run game. And that's what we're going to get, right?
I kind of feel like that it's going to see whoever you want Diggs to take, that's one-on-one, and now it's going to be shade Hooker to the side of the other one. They're going to try and bracket whoever else they think. So, it's going to be about, listen, can we hold up in the running game with Van Der Esch and, with your big tackle there? That's what they're going to try and do. If they can, Tampa doesn't run the ball. I think Tampa is going to try and run the ball. I don't know why they wouldn't. But that's, that safety is going to shade the opposite way of your corner.
All right, well, maybe we can talk about other takeaways when we return. Bobby Belt's going to jump in here with you, our Cowboys insider on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to chat about D&M leasing before we do that, though, because
Fan.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Alrighty, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation, thanks to Stephen Jones, who just joined us. It is time now to catch up with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, get his thoughts here on a Football Friday as we head into Wild Card Weekend. And a good afternoon, Bobby. How the heck you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you, fine gentlemen?
It's great. It sounds like you guys were having a blast this morning. I did get to listen to quite a bit of it, but this RJ Choppy song is pretty fantastic, and the text is reacting to it. Social. A mom actually texted me and said one of the kids on the soccer team is now bumping around the house singing the D-A-K-A-K part. So you got a hit on your hands down there.
I mean, Choppy knocked it out of the park. He said he spent several weeks working on it. I don't know if that's just stretching the truth a little bit to make it sound like more of a masterpiece than it is. It's great, but I think he claimed this morning he spent 6 weeks on the song, which seems like a little bit of an exaggeration.
He's never spent 6 weeks on anything in his life.
No. No, but he, Chop nailed it. And I think we're going to play it again on Monday a few times, just because we've been getting such high demand for it.
It's very catchy. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider here on 105 through the Fan. Talking with Stephen Jones, you know, he's pretty confident they have a solution at corner. Would you be?
No, I mean, not at this point. I mean, I'm not saying they don't have a solution at corner, but I don't feel confident in it. And I don't believe that they could feel that confident in it. If they were that confident in it, they wouldn't, keep throwing random street free agents at the problem and seeing if it'll work. And so, they may have a sense of this is our most stable rotation, and this is the best of a worst case scenario, but I don't see how they could say with any sort of real confidence that, hey, we're prepared and we have confidence that this is going to work out. Everything I think at this point is a hope and a prayer.
Do you get the vibe at the Star that they're looking at last week's DC disaster as a bit of a blessing in disguise?
No, I don't know that they look at it that way. I think they view it as, hey, we're focused this week. It was nice to get that sour taste in our mouth. But I mean, I don't think you want to back into the playoffs. Like Micah Parsons said that after the game the other day, said it in front of the media yesterday. Like, you don't want to just be playing poorly, like going into the playoffs. So as much as it may have been a wake-up call or whatever else, I don't think that's anything they would have said as, hey, yeah, sure, we'll take this. I think they'd much rather would have had an ugly victory or just a straight positive performance. But they'll try and make lemonade out of their lemons, and there were a lot of them after their performance in DC. Because you don't want to bookend the season with your two worst performances. Like, you don't want to open the season terribly and end it terribly. Like, it's a bad display, and now you're gonna have to go up there against that team that you struggled so much against in week one.
Do you think we'll see more T.Y. Hilton this week?
I mean, I don't know. I think we're seeing about what his impact level will be, or not his impact level. I think we're seeing about what his workload will be. Yeah, if there's an opportunity to use him a little bit more, take shots down the field, I think they will. But I think it's probably going to look pretty similar, maybe a little bit more to what you saw, what he was doing against Washington, and then those sorts of opportunities that he got. But I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think they're going to have to, make plays in the passing game. So T.Y. Hilton's going to have to be a part of that. It's wild that I think a month ago when he signed, a lot of us were just saying, hey, whatever you can get out of him, that's great. And now you're standing here going, well, we're into the playoffs and we probably need some level of contribution there. We can't just, it's not all just icing on the cake with T.Y. Hilton at this point. You need something out of him. And that's because of the struggles you've had with Michael Gallup and, some of the recent struggles you've had with Noah Brown and Dak and his own problems turning the ball over. You're going to need guys to step up and make plays, and T.Y. Hilton's part of that.
Bobby, I asked the guys this question. Are the Cowboys the team that played Minnesota or the team that played the Commanders?
They are the team that played the Jaguars, I think. That's who they are.
Okay.
And they lost that game, but I think that it's one of those things where they've got a chance to that's more of who I think they are, a team that can be up 2 touchdowns and look dominant at times, and then also within the same game, completely flounder it away. I think they are closer probably to the team that beat Minnesota than the one that just looked absolutely awful against a skeleton crew in Washington. But I still think that while they're closer to the Minnesota one, I don't think that's them, like week in and week out. I think the team you're more looking at is like the one that played, Philadelphia and Jacksonville in those back-to-back weeks. That to me is more a snapshot of who the Cowboys are at this point.
Bobby, Evan Grant wrote today about Gen Z, and they've never seen the Cowboys win, but they're still super passionate just as much as their dads and their granddads and all that. Will it make another generation? Do you think this continues, or do they need to get some more success in the postseason soon?
Evan wrote that?
Yeah, Evan Grant wrote it.
Evan was writing about the interesting.
You hate him too, Bobby?
No, I don't have a problem with him. Evan's he's Mr. Ranger. I'm just surprised that was Evan's topic. I think the Cowboys brand, as long as Jerry is running the ship and keeping them at the forefront, it'll probably always be that way. Now, can they have these same sort of struggles and these troubles if in the days when Jerry eventually is not running this anymore? That's probably the time where you're going to need more success. But I mean, as long as they're as upfront with their brand and people are immersed in them like they are, and I think that'll continue to get passed down as a generational love. Then no, I don't know that it necessarily impacts their fan base very much.
You getting turned in Tampa or what?
No, I don't think so. We've got a tight turnaround Tuesday morning. Like, we'll land back here in the early hours Tuesday. I'll need to go to sleep for like an hour and a half and then probably come in for the morning show. And so I think I'm going to try and stack up as much sleep as I can Sunday and Monday in between the games just to bank some of that.
Love it, Bob. Anything else before I let you go?
Just that I love you all.
Bang away, buddy. There he goes. Bobby Bell into the weekend, into the wild card weekend on 105 through the Fan. 2 hours down, 3 to go here. And coming up next, an old friend of Brian and a reporter now working in Tampa, formerly DallasCowboys.com, Brianna Dix joins you to tell you everything you need to know about Tampa. How's their injury situation clarifying as we get late in the week? She'll tell us about that and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are about to be joined by a guest in Tampa to tell you what you need to know about the Buccaneers, how healthy they are, how confident they are going into this wild card matchup with the Dallas Cowboys Monday night. Okay, so stand by for that. We will get to Brianna Dix here in just a second, old friend to Brian, now working at Buccaneers.com. She covered the Cowboys for a while. Okay, I've been meaning to ask you guys this a couple of times. Asked you it once, and then Steve called. Maybe I'll ask you it again, and Brianna will call. Troikman said, I see a quarterback not playing with a great deal of confidence. How big of a deal is that going into this game?
I mean, if he's not playing with confidence, I think you're in a world of trouble. I think Dak is the type of guy, though, that is able to overcome a lot of these things. So I think the confidence will be there when he steps on the field. But if it wasn't there, then, yeah, I think you're in a world of trouble.
All right, at 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text is open. And we'll get to your thoughts on that coming up here in about 10 minutes or so. But joining us now, formerly on the Cowboys beat, now with Buccaneers.com, it's Brianna Dix here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, Brianna. How are you?
I am great. How are you?
We're doing outstanding. Thanks for joining us and giving your perspective here on these Buccaneers. How confident are people, down there? Right here, it's split about 50-50. How confident are Buccaneers fans?
I would say extremely confident. And I think one of the vibes that's been around the facility this week is just, it is a fresh slate. I loved Levante David said he went into the meeting room and wrote on the whiteboard this week, it's a new season. And I think that's the way they're looking at it. And then Tom Brady even emphasized that behind the podium today that, hey, like everything we've done up to this point doesn't matter. It's put to bed. And it doesn't even necessarily mean who is the best team on Monday night. It's who plays the best on Monday is going to be who comes out of this game victorious. So they're a confident bunch. They love who they have in this locker room, and they're ready to roll against America's team.
Well, you obviously know both teams well. Brianna, who do you think's going to win?
I have to show my allegiance, and I am going with the Buccaneers on this one.
Is that the Brady effect?
Yes.
It's all about Brady.
Gosh, dang it, Bree. You've been in Tampa too long, huh?
What has it been like covering him, by the way? You've been around the sport for a while, but covering the GOAT, I imagine, has been pretty special.
It is, and I will say, my dad has been a Tom Brady fan for a long time, so I've certainly seen my fair share of Patriots games over the years. But I think for me, what's been the greatest part and my biggest takeaway is just his strive for excellence. And I think I can appreciate a person that has become the greatest at what he does by an unparalleled work ethic. I mean, he has just the tenacity. I mean, you can see the fire in his eyes. He loves this sport more than anything in the world. And I think as a person that has grown up loving this game, it's been part of my fabric. I'm kind of I'm a perfectionist, I can say that. And I think I've really enjoyed just getting to see that day in and day out side of him and in the work that he puts into it to be the best.
He proved it more than ever this year. He loves football more than anything in the world.
Yeah, he certainly did. And we know you're a perfectionist when it comes to the baked goods, as Eric would say, the yummy delights, because
oh yes,
yeah, you sure know what you're doing there.
Tex-Mex.
Oh my gosh, those were simply outstanding. I do have two injury-related questions. What's going on with the status of that Bucs offensive line?
Yes, well, I think we've had kind of some good news and bad news this week. The good news, you're going to get both of your starting tackles back. Tristan Wirfs, Donovan Smith will be playing. Both of them didn't play in Week 18 against the Falcons. But I think kind of the question mark coming into today was Nick Leverett, our starting left guard, but also the backup center. So Todd Bowles has said earlier in the week that he had a sore leg, and then he popped up on the injury report this week with a knee and a shoulder, and he didn't practice today. So if he can't go, not only have you lost your guard, but also your replacement center. But the good news is also that Hainsey has practiced this week and looks good to go. So again, the question mark is Ryan Jensen, who has been really a bizarre situation. Haven't had a lot of information on his knee injury. It's kind of just been status quo. Coaches haven't really disclosed anything. Todd Bowles said this week that he's still undergoing some tests that he has to pass. And he even said that there hasn't really been any improvement in terms of his recovery since last week. So, I mean, if he's healthy, he's good to go, then he's certainly going to be out there. But it's just a matter of how he progresses and what he looks like through the rest of this week.
And then the second one would be the dancing bear that is Vita Vea.
Yes, Vita Vea looks like he is on track to play on Monday night, which is going to be huge, having him next to Akeem Hicks manning the middle of the line.
Brianna, the Buccaneers statistically have struggled to run the football, and they ran it well when you came in town opening night. But yes. What's happened? Has it really just been the injuries throughout to the offensive line, or is there something fundamentally? And I know you study scheme and all that. Is there something that they haven't? Byron Leftwich hasn't done or hasn't committed to running the ball.
Right. I think the way that these games have been played has dictated the flow of the game. They've had success running the football when they've been up early. They were able to run the ball in week 1, and, the Cowboys have had a lot of issues with, those perimeter runs, making the cornerbacks tackle in space. Leonard Fournette gashed the Cowboys in week 1 on the edge. When they were pinning the defensive ends, they were getting the offensive linemen on linebackers. But I think really what it's come down to is the Bucs have been playing from behind, and your defense is really what has carried this Bucs team to allow Brady to have those late game comebacks, those theatrics. But if they're not going to be having success, then you have to go with that pass-heavy script, and it's kind of turned Brady into that guy that has to be the 45-plus pocket passer, which is crazy for any quarterback, much less a 45-year-old man. So I think this week they're certainly going to try and dictate the pace of the game, get started early, and be able to have that balanced attack, get play action going, and be able to kind of open some things up downfield.
Brianna Dix here with you on 105 through the Fan, Buccaneers.com, formerly on the Cowboys beat. With the players getting healthy like Jensen and Vea, how different is this team compared to the Tampa team that lined up week in and week out during the regular season?
Right. I think you can't underestimate what this line is when Vea's in there. And I think a lot of people, traditionally, just when you look at the nose tackle position, it's a guy that's kind of that two-gapper, the guy that eats up blocks and kind of creates those opportunities for other guys. But, I mean, Vea came in here. He's had a career-high sacks this year. He pushes the pocket. And, yes, he does create plays for some other guys, but he also wreaks havoc at the line of scrimmage himself. So I think it certainly boosts this team. And then this coaching staff and just me personally, I can't say enough about the job that Anthony Nelson's done, specifically also at outside linebacker. The Bucs have had some issues at time, with guys on the outside kind of crashing in and getting gashed a little bit on the outside. But he's really come in and been a big help for this team against the run, along with Vea and Akeem.
Brianna, from the Bucs perspective, what scares you about the Cowboys offense?
Ooh, I would say for me, it's CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard. And I know that this team has not been the same running the football without Terrence Steele. I think when you had him in there with Zach Martin, they were able to have that second level, the combo, the reach blocks that were really, really effective in getting guys on the outside. And just, historically, a lot of the runs have come behind Zach Martin, whether it's Zeke Elliott, whether it's Tony Pollard. But, I mean, CeeDee Lamb and Tony, I think, combined for, 8 touches against San Francisco that you and I, Brian, spent a lot of time talking about and being frustrated So I think they are going to try and get the ball in their hands this week, make guys break tackles and try and get that yards after catch, the yards after contact. And I mean, Tony is just a fun player to watch. He has that slash style. He has the rare acceleration, the ability to bounce runs outside. And I was very excited when we drafted Rachaad White because he reminds me a little bit of Tony Pollard. He was kind of that shifty Pac-12 back and has a lot of the same similarities to complement Leonard Fournette. But those are a couple of the guys that I think is going to be really crucial for the Bucs to try and contain.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Rachaad White because he's also a guy that I think could be a difference maker in this game for Tampa Bay. Is there anyone else? We've talked about Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, but maybe somebody on the Bucs side of things that maybe we haven't focused on that you think could be a big impact player on this game Monday night?
I think an obvious would be to say maybe Chris Godwin, but I think I'm going to counter a little bit with even Russell Gage. I think he's been a guy that has really stepped up in recent weeks when he has been healthy. And, a lot of teams have kind of worked to try and limit that big play over the top with Mike Evans. So that's left a little bit of the middle of the field exploited. Guys not challenging at the line of scrimmage. So guys like Chris Godwin, Russell Gage, Kay Daughton have been able to kind of exploit the cushion in the soft zones and get chunk yardage through the middle of the field. And that was one of the big things against the Falcons in Week 18 on that first drive where Brady hit Kyle Rudolph. So those are some guys I'm excited to see. And then defensively, I would say Devin White. He had a really big game against Tampa Bay in Week 1. And I think in a similar way that kind of Dan Quinn uses Micah Parsons, I think Devin's kind of the focal point for Todd Bowles in some of his creative packages. In Week 1, used a lot of, disguises and had a lot of fun with Devin White, whether it was, using him as a blitzer through the A gap so then he sneaks, Mike Edwards through, or he crosses Levante David and Devin White, and then Anthony Nelson was able to get home on the outside. There's a lot of fun things that he can do with him because the Cowboys allocate resources to him, and then it creates opportunities for other guys to get home. So I think he's going to be a guy that the Cowboys are certainly going to be dialed up to.
There's been a lot of discussion in the Metroplex about booty bread this week here, and I'm curious, are you familiar with that term? And I feel like it's about time we get a female perspective on this, fellas. The portion of the bread in the loaf that is like all crust on one side. Brianna, are you familiar? Yeah, the ends of the loaf, the heel.
Yeah.
The booty bread.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so do you eat that?
No.
Okay, hard no.
You just throw that away.
Yeah. So, opening up the loaf, opening up the back, I would always basically just skip that one. I go to the next one and I go on down the line.
Yeah.
But you leave it in there to protect the other pieces, right?
I don't touch the weird end piece.
That's fair. You leave that problem for somebody else at a later date.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
But even if you're making toast, what are we doing? Putting that in the toaster? I don't even know what this looks like. I don't know what we're doing. Just the normal piece of toast, with the butter. That's how I go.
Crushing our guy Lucius' soul over here. What are you missing most about the Metroplex being there in Tampa Bay?
Ooh, honestly, I love Tampa Bay. I love the people I work with. This organization is absolutely incredible. And I honestly could not say one bad thing about the coaching staff, this locker room. This is a close-knit, incredible group of people. But I will say one of the things that I do miss, obviously, first and foremost, my family, that's all in Texas. But I just missed a lot of the camaraderie and the friendships that I formed with you guys and a lot of the people in Dallas. So that was one of the reasons why I was crossing my fingers when it seemed like it was going to be a Cowboys-Bucs matchup for the wild card. That's what I was hoping for because I'm excited to get to see get to see some people again.
You're a foodie. You miss every restaurant here in Dallas. Don't lie. I
was really thinking the Tex-Mex.
You lobster. You miss
Whataburger.
Yeah, you miss risotto. You miss pasta. You miss everything. Come on, just tell it like it is, Brie.
Still have dreams about that dang risotto. you know I dream about that.
Well, it was great to catch up with you.
That stuff was unreal.
It was.
It is special. All right, Breon, appreciate you. Congrats on your success down there. Buccaneers.com for any fans that want to read your stuff. Is there anything else before we let you go?
I think that's it.
Nailed it. Appreciate you. Have a great weekend, and we wish you nothing but the best. Is that a Boston accent? Is that how her dad was a big Tom Brady fan?
No, I don't think so.
There's some kind of accent in there. Should have asked her.
Yeah, should have. I'll ask her.
Okay.
I just no. I think her dad. I think they're from here.
Okay.
I think that's the. Yeah, but that's.
She went to high school here. She told Eric and I a great story about accidentally ripping her pants at a high school game one time. It was so embarrassing. Bree's
unfortunate.
Great.
Yeah, unfortunate.
And
Very
the challenges
entertaining.
growing up with a last name like that.
Yeah.
She got vulnerable about that a little bit.
That's mental toughness, I believe. It's time now for the Woolly Bullies Top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that, sir?
Top 10 pet peeves. What's your biggest pet peeve? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the G-Bag Nation.
Tell us what it do.
Every Thursday afternoon at 5 right here on 1.
Welcome back, Nation. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk and his top 10 at 420 here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Brianna Dix, Buccaneers.com, for joining us, giving us a preview. She sounded very confident. Segment is brought to you that the Buccaneers would win.
She's a Cowboy fan at heart, though.
Okay, well, that's good.
She really is.
She's just homering it up now for her new...
It's like when you go to work for a club, like me in Philadelphia, I had to pull for the Eagles because I worked for them, where you're with the Packers. After spending
it's your job. You're rooting for your career.
You don't want to get fired, but then your team you work for fires you, and then you don't, that kind of thing. But yeah, she's a Cowboy fan, but she has to pull for the Bucs, right?
I think so. At Buccaneers.com.
Yeah, you got
probably.
You can't be like predicting the Cowboys going to win that game.
You got to keep it down if you are, anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, it is time now for Wolchuk and his top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call them 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. I got the top 10 biggest pet peeves. What is your biggest pet peeve? 877-881-1053. Twolos, Tubers.
Can I throw one out there?
Go ahead and give them to me. Yeah.
Those green text messages.
We're about to go traveling together again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Super Bowl and baseball, all that. If you're the person that stands up when the plane lands,
go bleep
I
yourself.
wish you nothing but ill the rest of your life.
Forever.
Yeah. Don't be
Just
that
eternal
guy
illness.
or gal that's
Forever.
the plane is rolling and you're standing up to get in the aisle. No.
If you are one of the layover people,
declare. But
Declare.
Yeah, because they'll make an announcement on the plane. They'll say, "Listen, we got some folks that are trying to catch a connection. Would everybody please stay in your seat?" And they'll let you run to the front. I get that. But
it's the worst when the person just gets up and then their crotch is right next to you or their butt. Their butt or their crotch, and you're like,
yeah.
What if it's a nice butt?
Well, see, the butt and the crotch
There are
thing,
exceptions.
that's always a question that I have. Like at the movie theater, when you're having to squeeze into your seat, are you going crotch towards the people's faces, or are you going butt towards the people's
rear.
faces?
Always go rear.
Isn't there more opportunity for potential damage with the rear?
You make sure you don't rip one.
Like if I'm sitting down, I'd probably rather get crotch in the face than rear in the face.
You don't.
The rear can hurt me in that scenario.
No, it's not going to hurt you unless you're just a jerk.
They rip a fart? Are you kidding me?
No,
you should have some
they're
human
not crop
decency.
dusting
You might have been
to it.
traumatized by that.
Bro?
They're not going to crop dust you as they're walking through the
have
aisle.
some human
I'm
decency.
just saying, what's the downside of the crotch, though? We obviously know what the downside of the rear end is.
You don't also want to have like that awkward eye
It's
contact.
so awkward. Have you ever tried to move through an aisle crotch first?
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah, it's
I've
not.
done-
You
I've
can't.
done
People
both.
looking
I've
at
done
you like,
both.
what are you doing, weirdo? You trying to get me to touch you or something like that?
Yeah, and why are we looking at each other now? This is awkward.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, no, I guess it's settled.
Do you
but
really go crotch first?
Yes. I go back and forth with it. I'm asking the question because I'm someone who's just coming here looking for the education. And apparently,
If you
3
did
out of
that,
4 people
if you
are telling
did that,
me.
I might hit you in the junk. I might just haul off and hit
Brian's very serious about this. I just typically go rear because I don't want to look
and
at
you say
anybody.
excuse me a lot. You excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me.
And I'm
excuse
making
me,
it as
pardon
quick
me.
as possible.
Yeah.
And when you're the one sitting down and somebody else is doing the excuse me, pardon me, you'd rather see their rear than their crotch.
I'm also
not checking it out.
I'm a guy that stands
Unless
up.
it's
If you're
nice.
going through the aisle, I had this happen at the Mavs game the other night. If people keep getting up and down, I'll stand up and move out of the way.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you bumping into me as you're going through the aisle.
That's why I like the end, so I can just get out.
Yeah,
I'll go
like
stand in the
stand
steps.
up, move the steps, and then exactly.
Okay, it's settled. We're
All right.
crotch first.
Lucius, pet peeve.
Let's see. Zero self-awareness. When folks have zero self-awareness, usually like fake folks with narcissistic attitudes. I don't like those.
Yeah.
And bad drivers. If you're slow in that left lane,
Getting a lot of that on the truck right now.
That kills me.
yeah,
and
I
today
try to-
it
You're keeping
happened.
Lucius to getting out to where he's needs
Today
to
it
go.
happened.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
gotta watch that.
And if I try to like speed up and you speed up then, but you've been driving slow before, I don't like you at all. And overly competitive friends. Man, I'm not competing with you, dog. I'm here to help you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially when it's uncompetitive situations.
Yeah, I'm not
they're-
competing with you.
Like, we're not even playing a game right now. I get the
doing?
competitive spirits when we're playing Madden, but when it's just like a life thing and it's like a one-up competition, that one's difficult.
Dude, we're just
Terrence
playing
Newman at golf.
NCAA. Yeah, you got me on that speed option, buddy. Good for you.
But seriously, Lucius, can we get your opinion on this? Crotch
up?
first, butt first, when entering an aisle, movie theater, game, whatever it may be?
Don't you go to the side? Oh, you're talking about facing the people.
Yeah.
Like you got to do that shimmy.
Like when you're shimmying through to get to your middle seat in a movie theater aisle or whatever, are you going crotch
He's
to the
going
people's
butt.
face
He
or are you
just did
going
it.
butt to the people's face?
Let's see. Well, I'm facing the chair. I'm kind of towards. I guess you're seeing my crotch.
Okay.
The crotch. That's the crotch. Yeah,
Thank you,
sorry.
Lucius.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got a little bit of that going. The way he just did it, though, I saw your butt.
Yeah,
but he was
But this
doing
is the screen right here. So if I'm coming to the movie situation, you guys are the screen. Here's the aisle. The people sitting right here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of. Oh, excuse me. Kind of looking at the screen, looking at where I'm going. I'm not really paying attention to him.
So he's walking
that is very
forward.
sideways,
He's going forward. He's not going side. He's going
Definitely
forward.
not crotch.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's walking a straight line. Is what he's trying to do. I think.
Wouldn't you want to, if you
It's a
had to
shuffle,
choose, here's
sideways
another
shuffle.
angle, because Lucius just mentioned something that made me think of it. Don't you want to keep your eye on the action, whether it's a basketball game, football game, or the movie? But to other patrons, I'm looking at the screen.
It's a fair point. If we're
That's
if
true.
we're
That's
if we're
true.
mid game or mid movie,
yeah,
then I guess that does make more sense.
I kind
for
of
sure.
fearful of kicking your drink on the ground is one because you're looking down. I'm also fearful if you go face first, knocking it out of your hand. You know, like it's in your hand, and oh, excuse me, and you're like you bump their hand and they drop their drink. You know, if I hit you with my rear, I kind of feel like I didn't do it on purpose. You
That
know?
does make sense.
Yeah.
So number 10 on the list of top 10 pet peeves is cell phone drivers. And the reason why I think is because typically these people are going slower. How many times do you drive by and you're like, what's going on with this person? You realize, oh, they're texting. They're on their phone.
They've stopped at the red light. Everybody's gone.
Oh,
It's been green
everybody's
for 10
gone.
seconds. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, my bad. You missed the light again.
Zero
Bro.
self-awareness.
Yeah.
Boom. There it is.
Lucius, did you say the other day, or did I hear it on another show, that about people that talk on their cell phones too loud?
Oh, that's not me.
Okay. I thought someone said this the other day on one of the shows that, like, if you're the guy, the gal that's got it on hands free, but you're yelling.
My
you're
aunt
yelling
does that. Yeah.
In a crowded
She walks
area.
around with it on speakerphone.
Yeah.
She'll be at a restaurant talking on speakerphone.
Yeah.
The last flight I took, this guy didn't have headphones, and he listened to a podcast about prepping for 3 hours, and nobody told him, like, what? At the end of this flight, when people are getting up and we're getting ready to leave, this lady goes, so, what have we all been listening to for the last 3 hours?
There you go.
He's like, oh, yeah, it's good prepper stuff. He was really proud, I guess, to be a prepper, wanted everybody to hear it.
Number 9 is naming your kids after certain celebrities and the way celebrities name their kids. They kind of go hand in hand, like Apple.
They go really unique.
It's weird.
Yeah.
That bothers a lot of people.
Now, I did name Abby after Abby Wambach. You know, she just had the big goal there in 2011.
That's not a big deal, but I mean, there's some of these kids' names that celebrities are picking are
Like
very
Elon
bizarre.
Musk's kids. You've seen those names?
No, what are they?
I don't even. I remember it, but I don't
like
specifically.
It's like code or something.
It's code. Yeah, it's all code.
Yeah, I mean, some of them can get a little weird. Number 8 is the screaming children or temper tantrums.
Bro, let me tell you something. There is nothing boils my blood like the screams of an infant, and I'm dealing with this a lot right now.
I feel for the parents in that situation.
Thank you, because I'm sitting there like doing everything that I can, and this baby won't stop crying,
Right.
and I'm like, dude, it truly is the biggest test of patience that I have.
But there are some parents that I feel like just don't do anything about it.
Yes.
They just leave the child to have their
to sit
temper
there. Yeah,
tantrum.
we ran into that ice skating, and we're in this little room where you can stay warm, and you're watching the people ice skate through this glass window. This like 1-year-old is throwing a fit, and the mom, she's like, he's so funny. It's like, no, wow, that's like the rudest mom ever.
Yes.
Like, you should be trying to soothe your child up to a point. She made no effort at that, and then you should be concerned with people's, frustration levels, and she just did not care.
My
No
old lady
self-awareness.
will shush your kid.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Good for her.
Yeah, in public, she will shush
Good
your
for
kid.
her.
Shh.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? She's like, will Sean act like that in public? It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, you got a good point. So,
Hey,
son would never act like that in public.
raised them well. Number 7 is people who throw their trash out the car window as they drive. Litterers.
Unless it's biodegradable, like a banana peel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And I look around too, make sure nobody sees me. It's not
Yeah.
like you can see me.
Like, hey,
And with the
look.
peel, if somebody's behind you, you don't want them slipping.
Well, this is very, like a clear and obvious.
You could be an off-duty cop or something. I don't want to throw it right in front of
You
you.
never know.
I wait till there's no cars around. I throw it over there in the
Yeah,
trees.
yeah. When they're not when they're clearly not even trying to be inconspicuous about it as well. Like they're just like out there in the open. I am a litterer, and I want all to see.
No.
What's the biggest amount of trash you've ever thrown out the window? Like a McDonald's bag?
Tall can of 24-ounce Coors.
Like, did you see a
Destroy
cop?
the evidence.
Lucius, did you see a cop? Is that
I
what it
wasn't
was?
drinking. What are you talking about?
Oh,
I'm
gosh,
always
get this
happy
out
to
of
get
here.
home.
A fat old sack
That
of
thing
weed.
hits the road. It's just like, it's just bouncing all over the place.
Yeah, probably about an 8.
Yeah. An eighth? What?
Dime bag.
What?
Number 6
Okay.
is when people copy you in every way. Just like say the same thing you're
I'm
saying.
trying to copy your look.
Are you?
Oh, when
Yeah,
people
slim look.
when people start
You're looking
jocking
sexy.
you,
Thank you.
Yeah.
right? Isn't that they start jocking you?
That does get
Jocking
irritating.
you. That's our word now, right?
We're jocking.
We're jocking.
Number 5 is bitchy schoolgirls. I guess the Valley Girl.
Depending on how they're playing, yeah.
I suppose so. Number 4 is not washing your hands after using the restroom.
That is a problem.
It's a pet peeve for people.
That's a problem.
My bad. I know someone who does it. And it wasn't. I saw you
I think
do
we
it.
work.
Gavin.
Did you just say you do it, Gavin?
I will sometimes, but I don't touch anything.
The door
We're
handle?
talking about a number 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, door handle maybe,
Man, I
but
think
they
you
got
should-
that. They
you
got
should
that.
always
They
wash
got
your
that foot
peeing
thing
on your hands and
Got that foot
stuff.
thing.
Don't lie.
Man, you guys are gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric doesn't wash them.
Hey, let me see your phone real quick.
Neither does Choppy. I mean,
You got a pen? Hell no.
we've got several people that don't wash up.
No, because in the bathroom here, you can kick the door open and you can use your foot with the thing. Since the pandemic, have we noticed bathroom doors
Yeah.
to get out? They have
Stoppers at the bottom.
The thing, yeah, you can use your foot. So
It's still not an excuse. Bro.
you can use our bathroom up here and never touch a single.
or the
thing.
ladies one in your case.
Oh, well, in that
I'm
case,
sure the ladies
if,
love that.
If I'm using the ladies, that means I'm going number 2, and that's a must watch situation.
Must watch situation.
Yeah, it's not a must watch.
Here we are, gathered live. Eric Chiafalo was just entered.
We're watching, boys and girls. Number 3 is poor driving etiquette. Should be number 1.
Okay.
Number 2 is people who use the word your instead of the word your, as in you are.
I do that a lot.
Oh, the typers.
Yeah,
Bad typing?
I've been
mess
called
that up.
out for that too. Now
That's when they try to dunk on you.
Oh yeah, and now I know, like it's registered. I got called out for it so much. I specifically make sure I'm using the correct one.
You are.
Yeah. But number 1, the most annoying pet peeve.
People that stand up at a gate at an airplane. It's not their seat assignment.
That actually was an honorable mention on
Was
here.
it really?
It's 1B. But number 1 is the mouth noises / chewing with your mouth open.
Man, I know that's a big one for Dawson. It's a big one for my wife. Yeah, it's,
and you just do it anyway, right?
I get it. Yeah,
You come from a smacker family, right?
I do come from a smacker family. Yeah, just animals, kind of. We're a bit
the twin brother
Neanderthal
of
the way
yours?
we eat.
Yeah,
yeah, just all of us. We just mow through things. It starts with my dad, though. I mean, he's the ringleader of it all. He's the guy that's using
King
his T-shirt
Smacker?
as a napkin. Yeah.
set a high standard for it.
He did. Yeah. So it was never something that bothered me. And then the older I got and like the more I realized around friends and other people, it's like, this is a bit of a problem. And my wife calls me out for it all the time.
Some of the texts we got are PJs or house slippers in public.
I was a house shoes and sweats guy all throughout high school.
That's not surprising. People that talk too loud in movie theaters, that's definitely...
Sometimes I love them. If you have good timing and something's funny to say, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. And I like you. I like you if you're talking too much and you become annoying and the people next to me are mad. And they start talking about how mad they are about you. Yeah, that's a whole nother movie now.
Now we're watching two things
God,
at once.
they shut up there. Yeah, we never should go to the movies. I love that. I love it.
Long gas station lines. I mean, we could put the Whataburger drive-through line in here as a pet peeve if we wanted. Just a few of the things that we got texted here on the truckrick.com text line.
There is a guy who wants to know if he flips it over his shorts and makes no physical contact, does he still need to wash? That's my question.
Yes.
Can I get a ruling?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I would say no.
Yes. I think we've been outvoted, Chiafalo.
I know.
All righty. Well, thanks, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 420 every afternoon. Hey, Mike McCarthy was asked an interesting question today with Sean and RJ. How does this year feel compared to last year? His answer was incredibly revealing, and we'll discuss why coming up next in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we recap Wild Card Weekend and get you set.
Best TVs in town at Boomer Jacks.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel.
Don't settle for the least amount their company will offer for something that was their driver's fault. At Frankel and Frankel, if they take your case, you never pay out of pocket, and the consultation is always free. Just call 214-333-3333. Truckwreck.com. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Here we come. Thanks to Rally House, the guys are heading to Radio Row for a week of the biggest guests, with even bigger hijinks thrown in. Our coverage is also brought to you by Window Nation and A1 Air. Turn it on, leave it on. One of the craziest weeks all year. Radio Row Week, beginning February 6th, right here on The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Other pet peeves coming in on text. People that back out of their plans that you've had for a couple, 2-3 weeks. Next thing you know, it's like, oh, yeah, not going to be able to make it.
Is this something you're talking about? Going Sasquatch hunting, maybe?
We might have lost Jose. There's a little bit of a controversy, and the guys are quite annoyed right now in the group text.
Not a believer?
It's unclear. There might have been an incident last weekend where he went a little too hard in the paint, and wifey was asking him to maybe stay home and just dial it back. There was a rumor about that, but you never know. You never know in these kind of situations.
That's why you got to get outside more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Walk that dog.
Yeah,
I'm looking. Speaking of walking the dog,
Lucius.
A lot of people annoyed by people that don't that pick up after the dogs.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I get a lot of the
Pick up that
neighbors.
poop.
You see those signs in the flower beds. People have gotten so annoyed. They live on the corner house. There's like 13 turds in their rose bushes.
I will say this though. I think some people do carry those bags as a decoy.
Mm-hmm.
They don't use them.
They don't use them.
I sure did.
It's kind of like they maybe put a couple of rocks in there, like they're picking stuff up.
Yeah.
No, and then they're walking Marmaduke.
Well, when she has the squirts, my dog, when she has the squirts, I would like grab the bag and act like I'm picking up something, but it's usually just like leaves and whatnot, just in case anybody's watching me. But I don't like the people in my condo complex because we have like a bag situation set up for you and a little trash can where you can put all the poo-poo there. Everything for you. But no, it's just like all around it is just poo-poo on the ground.
Yeah.
You just right there for you.
You could just go in the entry and then stand there while the dog runs around in the turd grenade minefield.
This is unreal.
405 says 60 seconds on soccer. Okay. I try to keep it to a minute. What's unreal, Wolchuk?
The poopy dookie. All over the moundage issues that we have.
Well, you guys have the animal farm over there, don't you?
Yeah, guess what I had to do my whole life growing up?
Pick up poop?
Clean up the dog poop.
What was your preferred technique? Just hose it down?
No, it was go out there
Blow it to
with the
corner.
pooper scooper, and I'm scooping up all the
At least
poop.
you had a pooper scooper. My pops had me out there with like the Kroger's trash bags, the Kroger's bags. Put two of them joints on.
Yeah,
and pick it up
I'd be
behind
dumping
the
it
pool,
in.
fam.
It's
And
horrible.
then you have to unload the bag and go take. Yeah, it wasn't a fun process.
Let me get this Mike McCarthy cut in here. He, Jerry, Steven, they've all been on the Fan today.
I'm getting some of that.
Steven was happy about that, wasn't he? Yeah.
They're speaking confidently. And maybe that's the case, but if I was in that building, I would be on edge right now, man. I would be pretty tense, and I would be terrified about what is happening at a couple of spots that lost us games over the last 5 weeks, particularly the left corner. We asked Steven about it. He said he's confident they're going to change something up schematically, but Mike McCarthy was asked how different he feels this year compared to last. And what I think he kind of talks about what the biggest fear for this team is internally as the game approaches. Here's cut one from his appearance today with Sean and RJ and Bobby.
Excellent question coming out right out of the gate.
Yes, sir. Downhill from here.
Downhill. No, I think clearly, like anything, I know for my mindset is really just tied into, building off of the things that have happened here, particularly in the last 4 or 5 weeks. I mean, we have more moving parts, as far as getting different guys ready, trying out some, players for the first time the last couple of weeks. So, but I do feel good about having the extra day and getting our personnel groups lined up and ready to go for Monday night. So, that's definitely a little different than last year. But yeah, I think just like everything, your team evolves and grows, and we're 25% of our players are.
Yeah, he can't even think about how different it feels because this is a major preoccupation. I think the biggest difference is actually just an injury has thrown off your whole plan so bad, and now it threatens what you had. You had an elite defense. Anthony Brown went out, and now you can't find anybody that can cover their own shadow. Who would have known that Anthony Brown, who had given up like 4 bad touchdowns before he got hurt, that rate of probability would like triple once he walked off the field. So to me, when that's the first thing that jumps into Mike's mind about his mentality this year compared to last year, that's like dominating the front part of your brain and every day. And they're stoked that they have an extra day to try to figure it out so they could bring in Xavier Rhodes, their 4th guy. So you went through Alexander and Mullen and other practice squad guy, and now you're on to Xavier Rhodes. I think this has been perhaps the most underplayed story.
To me, and this is, I totally get what you're saying, but to me, there was a time in administration way back or recently too that would have just kept playing Kelvin Joseph.
Yeah,
they would have just kept it. Let's not change.
I love that. Yeah,
and that's and I'm not. You're absolutely right. I mean, they're at a bad spot there right now.
Yeah.
They are hoping that they get one great game out of Xavier Rhodes.
At least this group tries.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Jason Garrett would have been like, well, you just got to step up.
That's the next man up thing.
Yeah.
To them, it's like, listen, next man up is not good enough. Let's keep trying here. And they're in a bad spot over there.
Yeah.
They are in a bad spot with that cornerback situation.
469 says it was Jordan Lewis, then Anthony Brown. Yeah, that's a great point. You lose 2 corners and then Van Der Esch on top of that.
Yeah.
And, role player type of guys.
Hankins, too.
It's shocking that it's had that big of an impact.
But it's such an important position, and they invested in it, and they swung and missed on their investment.
Right.
You spent a 2nd-round pick on it, and that
Yes.
botched. Then you spent a 5th-round pick in Nashawn Wright.
Third round pick.
He was a 3rd-round pick.
He was a 3rd-round pick.
Dear God.
Yeah.
And you missed tremendously on
But
those, so that's where you find yourself.
But see, then all of a sudden, but then you hit on Bland.
Right.
See, if Kelvin Joseph was a 5th-round pick, we'd all be like, it happens. But if Bland was a 2nd-round pick, we'd all feel a lot better about the situation. I mean, I know I would, but I don't know. I mean, to me, it's tough. And let's not act like Anthony Brown was great. I'm the guy here when we were in training camp was like thinking that he was going to play like Bland.
Amen.
Get interceptions and all that stuff.
Right.
He was far from that.
I'm with you. People keep saying like, hey, I mean, this goes to show you how much we miss Anthony Brown. No, Anthony Brown was also the mark. Teams were also attacking Anthony Brown, and he was giving up big plays. So, he's
Julio Jones, opening game. What do? They throw it down the right sideline.
Absolutely.
Giants game, same thing.
Like
Colts game, same thing.
Yes, like we would be talking.
He wasn't good.
No question. We would be talking the same thing if you had Anthony Brown going into this game about Tom Brady attacking Anthony Brown.
Yeah,
he destroyed Anthony Brown with Antonio Brown in 2021. Yes, and I think that's remarkable that a guy could be bad. And like 4 degrees of separation later is how bad these 4 guys are.
Yeah.
And yes, Anthony Brown was playing okay, but he was falling down and getting concussions while people were, mossing him for 60-yard touchdowns. And it was not a good year for him. But
I thought he was going to be better, and he really wasn't.
Okay, which playoff memory is most burned in your mind? At 877-881-1053. Go back into history. When you think playoffs and the Cowboys, what jumps out there? Jerry answered that, and we'll play you what he said. We want your thoughts on the truckwreck.com fan text next year in the nation. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do that, though, because, it's the weekend. Hope you have a great time. But if you do, unfortunately, get in an accident and it's not your fault, you got to call the Frankels. 214-33.
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan at 877-881-1053. Jerry Jones was asked, what playoff memory is most burned into your mind? Romo muffin the field goal hold against the Seahawks, says the 214. That's a big one. The catch by Des Bryant, says the 469. I'll forever remember where and when I was when that happened.
Yep.
817 more, the Des catch. 214, Des caught it. How about this? Most memorable, Jackie Smith dropped the ball in the end zone from Roger Staubach, Super Bowl 10. I was 10 years old, and it still burns.
Yeah.
Brutal. Tight end, right?
He was Hall of Fame tight end. Was with the St. Louis Cardinals for a ton of years, so you always competed against him. He was really a really good player for them.
214 playoff loss to the Giants in 2007. That was the worst playoff moment ever. And that Giants team won the Super Bowl, right?
Yes, they
Patrick
did.
Creighton.
They did.
Lost it maybe a little bit.
Oh, Patrick.
Well, he
Creighton.
had nothing but green grass in front of him. He just bobbled that ball and dropped it.
And then R.W. McCorder stepped in front of a Romo pass.
Terry Glenn.
Tulsa,
stand up.
Yeah, that was the Giants run. One at Tampa, one at Dallas, and one in the frigid temperatures in Lambeau. Yeah,
They beat Brett Favre, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
That was a Favre.
That wasn't a Rodgers situation.
No, that was Favre's last game.
That was
as a
Favre's
Packer.
last game as a Packer. Yeah.
817, that 07 playoff game. Giants, Texas Stadium. That's Tovash. Yeah, it was a tough one.
That one?
The catch, I was 15 and playing high school football, burned like an ulcer. So we'll continue to take your text at 877-881-1053. We'll go around the room here, get your memories, and then we'll play what Jerry Jones had to say earlier with the KNC Masterpiece. Woolchuck, what is it for you?
All of those are great. I mean, those are. I mean, they're not great, but those are all very good mentions.
Those are all fantastic memories.
Those are
I have.
heartbreaking memories. But to me, it's 2014. It's Dez, without question. That was a team that you felt had a chance to do it. You had beaten Seattle that year in Seattle, and man, and even like I thought about asking that to Steven. We just didn't have a lot of time with him, but 8 years ago. This week, that play happened, and every time I watch it, it makes me more and more angry. I mean, he takes 3 steps and lunges towards the end zone. You're telling me that's not a catch. You can go freaking bleep yourself, NFL. I mean, it's infuriating. And Brian, I mean, you had a front row seat. I can't imagine how you felt.
Yeah.
Well, I will never forget where I was. I mean, the defining moment. It changed the trajectory of Tony and Dez's career from that point on. When you think about it.
Now the official to that side called the play right.
Oh,
he marked it right.
It kills me, man.
He knew, but it was unfortunate. It really was. When that ball was traveling our direction, I'm like, my gosh, this guy just made this throw on 4th and 2. He tried that. You talk about a gutsy, ballsy throw. But man, you look at how Dez was going up against Sam Shields. He had him beat.
Unbelievable catch.
Really was.
What is it for you, Brian?
The 81 NFC Championship game at Candlestick Park. The Dwight Clark catch. I go that far back. In my 20 years of having season tickets with the Cowboys, I've seen a lot of great playoff games growing up, but I also saw some losses along the way. That 81 game to this day still affects me. And I remember the emotion of how that, in that game, if you go back and watch it, Drew Pearson gets horse-collared at the end of the game. And they don't have the horse collar rule.
Yeah.
But Dallas, if he breaks that tackle, Dallas is going to win that game. But that was a tough loss.
Mine, I was only 6 when that happened. I vaguely remember the excitement around it. But mine was the revenge game in 93, 30-20, Cowboys over 49ers. They'd already won a Super Bowl, the Cowboys had, but no, they hadn't. They hadn't won a Super Bowl yet. And the thought for me growing up was never that anything could detour the Niners,
Yeah.
So it was like the witch is dead, after 11 years of dominance. And the way the Cowboys did it, there were a lot of great teams through the late 80s and the 90s, the Rams, the Vikings, and these teams, could put up a fight against the 49ers. Remember how they just trounced the Bears coming off a Super Bowl in like 88? It was like, oh my goodness, they just are destroying teams. And when the Cowboys matched up with them, it was the first time you could feel that the Niners were going to lose because of the surges at both lines of scrimmage. It was like, they're in the backfield again? This doesn't happen. But that day it happened. And that was a major transition in NFL history for my youth, as, coming out of a time where the Niners hung the moon for over a decade. And sure, the Giants got one and Washington got one and other things were happening in that pocket. But that was like watching the 90s Bulls with Jordan lose. And it was kind of like, wow, what am I watching, and how badass does this team have to be in order to take those guys out?
Man, that's legendary. For me, and I guess first we need to do some housekeeping here. The 817, we did mention Brett Favre. So, Walchuk,
good point.
Floor's yours.
Mama gave me 11 flapjacks, and Mama gave me 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Aaron Rodgers to Jared Cook with like 5 seconds remaining in the game. That one's burned.
When the Crosby field goal, yeah, that one sucked.
Is that like the catch too?
Yeah, kind of, man. That toe tapper, Jared Cook, and like when you go back and see
the holding that wasn't called.
Yeah, the holding.
I'll tell you one thing: Jeff Heath blasts Aaron Rodgers in the back, and somehow he held on to that ball. I mean, in the pocket, he comes on a safety blitz, and Rodgers never sees him. And I swear that ball is going to fly out of his hand. Orlando Skandrick's going to pick it up, and he's going to carry it all the way into the end zone for a touchdown. I to this day, I do not know how Rodgers held on to that ball. I mean, it was just amazing. And then the next play, they throw the ball for the big play to get to the field goal. Crazy.
Yeah, there was a play in 2014 as well that there was a deflection off of Randall Cobb or one of the receivers, and the other receiver was there waiting for it, and several things could have happened in those contests.
Well, and you had the DeMarco Murray fumble too.
Yeah, Julius Peppers made a great play.
Dallas is driving to score, and the way it was blocked, he might have scored, and Julius Peppers knocked the ball out of his hand.
Old guy here says the 214, I've seen them all. I remember the gut-wrenching losses more than any. First 2 playoff losses to the Packers, losses to the Colts. 903, Dawson, the Cowboys won 2 Super Bowls in the 70s. Yes, I know. I was just, talking about them getting back after it in the 90s, and if they had, reversed that yet. At Seattle, the Romo fumble after, I believe, a Witten first down was called back.
Yes.
It was.
Yep, they reviewed that.
That was heartbreaking. I lost a lot of money on that play.
From a good standpoint for me, I mean, and Walchuk, you might co-sign this. Like when I think about positive playoff, I think about Dak scrambling into the end zone versus the Seahawks.
He didn't. I don't think he scored on it, but it did set up a first. It was a third down.
Was that when he got helicoptered?
Shotgun, yeah.
He didn't score on that play?
But he did get down to the 1 for a first down.
Okay, he gets down
to was an amazing play.
But that was kind of the play that...
Yeah, it was a huge play.
Okay.
Well, Romo versus Detroit at the stadium was a good
Oh, my gosh, that game was amazing.
No PI call?
Yeah, the no PI call.
Hitchens.
But Tank sacks... Stafford, he's balls on the ground, he's celebrating, and then everybody's like, "What are you doing?"
Cowboys had to come back to win that one.
Yeah.
So what Jerry said this morning, he was on with KNC Masterpiece. Which playoff memory most burned into your mind? Here's Jerry.
Well, I think as it turns out, the stars are address what I'm fixing to say. How big it is how healthy we are. No matter, and everyone is a star. Some are just bigger than others. But somebody that's going to do 30 plays for us, 45 plays for us out there, and take that critical role of whatever the position is, that's a star. And I'm not trying to diminish Dak Prescott or diminish Parsons or anyone like that, or Pollard, but still.
Yeah, let's back out of this. This is 3. How important is it for the stars to show up on Monday? That's my bad, Lucius. I gave you the wrong cuts. I'm looking for number 10 here. Which memory most burned into your mind?
Well, I think that I would describe it like this. You can have a really impressive 2-yard run, as we all know, if you're a running back. And it can be very impressive. Something happens to that 2-yard run when it gets in a championship game, or it gets down where if you don't win, you go home and you're through for the year. That 2-yard run, every one of them is accentuated, just not exaggerated, but they become more. Zeke jumps up in there and he powers through there, and then he's got his feet still under him, but his head looks like he's down, and then doggone he spins. That 2-yard run doing that compared to doing that opening day just gets bigger. And it feels bigger, and it is bigger because everything is on the line at that point for that game, and so that play has been really exaggerated, not exaggerated, but just sticks in your mind more. I can remember my college days, and I remember specific plays, and they were not necessarily a 98-yard run. They might have been a 2.5-yard run, or they might have been a key staying with the block one step longer. And those stick out as much or more than the 90-yard run in other situation.
Sounds like he remembers a lot. You know, all the 2-yard runs. I know, Chiafal, you got to love the sound of a 2-yard run sticking out as a big bonus there in the Super Bowl.
Hey, baby, when it's 3rd and 1, that 2-yard run is everything we could ever dream of.
Or Marion Barber coming out of the end zone there.
Man, if that was a playoff moment, that would be number 1 for me, Walt Chuck.
I don't know if Jerry had his fastball working this morning. There was an interesting situation with Godwin as well. But the 972 says the Pittsburgh-Dallas game, Dallas got an interference call, 4th down. Captain drive for Pittsburgh in the 70s. Terrible interference call. Kept the Pittsburgh drive alive, and they end up winning the Super Bowl. Those are the things that pain you, you know. And I of course, grew up following the Trailblazers and then covering them for a couple of years before I moved here. And the Kobe to Shaq alley-oop that caps their 15-0 run in Game 7 as they're coming back. You see it in all the playoff highlight reels. I mean, to me, that was just burned in my brain. I imagine I'll be thinking about that one for decades because it's just so cruel how one shot or one moment can change these legacies, these trajectories of teams going for the title.
Do you think the 07 was Jerry's worst playoff memory, though? If you had to just say, give me a year, I don't need to know about 2-yard runs.
It's got to be the third game against the Niners, where Dion pass interference on Michael Irvin, and you would have had the three-peat.
Yeah,
to me.
I kind of, because I bet you he'll tell you that the 07 team was one of the best teams he ever had.
07 was loaded.
Yeah. And to lose that game and thinking that all was ahead of you, and the fact that you've beaten the Giants twice.
Yeah.
I think that.
When you had a home game the next week against the Packers set up.
The Romo fumble probably was bad because that was his guy. Romo was his guy, so.
Well, yeah, 2016, 2014, 2016, you felt like you had a real chance.
The 2016 team,
those teams did not defend like the 07 team.
Yeah, 07 was probably the most complete team they had.
Yeah, that was a really good team. And Jerry talked about that today or this week in the USA Today of just how much it's pained him to not be able to get back for 26 years. And he mentioned that 07 team because of that he feels like we had Romo and Parcells and all of these, legendary players and still had a good offensive line and, unable to get it done. Maybe 07 is the biggest. That still would have left 15 years. When I first started covering this team in 2010, they talked about how it had been 15, 16 years all the time. Yeah. And at that point, it seemed like forever. Now it's been another 12 years.
Yeah, another 12 years.
If you'd won an 07 in Parcells, I think we might be back in this same mode of lamenting the lack of success over the last decade plus.
07 is Phillips?
It was Wade's first year.
It was Wade's
06 was still Bill.
Yeah.
Okay, good clarification there.
No, I was just thinking, I was trying to get it right in my own mind.
We did get some texts, and just for positive memories, 09, where you shut out the Eagles back-to-back weeks, season finale, and then a wild card round. That's Romo's first playoff win. Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
The last game of the year, that was the winner of that game got to host.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia that was really the end of Andy Reid.
That's pretty sexy.
The best memory in recent history might be the Mavs in Game 4 against the Heat coming back from 15 down with 5 minutes to play.
Amen.
Freaking legendary.
Epic. To avoid going down
2-0. That would have been 3-1.
3-1.
That was the 3-1 situation?
Yeah. And, I think they end up winning the next two. Yeah, they rode that momentum all the way through. For the Rangers, obviously striking out A-Rod to go to the World Series. Felice, maybe the skate in the crease for the Stars.
Oh, that was
Brett
amazing.
Favre.
That was amazing.
No, just kidding, Brett Hall.
Who'd you
Dang
say?
it, I just bleeped myself.
Yes, you
he
love
was on
doing
my
that.
mind.
Mm-hmm.
You're a professional
Mama
self
gave me
bleeper.
8 of them flapjacks. I said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to say hungry for the Crimson Tide.
We got to run, Nation. When we come back, time to hit the expressway. It is a Friday. It's quitting time. Time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877.
It's Wild Card Round 1. The Cowboys battle the Bucks Monday night. Tailgate with us beginning at 4 with the Specs kickoff at 7:15 on your home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan. It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Shoot ya, ball. It is Friday at quitting time, and it is time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. 817, I'm about to crack open at least 10 Miller Lights tonight. I'm thinking back throws for 3 touchdowns, and the Cowboys still lose.
Commander Tutty.
Not a believer in the defense, apparently. Every Friday at this time, we do open the phone calls for your one opportunity of the week to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. There's only a couple of rules. You know, you answer the questions, what you drinking and what you thinking, and you're not operating heavy machinery or driving a motor vehicle at the time.
Or when we're on the road.
Yeah. As always, we go around the room.
I get hammered.
Okay, currently I am drinking a 12-ounce Diet Coke. And I want to give a shout out to Jose. It has been confirmed that he's been rousted, and he is on his way to the Bigfoot hunt this weekend.
There we go, Jose.
Peer pressure.
Atta baby
Okay.
Josie.
I am very much looking forward to this Bigfoot hunt, despite the fact that I have a little anxiety about the boys jumping in some canoes. Now, these are some rowdy, fun guys that might pull a prank on you and like throw a garter snake at you or tip over your canoe to laugh. And frankly, it's too cold for those kind of hijinks, but you can't put it past them. So I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping for no near-death experiences. I think the only heavy drinkers are non-firearm people, so that's a good.
That's a plus.
But I look forward to being back here on Monday and reporting on a job well done. That's what I'm drinking, and that is what I'm thinking. Brian, how about you?
I have got the Mio water working. I learned this. I didn't know it's got caffeine in it. Yeah. I was kind of wondering why I'm a little jumpy afterwards. I'm usually not a caffeine guy, but
might have a hard time sleeping tonight, Brian.
It makes the water taste a little bit better, so I'm trying to do that. What I'm thinking, I am grateful I actually have a full weekend off.
What?
A Saturday and a Sunday. Hadn't had one of those in a while. But looking forward to it.
I know that feeling
doing
well.
Some fishing, we doing some eating.
Nice.
Is it nice?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm kind of debating on.
Yes,
you were talking
do.
about. No,
you're going to sit there and you're going to watch a bunch of tape. You're going to watch college guys, and you're going to wake up Monday morning and you're going to haven't seen the light of day.
No. I'm okay. I'm going to do part of that. You're right about that. I got